The story begins with a disgruntled young girl, Chuji Tang, asking the guy why he was silent and what he was doing here, while the other kids from school were going to go to a cafe. A guy named Ching Li was standing by the car with his head bowed, and Chuji Tang, who was angry, called a fool and demanded to open the door quickly. As she walked to the car, the girl threw her backpack at Ching Li and complained about how it had been sitting on her family's neck for a whole year, urging him to find a proper job. Chuji Tang turned to him and ordered him to listen carefully, telling him to park far away from the school next time so that Ching Li wouldn't be seen by her classmates. After sitting in the car seat with her arms crossed, the girl turned towards King Li and disdainfully resented how he, such a bad husband, got her sister. Ching Li took the wheel of the car, and soon they arrived at the large house where the Chu family lived. The woman referred to Ming Hao as a God-given person, and his aunt was right about that, and he wasn't sure if he would have met Qin Ying if he had gone abroad. They were Qing Li's mother-in-law Han Ying and Chu Qin Ying's childhood friend Liu Ming Hao, who wanted to see Qin Ying, but she was still in her own company. Asking about her fiancé who doesn't talk and stays at home, Liu Ming wants to take a look at him because this guy is interested in Qing Li, and she brought him home. When Han Ying realized that Liu was talking about Qing Li, she told him that he would bring Jitang back soon, and when he arrived, she ordered him to go downstairs so that his back wouldn't break, otherwise he would go straight to his room. Chu Jitang went to the half-open door of Qing Li's room, called him deaf in displeasure, and urged him to clear his ears because her mother was calling him. The still angry girl looked into the darkened room of the guy and began to reproach him, as if Qing Li thought this was his home. The next moment, she screamed violently because she saw the guy sitting on the floor in his underwear, and there was a strange light around him. Cursing harshly, Chu Jitang covered her eyes with her hands and ran back, shouting to everyone that this young man was sitting there completely naked. Meanwhile, something incredible was happening in the room where Qing Li was present, as if a very strong energy was emanating from him. Chu Jitang couldn't see the young man's face because he was sitting with his back to her, and at that moment, his eyes were closed, but now the young man opened them. A certain magical glow appeared in Qing Li's hands, while he was thinking that it had already been 10 years. As Qing Li carefully observed this magic, he was secretly very happy because he finally got what he wanted. The next moment, something incomprehensible happened to the guy. He opened his mouth and began to scream, as if he was in great pain. With his hand on his jaw, Qing Li thought about these 10 years where he hadn't said a single word, this feeling that he had long forgotten. He twisted his face when he suddenly heard a loud shout telling him to go down quickly. After getting dressed, the guy already went to the door and was forced to listen to the claims of the woman, whom he forces to swear. In Qing Li's private room, there was a very beautiful flower that could easily become the decoration of any royal palace. When the boy finally came down to the living room, Han Ying's mother-in-law viciously suggested that her son-in-law might be deaf, so he couldn't hear anything. Liu Minghao glanced at Qing Li with an unpleasant grin and chuckled softly at the sight of this guy. Feigning surprise as to whether it was Li Qing Li, Liu held out his hand, then said hello and gave his full name. Calling Qing Li a complete jerk, Liu told how he was whispered about the youth's dumbness and also considers the poor fellow to be a hanger-on to Qing Ying's house. The villain demanded that Qing Li not deceive himself. Liu allegedly sees through the guy and is sure that Li proposed to the girl because of the wealth of the Chu family. Angrily, he thinks that his opponent is no match for Qin Ying, so he is willing to pay him 10,000 to keep him out of the house. And unexpectedly for himself and everyone else, the impudent guest screamed in sudden and intense pain. It was just that Qing Li had squeezed his assailant's hand to such an extent that he hadn't expected it and was now experiencing a very unpleasant feeling. The young man seemed to be looking at the evil Liu Minghao with a bit of excitement, but he greeted him and said his own name. Both Chu Jingtan and Han Ying were completely surprised to hear the young man's voice after a long time. His mother-in-law stared at the young man in amazement and still couldn't believe his ability to talk. Liu, who was still angry, kept his eyes on his opponent and aggressively pointed out that Qing Li could have spoken from the beginning. Only when Liu Minghao called the guy a fraud who pretended to be dumb, even though he could speak, but was deceiving Qin Ying, did he cry out again in great pain. While Chu Jingtan was watching in amazement, Han Ying shouted at the boy to stop this mess immediately. But then everyone's attention was turned to Chu Jing's smartphone, which rang out to the entire room where the hosts and guests of the house were. When she answered the incoming call, the girl screamed in horror as the police arrested the lady's sister. Qing Li didn't turn his head, but looked at Chu Jingtan out of the corner of his eye, and he didn't like the information she gave him at all. Grabbing the girl's hand, the guy wants to know the reason for what happened with Qin Ying. Chu Jin immediately pointed out some business of the company and the girl herself was detained by the police. Upon hearing this, Ching Li let go of the girl and cast a displeased glance at the people around him in the room. When Han Ying thinks that the guy is leaving, he thinks that the guy immediately goes into the bushes at the first difficulty, doing it like those rats fleeing from a sinking ship. Liu asked his aunt what was wrong with Qin Ying, and according to the woman, the girl's firm is in serious trouble. The police have surrounded the office and are demanding the lady's immediate arrest. Asking his aunt not to worry, the guy reminded her about the extensive connections of his not the last family in the city, but he needs to scout the situation. Ming Hao knows what to do. In the Eagle Constellation Company, one girl was shouting at another, and they were surrounded by two groups of people, and the first one promised to put everyone in jail today. An aggressive lady covered in pimples screamed at the top of her lungs, pointed her finger at people standing in front of her, and wanted compensation for multi-million-dollar damage. Xu Ying, a serious yet incredibly effective and intelligent girl, listened to all these screams. Henning suddenly appeared next to her, who strongly disliked the word multi-million-dollar. She believes that the loud one hit her head, and this amount is robbery. Liu reminded Pimple about the preference of thousands of women to buy cosmetics of their brand, and such a nuisance happened to her only, and the reason is not in the cosmetic product. Waving his hands, Ming Hao mentioned the police chief, who is an old buddy of his with an evil grin. This didn't seem to impress the pimple-faced girl named Li Wan, and she told everyone that the mayor of their city named Liu Zheng was her relative. Upon hearing this news, Ming Hao screamed in surprise. Chu Qinying was surprised, and Han Ying asked him about the other bosses in the city. For a confused Liu, this changes the situation completely. He has nothing to do with the company. Liu is the aggrieved party, and the company owes her a debt as a consumer. But then everyone was very surprised when Qing Li suddenly appeared behind them and turned to Lady Li and asked her to give them only 10 minutes. With a serious expression on his face, the young man suggested that the rival close the case if in 10 minutes the pimples on her beautiful face will pass. Xu Ying, who was very surprised, turned towards the unexpected savior and asked with difficulty about his ability to speak. Lu Minghao was angry and did not understand why Qing Li, whom he considered a hangover, was twisting his tail here, and he was even more disgraceful to the family. Looking at Qing Li, Chu Qingying wanted to know what he was going to do, because she already had enough problems, and here he was with his tricks. Turning to the girl, the guy asked her not to be afraid. He is no longer the same as before, and it is time for him to fulfill his marital duty. The evil Liu disdainfully called the opponent a king who seems to think of himself as such, starting to say, for a villain, he is trash, building cool in front of Qin Ying. The men remembered Qing Li as a mute boy who had fallen on the neck of his wife and his mother-in-law's pet, treating someone with impudence. The women did not understand where the Chu family was looking. With his hands in his pockets, Qing Li confidently declared to the girl that he knew how to restore the beauty of this evil lady's face. The evil, pimply lady doesn't understand why she should believe him, but Qing Li is willing to take all the risks if Marifei doesn't show up, and the villainess wins anyway. Agreeing with his words, the harmful lady promised the guy to have a very good time on him if the acne did not disappear. A visibly frightened Chu Jinying grabbed the protector's arm, not understanding what he was doing, and thinks that the guy is trying to drive her business to the grave with his words. Turning abruptly to Chu, Qin called the blisters on the villainous face burns and asked her to help make medicine if Jinying didn't mind. The girl doubted the ability of the drug to help in this matter, but the young man himself was not particularly sure of this. The evil Liu Minghao threatens Qin Li to watch what comes out of the young man's scheme and let him only try to drag Qin Ying into trouble. Handing the guy a package with all the necessary ingredients for the medicine, the girl asks him first to promise that her family will not suffer, no matter what happened. The family wouldn't be able to help Qin Li, who was already putting the ingredients on the table, as clear as day. And the new Qin Li is no longer the silent young man or the mute lackey that the Chu family took in. Looking at the potion he had prepared for the terrible blisters, the guy thought it was the perfect remedy. Handing the pimply brawler a bowl of medicine, Qin Li announced the end of the preparation and asked her to rub in a small amount of cream. The villainess looked at the potion in disbelief. The girl on the right thought it was an abomination that would make her puke, and the guy on the left grinned at the hot state of the cream. Smearing herself with the drug, the villain expressed the hope that Qin Li was not deceiving her. Otherwise, it would not be good for him if it was worse for her. Approaching the girl, Qin Li took the ointment in his hand and rubbed it succinctly on her face with pimples, asking her not to worry because the broom company does not knit, which she did not expect. The unfortunate woman ran to the exit and screamed from the unpleasant sensations that arose as a result of applying homemade cream on her face with blisters. Chin-Li looked at the injured woman in confusion. The other guys grinned and thought that he had dug his own grave. Chu hoped that something could be done about it. A second later, a scream sounded from the women's toilet, and a happy girl burst into the room without acne, thanks to the guy who created the miracle. Startled by what they saw, the men screamed in horror, and Liu Minghao was more astonished than anyone else present. While the boys were talking to the saints, not understanding how the heel, as they called Chin-Li, had cured the lady, Chu Jinying was asking him the same question. The recovered girl asked the guy who completed the course of pharmacodynamics about the treatment of other ailments, but first he needs to examine the patient. The pink-haired lady explained about her uncle who was seriously ill and promised to thank Chin-Li very handsomely if he could get the patient back on his feet. Unexpectedly, Chin-Li gave his consent to the blistered beauty, to the utter amazement of Chu Jinying, who was behind him, who thought he was crazy. She forbids him to go there. The guy's not even a doctor. And the new case is not about removing some pimples. Li asked not to worry. He knows when to stop. Hu is indignant, not understanding who the young man thinks he is. If he is going to get the dead from the other world without 5 minutes, then her family will not help him. Chin-Li bowed his head and silently prepared to leave, while Chu Jinying tried to call out to him, but the guy didn't pay attention to the girl. Displeased with the criticism, Chin-Li was able to decide for himself what to do and asked the lady to calm down. He wouldn't cause any trouble to her family. It was late afternoon, but the windows of the city hospital where Chin-Li went to were lit up with electricity. Yangcheng Mayor Liu Zheng asked the doctor about the treatment method. The doctor pointed out the rapid deterioration of the condition and the risk of complications during surgery is very high. When she went to the hospital with Chin-Li, the lady who got rid of the blisters saw Zheng and inquired about his health. When the mayor told about the sharp deterioration of the patient's condition in the morning and the current intensive care doctors, the girl was horrified. And with a smile, she held Chin-Li's hand, calling him the doctor, an expert in Oriental medicine that she met today, and he would definitely cure Uncle. Mayor Liu Zheng looked at the young man suspiciously, asking if he was a doctor, and the young man confirmed the girl's words. The mayor didn't like the young man's appearance. He wasn't sure if he was 18 years old, and when he asked for a license, Chin-Li said he didn't have one. Enraged, Liu Zheng yelled at the girl, believing that she was mocking him. The mayor would not allow such charlatans to come close to the ward. After looking at the guy in confusion, the girl apologized for what had happened, and he, the healer, would have to leave. Suddenly, a nurse ran out of the room and demanded urgent help because they are starting to lose the patient. Startled, Liu Zheng and the pink-haired girl screamed in terror. Only Chin-Li kept his cool and looked at the trio of alarmists. All of them, including the medical staff, entered the ward, and the mayor walked over to his sick father, who seemed to be unconscious. In great despair, Liu Zheng went to the doctor, hoping that he would be able to help, but the powerless medic could not do anything for the patient's recovery. The girl tells Zheng about the hope of saving her uncle, but he said that it is impossible for the best doctor, and a guy without a diploma will definitely not help. Chin-Li came over, and he doesn't have any extra time to think, but he can still save the old man. The mayor demanded that the guy leave. Looking at the unfortunate mayor with absolute confidence, Chin-Li told him that he wanted to make a bet with him. The extremely angry Master Liu Zheng, despite the young man, did not understand what kind of bet he was talking about and thought that the young man was completely stupid. With the same confident face, the guy suggested that the mayor, who was upset about his father's illness, apologize if Li cured him or put him in jail for fraud if it didn't work out. Chin only looked at the girl who was now asking him to leave and at the shouting mayor who was outraged by these conditions. Heading for the door, Chin-Li was sure he could help. Otherwise, these people would still blame themselves for not trusting him. As he walked out into the corridor, Chu Jinying, who was standing in the shadows, asked if the young man is satisfied after experiencing such a disgrace. In a demanding tone, she ordered Chin-Li to go home immediately before he could do anything else. The guy was already following the girl when he suddenly heard strange sounds coming from the ward where the patient and his relatives were staying. Mayor Lu Cheng, who was screaming in panic, asked the doctor why his father was convulsing, but the doctor did not know the answer to the question of the unfortunate son. Turning to the nurse, the excited doctor demanded to bring a pacemaker to the ward in the hope of resuscitating the patient. On the computer at this time, 0 was shown, and horizontal lines were drawn indicating the physical death of an elderly person lying down. Bowing his head, the exhausted doctor informed the mayor of his medical impotence and expressed regret for what had happened. Astonished, Liu Zheng recalled the patient's recent normal condition, as the doctor assured him, but he asked people to accept the loss. Unable to contain his emotions, the unfortunate mayor burst into tears and called himself a son who did not deserve his father's love. Suddenly, the door of the ward where the patient, his relatives, and doctors were staying opened very loudly. Rushing into the classroom with a whirlwind speed, Chin Li, to the surprise of the audience, demanded to get out of his way. He could still save the patient. Closing his eyes and summoning energy, Chin Li mentioned the wandering monk who had initiated him into the secrets of ancient medicine, demanding a vow. Liu Zheng, who didn't expect anything like this, looked at the guy and couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't think to see a strange glow around him. Carefully holding the needle between two fingers, Chin Li recalled how he had been silent for 10 years without saying a word. Having stuck a few needles in the patient's chest, the guy knew that he could heal. Today the vow disappeared, and fate itself led the young man here. He endured all the hardships for this and can finally treat people. After that, the guy lightly touched the needle to the neck of the patient, who seemed to be completely dead. And then, to the complete surprise of everyone in the room, the old man opened his mouth and coughed. Opening his eyes at last, the man turned his head in the direction of his savior, and the girl and the mayor looked at their relative in surprise. Lowering his head, Chin Li heaved a heavy sigh, knowing that he would not have been able to save a stranger in time. The hospital's top doctor, amazed, saw everything and couldn't understand how it was possible. The pink-haired girl and the mayor turned to their uncle and father, who had risen up, rejoicing in his consciousness. The man had frightened them, but they were glad to see him awake. Touching the face of the girl who was rejoicing at her uncle's recovery, he asked her not to be angry with him, the old fool. At this time, Chin Li, who had managed to bring the patient back from the dead, was walking toward the door with a smile on his face, wanting to leave the hospital. Suddenly, behind him, Mayor Liu Zheng knelt down and addressed the guy, calling him master. Chin Li turned to the man in surprise and saw him apologizing for his cowardice, and Zheng said that he had behaved unworthily. The guy noted the victory in the bet and asked the mayor not to take it to heart. He understands his feelings, but most importantly, a loved one is on the mend. After asking healer Chin to accept their apology for today's moments, the girl wants to know his account number. Promising to send $500,000, Li will give it in the evening. When the young man reached the corridor, he stood with his back to the door and listened to Chu Jinying discussing his title as a healer. A disgruntled girl thinks that Chin Li is in high demand today. She did not suspect to see in him a desire to meddle in other people's affairs. Looking at Chu with a disappointed expression, he guessed that she wasn't impressed by what had happened to him. Looming Hao, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, was angry and sure that the opponent was just asking for trouble. Before long, Chin Li and Chu Jinying were walking up the steps to their house where the lights were bright. Han, who was waiting for them, hopes that her precious Jinying is not broken by today's events. She almost went crazy from it. The daughter asked the exhausted mother not to worry because all this is already over. Angry at Li, Han wants to know where he's been and wants to clean up, so Ying tells her mother to go to her room to rest as she can barely stand. After a while, the guy went into the room where Chu Jinying was and reported on the completion of housework. To his great surprise, the girl in the reclining position was on the mat in a semi-transparent robe. Chin Li was perplexed when he heard an offer from the beauty to practice yoga with her, which he clearly didn't expect. Moving to the large sofa, Jinying was doing gymnastics and remembered the words of Jin Tang, who complained about the boy's practice of debauchery. But Li only brought the girl home. He went to change without closing the door, and the girl was smart enough to break into his room without knocking. Deliberately showing off her feminine charms in front of the young man, Jinying allegedly didn't quite believe him. Glancing at the girl's deliberately exposed impressive form, the guy agreed that her sister had just burst in on him. Jinying believes the young man because she knows her sister's character and is sure that Li himself would not have bothered Tan. Today, according to Jinying, the young man proved his strength, and behind him, like a stone wall, he was lucky all day. Since there is a small family party tomorrow, Chu Jinying invites the guy to go with her to this event. Without turning around to look at the girl, Chin Li stared ahead and agreed to attend this family evening with the beauty. Chu Jinying herself spread out on the big sofa and wanted to sleep. She was tired to death today. And for the incredible events of today, the girl expressed gratitude to the young man. Chin Li, who hadn't expected to hear such words from an attractive lady, was visibly surprised. People were walking, and a car was parked near the Grand Royal International Hotel, and the weather was nice and warm. Relatives gathered at the round table. One of the women saw her niece. The man greeted the boner. The girl was happy to see her aunt. Grinning, the head of the family rejoiced at the appearance of everyone. They gathered for the first time this year as the whole Chu family, and now he asked everyone to sit comfortably. While the servants poured out the wine, Chin Li held the glass and looked at the woman and decided to compliment her dress, since this old hag, as he thought of her, was scheming. She, Chu older sister, Chu Guitian, called Qin Ying cute and asked when she and her husband would be happy with their offspring. Looking down, the girl was embarrassed by her aunt's question and replied that they hadn't thought about it yet because there was no hurry. Chu Guitian asked Jin Ying not to put it off for a long time because youth is fleeting, because the girl's father will be nervous. The niece thanked her aunt for the reminder. Smiling, Chu Guitian is happy for his son-in-law Cheng Wen, who does not bother his mother-in-law about this. His wife decides everything herself, not like others. The guy asks not to make him blush. One of the ladies thinks that her mother-in-law's son-in-law is not ordinary, but Gui agrees. The guy has a good position in the government, not like the others, and she apologized to Qin Ying again, meaning her again. A mischievous woman, sitting next to her well-established son-in-law, only laughed at other people who did not have a good job. Since they are all gathered for the first time, Cheng Wen gives his uncle a gift and asks him to accept. The man is happy, the guy surprised, but he shouldn't have bothered so much. Opening the beautiful box, the man was very surprised because it was a porcelain bowl of the Yuan dynasty. Cheng Wen asked not to thank you. He heard about his uncle's passion for porcelain, so he allocated 30,000 to buy a memorable gift, and a relative should appreciate it. Sitting at the table in their seats, the guests marveled at the $30,000 allocated for the gift and the paintings from the Yuan dynasty. The owners of the hospitable house admired Cheng Wen's ability to squander money and looked at the precious charm received. Only Qin Li was alone and knew that this bowl was worthless. The guy was infuriated because this is a well-made copy thrown into the tomb. The bowl is not even a fake. It is a misunderstanding itself. Cheng Wen chuckled as he glanced at Qin Li and asked him to take a good look at the bowl, since his son-in-law obviously didn't know what it was. Although what is Cheng talking about, after all? Li has taken root and is sitting on the neck of his mother-in-law and sister. He can arrange for his son-in-law to work as a cleaner for the gang, even if the salary there is small, because he will soon head the department. An angry Chu Qin Ying demanded that the villain stop. Her husband is also a member of their family, so Cheng needs to think about what he says. Still sneering, Wen called Li the only one here who couldn't afford such gifts. Qin abruptly stood up, even though he was empty-handed, but there was one point. While Cheng was surprised by the guy's ability to talk, his wife called Qin a talking trash who thought of a gift but didn't prepare it. The young man doesn't care. It doesn't change the fact that the Yuan dynasty porcelain bowl is a fake. Cheng Wen believes that his son-in-law is not in his right mind because 30,000 was given for the gift, and Wen's wife accused him of slander, although Li did not earn anything himself. With complete confidence, Qin Li continued to call the bowl a bad thing, and the amount of money spent on acquiring it doesn't matter. Evil Cheng insulted his son-in-law, who would be able to call an expensive gift that way, because he didn't understand anything about it at all. Wen spilled the wine on the table in response to his aggression, and Qin Li grudgingly promised to provide all the necessary evidence. Chu Ding asked his son-in-law to shut his mouth. Gui Tian considers the boy a slanderer. Before he was only jealous of Cheng Wen, but now the boy is completely lost. This is too much for Jin Ying. After all, the guy insulted her sister's husband, but Li continued to call the gift not an antique, but a bad thing. Qin Ying doesn't mind that, but he thinks that Cheng was doing it with the best of intentions, and it's their family night. Suddenly, Mayor Liu Zheng, who came to visit with a man named Wu Fang Mao, heard about the fake and wants to take a look at it. The astonished Cheng Wen looked at the distinguished guest and wondered admiringly what fates he had here. Cheng never imagined that Liu would honor him, a small clerk, with her presence, and then asked permission to introduce Mayor Zheng to his guests. But the mayor suddenly approached the respected Qin, who was not expected to see here. He does not know how to thank him for yesterday. The guy asks him to stop. At first surprised, but then smiling, Cheng is afraid that Mr. Mayor made a mistake, because this is dumb garbage. The mayor didn't like this, and Cheng Wen seemed to fall to his knees, calling himself a small-time clerk in a seedy department. The mayor thinks that Qin has a problem with all this, but the guy calmed him down. His wife's relatives are here, and they were arguing about antiques and forgeries. Considering the gift, the mayor does not consider it a Yuan dynasty bowl and asks Venerable Wu, as an expert, to evaluate the item. The man who came along with the mayor chuckled. Many years since he retired, but previously specialized in things of that era. Wu Fang Mao asked to see the colors of the bowl. It looks like the Yuan era, and Cheng breathes a sigh of relief. He has poured so much money into the pipe and is wondering what Qin Li will say. Incredulous and frowning, Li asked the master if he also considered the bowl to be an original or not. Fang Mao thinks that Li is questioning his assessment, which means that the guy is sure of the opposite, and Qin now agrees with the expert's words. Patting the guy on the shoulder, surrounded by the owners and guests of the house, the man laughed and now he understood what Leah liked so much about the young man. Without a doubt, the bowl is a fake. On the products of that long-gone era, you can see the brand if you look closely. All the patterns are applied by hand, although the technique is old, but it is beautiful in its uniqueness. And this bowl is a good fake that has lain in the crypt for a long time. Looking carefully at the dishes that Cheng Wen had given Chuding, Wu Fangmao noticed the death mark that was placed on such items. After that, the wife told Chuding to wipe his hands quickly, and Gui Tian started to make a row with her son for giving such trash to his uncle. But he didn't know anything. Fang Mao praised Qin Li for seeing the flaw in the exact copy of the bowl, and the boy's eyesight is amazing, and then suggested that he come to his department. Rejoicing at the end of the situation, the mayor asked Li to be his guest, and in truth, he did not dream of just meeting him and is ready to chat with the guy on the way. Leaving the house with Wu Fangmao and the mayor, Qin Li waved to his father-in-law and mother-in-law and promised to come back as soon as Chu ate. Guitian thinks that Han Ying has surpassed Cheng Wen. Because the son-in-law of the hostess of the house is on good terms with the mayor, she didn't want to talk about it, who knew about Zheng's desire to come to them. After asking the mayor about the topic of conversation, the guy found out about the misfortune of his family, where all its members began to feel worse in 2 months, and the doctor's tests indicated full health. Noting the date in his mind, the young man asked for permission to take the pulse of a high-ranking patient. With ease, Mayor Zheng gave Qin Li a hand to examine, and the boy used his energy to feel everything at once. When the mayor asked Qin about the verdict, the guy asked him not to worry, he needs to think about everything, and cancel plans until the evening. After dinner, Li will come. After hearing this wonderful news, Mayor Zheng was very happy and promised the talented doctor to wait for him at home. After dragging Chuding to the car, Qin Li heard him admit that the guy had added pride to the man today. Chu Jin Ying and Jin Tang looked at them in silence. While the drunk man continued to praise the guy, Li asked the girls to go home, and he himself still needs to go on business. The car pulled away, taking the drunk Chuding home, and Qin Li picked up a smartphone to plot a route with the final point at Mayor Liu's house. Other people were walking along the avenue, cars were driving, and the smartphone app suggested whether to turn right. After following the system's recommendation, Jin Li found himself in a deserted place, but he wasn't alone. Someone was standing in front of him and grinning. Li had to walk 50 meters, but in front of him was Liu Minghao, who had prepared a hellish gift for him in the form of bandits with weapons, with an evil grin on his face. Behind the villain who called Qin Li a piece of feces, there was a group of individuals who could easily kill or maim an innocent person. Showing a couple of fingers, Liu Minghao reminded him of how he had been bullied twice today, but he forgave him. With an indifferent face, Li responded to the words of his detractor and said that he seemed to have crushed the bug, but it still emits an unpleasant smell. With an unkind smile, Liu picked up his tie and told Li not to worry, ready to help him get started. Calling for the goat to be killed, as the bandits called the unfortunate guy, they rushed with weapons at him alone. There was no fear in Qin Li's eyes. He looked at the opponents boldly and mockingly, and he had already summoned his energy to help. And then, with a powerful blow, the brave young man threw back the first villain who rushed at him. The defeated enemy let out a cry of pain and despair, but Qin struck at another opponent, protecting his life. This was followed by a third hit on another attacker who had no chance of defeating the brave young man. Liu Minghao stared open-mouthed at Qin, who snickered at the small number of people he had brought in. The terrified villain did not understand how this happened, because this is mute garbage, but he immediately changed so much. Beckoning Liu with his finger, the serious Li demanded that this dog, as he called Ming Hao, come to him. But the villain was already running towards the busy street and shouting that there was no way in the world he would approach Li. The winner of the unequal battle breathed a sigh of relief. He remained unharmed, after which he could continue to go about his business. Nearby, the fallen bandits were lying on the ground. Qin Li was looking at an unfamiliar area, and somewhere here should be the mayor's house. He soon found himself in a nice and quiet neighborhood with private homes and lots of soothing greenery. Finally, Qin Li came to one of the pleasant stone lion-pillared houses where Mayor Zheng lived. After Li rang the bell, the door opened and the mayor happily said how long they had been waiting for him, inviting him into the house. While the owner was pointing out his place, Qin Li found the situation dangerous and needed to take a look around. As the mayor and his guest walked down the corridor, a loud and painful scream sounded somewhere nearby. Entering the room, the terrified mayor asked his wife about their baby Dio, suggesting a deterioration in his condition. Grabbing his wife by the shoulders, the mayor looked at what was ahead in fright, and Qin Li was also surprised. Their son was crying bitterly. And as he was lifted into the air and pulled by something terrible and resembling dark clouds, Lee couldn't look away himself. The mayor asked the guest to immediately look at all this, but the guy himself demanded not to panic, promising to release the child. And suddenly the mayor's son's features changed beyond recognition. He looked like evil itself, and the demon asked Lee to leave and not interfere with him. Using his strong energy, Chin attacked the demon and tried to save the boy, whose parents were watching him struggle. The boy was lying on the bed, smoke coming out of his mouth. His father and mother wanted to know what his condition was, but Lee hadn't finished his mission yet. Only now did Chin realize that the demon was entering a point in the middle of his forehead, and with every breath the boy took, he was trying to clear it, squeezing it out. Suddenly, the faces of the mayor and his wife changed. The woman accused her husband of inviting the garbage collector, wanting to doom her son to death, but Liu ordered her to keep quiet. Things were really bad for Chin, and he realized that the owners of the house had been affected by the spirit and that he needed to speed up his rescue work. The evil demonic creature lifted the boy into the air again, and he screamed but couldn't resist. Using magic, Chin Li began to strike at the creature, freeing the innocent child from the evil net. Soon the child woke up on his bed and called his mother. She bent over her beloved son, almost crying with happiness. Standing with his back to the people, Chin asked the mayor and his family to be calm. Everything is behind him. He is looking for the source of the evil spirit and this horrified Jung. Looking under the bed, Lee wants to know if there have been any accidents at home or if someone might have brought strange gifts. The mayor doesn't remember any accidents, but 2 stone lions were delivered to him recently, and Lee was already looking for something and attracted Liu's attention. Finally, the earnest young man found what he was looking for, much to the astonishment of his host. In his hands, Chin was holding a small glowing stone, which was the cause of the mayor's family's illness, which made the mayor very surprised. Every day when Liu Zheng left the house, he would pass by the stone lions, and the stone was directly related to the evil spirit. Over time, it began to infect people, and under the influence of the evil spirit, they began to feel tired and irritated in their daily lives. It would have been all the way to the end, but now Chin Li used his strong fingers to chop up the terrible stone. The mayor's wife was standing in front of the guy and didn't know how to thank him for saving Dia's son, but Chin asked her not to make it up. The mayor and his wife were lucky to meet Lee. He offered to give the guy a ride and is ready to help open a clinic for him over time, which surprised the young man. While Chin was thinking about his business, the mayor considered the clinic with Lee's name as a small sign of gratitude for him because the young man saved the mayor's family. Lee thanked the mayor, saying that the clinic would help people and improve their art, but he would like to find his parents to be proud of him. Sitting in the cab on his way home, Chin Li stared out the window indifferently and suddenly bulged his eyes and asked the driver to stop. The driver instantly fell back on the brake pedal, and his passenger hit his head on the headrest of the car seat. While Chin Li was recovering from the unpleasant moment, the driver wearing dark glasses asked what was the matter. Peering through the window, Chin Li saw Chu Chin Ying on the other side of the street, dressed in a light long dress, who was clearly waiting for someone. While the driver went about his business, Chin stared out the window and couldn't figure out where his wife was going at this late hour. Finally, the driver paid attention to Jin Ying and noted the taste of the passenger, whose lip is not stupid because the girl outside the window is what you need. Another lady appeared on the street in a very revealing outfit, which quickly caused a reaction from male pedestrians. It was the latex-clad lady who had been waiting for her Jin Ying, but the self-inflating Lee had taken her for a friend of his wife's. Unexpectedly for the young man, both girls embraced and, holding hands, began to kiss each other. The unfortunate Chin Li's mouth dropped open, and the driver of the car took out his smartphone in amazement, wanting to capture the girls. The beauties went to the nearest bar, and Lee did not understand what had just happened and suspected his wife of non-traditional orientation. The driver, who was admiring the ladies, praised Chin for his good taste, but the sad guy assured him that the driver had misunderstood him. Once inside the bar, the latex-clad lady asked her baby Wu to grab some stronger drinks. She hadn't seen her Pearl in a long time and thought she'd forgotten about her. Chin Ying told her friend about the complete blockage at work, and she reminded her that work is not a wolf and does not run away to the forest. Considering it wrong to think about joyless things on a wonderful evening, the beauty with red hair offered to have a good night. Having agreed on this, Chin Ying promised not to return home sober, and the friends shivered with their glasses. The girls' glasses were filled with a pleasant-looking drink, and several bottles of alcohol were prepared for them in a special bucket. Chin Ying, who was drunk, rejoiced at her friend's understanding, recalled how her family had forced her to marry, and how hard she had endured the gossip of her relatives. A friend with a smile understands everything that is painful It is very insulting and suggested that the girl have another drink with her in this institution. Raising their glasses, both girls decided to drink to the bottom and then emptied the devices. The volume of alcohol consumed affected the vigor of the beauties. After a few moments, they closed their eyes and almost fell asleep. After hugging each other, Chu Qinying and her friend hugged each other. Then they headed out after drinking too much alcohol today. After a while, the red-haired lady helped Ying, who was barely able to stand, up the stairs. The door was opened by a young man partially hidden by a shadow. It was the villain Liu Minghao with his scary smile. Taking Qinying by the shoulders, the guy led her towards the round sofa. Her friend stood behind the guys and looked at them. When Minghao laid the unconscious girl on the bed, he smiled viciously again, asking her not to be angry with him. The lady who had been drinking heavily in the bar was lying in her revealing clothes, almost defenseless in front of this terrible man. Liu wondered who had asked her not to marry an asshole, so now she left Minghao no choice. The villain's harassment of the unconscious girl was recorded by a camera, and suddenly there was a knock on the door. The guy who had just started undressing Qinying turned around viciously at the loud knock, not knowing who it could be. A woman's voice announced a gift for Liu, and he thought of a certain lady who wanted to make some extra money, but it was worth it. Qin Lie was standing outside the door, and he was smiling now, but this emotion didn't do Liu any good. Surprised by the appearance of his opponent, Minghao didn't understand how he ended up here at such a time. Seeing where Qin Lie was looking, the villain immediately began to calm him down. Because everything is not so true and he did not understand correctly, he decided to take care of the drunk girl. Instead of words, Li delivered a powerful blow to the opponent, who instantly flew away in the direction of the sofa where the girl was lying. Liu Minghao wasn't feeling well. His face was showing a lot of pain, and now he was coughing up blood after being defeated. Full of hatred, Qin Lie walked up to him and leaned down to ask him how he preferred to die now. Falling to his knees, the pathetic villain crawled at the feet of the winner and begged for mercy. He is ready to disappear forever if he does not have time to blink an eye. As Qin stared at the unconscious Ying, Hao continued to plead. He didn't need much now. Coolly, Qin Lie demanded that the enemy leave so that he wouldn't be here in the slightest, and Minghao carefully thanked the gracious young man. The villain seemed to be heading towards the exit, but he continued to smile maliciously as if he still wanted to deal damage to the opponent. Throwing a knife at Li, Ming wanted to kill the one who had let the bastard go twice. But now Qin is asking Hao to take the blame. With a deft gesture, Qin Lie brought the needle to the villain's vital organs and pierced them mercilessly, making it impossible for him to move normally. Liu Minghao was lying on the floor, foaming at the mouth, the knife lying nearby, and Li was going to watch the enemy sing now after such damage. With a powerful kick, Qin threw his opponent out of the room, where Qin Ying's red-haired friend was sitting unconscious near the door. As he closed the door, Li looked over to where his wife lay, and was glad of all the accidents that had happened today. Now the guy needed to return to the full creation of his wife, and he again used his magical energy. She had already moved on to Chu Qinying herself, who barely sighed when the young man barely pierced her beautiful arm with a magic needle. Noticing the half-open eyes of his wife, the husband noted the return of consciousness of the lady and asked her how she was feeling, and she said the first words about her health. Suddenly seeing who was in front of her, the girl opened her eyes wide in surprise, as if the guy wanted to hurt her. Chu Qinying slapped the innocent Qin Lie's face hard with her hand and called him a dirty brute. Glancing at the lady from under his brows, the guy told how he saved her. But by the end, everything was already mixed up in his head. The lady herself did not really understand his words. Covering herself with her hands, the still not fully sobered-up girl shouted that no one would believe this fairy tale told by him. The unfairly slandered guy had to look down and walk out of the room, even though he really saved the lady. As Li opened the door to the room, he reminded her that he hadn't done anything to her, and Chu Qinying was free to believe him or not. When the door closed on the corridor side, the angry girl threw a pillow at it and continued to insult the innocent guy. Left alone, Chu Qinying began to whimper, and at that moment, she was captured by a nearby video camera. Turning her head in her direction, the girl looked in surprise at this black gadget fixing her. Li sat down on a street bench, but he wasn't alone. There were several other people nearby, and his phone rang. A female voice was asking Mr. Qin, and he recognized a new acquaintance, Leah Wang, who wanted something from the guy at such a late hour. After reminding Li about the wonderful cream from the young man, the lady is ready to buy more of this medicine. If Qin still has it, it has greatly transformed her skin, making it soft. A smile appeared on the young man's face. He will now return home and prepare something for the girl, but he does not know how much she needs. Liu wants 200 cans and is willing to give 2 million. Chin doesn't need that much. The supplies cost a penny, but the lady wants to spend the money to open the guy's clinic. The young doctor smiled with a cheerful smile and sincerely thanked Lord Liu Wang for his incredibly kind words. Chuxin Ying sat proudly alone in her bedroom and looked at the clock that showed 1 o'clock in the morning. It's already so late, and Li isn't here yet. The sobered girl hugging her remembered how much she offended her husband, and he is clearly extremely angry now. Finally, the door opened a crack, and Qin Li, who had received a hand punch from his consort not long ago, entered the room. The silence was broken by Chuxin Ying, who asked the young man if he had just returned, but the young man remained silent for now. In response, Li mentioned that he had some business to attend to, and Ying remarked resentfully that he hadn't warned her about it at all. The poor guy looked at the girl out of the corner of his eye with some sadness, but decided not to parry her verbal attack with anything. Realizing the inadequacy of her behavior, Chu Qingying tried to explain herself for her actions today. Today she was a little wrong, as Qin Li, who doesn't turn to face the girl, is sure of. Still holding the pillow as if it was protecting Chu Qingying from some evil, the lady suggested that she had been fired from the company where she worked. Unable to contain her emotions, Ying called Li and Liu Wang, an inseparable couple who often worked on new projects, so they would force her to leave. Turning his gaze to his wife, the young man wants to ask her what this has to do with Chu Qingying's dismissal. Evil Ying believes that it is right, because in case of resignation, who will take care of their family? She will not immediately find a new company to work for. Walking over and sitting down on the sofa, Li reminded the lady about the healing of the old man, Mayor Liu Zheng's father, and then his son, and received a gift in the form of his own clinic. Li will be able to earn money by healing the sick, and Ying can help him with the clinic's affairs if he wants, so there is no reason to worry. Overly surprised by the news about the opening of the clinic, Ying immediately assumed that the guy intended to calm her down in this way. Climbing the stairs to the second floor, Li asks his wife to think carefully about everything. The opening of the hospital is very soon. He is not in a hurry. In her mind, the girl thanked Qin Li for his concern. She clearly didn't understand something, but Ying needed to apologize to the young man. The next morning, a certain girl knocked loudly on the door from the house and demanded Qin Ying to let her in as soon as possible. The knock woke up Qin Li, who was walking towards the door, yawning and suspecting that nothing good would happen there. Reaching for the door handle, the guy even suggested that it might be her, the same lady. It was Qin Li and Yin Ying's classmate Tan Ji Ding, her best friend, and she was demanding that the guy who was examining her invite the young lady into the house. Pointing her finger at Li, Tang didn't understand how Ying had married such a clumsy man. It was like throwing a beautiful rose in the dung. This Qin was still far from his wife. Thinking back to her student days when Tang Jiding was unbearable, Li realized that it wasn't good for her to be brought here this early in the morning. Standing by the open door, Tang called out loudly for Qin Ying to come down and let them go shopping. Very soon, they were driving in a car over a long and large bridge that connected the city through a water channel. Li sat dejectedly at the wheel. Ying asked where they were going, and Tang Jiding was sure that her friend already knew. They soon arrived at the city's tallest tower, according to Tang, where only a select few can receive an invitation to the auction. The tower security inspector was examining the ticket, and Tan pointed out the driver who was also passing with them. For Jiding, the most amazing thing is the blind auction of precious stones. After ordering, you can find out the price, which may be more expensive than the lot, but really lose everything. There weren't very many people in the hall. Beautiful girls were serving wine in glasses, and the host gave the fifth stone to number 3. According to Tang, the entire elite of the city suggested that Qin Li buy a stone for his wife, and the young man decided to follow the advice of his wife's friend. A new lot was announced in the form of a hermit stone, and people began to offer from 5 to 10,000 for it. Tan pointed to the jewel, but Li only yawned. Suddenly, the boy saw something that made him very excited, and he completely forgot about the hermit being put up for auction. He was heading towards a large wooden box that contained many gray stones, which was glowing with a light purple light. With his eyes wide open, Qin stared at all this, and suddenly felt the energy of the stone resonate with his own body. The host received an offer to sell the hermit for 200,000 instead of 100, and Tan reminded Ying of just the kind of stone she wanted, so long as Li didn't give her a fake. But if he tried, then Chu Qingying should tell Tang right away. But at that moment, the good doctor's consort suddenly felt cold. Turning to the right, the two girls were surprised to notice the absence of their companion, who should have been nearby. Li asked if it was possible to buy the same stone, and found out from the employee that such a stone costs 100 yuan. It is rejected material, bought as a joke. Running his hands through his pockets, Chin tried to find some small change that he thought might have been lost there. After placing the money he found on a tray for the auction employee, Lee asked her to help him break the stone he needed. Qin Ying and Tang Jiding noticed the guy, and the latter did not doubt that Lee wanted to pick through the waste. Holding Qin Ying's hand, Tang shouted about the pig that found the swamp everywhere, alluding to Lee, who also talked about the clinic. While Tang was accusing Qin Li of trying to cheat Ying with this cheap item, the auction employee examined the emerald in the stone under a microscope. Startled by the discovery, the woman shouted about it almost to the whole hall, and Ying and Tan were equally surprised. The other customers, including the gentleman in the suit, marveled at the appearance of the emerald in the pile of discarded stones. Someone dreamed of exactly this. Someone demanded to skip it to the stones and spend their money on this product. Lee, who was holding the stone, was surrounded by a girl offering 30,000 and herself, and a man offering 50,000 and any girl. The same gentleman intervened, saying the sum of 5 million. It could be the Yangcheng Jasper King, Big Boss Tang. Tang Jiding's father, a famous jeweler, smiled busily and offered the young man to give him the stone for 5 million. But Lee bought the stone for his wife, so you have to ask her. Jiding has never seen such an expensive nugget. Her father does not throw words to the wind. For the first few moments, Qin Ying simply stared at the expensive gift from her husband and remained silent, as if she couldn't speak. To her friend's surprise, Ying does not mind selling the jeweler a stone. It is an honor for her. Mr. Tang is an expert in his field and has no equal in Yangcheng. Laughing, Big Boss Tang praised the girl for her ability to speak well and was willing to write a check for the precious emerald. While the others were wondering how they had missed such a value, Boss Tang asked Lee how he had seen this value, since even the jeweler hadn't done it. Qin Li lowered his eyes and casually called the stone a very ordinary one, without any special features. While people were still wondering how the guy had selected the stone, Qin Ying reminded them that he had chosen this particular stone, so he didn't have to tell the boss about it. As the guests of the auction thought, the boy made a mistake, but the big boss helped him out and asked him to respect the secrets of the master, while the jeweler had the stone. Tang Jiding noted how the price had skyrocketed for the first time in a blind auction, and even though her father was grumbling for nothing, it didn't matter. And suddenly the nugget snapped in half, now worthless, and Tan couldn't believe what had happened, so she turned to her father. The big boss laughed. He hadn't made a mistake from the start and invited Qin Li to go to the goldsmith's shop if he decided to, since the Tang know a lot about stones. Turning to Mr. Tan, the guy wanted to say something, but the man interrupted him and asked him not to rush. First, think about everything well, and we'll give an answer next time. When the father and daughter were leaving, Jiding held his hand and thought that he had already thought of everything beforehand. Tang laughed and confirmed the girl's words. Qin Ying and Qin Li were driving home together in their car at a high speed, speeding along the smooth road. Without turning to look at her husband, the girl wants to know what it was at the auction. Lee reminded him about reading books and studying at the university. The outraged beauty assumes that Qin Li has deceived her before. Otherwise, why would he pretend to be mute for so many years? The guy didn't have a quick answer to this verbal attack yet. He just looked at the road ahead and didn't say anything. A long-haired old man with a gray mustache and a raincoat was relieved and coughed as if something was bothering him. He asked the glorious young man to read this book, and in 10 years' time, he would have no equal among mortals. But one must live in asceticism to cultivate the chi energy. This will forever determine the fate of the young man, and the sage would like to be with him when the young man's lucky star lights up. The old man started saying his goodbyes, and the car manager, Qin Li, told the girl that he wasn't cheating, but was actually mute. But Ying didn't want to listen to her husband, so don't let him talk if he doesn't want to. But why did he marry her? Finally, Qin Li turned his gaze slightly towards Qin Ying and decided to remind her of everything that had happened between them before. Once Li insulted a bully and mockingly poured a bowl of soup on him, asking if he was good or not, continuing to mock the unfortunate man. Suddenly, Qin Ying came over and broke the villain's arm, getting angry and shouting at the crowd of guys who were bullying the weak one. Thinking back to that scene in the car, Qin Ying calmed down as she realized that she really did remember everything from the past of their relationship. With a pleasant smile on his face, Qin Li mentioned how he was over the moon when Ying offered to marry her after graduating from university. But in the next moment, the poor youth's eyes became sad again, because this marriage was always just a fiction. With a strong look of surprise on her face, the girl wanted to know the reason why the guy did not hate her. With a glance at his wife, Qin Li denies it. How can he hate her after everything he's been through with her? The Chu family did not particularly offend the young man, and in his heart, he always considered Ying to be his own wife. At this time, the girl herself was looking down in embarrassment with her hands on her head, and she didn't understand why cute Qin Li was talking about this. So embarrassed, the couple rode in the car in silence for some time, not saying a single word. Qin Li, as if he wasn't quite sure, recalled the opening of his clinic the other day and invited his wife to the event. Ying was amazed, thinking that the guy was joking, and this was real, but he should understand that healing people is not so easy. Looking at the road, Qin Li called healing people his life's work and asked the girl not to worry about it. Ying turned away and angrily demanded that he get it straight into his head that no one would go to jail for him if he messed up, and Li immediately agreed with her. Glancing at the guy out of the corner of her eye, she thought he was stupid if Li didn't realize that Chu Qin Ying was really worried about him. At the opening of the Yin and Yang Treatment Center, fireworks boomed and a sufficient number of people gathered to wish the institution well. The interior was sparsely populated, and only a few residents of the city decided to go inside and look at everything. Calling Chu's son-in-law wonderful, the lady does not know when he will have time to examine the patients. The lady's companion agreed with her. The opening of the hospital seems to him a hoax. Chu Ding asks not to worry about his talented son-in-law, who saved the mayor's family and gave him a clinic, so you can't resist such a gift. The evil Cheng Wen approached Qin Li and accused him of being vain. Allegedly, the gay turned up his nose a lot, opened the hospital, as if he was tired of living. Indifferently turning to the opponent, the guy said that he did not understand the difference between a hospital and tired of living. The villain asked Li not to forget that the land of the healer is in the Department of Vienna, and last time the guy made a fool of a relative in the mayor's office. At that moment, Mayor Liu Zheng entered the hall with his sister, who were congratulating their savior and carrying bags and packages in their hands. The man and woman who had taunted Qin Li were now amazed at the appearance of such distinguished guests in the new clinic. Cheng Wen was also surprised, because last time the mayor raised a glass to Qin Li, and today he came to congratulate him on the hospital. They clearly have something in common. According to the companion Liu Zheng, Qin Li looks very good in his already clinic. The guy greeted the people who entered and offered to come to him. Chu Xinying slammed the book behind her desk and was displeased. Her husband had been singing like a nightingale before, but now he was full of water. While these events were taking place in the treatment center, near the Yin and Yang Treatment Center itself, someone shouted and asked to save his son. Qin Li, along with the others, were looking towards the exit in surprise, and Mayor Liu Zheng couldn't understand what kind of shouts were coming from the street. There, surrounded by people, an unhappy father was kneeling on the ground, holding his son Ho Bo, whose face was terribly blue. Qin Li, who was shouting that he was a doctor, pushed his way through the wall of witnesses to the father and son, who was foaming at the mouth. The poor boy really suffered, calling for help from his father and coughing, trying to get rid of the terrible vomiting. One of the women considered it necessary to take the sick boy to the hospital, and the man was not sure of the ability to recognize a strange ailment, because this is not a cold. The girl next to Cheng Wen gloats with Qin Li, who is so well off, and Wen himself glares angrily as his enemy is knocked out of the situation. The unfortunate parent begged the doctor to save his son. Qin Li is ready to do it and asked to take the boy to the hospital. Inside, people surrounded Qin Li, who laid the little patient on the couch where his poor father was grieving. He took the child by the hand and checked his pulse, using his miraculous magical energy to help bring the sick to their feet. Through the tissues of the human body, the energy reached the boy's stomach, from which a black substance was emanating. Raising his head, Qin Li informed the boy's father that the patient was extremely intoxicated and wanted to know his recent menu. Answering the doctor's question about his son's diet, the father scratched his head and remembered the neighbor who looks after the boy when she is free. Earlier, a woman who shouted on the street about the need to bring the boy to the hospital now accused the father of irresponsibility when he gave his son to neighbors. The unfortunate man, clenching his fists, sobbed and talked about the death of his wife and his 2 jobs so that his son could save up for school. Looking at the coughing patient, Li saw a black energy in him, a child on the verge of death, although the symptoms are similar to poisoning. The man with the beard shouted about Qin Li's purchase of a university diploma and the audacity to open a clinic, after which others called him a fraud and demanded documents. Shouting hooligans demanded to let them in immediately and take the unfortunate boy to a normal clinic. At this unpleasant situation for the young doctor, the villain Cheng Wen and his girlfriend only laughed maliciously, rejoicing in the youth's misfortune. His consort looked at Qin Li with some embarrassment, as if she wanted to say something very necessary to him right now. Rising to his feet, the boy's father screamed and accused Lee of hiding the alleged truth. He would not allow him to harm his unfortunate child. The young man did not remain in debt and pointed out the very poor condition of a sick patient when every second is precious for his treatment. When the boy coughed up a black substance at that moment, Chin Lee looked at him and started to act decisively. Lee told everyone to move quickly, and his sobbing father begged Hu Bo not to frighten him so much during this terrible episode for a man. Closing his eyes, Chin Lee glowed with his powerful energy and armed himself with several needles at once, using which he treated previous patients. Everything that exists is hidden in the meridians that connect the universe. 5 sense organs ensure the functioning of the body, and 1 protects the energy channels that feed the spirit. One by one, Chin Lee released needles equipped with magic energy to bring the unfortunate patient back to life. They hit the acupuncture points of the sun and moon, guiding star Shangxing, Lord of the Sky Time, spheres of heaven, Huagai, and Venus. In the process of therapy, the boy's cheeks were filled with a black substance, and in the next moment, he finally vomited all the filth out. The father hugged his son and asked him for forgiveness, calling himself negligent, and the boy cleared his throat. He is very hungry and ready to eat even an elephant. The man hugging the offspring was happy. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he is glad to hear such words of the recovered boy and wants to buy him something to eat. Lee packed the drugs, the crisis is over, and now the father and son can safely go to the hospital and conduct the necessary tests. Clutching his hands to his chest, the crying father thanked Chin Lee and called him their savior and healer from God. In the audience, one of the girls perceived Lee as a fraud, and he showed this. A certain guy also could not believe it, but the doctor saved the child. While everyone was admiring the boy's treatment, someone slammed his fist on the wall, calling the good Chin Lee a sculptress. The evil Ming Hao did not believe that his enemy would pull the patient out of the world. He and his accomplices poisoned the boy in vain, and now Lee is glorified. The old man with the beard reminded me of the one who has patience. Let him find it, so let Lee flounder some more. A man ran out of the clinic and down the dark street, telling his grandmother over the phone about a real and responsible healer. After opening the back door of the clinic, Chin Lee complained of being extremely tired. He wanted to close everything and go home as soon as possible. But something was happening in the bushes near the trees. A strange light appeared there, and the young man turned his attention to it. A certain girl was standing behind one of the trees in a training outfit, holding a bloody sword in her hands. When she left her secret place and entered an open clearing, Chin Lee inquired about her possible intention to visit one of his patients. Suddenly, a woman with dark blood spurts on her face lunged at Lee with a knife, and he tried to stop her, reminding her of his medical profession. The unknown woman did not manage to cause fatal damage to the guy because she suddenly fell to the ground to his surprise and lay without signs of life. Looking at the woman, Chin Lee held his head and thought that he was stuck in his facility all night due to the arrival of a new patient. With careful movements, the young doctor placed the injured woman on the hospital couch, which he carried in his arms from the street. A moment later, a scarred woman with a bandaged arm was lying on the bed, and Chin Lee picked up his phone that suddenly rang. Chu Chin Ying, who was lying on her bed at home, heard the voice of her husband who had received a patient from the phone, and the girl wants to know whether to wait for him in the evening. After some hesitation, the talented doctor still asked his wife not to expect him today. He will spend the night in his hospital. Puffing out her cheeks, the girl with an evil expression on her face was looking at the screen of her smartphone, on which she had just spoken with her own spouse. While carrying a box of medical supplies, Chin Lee didn't hear his wife's aggressive suggestion to stay in the hospital. Then he picked up the gadget and wearily thought about the need to buy something for his beloved, who was now at home. The box contained the same needles, jars, and boxes of medicines, and on the iron board were medical devices. As Chin Lee used the scissors to cut the rope with the amulet that was around the stranger's neck, he thought of something strange. Carefully examining the amulet with a gilded insert, the healer was very surprised to recognize it as an army badge. Chin Lee was surprised and couldn't understand how a representative of the 19th Special Forces unit had ended up in his clinic. There are people in these troops who specialize exclusively in stealing intelligence. There are those who are engaged in hacking military equipment, and there are also specialists in secretly influencing public opinion. But the members of the 19th Squad are exceptional and one of a kind. Being at the head of a small group of black-clad fighters, a strong girl was on the roof of a tall building. To complete the next task, they all went down, but in the process, the guys were waiting for unpleasant news. A certain man from today released the 19th Squad from service. This brought the girl almost into shock, and she did not know why they did it. When she woke up in the hospital clinic, she stared ahead in horror and then sighed, realizing that she was still alive. There was a knock from Chin Lee, who was happy for her to wake up. and the patient asked the guy if it was he who saved her. Removing the miracle ointment from the container back into the envelope, Lee said that in a few more minutes it would have been over, and the lady would not have been saved. Looking down at her hand, the scarred and bruised girl had to agree with him. With great effort, she managed to get out of the hospital bed, but she twisted her face in discomfort. While tying up the envelopes, Chin-Li wants to know about the patient's next move as she walks towards the exit. Having already left the hospital ward, the girl realized that she had no one to deceive, nowhere to go, because she did not have a stake or a yard. Walking to the curtained window, the talented healer told her about the vacancy of an assistant and asked her opinion about it. With one deft movement, Lee opened the curtains and let the room shine with bright sunlight, as it was already a new day. Startled, the patient glanced at the young man and didn't know if he was serious or not. Looking at the streetscapes, Chin doesn't mind hiring a girl, and even if it doesn't guarantee millions, it will be enough for her to live on. As she continued to stare at Chin-Li in surprise, she wanted to know the reason behind her rescuer. After all, her fate now belonged to him. An exhausted lady from the 19th Special Forces Squad is ready to do anything to help the healer and is ready to go through fire, water, and copper pipes. While the guy was asking the girl to go back to the ward and recover, a wild cry was heard about the requirement for Chin-Li to open the door. Tang Ji-ding, who burst into the room, was excited and held 2 red tickets in her hands, asking Chin-Li to definitely go somewhere with her. The healer thought the girl hit her head, but she thinks he's crazy. Dean is here for the opportunity to call a young man on behalf of the family to participate in the Big Jasper Games. Less words and more action, Tan tugging on the guy's tie, and he's surprised by her appearance for the sake of inviting him only to the games. There were many locals gathered in the huge city square where the main blind gem auction was being held. Tang Jiding immediately called out to her father, a well-known jeweler in the city, as she continued to drag Chin-Li, who was tired from the night before. The cheerful man laughed again, shook the guy's hand, and didn't even expect him to show up at the event. Holding the back of his head, the young doctor smiled innocently. He didn't expect that Mr. Tang was waiting for him here. Dismissing the courtesy, the jeweler expressed the hope of seeing Chin-Li as a columnist at the auction, which should not disturb his plans at all. The healer received a hint from Tang to give him advice. The jeweler saw the young man's abilities with his own eyes. His help at the auction would not hurt. There was a green dragon raffle. Today, the auction was divided into an auction and a sculpture. The winner will get everything, including the most expensive gambling champion stone. Mr. Tang had specially selected Lao Hu, Wang Chao, and Zhao Lian for Li's team, and now he wished them no fluff. Tang Jiding feels that her father is spending a lot of money for the auction, and she is sure that the guys will get rich if they even make it to the top 3. If Chin-Li helps Mr. Tang take first place, then the generous man will give the guy 10% of his jewelry empire. In a whisper, Jiding promised to still offer something to the young man. Even if it wasn't successful, she was a friend of his wife, Ji Ying. Chin-Li, who seemed indifferent to everything, still promised to do everything possible for him to successfully play at the auction. A lot of people at this time focused on the main hall, where the leading draw of today's event was held. As Li looked at the stone with a smile, Wang Chao ironically doubted his age for being able to choose these cobblestones on his own, smiling in the same tone, as if the embarrassed guy called himself a novice, but very lucky in this case. As Xiaolin handed the gold card to Li, he reminded him about spending a lot of money to participate, and the guy only plays buryoki. Picking up the map with a more serious face, the young man inquired about the number of millions given to him. Lao Hu grinned, and Wang Chao mockingly doubted whether Li had enough money. 1,000 would be enough for him, otherwise the guy's hands would be raking in. Leaving with the others, Wang Chao believes that this amount is just what Chin-Li deserves, and he has no chance today. The young man looked closely at the gold bank card, as if he wanted to feel its monetary energy well in order to gain good luck. When the young man approached the mountain of lots in the form of seemingly unremarkable stones, it was as if his eyes were split by their abundance. Suddenly, the talented person's attention was drawn to a single stone, and Chin-Li almost screamed, which might have aroused the suspicions of the other participants. Among the other specimens, a vibrant stone with a band tied with the number 2000 stood out well. While the astonished Chin-Li was thinking about such unusual turns, a girl who asked a certain gentleman what kind of stone he wanted to buy passed by. Li stared in surprise at the trio of his companions pushing a cart full of cobblestones, confident of winning quickly and getting at least $5 million for a pebble. One of the sales staff members turned to Chin-Li with a big smile, calling him master while the guy was still looking around. As if he had woken up from his beauty's exclamation, Qin Li looked at the girl and quickly agreed to take the stone to participate in the auction. He handed her the same gold bank card with the $50,000 he'd assumed would be enough for this purchase. Mr. Qin was approached by his new acquaintances, which caused him to feel a sense of bewilderment. Wanting to find out what kind of place Li was applying for, Zhao Lin noticed a good stone from the guy. This caused a grin from Wang Chao. Lao Hu asked to be careful not to buy a pebble. Breathing in the smoke from his cigar, Zhao Lin advised Qin Li to quickly go home from disgrace, as Tang Ji would definitely not be happy with such a choice. The guy does not understand what the problem is, because he bought the stone, and what will take place in the final result, it is not their concern. Mr. Tang himself invited Li. He did not ask for it. As he approached the members of his new team, Jeweler Tan was busily rubbing his mustache and reminding the men of their choice. Speaking to Mr. Tang, Zhao Lin expressed his confidence in acquiring the best stone, and he would guarantee that they would be ranked at least third. Finally, the Tang will take its rightful place, and at first glance, according to the jeweler, the stone chosen by Qin Li is very good. With the young lady, the rich man Tian Song came up to Tan, reminding him how last time the winning stone was stolen from under the jeweler's nose, and he was back at auction. Dissatisfied with the appearance of a rival in finance, Tan considers all this definitely not the concerns of the evil rich Tian Song. In response, the man with the gold chains around his neck only laughed, as if he felt a clear advantage over Tan. Looking at Qin Li, Song laughed with Tan, who seemed to be forced to take the first comers to the team, as if there were no normal people left at all. Tian advises Tan to get out of here, so at least he will keep his self-respect. He is no longer welcome in Wuhan and asked to pack up his things and go home. After asking Mr. Tang not to get started, Zhao Lin urged them to entrust this matter to him and recommended that the boss say that Qin Lim's boyfriend was simply forced on them. In the big hall, a girl in a stylish outfit performed in front of a crowd of people and asked for attention from ladies, gentlemen, guests, and team members. The charming host of this evening, Fragile Xing, has announced that their competition in the form of an auction is open to everyone present. As she continued to get the crowd going, Sin deliberately asked people if they knew the winner, asking them about their bets because there were only a few minutes left. Mr. Tang was talking to a new member of his team, Qin Li, and wanted to know where the stone that the young man had chosen to bid on was. Approaching the boss, the talented young man opened the box he had brought with him and showed the same stone in a wrapper. The rest of the team members laughed. Zhao Lin called the lot a bad thing for 20,000 that can't be shown, and Wang Chao felt bad. Tang is disappointed to spend so much money on buying junk, and the man thinks of Qin Li as too young, even though the jeweler saw it with his own eyes. The host's vision blurred when the first player had a green insert made of glass, and she saw the next stone in the form of an imperial green core. The stunned audience began to name their sums of money, and figures of 35, 38.5 million and more were announced. Zhao Lin was unpleasantly surprised by what was happening. The game had just started, and the first bidder had given out such high bids at the auction. In the hot bidding, host Xing mentioned the leaders with 42, 52, and 63 million, then the final contestant Tang. The host announced Tang's team and their stones, and Zhao Lin rolled the cart that contained 2 large glowing stones. While sawing, the man only thought about the green color, mentally hoping that this particular color would be inside the cobblestone. Qin Li, who was sitting next to Mr. Tang, was thinking about the few millions and thought it was more appropriate to just burn the money. The jeweler, Zhao Lin, Wang Chao, Lao Hu, Fragile Xing, and the other people in the audience were all thrilled to see what was happening on the podium. But the exultation was short-lived because the shattered stone, on which there were so many hopes, turned out to be empty. Startled by what he saw, Zhao Lin couldn't believe it. This dummy is worth 5 million, but it's impossible. To the others, it seemed that Mr. Tang's biggest failure was approaching, but if you look at it this way, it was definitely a unique day for him. Even host Sin, disappointed in the unfortunate jeweler and his team, could not have imagined that the stone they purchased would turn out to be a dummy. Poor Tang closed his eyes and put his hands to his head, and already thought that it was all over for him at the auction. Suddenly, the host shouted into the microphone, reminding him of another rock, and Qin Li stepped forward, holding the same box in his hands. Tang, who had lost faith in his own victory, almost cried, and begged the young man not to embarrass himself even more. Without listening to his employer, the talented healer began sawing the last remaining stone in full view of the entire audience present. When Li pointed out the inside of the stone, Xing was delighted with the imperial green color, even though it was an unremarkable-looking stone. The audience had written Tang off for nothing, and the 3 of his assistants, including Zhou Lin, were envious of Chin Li, who was very lucky with $20,000 to buy. The mustache-tying master jeweler was already regretting that he had not invested everything in Chin Li at the auction at once, because he would have been a champion. After shouting, Xing pointed at Li, who was cutting the stone, thinking that the boy was crazy, and Mr. Tang asked the young man to stop immediately. All of a sudden, the young man's boss was in shock, his face showing extreme astonishment, as if the man had seen something completely unexpected. The incredibly contented young man held in his own hands the two halves of a single stone that shone like the brightest star in the universe. No one could believe what they were seeing, and Chin Li was showing everyone at the auction a strange statuette inside the stone. Sin recognized the Jasper statue and announced the discovery of a bloodstone in the nugget, which in the past was worth up to 1 billion. Hearing the words of the host, the audience in the hall almost exploded with amazement. All this seemed impossible to people. With a look typical of winners, the guy looked at the head of Tan, showed him the very sculpture, and he chose it. Startled, Xing called it a rare piece of jasper, and it would take thousands of years to form a nugget, and a single glance would tell you that this stone has no equal. Meanwhile, the excited audience in the hall was offering sums of 900 million, 1 billion, and 1,200 million for the stone. On the upper balcony, a young man said admiringly that not everyone can boast of the opportunity to see such a stone at least once in their life. Behind him, an old man with long gray hair covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed. Frightened, the guy ran up to his grandfather, considering his symptoms more and more aggravated. But the old man explained this by the peculiarities of the health of the elderly. It is not known how long he will live. While the grandson was interested in the health of his sick grandfather, a hammer was struck in the hall, and the unique stone was sold for 2 billion. Fragile Xing congratulated Tang Ding from the bottom of her heart on the $2 billion deal and winning the title of champion of today's competition. Jeweler Tang was cheering with his daughter. Chin Li was standing next to him, and the audience could not imagine a 2 billion deal, but what happened opened their eyes to a lot of things. Mr. Tang spoke to Chin Li, who was standing with his back to him, clearly having something important to say to the talented young man. With a bow, Tang thanked Li for today from the bottom of his heart, because if it wasn't for Chin, the man's company would have been a complete failure, and asked for forgiveness for his disbelief. Smiling, the young man informed the man about the importance of his words to Qin Liao, and the young man himself did not hold any grudges against him. Twisting his mustache, Tan asked the assistant to accept the full amount of the deal to sell the Jasper nugget as an apology. The young healer, who had not expected this at all, looked at Mr. Tang with a frightened expression, as if he was trying to refuse such a generous gift. Tang Jiting had declared her unwillingness to accept his objections, and from now on he was welcome. And after the triumph, the glory of the Tang would fly far away, so the prize belonged to Li. Suddenly, men in matching suits approached from behind the guy while he was talking to the Tans and politely greeted him. One of them stepped forward and handed Li an invitation from the competition organizer, to Mr. Zhang, who respectfully asked the young man to pay a visit to his family. Taking the letter into his own hands, Qin Li read the words about the invitation for him from the Zhang family in Wuhan City and Zhang Jun personally. As Qin Li rode in the car on the way to the hospitable host's house, he read Zhang Jun's name again and couldn't remember it, but they finally arrived. On his way to the door of the Zhang family's house, Tang's victorious Qin was surprised by the luxury, and his guide telephoned to announce Li's arrival. As he walked through the mansion, the guy looked around in amazement, looking at the paintings on the wall, and the guard called him Mr. Qin and asked him to come here. Knocking on the door of the room, the employee announced to the owner and the arrival of the guest who became known. It was opened by Zhang Jun Jr., who had been present at the auction earlier, who was waiting impatiently for Mr. Qin with his family, asking them to pass quickly and make themselves at home in the room. The old man Zhang Jun Sr. was sitting in a wheelchair, and his grandson was delighted with the guest who had performed a miracle at the auction. Li thought it was all a joke. He was flattered by the invitation, but he suspected that the host had something important to do, to which Jun laughed. He had a request out of curiosity. Recalling how Qin continued to cut the stone after discovering the emerald, Junior Jun wondered if the guest knew that there was a nugget hidden inside or not. When Qin Li first picked up the stone, he felt a special warmth and realized its value, so he continued to cut, wanting to recognize its structure. Jun Jr. understood the young man's motives and was about to invite him to help him find the Jasper again, but suddenly the old man coughed. Without replying to the young landlord, Qin Li's face changed and he looked extremely serious at this elderly man in a wheelchair. Noticing how intently the guest was looking at him, the unfortunate Jun Sr. assumed that Qin Li had discovered something strange about the old man. Without taking his eyes off this man, the healer came to the conclusion that a complete cure was unlikely. The disease was too advanced. With a rueful expression on his face, Jungjun Sr. tried to smile and noted the guest's knowledge of medicine, although who would have thought that? After mentioning the recent opening of his small clinic in the city, Chinli offered to take the old man's pulse if he didn't mind. The elderly man's grandson is surprised by his medical knowledge, and the grandfather reminded him about visiting all the luminaries of medicine and does not mind being examined by Chinli. Using his energy, as in similar cases before, the young man took the elderly patient's hand to examine his health status. Almost in a trance, Chinli came to the conclusion that there was a very deep penetration of negative energy into Jungjun Sr.'s state. To help the unfortunate old man, the talented healer used his miraculous needles, which repeatedly put patients on their feet. An hour later, Chinli was still at the elderly man's side, trying to cure him with his method of applying magic energy. Outwardly, Jungjun Sr. even brightened up and no longer looked like a man living his last days on Earth. Raising his right hand, the man smiled and announced to everyone in the room that he was feeling better. Chinli was only able to suppress his illness for a short time, and to fully eradicate it, it is necessary to find the root cause in the master himself. While standing in front of his grandfather's wheelchair, Junior Jin said it was all purely his own concern, and the old man usually doesn't even go outside. After thinking about it, Chinli decided to ask a tactless question and asked the host if they had received any expensive gifts recently. Senior Jungjun was almost nervous at this question, and his grandson immediately told him about one such trinket. Lin pointed to a jade stand that had been delivered directly from the cemetery, and prolonged contact with such things can lead to fatal consequences. Horrified, the elderly man immediately understood why he felt the cold of the grave at night, although he could not even imagine anything like this. Realizing that his grandfather's illness is caused by this, Jun Jr. now does not know how to thank the healer. He is ready to thank him because he is already in debt, and it does not matter whether he finds the stone or not. She noted Mr. Jin's kindness, but saving people is the young man's job, and he will be happy to help find the stone. But immediately the gifted healer became serious and, holding up a finger, announced that he had one request. Jungjun Jr. asked the guest to speak immediately. His family will be honored to comply with the young man's request. Showing the owner of the house a picture, Chinli said that it shows his parents, who disappeared 10 years ago, and still nothing is known about their fate. Thinking about it, Jun Jr. began to understand the guest. Even if 10 years is a long time, they will need extra time, but the family will make every effort. The talented healer, who continues to remain serious, finds Jun's opinion of his problem very kind. At the same time, the guy relaxed and, with a smile, reminding the owner about his request regarding the search for Jasper, asks not to worry and promised to start right away. Jun Jr. thanked the guest from the bottom of his heart and asked him to accept a gift in the form of a card with the amount of 2 billion. This is in advance. As soon as possible, Jian will thank him in full. Shaking hands with Jun, Chinli promised to contact him immediately as soon as he found the stone, and the happy master thanked him again. When Chinli left, Jun became serious and made it impossible for them to achieve their former glory, so now they only have one last chance. The next day, Chinli finally returned to his clinic and rubbed his head as he prepared to provide medical treatment inside the facility. Just as he reached for the door handle, he was surprised to hear someone cheering when he, Mr. Chin, returned. The first patient was a short man with a stick who complained of persistent headaches that had recently appeared. With a good-natured tone, Chinli asked the man to accompany him to the ward, where he would definitely treat the unfortunate patient. Suddenly, near the building opposite, a certain guy announced the opening of the Tang Medical Center. Their descendant, Bo Huai Tang, will personally inspect all the sick and wretched. Standing at the table, and in the company of 2 girls, a crier announced a personal reception from Tang, urging not to miss such a chance with a quality guarantee from the center. The patient with the wand turned in the direction of the crier and expressed surprise at his own disbelief about the possibility of Mr. Tang being the first in the city. For the screaming guy, this is beyond doubt. In their family, the gift of healing has been passed on for more than 100 years, and other clinics can hardly boast of it. Hearing these words, the patient with a wand instantly went to the speaker and asked for a doctor's number, and the doctor appreciated the choice of the first patient. In the ear of the patient, the crier reported on the introduction of people in yin and yang, allegedly fuflamycin, and 2 days ago the messenger started running, but only returned. A second later, a stern Chinli stood in front of the terrified patient and speaker and accused him of slander, especially since he was already standing in front of them. The crier, who screamed out of fear, called Li Qin the healer and tried to justify himself by saying that he was telling Li what he had heard earlier. Bo Huaitang doesn't understand what they are making a fuss about and accused the competitor of indecent behavior for a real healer, advising them to be lenient. Having been a doctor for several decades, Tang met a young girl who considers herself an expert in Chinese medicine, and this is where their world is going. As if not noticing Qin Li, Bo Huaitang suggested that the patient go to the clinic. He would try to do something for him. The patient thanked him, although he did not want to bother the doctor. The man pointed out strange blisters on his head and did not know anything about the nature of the disease, but hoped for a healer who would cure him. When Bo Huaitang saw the terrible growths, he was mentally horrified. He did not understand what it was, since he had never seen anything like it in so many years. But in front of the patient, the healer smiled and assured that there was nothing complicated here. He would quickly cut out the ulcers and make the sick person happy. Raising his hand, Qin Li pointed out the need to operate on the old man's abscesses only with a fire needle if the doctor did not want to harm him. Angry healer Tang called himself the kind of healer who didn't need the advice of some yellow-cheeked youth and held the needle to the patient's head. A young colleague demanded to stop because a person suffers from a mutating herpes virus and such diseases cannot be removed, but Huai punctured the growth. Blood flowed from the wound, and the unfortunate patient collapsed on the floor, writhing in severe pain in his head in front of his unfortunate doctor. Panicked by what he saw, Bo Huaitang kept his eyes on the patient and didn't understand what was happening to him. Qin Li ran resolutely to help the injured man, demanding that the healer quickly get out of his way. Blocking his path with an outstretched hand, Tang called the victim his patient, to whom the yin and yang center has no rights. In response, the brave guy was forced to neutralize the nasty doctor, striking him on the cheek. As Tang crouched on the floor after an unexpected blow, the stern Qin Li said that patients are not toys, and after his words, it is difficult to count as a doctor. Using the magic-filled needle, the young man spoke negatively about the old fool Tang, who had punctured the place of evil energy. After starting the process of treating the old man with the blisters, Qin Li hoped with all his might that it wasn't all too late. Studying the human condition, the young doctor came to the understanding that everything is very bad, the virus has penetrated deep into the body, and it will not be easy to cure. In addition, because of the crooked-armed Tang with its needles, a serious illness subdued all the vital forces of the unfortunate patient. In this regard, Qin Li only had one option left, and that was the burning needle, the only one that could bring the patient to his feet. During the confrontation with the deadly virus, Qin Li managed to deliver a killing blow, causing the latter to let out an angry yell of defeat. Finally, the poor patient opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief, the terrible blisters disappearing from his shaven head. Turning to the side, Qin Li thought about how he had managed to shame the Chinese medicine luminary moments ago. The defeated Bo Huaitang at this time felt very angry and aggressively looked at the opponent who saved his patient. As Li led the sick man to his feet, Tang shouted, calling Qin a stupid boy, asking if he was weak to beat the medic in a fair fight. Qin Li turned to look at his opponent and asked him again, as if he didn't quite understand what the old man wanted him to do. The famous city healer Bo Huaitang mentioned the patient rescue competition with the same anger. When the old man suggested that the first person to make a mistake should end his medical practice forever, a strange black substance appeared between the healers. Looking at his opponent indifferently, Qin Li made a deal with him and accepted the challenge to participate in such a competition. The people gathered outside the Tang Medical Center couldn't understand why there were so many of them, but someone told them about the yin-yang competition with competitors. The two women who witnessed this event were shocked and understood the scale of this spectacle. A day passed and a dark evening came, and there were still many people at the entrance of Dr. Tang's treatment center. Bo Huaitang sat at the table in the presence of the assistant and listened to the gratitude of another patient for her treatment. The healer then saw a crowd near Qin and Yan, with one guy remembering the effective Li needles and the other admiring the doctor's divine treatment. Stroking his beard, Tang thought back to his 30 years of bending his back at work to heal at the level, and the young rival started yesterday and still no complaints. Closing his eyes, the disgruntled old man coughed and continued to pull at his beard, while his assistant watched in silence. Pressing his hands to his eyes, Bo Huaitang called for the next patient from the huge queue outside his treatment center. The doctor was very surprised when he greeted another patient with exactly the same disease as the elderly shaven-headed man. It was a lady in a red dress, surrounded by others who were eager to get help, complaining of dizziness and chest tightness. Sitting down on a chair in front of the doctor, the patient asked the doctor to take his hand and start the examination as soon as possible, as she felt unbearable. Qin Li closed his eyes and told her not to worry. He needed to take her pulse first. While the young talent was using magical energy, The patient pressed her finger on his hand and asked him to examine it very carefully. During the examination process, Chin Li concluded that the lady in red's pulse was beating strongly and her internal organs were not damaged. Suddenly, a strong shout came from Bo Huai Tang's medical clinic, and Chin and everyone else were forced to turn their attention there. Tang jumped to his feet and was agitated. A certain guy was lying on the floor and making inarticulate sounds, and the assistant doctor did not understand anything that was happening. Having bent over the patient, whose mouth began to foam, assistants decided to urgently take him to the hospital because of his poor condition. Bo Huai Tang, who was very angry, was just watching what was happening, and a girl was talking about the need for an urgent examination. She suggests leaving the Tang clinic for yin and yang because the Bo Huai Medical Center does not inspire confidence. When visiting the Qingli clinic, one family talked about the inability to rely on the Tang and considered it necessary to immediately turn to yin and yang. The lady in red, who overheard these words, closed her eyes, lost control of herself, and continuing to complain of pain in her head, began to fall down. In the next moment, the unfortunate patient collapsed on the floor, unconscious, and people around her demanded that the doctor look at the lady. Bo Huai Tang, who ran into yin and yang, was furious and shouted to Li that he was enjoying himself too early. The old man then reminded the young opponent if he couldn't cure the red-robed girl properly, then there would be a draw between them. Opening his box of medical instruments, Chin Li saw that there were many of the same needles that he had been working with. Thinking about using the largest size, the young man came to the need to carefully examine the unconscious patient again. Otherwise, if he pricked the wrong spot, he could leave the patient with the faintest smile on her face, crippled for the rest of her life. In reality, the lady heard and understood everything, mentally counting down from 3 to 1 and watching the doctor's actions through closed lids. Then she jumped up and called herself not a bit sick with an innocent face, laughing as she told how the Tang sent her to the clinic to see Chin Li. As the girl began to cry, Chin Li turned to Mr. Tang with a serious face and declared him the loser of their competition. Bo Huai is outraged by the words of his rival because the old man considers himself the most famous doctor in Yangcheng, and Liu Zheng himself bowed at his feet. Emphasizing the mention of the famous doctor, Chin Li asked him why Bo had decided to commit such meanness. Turning his back on the losing opponent, the young man considers him unworthy of the title of doctor. The vicious Huai Tang brandished his fists and promised the talented youth to remember all of this and ask for this humiliation when the right day came. When Chin Li came back, he took off his white coat and suddenly heard a question from a girl who wanted to know his opinion about her willingness to start working. Recognizing the woman's voice, the young man turned his head in his direction and inquired about the condition of the lady's earlier injury. She asked you not to worry about this, thanking you for your concern, but can be useful. Let only the boss say, and so the lady is ready. Looking gratefully at his new assistant, Chin Li asked her to start settling in slowly. Holding up a finger to focus on the question he needs, the guy wants to get help from the assistant in one case in the near future. Chin Li's mobile phone suddenly rang, and the guy started to take out a gadget from his pants pocket. After answering the phone, the young man heard a female voice who greeted him politely. A lady called about Mr. Jun's errand regarding the stones, and they expect a large shipment to arrive in Yangcheng after the weekend. But there was another matter, but it wasn't for a phone call. Chin Li's own interest was taken into account, and the girl hoped that she had managed to intrigue the guy. After hearing all this, the talented healer agreed to meet if the lady so ardently insists on her offer. A red-haired girl in a revealing outfit, after receiving the guy's consent, promised to send him the exact time and place on the phone. And in Bo Huai Tang's house, the TV announcer was talking about the medical arts competition between the great healers yesterday afternoon. After hearing about the Tang's defeat, their chief healer being forced to give up his practice, and being criticized by the hospital's medical staff, Bo Huai clicked on the remote. Furious, the old man broke his coffee cup, much to the horror of the staff, and demanded that the damn TV be turned off. Suddenly, someone outside the door apologized and asked if Healer Tang lived here. Dissatisfied with the recent defeat, Bo Huai flatly rejected it, saying that he did not live here and ordered the guest to get out of here. The man in a suit who was standing outside the door expressed an offer to help the losing old man and take revenge on Chin Li. Immediately getting up from his seat, Tang opened the door and looked at the newcomer in surprise, recognizing him immediately. While handing the owner of the house a piece of paper, the evil Liu Minghao pointed out that there was a plan in it and only Bo Huai Tang could carry it out. Amazed by what he read on the piece of paper, the elderly healer took this information as a recipe. And Chin Li had already offered the girl from the 19th squad that he had rescued to walk with him, which was the most important thing for her entire rehabilitation after her injury. Turning to his assistant, the young healer reminded her that there was a small matter that was meant for her. Pulling the hood over her head, the girl thanked Chin Li for his concern, but she is perfectly well and ready for any errands. Smiling sweetly, the guy good-naturedly informed about the need to just look after the apartment and nothing supernatural. At first, the boys were walking between the stalls in the city market and looking at the goods. Chin Li was more interested in this than his companion. Then he spoke to the girl called Liang Qing, and she turned her head to the side. Without looking at her companion, the doctor wants to know her age, from which she started training and asked if the military are her parents. Liang Qing had been living in a training camp since she was 3 years old, and then she sadly admitted to her parents' absence. Imagining the assistant dozing against the wall with a knife in her hand, Chin Li felt sorry for her, who had been forced to be in the camp as a small child and had suffered a lot of grief in her life. Looking at Liang Qing with a kind expression, the guy consoled her with the fact that she wouldn't have to sleep on the wet ground anymore, which she agreed to. At that moment, the guy looked at the counter they were passing just now. Something there aroused his noticeable interest. There were knives of various shapes, a box, a fan, and some bottles on the vendor's rug, but an unusual dagger caught Li's attention. This weapon was found by a merchant in an excavation, so the price for it is at least 500, but Chin Li is willing to buy the item he likes. When asked by Liang Qing if it is a worthwhile item, the young man asks her to take her time, as she will soon find out. Taking out a lighter from his pants pocket, the young man singed the blade of an unusual dagger with it and seemed to become one with the magical energy. After coming into contact with the flames, the dirty substance on the knife blade began to melt and trickle down to the ground. The weapon seemed to come to life. A fiery force appeared around it in the form of an ancient dragon, glowing with its power. Surprised by what she saw, Liang Qing increasingly feels that the dagger her boss bought is not simple at all. If the girl likes it, then Chin Li is ready to give it to her, and handed the cold weapon to the surprised assistant. Liang Qing, who was not expecting this, took the gift in her hands and expressed her gratitude to the guy, somewhat embarrassed. At this time, the young healer's phone rang again, and after recognizing his wife Qin Ying, Li inquired about her affairs. A frightened girl with tears in her eyes told her husband about the abduction of her sister Ji Tan, whom Li had previously taken home from school. After giving Liang Qing the gold card, the guy gave the password and transferred the question of the apartment to the girl, and he had to leave immediately because of urgent business. Looking at the bank card, the former representative of the 19th Squad, confused by what she had heard, hardly understood the order to choose an apartment herself. Forced to run to get home in time, Chin Li turned around and assured her of his full personal confidence in the girl's taste. Liang Qing could only stare at her boss, who was begging Qin Ying not to be afraid and wanted to hear the details of what had happened from her. Cars were parked on a racetrack outside the city, and young people were sitting around them, drinking drinks and talking to each other. A bully grabbed the beaten Shu Ji Tang by the hair, insulted her harshly, and demanded to call himself guilty if she wanted to accuse anyone. Tang Fang's ex-boyfriend Ji Yao, who told him to follow him, demands not to make her look innocent. He does not need her, but he will not disdain the money of the girl's family. The unfortunate Chu Ji Tang raised her head and shouted at the villain, who, in her opinion, completely lost shame because of such actions. The guys standing in front of the villain and his victim were blinded by something and asked Fang Ji Yao to look at it, which distracted the disgruntled villain. A car stopped near the sadist and his accomplices, from which a man got out, holding a gray suitcase in his hands. It was Chin Li who was reporting the ransom for the unfortunate girl with a stern expression. Smiling maliciously, one of the villains told Fang Ji Yao that this was the real Chin Li. The battered Chu Ji Tang isn't entirely happy with her sister's disabled husband's appearance here, not understanding why he's here since he can't do anything. When Fang Ji Yao approached the young man, he mockingly said how difficult it was for him to get here, and then demanded to put the money on the ground and leave. Putting the suitcase on the ground, Li does not want so. He demands that Fang's accomplices disappear because the kidnappers seem to have a good name. The villain was amused by Chin Li's last words, and the other hooligans also laughed. One of them thought Chin decided to make them laugh to death. While lighting a cigarette, Fang Ji Yao breathed smoke in Li's face and called the Chu family real fools, and he would keep both the girl and the money. With a snap of his fingers, the self-confident intruder ordered one of the subordinate guys to take the money Chin Li brought in the suitcase. Taking the suitcase in front of Li's eyes, the bully suggested that the young man leave and called his arrival at the circuit in vain. After calling Chu Ji Tang obscene words, the villain promised to send her home after they had all had enough of playing with her as they loved her. In an unexpected moment, Chin Li delivered a powerful blow to the suitcase, which split into pieces, and the villains fell down from the blast wave. Fang Ji Yao, a cigarette flying out of his mouth, is completely shocked by what he saw and doesn't understand anything that just happened. With loud calls to rush to the attack, a crowd of intruders armed with batons rushed at Chin Li, who was alone. The brave guy met his first opponent with a strong punch to the face, instantly disorienting him. The next villain was easily knocked back as Chin Li leaped up in the air and kicked him. Their comrades could only stare at the two fallen fighters, who would not immediately be able to get back on their feet. Suddenly, another bully appeared behind the brave Chin Li, wanting to kill the youth with his sturdy club. With a couple of deft moves, Chin Li went behind the bully's back to neutralize him in this battle. It was followed by such an incredible blow from the guy struggling alone and the fall of his opponent that the ground cracked from below. While the others were running, Fang Jiao looked at Chin Li in horror and took the opponents as the devil after his exploits on the battlefield. Now it was his turn, the ultimate villain, and Chin Li charged towards his opponent. Chu Jitang's relative grabbed Fang Jiao with lightning speed and began to throw him to the ground, and the villain immediately began to cry out in fear. Fang's eyes bulged with fear, and he screamed, but no one could help him, because all his accomplices had fled. Chin Li, filled with vengeance and energy, raised a fierce fist at Fang, who begged him not to touch his face during the punishment. Without listening to the enemy's requests, the young man used his powerful fist to beat him, and soon Fang Jiao's face lost its beautiful features. Chu Jitang, who was watching the unequal match with great surprise, couldn't believe that her sister's supposedly disabled husband was doing all this. Finally, all the enemies from the extortionist gang were defeated. Chin Li was standing over them, surrounded by energy magic, and Tang didn't understand when he became so bold. Letting out a sigh of relief, Chin Li began to untie Chu Jitang's hands and talked about their urgent need to leave. The domestic places are not found. Having done his job, the guy clapped his hands, wiping off the dust, and his wife's sister stood silently a little behind. Suddenly, the girl called out to the guy as if there was a new trouble, and he turned in her direction, asking what had happened. Speaking about the family day that will be held at the school next month, Chu Jitan asked if he might want to attend. She just wants Li to go with her. Don't let him think anything out. Don't let Tan be afraid of trash, and don't let anyone else try to tell her anything. Mentally, Tang Li took the words positively because the defeated villains knocked out an invitation to family day for him, but he promised to go to the girl if he was free. When Chin Li arrived at his clinic the next day, Liang Qing was waiting at the door with a bandaged leg and a khaki jacket. She told him about completing the task, and all he had to do was contact the sales office and formally complete the deal regarding the apartment. Chin Li was very pleased when he heard this because the assistant completed the task quite quickly. Thinking about all this, the talented healer decided to tell Qin Ying the news about the house right now. Otherwise, it's not a good idea to live with his father-in-law and mother-in-law all the time. Offering Liang Qing not to waste valuable time, the young man asked to go to the office right now, which the girl was forced to agree to. In the car that was taking them to their destination, Liang Qing sat in the back seat while Chin Li sat in the front, and at one point, his phone rang. After answering the phone, the young man heard the voice of Mr. John, who has such news for the doctor that he can't even guess. While watering the flowers in the garden, Jin Jin explained about the purchase of 10 buildings for Chin Li clinics in Wuhan, and all the documents already have the doctor's name on them. Chin Li coughed in surprise, repeating the words about 10 buildings aloud, and the businessman asked him not to be surprised. Besides, repairs have already begun there. Overjoyed, Chin Li now doesn't even know how to thank such a generous Mr. Zhang for his sumptuous gift. For a rich man, there is no gratitude. He and his family are already forever in debt to Chin Li. Jen is very much waiting for the talented doctor to move to Wuhan. After asking the young doctor about the time of his departure for them, Yin Jr. mentioned the presence of a small villa to house Chin Li there. The guy doesn't need such real estate because he has already bought a house for himself, and it's not worth spending extra money on it. Soon they arrived at the office of the company that was going to sell them the very apartment that Liang Qing had previously arranged. As the boys entered, the girls at the entrance bowed and greeted them politely, while Chin Li and his companion looked around. A lady in a stylish uniform who was greeting customers was surprised by Ms. Liang's quick return and thought that Chin had not accompanied her. Displeased with Manager Yang's ignorance, Liang pointed at Chin Li, calling her boss, and he was also the #1 buyer of Paradise Villa. Looking at Li in his tracksuit, Manager Young didn't believe that this country bumpkin with a 9-year education could buy a villa. He was a gigolo and was pretending to be rich. But at the same time, the employee of the company also remembered about the Zhao family, who are also looking at this villa, and they paid Yang to keep the house. In front of Liang Qing and her boss, the woman apologized and shocked them with the news of the villa's sale, but if they paid the amount in cash, the deal could be replayed. Rightly outraged, Liang Qing recalled how she was the first to deposit the money for the reservation. The unfortunate girl yelled at manager Yang, not understanding her motives for selling Villa Number 1 to completely different people. Responding to this question from angry customers, Yang spoke about the trust she received from the Paradise Complex, the most elite villa, and this house deserves a respected and well-off owner. To Qin Li, who seemed unconcerned, this is nothing, but he doesn't know if this is how the Rai housing complex treats its clients. Confirming this, Yang believes that the guy is nervous and thinks that he doesn't have the money for such purchases, and in general, he has an idea of how much it costs to live in their complex. Suddenly, a certain girl in a short red skirt walked up to them, who liked the words the company manager had just said. The head of the complex, Zhang Jun's sister, Zhang Chu-shui, informed Yang about the well-off people living in their housing sector with a position in society. The employees of the company instantly bowed to the boss, and the embarrassed manager Yang replied that she couldn't see Director Zhang approaching. Slapping the guilty employee on the cheek, Zhang Chu-shui called Mr. Qin Li the most welcome and most respected guest of their family. While shaking hands with the guy, Chu-hui introduced herself as the owner of this mess and saw Li's photo at her brother's house, and also called about the stones. Qin Li stared at his new acquaintance in amazement and couldn't really speak due to the unexpected ending of the situation in his favor and Zhang Chu-shui's showiness. Manager Yang immediately offered her sincere apologies to Mr. Qin for the inconvenience, but the guy asked to forget about such small things. The employee of the company, who continues to be on the floor, pressing her hand to her cheek, realized with a smile that she was looking at a good friend of her hostess. Leaning over to Yang, Li asked her not to cause any more problems, not to try to sell his villa, and no matter who his friends are, the woman agrees with the inadmissibility of her behavior. Turning his back on the company representatives, the guy got ready to go home and, feeling that he would not wait for the documents, began to say goodbye to them. Initially disappointed by the client's words, Zhang Chu-shui now smiled, and after being asked to forgive Yang's carelessness, she is ready to arrange the paperwork herself. But Qin Li didn't listen to the friendly company boss anymore and headed out with Liang Qing, and they were bowed out. Zhen Chuhua, who had lost customers and financial benefits, snapped her fingers, and two people walked up to her. The guilty manager Yang was captured by two men with a frightened face, and the cold-blooded Chu Hui doesn't want to see the employee at work anymore. Police and townspeople stood around Yin and Yang, complaining about the drugs from the clinic that had disfigured their faces and calling the owner a charlatan. Qin Li, who is approaching his hospital, is surprised by what has happened, but still does not understand where this large crowd came from. Soon, the townspeople, dissatisfied with the young men's medicines, surrounded him and Liang Qing, calling them a poison merchant and demanding that they immediately capture the healer. One of the victims was a girl with red blisters all over her face, pointing her finger at Li, calling him a peddler fufflemycin. Qin, who didn't understand anything, looked tiredly at the ill-wisher, not knowing what kind of fufflemycin she was talking about right now. An angry woman pointed at her own face, calling it the result of a cream purchased at the young man's clinic. Qin thought about it. He couldn't figure out what kind of cream he was talking about if previously 200 cans were only made for Liu Wang. Pointing her fingers at the owner of the Yin and Yang clinic, the woman told the police officers about Li, who was ready to do anything for profit, and asked them to take him to the jail. After taking out the handcuffs, one of the city's law enforcement officers suggested that Qin Li go with them. Suddenly, Liang Qing intervened, covering her boss with her hand and dissatisfied with the actions of the police. Law enforcement officers who do not deviate from their position consider themselves right. They simply lead a suspect in fraud to the interrogation. Seeing how Qin Li Yi is thinking of taking out possible weapons from his pants pockets, the law enforcement officers demanded not to do anything stupid, but to raise their hands up. Picking up a smartphone, the young man asked the police not to panic. He is just going to contact the person responsible for these creams. The police wanted to pick up the phone that Qin Li handed them, but they didn't understand what kind of person he was talking about. After calling the specified address, the Guardian reported concerns from the Yangcheng police regarding the incident with the cream sold in Yin and Yang. The red-haired girl who picks up the phone can't believe what she's hearing because she's the only one using the cream from Dr. Li's clinic. Soon, the same lady who had previously bought a wonderful mixture for her face arrived by car, and now she suggested that the doctor prepare a new batch of cream. Qin Li, who was feeling sleep-deprived at this moment, clarified about the completion of the drug batch from the girl and reminded that he had given everything to her without a trace. The grinning girl, pointing at her face, had already used it all up just to look at her skin and assumed that Li had yet to come up with a new one. On the other hand, the doctor's suddenly serious client wants to know how all those who are now with blisters were able to get a wonderful cream. A police officer who previously spoke with a cream fan on the phone is interested in her ability to confirm her words. Handing him her own business card, the girl called herself a respected lawyer, and her personal position is responsible for her words. Turning in the direction of the disgruntled public, the police officer wants to clarify everything and wants to know about the presence of those who cheat because they can be well sued. The owners of the blisters were instantly afraid, not wanting to be behind bars or go to cut down the forest somewhere in a deserted place. Unable to restrain himself, the law enforcement officer shouted and demanded that the injured and already frightened women finally confess to what was happening. The lady who had first started accusing Chin Li ran up to the police officer and asked him to write her down as the first person to confess. According to the woman, the prescription was given to them by one of the Tangs and asked to talk about the purchase of the drug in Yin Yang, paying 10,000 each. Chin Li only listened carefully to the woman's story and realized that he was once again facing Bo Huai Tang, who wanted to take revenge on him. At this time, a board game was being played in Healer Tang's house, during which a loud check was made. Calling Liu a chess master, Tang is confident of outplaying his opponent Chin Li in no time with their chosen strategy. And for the villain Liu Fangmao, the victory goes to the best. They made the cream within half an hour and now they got the necessary result. The two men's merry laughter was interrupted by a sudden insistent knock on the door, which made Bo Huai Tang look back in displeasure. The unexpected guest continued to knock insistently on the door, and the old healer got up from his seat, heading in the direction of the source of the sound. The healer was only trying to see through the peephole, who was so determined to see him urgently on this beautiful day. All of a sudden, Chin Li knocked out the door of the room with a heavy blow, and Bo Huai Tang flew to the other side of his room, where he was playing chess. The evil old man landed on the floor, hitting the wall, and his chess partner, Liu Fangmao, stared in amazement at the intruders. Surrounded by magical energy, Chin Li, with his hand in his pocket, entered the room to talk with his rivals. A young man walking with Liang Qing ironically inquired about the injury of his old colleague and offered to help. Liu Fangmao, who was hiding his hand in his trousers, glared at the guest and wanted to know the reason why the guy is not currently behind bars. Calling Liu Mama's schemer indifferently, Chin Li attributed his absence from prison to the quick discovery of the mastermind of the charge against him. Suddenly pulling a pistol out of his pocket, the villain pointed the weapon at the guy and mockingly asked how he managed to guess this, confirming his words. At this moment, Liang Qing, who had been silent for a long time, shot out and raised her fist over the unsuspecting opponent. In the next instant, the brave girl slapped the face of the unarmed man who raised the gun. Liu Fangmao landed next to his friend, old man Bo Huai Tang, a second later, and the chessboard flew away. If the villain has decided to play games, then Liang Qing is ready to play with him. She looks sternly at the two malevolent people and clenches her fist. Bo Huai Tang bowed his head and remained silent, and Liu, who was afraid, pressed his hand to his chest, wanted to know what else his opponent was up to. Crouching down beside the intruder, Chin Li indifferently asked Fang Mao not to worry. He was only making sure that they didn't run away. After putting Tang and Liu in handcuffs in the car, the police said ironically that today was not their day. They wanted to deceive a good person, and they would think better of it next time. As the car with the law enforcement officers and villains left, Chin Li's phone rang, and he looked to see who wanted to talk to him. In the message, Jian Shuyu announced that the issue of the villa was closed, offering to move in at least now. She would be happy to meet him in Wild Orchid. Since the guy now has important things to do, he passes Bo Huai Tang and Liu Fangmao to his assistant, which she immediately agreed to. Soon the guy came to a large building, in the walls of which there was a local restaurant. Once inside, the young man did not pay any attention to the guests of the establishment and continued to go ahead with his business. After knocking on the door when it opened, Chin Li saw a friendly Jian Shuyu standing in the room, asking for a guest to come and settle in. Pointing to the table, the girl urged the young man to sit down quickly. They were delivered a special red tea from France, and Li is obliged to try it. The company manager then picked up a folder of documents and suggested that Chin Li finish the paperwork. As Jian Shuyu handed the folder to the guest, she informed him about the last payment available, after which the villa would finally belong to him. Introducing a relative of Jian Ji, the owner of almost everything in Yangcheng, the lady explained his desire to cooperate with Li after he learned of Chin's visit. For the youngest doctor, these words came as a complete surprise. He does not understand what kind of cooperation is. After greeting Chin Li, Zhang Ji introduced himself and gave his name, as well as manager Chu Shui. He reports to Zhang Jr. The man talked about how he was recently sent to Yangcheng to optimize the family's entertainment facilities, and he was happy to express his appreciation to Lee. As Qin shook the guy's hand, he noted his kindness to himself and then turned to manager Zhang, reminding her of what she had said about certain papers. But first, the guest and the friendly host started drinking tea, and Mrs. Jian Chu Shui was pouring new red tea from France into cups. Speaking of Qin Li's invention of medicine, which completely cured the scary face of Liu Zheng's niece, Ji is willing to sign a contract with Li to produce this drug. Jinny is confident in the unprecedented commercial success of Qin Li's medicine, and this is thanks to the resources of the family company and its honest name. After the launch of the project, the post of head will be taken by Qin Li. Holding a cup of tea, the talented healer smiled when he heard such a suggestion. He and immediately the head of an entire project. Absolutely right. Jianzhai suggests that a new friend create a cream, and the company will carry out production and sales. Li will get 80% of the shares and Zhang's the rest. Adjusting his glasses, a relative of the housing management company, Jianji, asked Li's opinion in a serious voice. The way Jai openly mentioned Liu Zheng's name, their corporation has long-term plans in Yangcheng, and Qin decided to set the stage where cream will play an important role. But Qin Li didn't say anything out loud and pretended to think about the entrepreneur's offer, as if there was something about it that the guy didn't like. Surprised, Genji looked at the guest and inwardly resented his hesitation, as if the financial offer was not enough. The young businessman coughed to attract the attention of Chu Hui's relative to help him with Qin Li, and she nodded. Wanting to make up for the guest's misunderstanding, she and Chung Sr. agreed on everything, presenting the rights to the gentleman's club with a yellow ticket as a gift. Jian Shu held out a folder of club documents as an invitation and humbly asked Qin Li to accept it as a gift from the owners. After pushing back the invitation, the healer refused to accept it. Chu Shui is already kind to him, and he has already forgotten yesterday, so he can't accept the expensive gift. The girl thought that Qin had forgiven her for the misunderstanding yesterday, and he didn't want to accept the gift. Now Junior Jian would call Shui guilty of refusing the guest. Putting the cup down on its saucer with a bang, Qin Li pointed out that it was impossible to have a proper tea party if manager Zhang was pushing him so hard. Lowering her head sadly, Jian Chu Shui was forced to withdraw her own offer since the young man was unwilling. If this is the case, then Jai wants to give Li a gold card, which is valid in their family's entertainment complexes and exempts them from paying for services. Accepting the gift from Jai, the young healer modestly expressed his gratitude to such a generous host. After that, both manager Chu Shui and her close relative heaved a sigh of relief, as if they had completed an important mission. Jianzhai obligingly poured the distinguished guest a cup of red tea and asked him to think carefully about the contract for mass production of the cream. Recalling the Zhang's willingness to provide production facilities and distribution channels, Li agrees to 50% if his wife becomes the head of the project. While Chu Shui was still wondering about the agreement from Li, her relative, beaming with happiness and joy, promised to prepare and sign the documents by tomorrow. At this time, her mobile phone rang in the girl's pants pocket, and she was forced to urgently answer the call. In a cheerful tone, Chu Shui informed Mr. Qin of the stone supplier's intention to stay at their apartment complex if he was interested. As if not hearing the girl, the young doctor got up from under the table and announced the need to take his leave. Shui immediately agreed. The guy is in hot demand today in general. Later, when Qin Li was in the warehouse, he received a QR code from the employee, and after scanning it, he praised the person for doing a great job. Qin Li picked out a wooden box with gray stones and prepared to work, sighing heavily. The clock in the room read 11:38 and continued to tick loudly. Sitting down at the table, the guy began to deal with numerous cobblestones, trying to find in them what he found in previous copies. Using various tools, Qin Li sawed through a large stone with green fragments and was deeply focused on the work. Finally, unable to restrain himself, the tired youth leaned back in his chair and shouted in anger at the difficult work, deciding to find another way. Qin Li had closed his eyes in exhaustion as he thought about his work and had to do it if he wanted to find the rarest jasper. Turning to the side, the unfortunate hard worker saw many other boxes with the same gray stones. All of a sudden, Qin Li remembered something that he had been thinking so hard about. How could he forget? After all, it was like this last time. Now the young man doubted whether it was possible to feel something or not, but decided to try it anyway. The abruptly generated energy was flowing throughout the stone room where Qin Li was working, and it should help him with the problem. Finally, the energy line pointed to the very rock that the guy was looking for, turning it red. Satisfied, Qin Li held the necessary stone with the rarest jasper in his hands, rejoicing in the solution of this task as well. Shu Jiying was sitting in her room with her parents, hoping for Qin Li to return home if he deigned to, and it was already getting light outside the window. The next moment, the doors opened a crack and Li walked in, his eyes closed and his hands in his pocket. After taking a look at the people in the hall, Qin couldn't say anything, while his relatives looked at him with unkindness. The researcher of expensive stones didn't seem to understand what was happening here and just stood innocently in front of these people. In a surprised voice, the guy asked them why they were not sleeping, because it was already quite late, not noticing the contents of the coffee table. With her arms crossed, an angry Jiying mentioned a certain hospital girl, calling her a flattering lady who got her way. Holding his head, Qin Li didn't understand who his consort was talking about right now and looked at her tiredly. In response, the angry girl demanded that her husband look at the table where there were some images. The mother-in-law, who got up from her chair, is dissatisfied with his choice. The mistress could have been prettier, then began to drive her son-in-law so that he no longer dared to disgrace their daughter. With all his attention, the young man looked at the pictures that his own wife pointed out to him. In one of the photos, he was present, and next to him in a t-shirt was his new assistant and former employee of the 19th Squad, the Liang Qing. As the young man stared at the images, Chu Ding, his wife, and their daughters glared at him angrily. Chu Jitang looked aggressively at her sister's husband and addressed him by his first name, inquiring about his intention to tell them something about it. The young man had no time to ask the family for the origin of these photos when Jitan interrupted him and demanded to tell him everything, but they didn't ask him about the pictures. Sitting down on the sofa, Qin Li explained how this girl came to him with a serious injury. She doesn't have a roof over her head, so he offered her a job at the clinic. Right now, Li called his assistant on the phone and held it out so that those close to him could see that he was right. After a few wordless rings, Liang Qing's voice finally came out, and she thought about the boss's problems, much to the amazement of her mother-in-law and the girls. 10 minutes after making this call, Chu Jitan visibly calmed down and accepted the situation. According to Qin Li, the girl in the photo is called Liang Qing. She is a complete orphan. She was trained in the military from an early age, and he was the only one who helped her. Chu Jiying reproaches her husband and thinks that he could have explained everything to her earlier, and his wife would have understood everything perfectly. The guy's mother-in-law smiled. They all dared to doubt him, although the situation was delicate, but expressed hope that he would understand this. Lying comfortably on the soft pillows, Qin Li smiled and tried to calm the woman down, because nothing is scary at all anymore. Chu Jingying grabbed her husband's hand and ordered him to go upstairs immediately. Because of him, she did not let her parents sleep half the night. As he walked up the steps, he didn't hear Jitang's demand that he hide a torture bag with various devices for himself. Qin Li suddenly remembered something and wanted to tell his wife and other relatives about it. Turning to the people below, the young man announced the Zhang Corporation's desire to open a joint business with him. Tomorrow they would come to settle the formalities. His wife Chu Jiying was very surprised by this news, because where they are and where is the Zhang Corporation, and could not believe in the establishment of a joint venture. The next day, Zhang Jie sat on the sofa in the hall of Qin Li's house and suggested that Lady Chu sign all the documents he had right now. Jai congratulated Ying on her position as executive director of the firm, expressing hope for fruitful cooperation, and she promised to work hard, but also torment with questions. Mentioning the advantages of Chu Qingying that Li had told him about, Ji spoke non-stop, saying how the girl's husband had insisted on her candidacy. With a certain amount of sadness, the lady looked at the young entrepreneur opposite and realized what she was like in his eyes. She muttered softly to herself, thinking of Qin Li's husband who went to Wuhan today, not knowing if it was related to the firm's business or not. According to Jai, Li recently found a billion-dollar blood jasper with a small bid, and the company asked him to look for such nuggets, and in a couple of days he found the stones. At that time, a passenger plane was on the runway of Wuhan Airport. As Qin Li was walking through the airport building with his hands in the pocket of his jumper, a man called out to him, raising his hand in the air. Two girls walking behind the healer were whispering to each other, one suggesting that he was one of their group, the other thinking that he was just meeting someone. While clapping his hands, Zhang Jun shared his joy that he couldn't imagine Qin Li finding the stone so quickly. It wasn't that difficult for a healer. Near a large building, a large SUV with huge wheels was parked under the roof of one of its buildings. Putting his arm around Qin Li's shoulders, the guy told about his relatives who asked to invite the doctor to visit to express gratitude. They do not accept refusal. They entered the room according to the owner. They had not prepared so thoroughly for the reception of guests for a long time, and Qin hopes that the nugget will not disappoint people. Jun's father, Zhang Liming, holding a container of tea in his hands, is happy to see the same healer, Qin, who saved their grandfather, but he imagined the guest to be older. Speaking to Mr. Zhang, the young man hopes that he is joking because he only knows a little about Chinese medicine and everything. A box was placed on the table, and Zhang Jun, with a worried face, asked his father not to delay and tell them about the stone. Closing his eyes, the man did not even know how to say everything because Qing Li handed over such a nugget, the equal of which the owner of the house had not seen for a long time. This is an emerald pearl. His son was very frightened and, saying out loud the name of the nugget, remembered the value of this jewel in hundreds of millions. After agreeing with Zhang Jun, his father didn't even think about getting a chance to see such a rare item again. Frankly speaking, it was all a very long time ago. Thinking back to the long-gone years, Zheng Liming kept in mind the incredible stone at the auction with its fabulous value. King Li is considered by the owner of the house to be a true guardian angel of their family, and he has rendered these people an invaluable service. Hearing such kind words, the talented healer himself was very friendly and glad that his clients were satisfied. As the youth was walking along the corridor of their big house with Zhang Jun, the young master remembered something. Li could only stare at this man in disbelief, who remembered how Qin had asked for a favor last time. As Jun handed the envelope to the guest, he explained the existence of information about Qin's parents, and Jin took the liberty of collecting a small dossier. Being unsure of the accuracy of the information gathered, the person recommends that Qin Li look at the contents of the envelope for himself. While Li was reading carefully, Zhang Jun again reminded him of the nebulous nature of the information he had gathered, so he wasn't sure if he could trust it completely. But there is a piece of news that Jun didn't put in the folder, and it concerns the healer's parents, whose trail was found in the capital, but only once. Hearing these words, Qin Li was very surprised. He wants to know if the information regarding his parents' stay in the capital is verified or not. Jun received the data before Li's visit. The authenticity is not confirmed. When the results of the verification are completed, Jin will contact the doctor, and he hopes so. Then the events unfolded in a hotel complex, where a very tall building stood out in particular. When Qin Li and Zhang Jun went inside the restaurant, the businessman told them about his sister, who owns the restaurant, and the guest is obliged to try the dish from the chef. Suddenly, a certain girl who was behind the two boys called out to Zhang Jun loudly, and both of them looked around in surprise as they looked at her. It was Jun's sister, Zhang Zhan, who had reminded a relative of the agreement to go shopping with her, but her brother was still missing. The man had spent the entire evening talking to Qin Li about the pearl yesterday and couldn't sleep a wink all night, so the shopping trip had slipped his mind. Jun introduced Qing Li to his younger sister, Zhang Zhan, who turned her head away in displeasure, disappointed in her brother. In a magazine, the doctor saw a picture of Zhang Zhan, and there is talk of how she became a business shark in her 20s, opening a restaurant and now running bars in Wuhan. Qin Li extended his hand and politely greeted the girl and said his own name, but the proud beauty didn't turn her head to look at him. Surprised that the guys are standing still, Jean yells and demands to go to the restaurant. Jun tricked her with the shops, and now he is waiting for a special invitation. Leaving with the guests, Jun explained his sister's flaw. She doesn't like to deal with men, and asked Li not to take the shouting personally. After that, Zhang Jun became even more angry and thought her brother started discussing her, and Jun was very afraid. Suddenly, a man in a business suit called out loudly for Director Zhang due to an urgent matter that appeared. A disgruntled girl demands that he, the manager of Newbie, behave properly now because the hall of their restaurant is full of guests. When Newbie told about the employee's attempt to jump off the roof and the evacuation of the building, Zhang demanded to stop this and transfer the situation to her control. The girl ran to the elevator and was going to immediately turn on the emergency alarm because it was happening in the main restaurant. It was awkward for Zhang Jun, who wanted to treat Qing Li to lunch, but he couldn't even imagine what was going on here. Reminding the guy of his words about Qin Li as a member of their family, the healer asked not to apologize to him, offering to understand the situation in the cafe. If you need help, then they are ready. On the roof, a policeman tells a lady who wants to jump off the roof about the arrival of Zhang Zhan and her willingness to do everything for her, and the cook asked the girl to move away from the edge. The unfortunate woman had already raised her right foot over the abyss, but she was still on the roof surface. Zhang Zhan, who appeared at the right moment, asked the employee not to make any sudden movements and said that she was ready to do everything in her own power. Let her just say it. The huge eyes of the restaurant worker lit up with an eerie red light. She is surprised by the hostess's intention to fulfill all requests. After summoning the magic energy, Qin Li could sense the evil eye and the black aura in the girl, and it wasn't for nothing that she decided to fall down. Running up to the unfortunate woman, Zhang Zhan asked not to jump off and move away from the edge of the roof, and Qin Li screamed in horror that the owner of the restaurant should not approach her. As Jean approached the madwoman, the latter deftly grabbed her arm and, with a demonic face, rejoiced at the capture of the businesswoman. The infernal-looking restaurant employee rushed down, dragging Zhang Zhan, who was trying to help her, with her. The villainess looked contentedly at the unfortunate captive, who screamed and looked up, as if help might still come from there. Seeing what had happened to his younger sister, the unfortunate Jun screamed in horror, and Li took action. Rushing to the edge of the roof with lightning speed, the yin and yang healer managed to grab the two girls, hands in time. With great effort, Qin Li held Zhang Zhan and the employee of her restaurant suspended in the air. There was one swift and forceful movement that sent the guy crashing to the floor, and the two ladies soared up and tumbled in the air. The sister of his new acquaintance, Jing Jun, suddenly found herself in the vicinity of the savior himself, who was looking at the girl in embarrassment. Finally, the injured landed safely on the roof of the building, and Zhang Zhan fell right on top of the unexpected Qin Li. The demon-infested employee threw herself from behind at Qin Li as he was looking at Zhang Zhan. Zhang Jun screamed in terror, as did restaurant manager Niu Bi and the nearby police officer who had tried to save the employee earlier. But the healer had already armed himself with his needle and was about to strike at the attacking villain with red, monstrous eyes. With a quick kick, he made it impossible for her to move, and Zhang Zhan clung to her rescuer in fright. After inquiring about Lady Zhan's condition, Qin Li didn't see how embarrassed she was at this moment. After demanding that the boy remove his hands, the girl quickly moved to the side, as if she was afraid of him, and Qin Li asked her for forgiveness in a puzzled manner. Overjoyed, Zhang Jun congratulated the young man on a successful landing on Earth and noted his talent to perform even such fearless actions. To Li, this was nothing. He just quickly understood what was going on, so he was prepared for this turn of events. But the surprised siblings did not understand what their guest was talking about. When the young man began to explain everything, he assumed that the building had been put under a spell by an expert in the Black Doctrine, and so the staff began to go mad. Skeptical of such speculations, Qin Li, the owner of the restaurant, considers the versions about spells and dark teachings to be a joke. The healer held his head and said in frustration that it wasn't, and this building was still capable of killing people. In Zhang Zhen's mind, even though the young man had saved her just now, it didn't give him the right to talk such nonsense about the beauty's restaurant. Astonished, Zhang Zhen tried to understand what kind of evil this was, since there was nothing like this here. No dark adepts. Running up to the fallen employee on the roof, Jean asked Niu about her condition, and when he mentioned a normal fainting spell, she ordered to call an ambulance. Jun asks Qin Li not to worry and promises to pass on the words spoken by the healer to the right person, but he was thinking about something of his own. For a businessman, it's lucky to have a healer nearby. Otherwise, his sister might not have been saved, so her family is now deeply indebted to Li. Throwing a berry into the ground with a plant unnoticed by Jing, the guy cheerfully asked not to discuss such a trifle, especially since the entrepreneur helps him. As they walked away, they didn't see the strange berry begin to pulse with the energy used by Qin Li in his operations. 5 minutes later, outside the hotel, a tall man was talking to a neighbor in an orange robe about an incident with a young woman, and in connection with this, he called him. Asking Mr. Zhang not to worry, the man in orange will find a way to solve everything if something is found. First, he needs to look at everything. Suddenly, the man stared ahead with wide eyes, as if something extremely strange had caught his attention. In his eyes, the tall inn building was suddenly covered in a red glow, as if it had been consumed by fire. It became clear to the man that this was not a matter for a simple spellcaster, but he knew only 2 people who could do it. Zhang Zhen was talking to someone on the phone about being ready to collect expenses when the results of the survey come in, and she didn't immediately notice her father calling for her. Surprised by his appearance here, his daughter found out from her parent that something was wrong at the hotel, so he and the master immediately came here. The orange-robed master immediately managed to find the jade pumpkin that Qin Li had placed there a few minutes ago in the soil with the plants. While the man was looking at the pumpkin, restaurant manager Niu Bi remembered in amazement that it was dropped by the gentleman who came with Master Zhang. At that, Zhang Zhan immediately thought of the young man who had saved her on the roof of their hotel complex. If it hadn't been for the pumpkin, the orange-clad master thought there would have been no deaths, and Jean remembered a quack who would have been kicked out if her father had been here. Jen Sr. does not understand what the master he invited is talking about, and the latter, while examining the pumpkin, pointed out to the owner of this thing that he helped with the disaster. After asking her daughter where Qing Li was, she told her that he had gone somewhere with his brother, but she didn't know exactly where he was. In a serious tone, the man demanded that the disgruntled daughter quickly call the guys who had gone somewhere. Picking up the smartphone, Zhang Jian started to call the guys, but no one answered the phone, and this greatly surprised the girl. When Yin Jr. returned with Qin Li and asked his father what had happened, his sister pointedly turned away. The parent called the greatest feng shui master in Wuhan, Cheng Taiyuan, to deal with the problem in the restaurant and learn something from Qing Li. Clenching his hand into a fist, Chung told about his inspection of the energy hole at the site of the establishment, and here the matter is not clear. And then the master found the small green gourd that Qing Li had surreptitiously planted in the flower. Qing Li, who came up unexpectedly, wanted to ask if he was the one who put this jade gourd in the flower pot. A visibly nervous Jian Li Ming turned to Master Chung, asking him to explain what kind of pumpkin they had. Tai Yuan laughed and didn't think Li was so young, but he was glad for this generation of metaphysicians. And if he hadn't hidden the pumpkin, it would have been a massacre. In Yen Li Min's opinion, Qin had successfully plugged the energy gap and the devilry could have ended, but the guy called his actions a temporary solution. When this energy caused the restaurant employee to be thrown off the roof of the building, Qing Li decided to leave the pumpkin to contain its flow. Once again on the same roof of the hotel complex, the young healer called this place the place where this energy is most vulnerable. After asking for permission to disturb Master Chung, Li wanted to borrow a few coppers from him, to which the man easily agreed. When the guy received the coins, he threw them up sharply and used his magic line to solve an important task. Red, ghostly notes flew to and fro. Qin Li recognized them as the malevolent energy that was bursting out strongly. Zhang Jun, his sister and father, as well as feng shui master Cheng Taiyuan, silently watched the young man's magical actions. After only a few moments, the red streams significantly increased and took on, frankly, terrifying forms. Jin Li Ming and Master Chung looked on in awe, and the latter didn't understand how the energy was being released with such devilish force. Qin Li, who was reading the situation correctly, grabbed his dagger and stabbed it into the ground with a strong blow. Li Ming thinks this is impossible, because in a matter of seconds, a real hurricane has broken out. He wants to know about the power that Qin is resisting. All of a sudden, everything went quiet. The powerful vortex disappeared as if it had never existed, and Qin Li sighed and was glad that it was all over. Once again becoming resolute, the guy demanded to call the hospital, where the employee who tried to jump down is lying. She should pass the fog. Chung is fascinated by Li's techniques. He knows what to learn from the young man, and Jian Li Ming is happy. His family is lucky to have Li around, and who knows what would have happened to the restaurant without him. Qin Li, who had once again saved the Yin family, was approached by Jila Jr. and asked him to quietly not take his sister's annex personally. Looking away, the healer immediately agreed with Zhang, because he understands everything perfectly. Jinjin had already been unable to thank Qing Li properly for 2 days, so he brought him to the perfect place, the Ming Ting Palace. Entering the room, the young businessman praised the local manager, who always has everything at the highest level, and hopes for the readiness of their room. Surprised by Jianjun's sudden appearance, the manager bowed and told him how uncomfortable it was, but there were no seats available today. The palace was completely rented. An angry Jun does not understand how the house is rented, and there are supposedly no empty seats. The manager is clearly mocking him. While the poor man was calling Jun the most precious guest that he would never deceive, a certain guy in high boots walked into the room. It was Zhou Wei, the head of the eponymous family from the capital, and he recognized the guest as what he thought was the all-powerful Zhang. When Yin saw Zhou, he couldn't understand why there was such a moth here that the entire palace could be served to him, and it was him, Zhou Wei, who was now reacting to everything with a smile. Wei was smiling, and he called Jun's actions muddy schemes, which is in the guy's repertoire, but for a small city, but the capital may not be up to it. Frowning, Jun sees his opponent as someone who thinks a lot of himself, and now wants to know how long ago the Zhou family gained the status of the capital stars. The grinning Wei demands not to involve his family. They are not the last people in the capital, and the Zhangs did everything to get a warm place, but returned with nothing. An angry Jun demands to repeat everything that the villain said, and reminded Tom of how last year Wei was hospitalized after such chatter. Qin Li looked at Zhou and knew that he looked tough, so he couldn't understand how Jun could beat him up, but he can be very good in a fight. Zhou, who was still grinning viciously, raised his foot to strike at the opponent, and let the opponent not consider him the same weak person. In the next instant, Wei hit the opponent hard, but the opponent deftly parried his lunge with his own hand. Jun still had to move back to preserve his strength and be able to continue fighting against the enemy. The man's hand turned red after the blow, but he didn't think to give in. and Lee was dumbfounded as to how he could have become so strong. The two competitors rushed towards each other, and Zhou Wei snidely told Zhang that it was not too late to fall on your knees and call him daddy. Deftly dodging Jun's punch, Wei gloatingly reminded him of how he was chased out of the capital by his grandfather, and Zhou himself would not recognize such a grandson. Today, the villain is going to beat up every Zhang that comes his way, and with insults, he intends to do this to this opponent as well. But in the next instant, something happened that the overconfident Zhou didn't expect, and he flew away with a battered face, smashing the furniture. Zhang Jun, who hadn't expected this, looked in great surprise at Li, who was standing next to him, brimming with energy. The young healer actively moved his hands as if he was fighting an invisible opponent and radiated a strong energy. Jun stared in amazement at the comrade who was fighting Wei at the time and knew him as a doctor, marveling at his ability to fight. The defeated Zhou was angry at Zhang Jun's brash friends, and he had the strength left in him now, like a soldier after a march. The battered Zhou glared at the victorious Jun and shouted about his support today. It's like being born under a lucky star. Getting to his feet, the villain headed for the exit, but threatened not to say goodbye to Zhang Jun, while the bruised winner silently watched him go. Jun hugged Li in joy. If it wasn't for him, the businessman would have been beaten up, and Qin couldn't watch him get beaten up, hoping it would all end in a verbal argument, and they started fighting. Smiling, Jun suggests not to talk about it and offered to eat. Otherwise, his friend and savior will be late for the plane. Thinking of his sister who had decided to go to Yangcheng and Mr. Friends, Jun bought her a ticket on Li's flight and asked him to look after her. In the cabin of the plane, the flight attendant walked between the rows and offered numerous passengers soft drinks and light snacks, thanking them for choosing their airline. Xin Lie was sitting on a chair with his left hand in his pocket, calmly reading a magazine. When Zhang Jun passed by, Yili quickly covered his face with a magazine, but the girl didn't have time to pay attention to him. Then the guy showed his face and remarked with a smile, since he hasn't seen Mrs. Zhang in ages, she believes that wherever she goes, she sees him everywhere. After a brief conversation with an old acquaintance, the girl was heading on when she attracted attention from another passenger. After showing indecency to herself, Zhang Zhan turned to the man in horror, and the frightened flight attendant wondered what had happened. The injured lady pointed her finger at the unshaven man and told the flight attendant about how he dared to touch her with his hands. The attacker began to deny these accusations and tried to convince the flight attendant that he just accidentally touched the girl, not seeing anything terrible in the act. The captain of the plane who came up called the victim their respected passenger, demanding an apology from the man, otherwise the airline will put him on the blacklist. A man with a hood pulled over his head, pointed a gun at the captain, and the terrified pilot wants to know about his next actions. The villain praised the partner who was touching Jian Zhan for his good acting, and the one armed with a gun expressed the same to him. Threatening with the weapon, criminals declared hijacking of the plane and demanded money and valuable things from people. In the opposite case, they are ready to let bullets in them. The deathly frightened passengers jumped up from their seats in an attempt to escape, and only Zhang Zhan stared at the bandits as if spellbound. Suddenly, someone came up from behind and grabbed the unsuspecting girl, covering her mouth with his hand so that she wouldn't scream. It was her recent savior, Qin Li, who had strongly demanded to keep quiet and follow him to successfully escape from the villains. In the corridor of the plane, one of the bandits ordered them not to deceive them, to prepare money for passengers and hand it over to intruders. Hiding in one of the points of the liner, Qing Li asked Zhang Zhan to wait here in safety and asked to slam the door behind him, and she did not know what the guy was up to. Leaving the young man with a satisfied smile on his face, informed the girl of his intention to eliminate dangerous robbers. And he was skeptical of her call not to get involved with the bandits, but simply to give up his wallet and phone. Otherwise, he would still bring people to the grave with his partisanship. The same villain who touched Zhang Zhan walked through the ranks and rejoiced at the loot they received. They have been fishing for a long time, and they have not received so much wealth yet. In the cabin of the plane, the child of one of the many passengers began to cry, letting out bitter tears. The angry bandit demanded that the unfortunate child be silent, otherwise threatening to shoot if he heard another squeak. Qin Li, who had jumped out of nowhere, threw a strong punch at the villain and he fell down, not expecting such a turn. To the amazement of the passengers, who did not have time to escape, the attacker was disoriented and could no longer take the passengers' property. The terrified accomplice, still holding the captain of the plane, looked at the fallen villain and unsuccessfully called out to him. The criminal desperately looked around and wanted to find out who had done this to his comrade, but his eyes did not find anyone, requiring an invisible enemy to come out for a repeat of this. But with him, the villain did not see Qing Li, who was hiding and wanted to save the hostage from the threat of being hit. Summoning all his strength and determination, Qin Li charged from behind his hiding place at the unsuspecting bandit at that moment. While bandaging the guy, Yan Zhan recalled his words about eliminating robbers and rescuing people, criticizing the guy for it with displeasure. The flight attendant who came over politely remarked that if it wasn't for young man Jian Zhan, they would all be dead by now. Embarrassed but trying not to show it, the girl flatly rejected the flight attendant's words about her relationship with Qin Li. After a while, the plane, in which the healer and the sister of his friend were in the cabin, landed at the final point. Qin Li led the way down the ramp and was already heading towards the airport when Zhang Zhan, who was walking behind, called out to him, wondering where he was going. Turning back, the young doctor announced his intention to go home, because when you almost manage to catch a bullet, you really want to go back to your family. Considering him obligated to help her because of Li's friendship with Zhang, the girl would call him to her house tomorrow for protection, and Qin understood why Jin was always so detached. Back at his home yin and yang clinic, Qin Li listened to Liang Qing's words of admiration, as she did not expect her boss to fight the bandits with her bare hands. In her opinion, not every elite fighter would have been able to navigate in this situation, and Li admitted that he had never carried a weapon with him before. Putting on the shirt, the guy asked the assistant if she thought about the future of her colleagues. Liang might try to find them. But the girl did not understand what he was talking about. Qin Li is ready to try to find out how the life of these fighters turned out if she wants. Putting her work aside, a surprised Liang doesn't know if she can actually find them, but Qin Li doesn't know for sure until they try. The girl still had some information about her comrades, and Qin Li realized that under the mask of the Steel Lady, there was a fragile and vulnerable girl hiding. Opening her suitcase, Liang Qing told her about certain leads she had saved, even though she didn't expect to use them again. Taking the folder from her hands, the guy promised to do everything possible to successfully search for Liang Qing's people, and Liang Qing sincerely thanked her boss. Leaving the yin and yang clinic, the young healer went to his home, where he lived with his wife. Xu Jinyang was currently sitting on the sofa, working on her laptop, waiting for the people close to her to come home. Noticing Qin Li's appearance on the doorstep, the girl was overjoyed and turned to her husband, who was still in the hallway. Considering all the details, Li promises to cope with everything and asked about the burden of responsibility before opening a new place, noting her fatigue. But Qin Ying is doing great, and she just wanted to share some good news with her husband about launching a new project. Handing Qin Li a laptop, the girl asks him to take a look at what she was doing before he returned home. Pointing at the display of the gadget, Qin Ying speaks about a big hype, although they are just starting to unwind. Li called her a guru in the world of cosmetics promotion, and the girl considers him the one thanks to whom she can run the company, her own business. Tomorrow afternoon, there will be a general meeting of the cosmetics business representatives in Yangcheng, and Qing Ying called the director from her previous job. She doesn't want to see him. Answering Li's question about her desire to go there, she said that she wanted to, because at this meeting you can establish connections that are not superfluous. But if the girl goes there, it means that she will go along with everyone again, and this worries Chu Qinying. Li laughs. She definitely thinks that everyone there is trying to frame her, so Li's wife is not really worried about Zhang's company, but is still worried about her old job. Looking at his wife, the husband immediately decided everything and is going to go with her to the upcoming event. Outside the window, it was still a bright day when Qin Li was left alone in his room, feeling the wound he had received earlier. When the same energy began to radiate from the place of damage, the young man suspected something unusual with his damage. Suddenly, the door opened and Chu Jingying walked in, looking at her husband in amazement. Running up to him, the girl was worried that her husband was injured, and he tried to calm her down, calling it an ordinary scratch. Leaning over her husband, Jingying called him overly focused on his business, and at this rate, her parents will not have time to babysit their grandchildren. Qing Li seemed startled by these words of the girl. He hesitated, became embarrassed, and reminded that the topic of grandchildren had supposedly been closed for a long time. Turning to Jing Ying, Li asked about the girls, thinking that his wife was no longer interested in them. But at the same time, he thought how wrong he had brought up this forbidden topic. Before meeting Li, Jing Ying had one boyfriend, which almost led to her death, and since then, the unfortunate beauty has sworn off falling in love with guys. She wasn't his only victim. The villain is now in prison, and Ji Ying herself tried with the girls. They betrayed her, and Li knows all about it. Suddenly realizing that his wife's heart was broken, Qing Li asked her to remember that she would never let anyone hurt her again. Looking at her husband with sad eyes, the girl considers herself a fool after everything that happened to her. As if an unexpected thought had occurred to Ji-ying, she cried out and looked at her husband, as if waiting for him to support her. She said that everything that had happened earlier had long since passed, and Qinli couldn't take his eyes off his beloved. Jing-ying almost lay down on the sofa, looking at her lover, and almost couldn't say a word because of the overwhelming emotions. Qinli grabbed the lamp string with his hand to turn off the lights and make their bedroom dark. Night soon fell, and the crescent moon shone brightly, and a breeze blew on the street outside the house where Qing-ying and Qinli lived. Feeling her husband, his wife recalled the injury he received, but did not feel it today and at this moment. The street was quiet and peaceful, and Qingli reminded her again about the scratch and told her not to worry about it. The janitor who was cleaning the roads in the morning remembered what a stormy night it was yesterday, so he needs to work half a day today. In the house, the smiling Chu Jingying asked Qingli to wash his hands and sit down to breakfast. The guy is ready to do it in no time. Now the guy is interested in the mood of his beloved, and he can give her a signature relaxing massage. While eating breakfast, Qing-ying turned her gaze to the side, and as long as she was willing to do without a massage, she was fine. Then the guy suggested that they go get ready because they have to get to some congress where Qing-ying is supposed to be present. As they were walking, Ying reminded them of the need to go to the convention, and they were in the store. Li started talking about a lot of things to do. It was inconvenient to drive in his parents' car, and you need your own. At the car dealership, they approached the new car, and Qing Li asked his wife's opinion about the car, reminding her of her love for crossovers. As soon as Li opened the door of the vehicle a crack, there was a shout about the inadmissibility of climbing into the cabin and a complaint about the booth from outsiders. Pointing out the price of the car, the employee promised to cut out a kidney if he left a scratch. Otherwise, they can only look and break it. To the disgruntled manager, Qinli informed him that he wanted to see the car first and wanted to know if it had a test drive. Admitting it, the seller says about the deposit and the presence of everyone who goes, but does not buy cars, and whether the selected model is from the limited version and it is taken care of. Qinli inquired about the cost of the car, and the gloating manager put the amount at 800,000, but the buyer, judging by him, at least found 600. With a certain amount of surprise, the young healer suggested that the deposit at the dealership was almost equal to the full price of the car. Replying that this has long been a common practice and he still makes a discount, the seller mentally called Li a beggar who wants to test drive, but will see how he starts changing his shoes. Taking her husband's hand, Chu Qingying pointed out the salesman's manner of speaking, as if the customers still had something to thank him for. She suggested that the doctor go to a nearby salon if they didn't know how to do business properly, to which the young man immediately agreed. Looking back at the people leaving, the employee of the automobile store did not believe in the girl's words about the neighboring salon, considering it a fairy tale. While he was laughing at Qing Ying and Qing Li's looks, comparing their clothes to those of the homeless, colleagues reported visiting these customers at a nearby salon. Startled by what he heard, the man turned to his companions and didn't believe their words, as he didn't think that beggars like he thought of Li and Ying could go there. In the new Borghini showroom, a polite salesman told Mr. Qing Li the model of the car, the price starting from 8 million, and the willingness to prepare a test drive. The malevolent manager from the previous salon, who ran into the salon, does not understand why Vans shows these beggars such expensive cars. After talking about the visit of a couple of his salon, the man pointed out that it was impossible for the guys to buy a car even for 800,000. But for Van, every customer is important. After listening carefully to Manager Wang's last words, Qing Li expressed the hope that he wouldn't change his mind, even if they didn't end up buying anything. Deciding not to take a test drive, Qing Li held out a gold card for payment and is willing to pay the full price of the luxury car. A smiling Wang would happily go through with the paperwork, asking the buyers to take a break in the break room, while his angry colleague was overjoyed. As Wang escorted customers to the lounge, he promised to arrange everything quickly, and his colleague was angry with himself for missing out on such a fat customer. Vaughn almost forgot something as he turned to a frustrated colleague and expressed his deep gratitude to his friend for such a good client. When Qin Li arrived at the Imperial Palace, he praised the way Jing Ying dressed him up, and she also noted the outdated clothes of her husband, who should have bought new ones long ago. Suddenly, the young man's phone rang, and he reached for the gadget in the pocket of his new trousers. Taking out his smartphone, Qin Li saw that his friend wanted to talk to him and was mentally angry with himself for forgetting about her. Clutching the gadget to his chest, the healer informed Chu Qingying of the need to leave her to answer the phone, which caused her to have doubts. As Qin Li walked away, he picked up the phone and started talking to the caller, while his wife watched him go in silence. Once in the bathroom, The guy told the person who called him about his stay at the Yangcheng Business Congress and asked about the affairs of the person with whom he was talking. Standing near the mirror, Qin Li listened to the indignation of the person who was not invited to this event and about the Zhangs as people who are not the last in the business. Li Man is silent even. Sighing, the young healer, wanting to stop the grumpy man, suggests that he come to the Congress in the Imperial Palace of the city. Seeing Manager Zhang surprised by his presence at the convention, Li asked for help regarding a meeting with a certain person, but he doesn't know much about the building. The girl doesn't know who she's talking about, but Qin is sure she knows the person, because it's Zhang Zhan. She's staying in the palace on the second floor. Agreeing with the guy, the lady mentally wondered about Zhan's appearance in Yangcheng and her stop at the palace, wanting to know those who also knew about Jian Zhan's stay here. At this time, Chu Qingying, who was left without a spouse, heard a surprised female voice about her invitation to this event. A fat woman with green hair hears the smell of a dog coming from somewhere, hinting at Qingying, and thinks that the girl is so full of perfume for the sake of finding a good groom. In the villain, the girl recognized the manager Liu and found it necessary to wash her mouth with soap after such conversations. The embittered woman immediately walked up to the frail Jingying and swung a punch at the unfortunate beauty's face. Pointing a finger at the injured Yin, Liu insulted her and threatened to kick the girl out if she tried to teach her. After reminding Chu about the dismissal from her organization, Liu doesn't think that everything is possible for her now and recommended that the girl take care of herself. Qin Li, who had returned to the hall without understanding anything, saw his wife's red cheek and wants to know what happened to her face. After looking at Jing Ying's husband, the villain called him flawed, but she hopes that he will be able to learn here how to teach his wife to be smart. When the guy asked Liu if she really hit his wife, the manager mockingly confirmed the fact of beatings, thinking that he would not do anything to her. Qing Li's next move was to land a powerful punch on the vicious Liu, causing her tongue to pop out of her mouth. The blow was so powerful that the impudent villain flew away to the great surprise of all the other guests present in the hall. With a cold, unfeeling look, Qing Li promised to give everyone who dared to lay a hand on his consort what they deserved. Liu, who had fallen to the floor, screamed in fear and harshly insulted Qingying, calling her husband a flawed person who allegedly beat up respectable people. An agitated man in a purple suit ran into the hall, not understanding anything of what was happening. The manager is holding her bruised cheek and is happy for Mr. Chen's appearance. She complained about Qing Ying, who allegedly set her husband on her, and he beat up Liu. An angry Chen, pointing a finger at Qin Li, was indignant as Ying allowed her bad husband to spread his hands, demanding to apologize. A disgruntled Qin Ying is surprised by the demand to apologize because the only one who should do it is Liu, who first attacked the girl. According to Chen, if Ying has found a new job, then it's like everything is allowed, but he has a contract with the Jings, so Ying and Chen are in the same boat, so she doesn't have to resent it. Zhongzhan, who has arrived in time for the conversation, is startled by this man's words and demands to know how he is going to pull it all off. Manager Liu, along with Mr. Chen, don't even know who it is, and they think the girl is too young to get involved. Manager Zhang, who was walking behind her, pointed out to these two doubters that the girl was one of the main shareholders of the family corporation. Startled, Chen and his accomplice stared at Ms. Zhang, not understanding what she had forgotten at this event. The villainous Liu Xiuqin immediately changed her tone and politely greeted Manager Zhang, introducing Mr. Chen, the director, who was standing next to her. After sternly reminding the evil woman of what she had said about young Miss Zhang, the manager heard that it was all a simple misunderstanding. Pointing at Qin Li, Liu described herself and Chen as decent people on the forum, while her companion pointed out the villain's rumpled face and alleged criticism from the Linajians. When the manager asked the couple in the same stern tone about their work at the cosmetics company, they confirmed it with a smile. Lady Zhang decided to stop cooperating with these people and promised to pay the penalty. Startled, Liu thought it was a joke, and Director Chen refused to accept the penalty, not understanding what the girl was talking about. With a sweet smile on her face, Manager Zhang declared her utmost seriousness at these words. Pointing at Zhongzhan, she reminded him how the headmaster and administrator had dared to insult a member of her family. The lady did not forget about Qin Ying and Qing Li, calling her the second most important shareholder in Yangcheng, with whom the couple also ruined relations. Speaking about the healer and owner of the Yin and Yang clinic, Ms. Zhang accused the villains of hurting the dearest friend of their family. Chen, who did not understand this, remembered Qing Ying as his former assistant, and now she is a shareholder in the Zhang Corporation. He would not have gotten involved in everything if he knew about the patrons of the guy and girl. Outraged, Zhangjian is shocked that this is the first time she has ever been so insulted, so she hopes that Zhang Chuxue will take the necessary measures. Waving her hand toward the door, the manager sternly asks the brutes if they could leave on their own or with the help of the guards called by Zhue. With a wink at Qin Li, Zhangjin noticed that she had not come to the event for nothing, and the joyful guy thanked the girl. But if the healer is truly sincere in his words, then it is better to bring a glass of water for the lady, as she wishes. In no time, Qingying is ready to go for water, especially since she was saved today by girls from the Zhang family from evil detractors. After listening to the still unknown beauty, Zhangjian wasn't sure who she was talking about when the lady said about saving her. Qinli invited Qin to meet his consort, who was standing awkwardly nearby, and gave her name. Ying thought of Zhang as a March cat looking at Li, and Zhang thought of her brother's words about his new friend's wife standing in full view of her. To her new acquaintance, Zhangjian identified herself as Li's friend, and nothing more, wondering why his wife was so clinging to the glass the girl was holding. King Ying now called Zhangjian charming and direct with a smile, hoping to replace her husband for a while to help with the water. Looking at his wife and the beautiful Zhangjian, Qinli himself had a strange premonition and decided to leave here. Raising his hand, the healer signaled the need to leave, but to his surprise, both girls resisted this desire of the guy. Lowering his gaze, Qinli hurried to reassure them. After all, he only needed to go to the washroom for a moment. After leaving the hall with the guests, Li held his head and thought that the girls would definitely take out the whole brain, arranging a serpentarium, and at this time, someone asked what was bothering the young man. It was Zhang Chushue's manager, and Li told her how everything had started out well, and then how the rains had gone down. Smiling, the girl assumed that it was because of Qin Li's very attractive appearance, who only crossed his arms and remained silent. And in the next moment, Chushue became alert when the young man asked her to give Zhang Jie a simple message. Passing the flashcard to the manager, the healer said that it was necessary to check the addresses of a couple of people, and if necessary, Li will answer all the questions of a friend. The location of these people is kept secret, but whether it matters to Li, Chu Shui thanked him for his trust and promised to give the map to her brother with her own hands. Now, in the girl's opinion, they need to go back, to which the healer agreed and hoped for an opportunity to escape unnoticed. As the couple drove back home in their car, Qing Li asked her what she had been talking about with Zhang Zhan for so long. According to his wife, they talked about various topics, for example, how he infuriates young Zhang, and the healer does not understand how his wife withstood this stream of delirium. Ying called her husband's words a joke. For her, this is a beautiful lady who believes that Li owes her dinner, and she understands that Qing likes this beauty. After explaining that Zhan was going to Yangcheng to meet some friends, her brother asked her to keep an eye on her, but Qin Li himself could not imagine that it would be tiring. This was what Xing Ying told Zhang Zhan when Li went to confide in manager Zhang. And the young beauty also asked his wife about the development account in Wuhan. Li is interested in his wife's response to this proposal, but she doesn't know yet, although she doesn't want to spend her whole life in Yangcheng because there are more prospects and opportunities in Wuhan. After asking his wife to think about it, Qing Li promised to talk to her about the business proposal when she made a final decision. When Qing Ying suddenly asked her husband about himself, the healer didn't understand what she wanted from him. After asking if he would go with her, she learned from Qin Li that he was ready to close the clinic and start packing his bags for departure. The couple drove home in a car, and Chu Qingtan was waiting for them on the doorstep, resting in the evening silence. Not even noticing the arrival of the car, the girl dressed in a sweatshirt with long arms was looking ahead and seemed to be worried about something. Finally spotting the car, Chu Tan jumped to her feet and rejoiced at the return of her beloved sister. In the large house where Qin Li and Qin Ying lived, the lights were bright and the crescent moon was shining in the dark sky. Tan was delighted with her son-in-law's purchase of a new villa. She really likes it because no one has such a villa, even the richest people in the city. Qing Ying herself did not like her sister's bold behavior, and she slapped her on the head and demanded that she treat Li with respect, since he was older. When Tan called him Mr. Son-in-law, the boy cried with emotion, hearing a girl call him that for the first time, but it sounded great. To Tan's questions about their rich life and where he made so much money, not on the cream, Li reminded of his hard work, but wants to know the reason for Tan's presence. Holding a cup of tea in her hands, Chu Qingtang reacted wonderfully to this question, because if Li hadn't asked, she wouldn't have remembered. Tang reminded Qing Li about the offer to go to a school party with her, but he didn't say anything, and the girl couldn't find her son-in-law at home, so she came to them. Remembering the offer with an innocent smile, Li thought vexedly that he shouldn't have agreed, and Tan begged him not to say that he wasn't coming because the villains would attack her again. Then the guy advised Tan not to go if she was afraid, but the girl refused because she didn't want to be known as timid at school because they would think bad things about her. Ching Ying turned to her husband, recommending that he go to school with her sister for the evening if he gave her his word. Looking at the two girls, the healer who regretted his frivolous promise only had to agree. Turning her head to the side, Chu Ji-tang seemed to be displeased with her son-in-law, while her sister was looking at her good-naturedly. Jiden continued to ignore him with her gaze, as if she was trying to remind him of something from the past and was worried that he wouldn't interrupt her. Seeing Li go to the kitchen, Tan is happy about the upcoming rib cooking. He asked her to show herself by helping her son-in-law. Qing Ying is also ready for kitchen work. 1 month passed, and Qing Li continued to treat sick patients in his Yin and Yang Medical Center. Visiting the institution, Chu Qing Ying only watched as her husband helped people feel better again. Lang Qing is working like an ox, and Li still has no news about his assistant's comrades in arms, and now he doesn't know how to talk to her without hurting her mentally. Finally making up his mind, Qing Li coughed, and the girl excitedly asked if anything had happened at their clinic. After telling the assistant not to worry about anything, Qing Li announced the arrival of a group of Chinese medicine healers in a couple of days. Then the guy carefully added the details of her co-workers. He passed on the information, and when there was news, Qing Li and Liang Qing would be contacted immediately. As if the memories of the past weighed heavily on her, she modestly thanked her boss for his concern. After handing over the keys to his villa to Liang Qing, the guy asked her to make herself at home there, and as soon as he and his wife settled down in Wuhan, they would immediately go after her. Emotionally, Liang began to refuse the gift and called herself his eternal debtor, but she would rather stay to guard the clinic. Qing Li called the lady a friend. She didn't owe him anything. While the head of the clinic was communicating with a subordinate, Chu Qing Ying's voice was heard from behind, asking her dear spouse to hurry up. They are late for the flight. After waving his hand at Liang Qing, the young man was about to leave, but asked the girl to call him immediately if there were any questions. Left alone, she could only stare after her boss as he left, grateful for his kindness. After a while, the young couple arrived at the Limen villa they had purchased in Wuhan. At the same time, businessman Zhang Jie led a group of workers who unloaded and brought boxes into the house, demanding to carry them carefully because there was no firewood on their hands. Shaking hands with Qing Li, Jie is happy about his friend's decision to move here. The healer reciprocated. He also missed his friend Zhang. Qing Ying praised manager Zhang for helping with the relocation and settling in. It's good for Jai to have a lot of siblings, but sometimes it's tiring. But the main thing for Jai is their equality as partners in the Zhang Corporation, and the man asked his comrades to always remember this. Now that Li knows who to contact in Wuhan, Zhang Jie laughingly called the guy almost a brother and asked him to continue without any conventions. Qing Li was worried when Ji announced that he was going to meet a colleague of his friends today, and he wanted to introduce them. Turning to Qing Ying, the young healer informed her that she needed to go out on business, and if she had any problems, she should make a phone call. In the palace, Mingji talked about his friend soon getting a degree in Chinese medicine. His fame is booming in Wuhan, and on his return, this genius opened a clinic. According to Jai, Qing Li also wants to open a new hospital. He has a great interest in traditional medicine. He will get acquainted with this scientist, and maybe something will come of it. When Zhang Jie wanted to add something, his companion became nervous and wanted to clarify what he just wanted to say. Jie recalled how the man had courted his sister, and she had refused to return his love because of Qing Li, and this caused the healer to be astonished. Asking the guy not to think about it, Ji conveyed the words of his sister, for whom Li is an ideal and idol, and if the boyfriend wants to win her favor, then let him become like Qin. A moment later, they entered a room where a man in a suit and a bored lady were sitting at a round table. The girl who was happy about Qing Li's visit hadn't seen him for a long time, and he hadn't seen her, Mrs. Zhan. Finally, he turned to the guest, Tosu, the healer Li, who had conquered their dear Zhan, and the boy greeted the man with a modest smile. The man in the suit had imagined Qing Li to be much cooler, but now he seems like an ordinary village simpleton. While Zhan was still indignant at her suggestion to take Qin Li as a partner, the healer himself was grinning as he wondered what she had said to the angry man about him. After all, the guy can't figure out what Zhang Zhan had to tell this obnoxious person, because it's probably nothing good. The man told about having a doctor's degree in Cambridge. He completed many courses in medicine, but it is not known what will confirm Li's qualifications. Earlier, the man cured one of the most dangerous diseases, a polycystic tumor, in the head of the United States, but Jean does not understand the thoughts of a friend that Li is not a match for him. Zhang Jin then tried to ask the boastful white-haired guy if he thought it was possible to study outside of Cambridge. Hearing such bold words, the man rose to his feet and screamed in great anger. The phone rang, and picking up the receiver, the arrogant medical specialist reminded him about his day off today. On the phone, someone asked him, Dr. Xia, to urgently go to the hospital because of the sharp deterioration of the patient from the 903rd ward. The doctor's already leaving. With a smile, he bowed out to Zhang and Milajan because of the need to check on the patient. And Ji and the others understand everything. After all, this is a medical duty. The girls suggested that Dr. Xia go to the clinic with him, see if they can do something to help him there. If Li isn't afraid, Jia doesn't mind his trip. Zhang is ready to admire him if he succeeds in the clinic, and if he fails, let him forget her number. Somewhat confused, healer Qin Li mentally asked them to stop and not involve him in this matter. At the hospital, Qin Li followed Dr. Xia in the lead, demanding to know about the patient's condition and asking for the protocol of medication administration. Outside the ward, they were met by a man in a suit and a woman who was panicking and talking to Dr. Xia about the patient's deteriorating health by the minute. The man next to her referred to Xia pejoratively as the doctor who finally showed up at the clinic. The men in suits surrounding the pair suddenly started grabbing Xia's hands, which caused him to be indignant. A distraught gray-haired man screamed, remembering the owner on the verge of death, blaming the doctor who supposedly goes somewhere. The person recalled his words about the patient's recovery, and he believed him. The doctor asks to calm down. He did everything according to the protocol. There should be no complications, but we need to see. The old man, who didn't want to hear anything, raised an angry hand over the terrified Xia, intending to teach him a lesson for not being at the clinic. Suddenly, someone grabbed the evil old man's hand and demanded to stop the hooliganism. Qin Li doesn't see the benefit of a crippled doctor for the owner of an indignant old man, and it's better for grandfather to take the medic to the patient. The vicious old man shouted out in indignation, calling Qin Li the doctor's protector and ready to slap him in the face. Not allowing the old man to grab him, Li held his hand and told him to pay attention to the possible consequences when the bully demanded to let go. Li told the old man that the patient's condition was not fully diagnosed, and it is not known whether the grandfather is ready to guarantee that the crisis is not a sign of recovery. The startled hooligan pondered over the guy's words and took Qin Li more seriously now. The man then let go of the terrified Dr. Xia, who was about to beat up a moment ago. As Xia straightened his tie, he didn't understand how Qin Li had managed to subdue this bully, since this was not a situation you could wish on an enemy. But the villain turned on the doctor again and demanded to bring him the good news, or they would pick up where they left off. Then the angry man watched in some confusion as the two medics worked in the patient's room. Qin Li looked at the sick man and Dr. Xia, concluding that a poisonous substance had entered the unfortunate man's body, but he couldn't feel its life force. Realizing that he was missing something, Qin Li kept glancing at the unconscious boy and decided to take a closer look. Knowing the presence of the evil giant behind him, Dr. Xia hoped that he wasn't mistaken. Otherwise, a small oversight would be tantamount to his death. Xia mentally asked himself to concentrate, but they didn't prepare him for this kind of intensity either, demanding that he exhale, get an injection, and calm down. Before he could begin, the doctor screamed in fright when someone behind him demanded that he stop. Seeing Qin Li, Ya is indignant and kindly accuses the young man of wanting to cause the doctor's heart to break. The healer took his colleague by the hand and, in the presence of a gray-haired thug who was constantly watching them, called the injection to the point where Xia wanted to apply it, certain death. Qin Li then pointed out a large dark red tumor on the sick patient's neck and asked Xia to take a look at it. Angry Xia does not understand when a huge growth appeared. He did not expect such a development of the disease, and now almost all organs need to be transplanted for treatment. Suddenly, the patient woke up and uttered something unintelligible, to the amazement of both medics present nearby. Enraged by Xia's stupor, the old man demanded that he save the patient by doing something, but Xia thinks they are too late, and he is powerless here. Qin Li, who was working at the time, asked for quick help and secured the person's hands and feet on the couch. The old man did not understand Li's steps. His master is not a test subject of this doctor, and Xia is sure that Qing is trying to throw dust in his eyes because he sees everything and understands everything. Suddenly, the guy screamed and demanded to shut Xia's mouth and let him do the job of rescuing the patient. Night fell, and Qin Li used his healing needles to treat what appeared to be a hopeless patient. One by one, Qin Li used the needles to save the unfortunate person. He worked tirelessly to remove the terrible tumor. After performing the operation, Qin Li reported that the patient would soon return to consciousness. He would leave the medicine, but there should be no more problems. The old man stared wide-eyed at the medic, and the astonished Dr. Xia looked at the indicators that were normal and did not believe it. Finally, the patient opened his eyes, but he does not know where he is. The tearful old man is glad to see him back, and then he no longer hoped for it. Then after announcing their stay at the Wuhan Central Hospital, he pointed his finger at Dr. Qin Li, who had saved his master. The patient turned his head to the healer and asked the astonished Qin Li how he came to be in this place. The surprised healer looked at a patient he didn't know and asked him if they knew each other. After apologizing, the patient simply confused Qin Li with someone he knows from the capital and asked the young man not to think about it. But the mention of the capital made Li uneasy. The old man told Qin about the removal of the disease from his master, and Li asked him to give him the person's medical history to make his recommendations. Handing the document to the boy, the old man apologized to the young healer for his slowness. Not remembering his family, Li decided to search for a solution in the capital, and Jia invited him to work, because the clinic had long been looking for such a specialist for the post of deputy chief physician. Turning to Xia, Qin Li smilingly announced that the Yin and Yang clinic was looking for an employee for the same position. Dr. Jia immediately spat, clearly not liking the suggestion from his talented colleague. Since the patient's life was in Qin Li's hands, the patient wants to thank him after being discharged, but the healer doesn't need it. He is already lucky enough to meet such a person. The recovered boy asked the old man, Mr. Ganga, to help him and book an apartment in the Paradise Complex for 3 days. After receiving the chief's order, Ganges bowed and accepted it for further execution. The patient hopes that Li will not refuse his gratitude, and the doctor asks him to use it completely because he did nothing of the kind. In the car, Zhangji asked Li if he knew who he saved. The guy can't call the patient a simple person. This is clearly a higher status. According to Yai, the guards call him Xu Xiao, and given the capital's dialect, he clearly belongs to the famous Xu clan, which excited the guy. Jun went on to describe Zhang and Xu as the 2 oldest families in the country's capital. It's strange to see Xu here. Jie reminded him of the request for Li to find a blood jasper for a surprise at the festival, but there was bad news regarding grandfather Zhang's health. Using everything, the family again turns to Qin Li for help, and the latter recalled Jun's words about how they became like brothers to each other. With a hunch in his mind, Jie excitedly turned to Li, but Li promised to do everything possible to heal his grandfather. Thanking Li warmly, Ji explained how his siblings had contacted the General Cosmetics Company, so Qin didn't have to worry. 3 days later, Qing Li, who had cured Xu Xiao, came to the Paradise Entertainment Complex, where the residents of the city were having fun. Xu, who had recovered, pointed at Qin Li and told the guests that he wouldn't be able to go out today if it wasn't for this healer. Raising his drink glass, Xu Xiao made a toast, offering him a toast to the great healer Qin Li. Calling the progress in recovery positive dynamics, the healer urged his patient not to lean on alcoholic beverages. Xu, who had been drinking heavily, waved his hands and asked the healer not to think about it. As long as Qin Li was around, Xiao would have nothing to worry about. Xu asks Li to secretly reveal his opinion about who Xiao really is, but for the guy, this person is just his patient. Giving a thumbs up, Xu became satisfied because that was exactly the kind of friend he was looking for. A guy approached them and offered to join them for a party held in honor of Xu Xiao. At this time, behind both guys, someone hit another person hard and he fell to the floor. The arrogant guy with the gold chains asked if it was his man, as he spilled his drink on him. The victim who invited Qin Li asked this intruder not to directly blame him for everything. Xu Xiao approached the brute and asked if he might have any complaints about his friend. Speaking unflatteringly about the person he hit, the villain with the golden chains considers him a violator of the serious gang rules and offered him to leave if his health was expensive. Someone in the audience was startled when they heard about this. Xu Xiao opened his mouth and looked at the bandit, surprised and Li, and they all didn't know about Sirius. It seemed that the entire province was controlled by the Zhang family, but most of them didn't know about the existence of a powerful underground empire. This is exactly the Sirius gang. Even the Zhang family is wary of it. Although the group remains in the shadows, its influence is felt everywhere. The power of the Sirius gang is legendary even in the capital, because there are no better warriors than them. The word warriors speaks for itself. They are called Wuhan strongmen. They know the secrets of dark matter. Ordinary people stay away from them. One of the guests started to run away, while the other one turned to Xu Xiao and informed him of his departure. He had enough parties for today. The injured guy asks not to carry the bar and is ready to cover the losses, but he just accidentally overheard the conversation of the villain from the gang. This won't do for Xu Xiao. His friend can pay for the inconvenience, and he will also add up, so let the person from Sirius name the amount. The villain and his gang members looked at Xu and were silent, as if they were considering his suggestion. They then laughed out loud at Xiao's idea that they only needed money from Xu and his companion. Still laughing angrily, the leader of the group is willing to consider one option for Shu if he wants to help a friend. Nervously, Xiao asked what the bandit meant, and the latter offered to forgive the beaten guy if Shu could withstand one blow from the villain. Without taking his eyes off the bully from Sirius, Zhu thought that he was just mocking him. Xiao turned around in surprise to see Qin Li standing behind him, who was beginning to take an interest in Sirius. Wanting to be hit first, Li hopes Shu doesn't mind it, and Xiao was surprised to think that the healer ran away with everyone. Coming forward, Li asked him to trust. Shu asked the guy not to consider serious, simple faces. They do not do show-offs. With a smile on his face, Qin Li asked Shu to calm down. They would settle down a bit now and not make things difficult. Coming out to a group of self-confident bandits, the healer cheerfully informed them about the readiness to take a blow. The villain with the golden chains called the guy's words empty and, raising his fist, demanded to get ready. To the villain's great surprise, Qin Li deftly dodged the blow and the fist missed him. Startled by what he saw, the villain immediately assumed that his opponent was getting acquainted with the secret of dark matter. Clenching his hand into a fist, the bandit with confidence in victory again tried to hit Li, who supposedly won't be able to dodge forever. But this time too, Qin Li was able to masterfully repel the attack, coolly fighting the enemy. Not considering Qin Li now a native of ordinary people, the villain demands not to wait for mercy and is ready to fight on. From the healer's fist came his sparkling energy, and this was the mercy that the villain was talking about. Qin Li, under the tiger sign and the bandit under the dragon symbol, came together in a harsh confrontation in an effort to win. Wanting to stop this, Xiao called himself the scion of the Shu family, which is unlikely to want anyone to cross the road, but the villain is more interested in where he got this action movie. After stopping the fight, the serious member agrees to hush up the matter if Xiao is not interested in the conflict, especially since he did not immediately guess who was in front of him. For Shu, this is not an introduction without a good fight, and since he is here incognito, he will be grateful to Sirius for keeping it a secret, and the villain asks not to worry about it at all. Glancing at Qin Li, the bandit spoke respectfully of his skill, not expecting it, but wants to know where he studied. The guy called himself a simple healer and just sometimes trains, nothing more. If he doesn't want to talk, then to his recent opponent, then let him say so. The fighter with chains invited Li to Sirius if the guy wants to change his field of activity. Delighted, Shu took Dr. Qing by the shoulder and marveled at his skillful handling of his own body. According to the healer, the opponent from the group was simply not ready for bloodshed this time, so he retreated. Laughing, Shu called the healer too modest and thought about the remaining couple of days before returning to the capital. And he invited Li to his place if fate brought him to those parts, calling the guy the most welcome guest in the house, promising to have a lot of fun. Night had fallen, the crescent moon was shining in the dark sky, and Qin Li's house barely had any lights on in the windows. Opening his desk drawer, Li reminded the person he was talking to on the phone about planning to visit the capital together. Looking at the green stones, the guy talked on the phone about the 3 days until Monday, the very respected Zhangs in the capital, and the need to think everything through to the details. Qin Li and the person he was talking to then decided to discuss everything tomorrow, when the healer would pick up a friend at 8 in the morning. After finishing the conversation, Li looked at the stones again and allowed a trip to the capital tomorrow, but he hadn't seen Junior Zhang so excited yet. Leaving the stones behind, Qin decided to focus. Today he met a person with similar skill. He could sense that Li had not meditated for a long time. Sitting down on the floor, the healer recalled the bodywork techniques that his teacher had taught him, and they had brought Qin a lot of money. But only now does the healer begin to think that the teacher had a completely different purpose, hidden from the student. The boy wants to find out who forced his parents to run away and learn about the power from which they are carefully hiding, but so far there is no hint of a solution. Right now, Qin Li is going to put his strength in order, and the Zhangs are helping him, but still the young man is afraid of never meeting his parents. The next day, Zhang Jun drove up to Qin Li's house and expressed his willingness to help if he wasn't ready yet, but the guy was already heading towards him. With a smile, the businessman looked at his friend, who brought a lot of boxes and put them in the trunk of the car, not understanding his actions. According to the guy, these are clothes and food that Qinying had previously purchased for him in Wuhan. Remembering something, the healer then became embarrassed and asked Ji to wait. He forgot his shoes and now goes to get them in the house. Jai, who doesn't want to waste time, is absolutely against waiting any longer, so let everything stay, and they will buy shoes in the capital. Flying over the metropolis, people saw a tall tower that rose above the entire city. As Zhang Jun drove through the city, he told Qin Li that he needed to take him to the main pedestrian street for a walk and buy things. Once in one of the stores, the healer looked at the price tags and was horrified by the huge cost of clothing. A sales assistant came up to him, politely greeted him, and gave him the price of the item in question at 114,000 won. After going to the store, Chin Li and his friends visited one of the restaurants and began to study the menu. Studying the cost of food, provincial Chin Li continued to be horrified by the price tag of metropolitan life. Looking with interest at the menu of the institution, the healer is sure the cost in the capital is definitely not affordable for an ordinary person. Jun chuckled. It all depends on the location, and soon he will take Li to another place, and the guy is wondering which one. It was already evening when the friends found themselves in front of a large building where the lights were shining brightly. The girl sitting on the pool table reacted enthusiastically to the appearance of young Master Zhang, who had not changed since their last meeting. While walking into the bar with Chin Li, Ji reported about today's visit to the capital and wants to know the availability of seats, to which the girl asked the guest to enter. Taking a cue for playing billiards, the guys went to one of the halls of a huge institution, and the girl followed them with her eyes. After Jun and Chin Li left, the girl picked up her smartphone and started calling Zhou Wei, asking for his location. The guys were playing pool at the same time, throwing balls with dexterity into the net of the table. Wondering why Li hadn't played pool before, Jun called him gifted at the game, while Chin was modest and considered himself not someone who was interested in the game. Not believing his friend, after losing to him 30 times, Jun offered to play again. Li is ready for another time. Tomorrow they will go to the birthday party. Zhang Jun sighed after saying that, as if they had a very difficult road ahead of them. Chin Li does not understand this reaction of his friend. Jun is not talking about the holiday. It will not be so easy for them to go back. When Li asked if there were anyone inside who could stop them, he got a positive response from his friend. Once Zheng's father was betrayed, and one of the family members was involved in an accident, so the head banished them. Even if the villain who betrayed his father is caught, Zhang Jun doesn't have the chance to explain everything to his grandfather, as the young man hopes. Tomorrow, Chin Li would have the opportunity to examine him and learn about the sick old man's health. The unsuspecting healer promised to do just that, not noticing how the door suddenly opened a crack. The previously beaten-up Zhou Wei entered the room with a team of uniformed men and greeted Zhang without thinking of ever meeting him. Zhang became angry when he saw his opponent, who came in the company of law enforcement officers and their boss. A cheerful Zhou pointed out his friends to the chief of police and told them about the alleged debauch and property damage. The vicious local police chief immediately ordered his subordinates to detain and interrogate Zhang and Chin Li. Firmly asking Chin Li to step aside, Ji announced the arrival of the Zhou family for him and asked his friend to find his father, and he would help in this matter. While asking about the strength of the Zhou family, Li learned from Yong that the Zhou family has a lot of influence in the capital, even though they are not at the top. Qing Li immediately remembered the Shu family with its influence, and Zhang wants to make sure that his friend is talking about those who live in the capital. Clenching his fist fiercely, the man knew about the strength of the Zhou family, but the Shu family was still a long way off. Not understanding why Li would ask such a question, Jun found out from a friend how he met a guy in Wuhan. In front of the astonished police officers and Zhou Wei, Qin picked up his smartphone and decided to call this new acquaintance. Villain Wei started laughing, calling Chin Li a villager who was here for the first time and was already preparing to call for reinforcements. Half an hour later, Zhou reminded the guys that they were waiting for their reinforcement, but he wasn't there, so he thinks they're just unstalling for time. As Wei gloated over Zhang, he didn't expect to see such an act on his part, and even if he didn't try, it wouldn't do any good. In the capital, the Zhou family doesn't care who Zhang Jun is, because even the Shu family is afraid of the villain Wei. Suddenly, the door opened and Xu Xiao appeared on the threshold of the room, who heard the words of the guy and now wants to clarify what he said. Zhu was very afraid of Xu Yingran's appearance, because this is the young leopard of the capital. If you cross the road, you will be in big trouble. When Xu reminded him about his family's fear of Zhou, he said that he had imagined that the Zhou family respected the Xu family. Xu put his foot on top of the man lying on the floor and asked, too, if he was having fun deceiving Xiao himself. Xu is willing to forgive the brute for his delusional words this time, but he also slandered Lord Xiao's savior. Watching the incident, the head of the police squad did not think to run into Xu while helping the Zhou family. Then a disgruntled Xu turned to the head of law enforcement Zhao, who immediately responded, preparing to listen to the guy. Asking Zhao about his possible desire to apprehend Xu himself, the policeman waved his hands. He didn't think anything of it. They were just joking. Pointing the finger at Zhou, the boss accused him of threatening him and promising to harm his family if Zhao didn't help, and Wei now considered him duplicitous. Hearing the voice of the defeated opponent, Shu once again kicked him because no one allowed the villain to talk. Then turning his head in the direction of the entire crowd, the young man rudely demanded to leave and did not want to see them again. People were running away at high speed, with Zhou Wei leading the way the fastest. When the three of them were alone, Xu Xiao called Zhang Junyi his friend, if he was the comrade Qin mentioned. Surprised by Li's arrival in the capital, Xu never received a message from him. Qin only flew in with a friend and thanked him for today's help. In a friendly tone, Xu Xiao asked the healer what his current business was in the capital. According to Li, he and Zhang came to present gifts to the old master and check on his health at the same time. Speaking about the rumors that are circulating in his family, Xu Xiao is sure that the old man is not just ill. The Zhang family's home in the capital was crowded, with citizens queuing up to purchase certain items. Junjing's father asked his son about the readiness of a gift from their family. The guy asked to relax, everything is ready. As Jun left with his father, he talked to Qin about coming in soon and the need to act on the situation, and Qin agreed. The young man who greeted the guests invited them into the house, and the presence of important people is already an honor for the Zhang family and a valuable gift. Then he saw Jun, who was holding a certain box with both hands, and his friend Qing Li approaching. Jun placed the box on the table in front of the woman who was receiving the guests' belongings. Standing in line right behind Jun, the guy with the fur coat was smiling maliciously as he looked at the guests of the event. Jun suddenly turned around and aggressively asked him, Zhang Ziyang, what he wanted, and the latter, suspecting that they had a new gift, called Jun's annual gifts bad. The eldest son of the head of the Zhang family, Ziyang, suggests that Jun leave and not be disgraced if he hopes for the help of such garbage to return to the house. Jun had heard outsiders refer to him as someone who was kicked out of the house 10 years ago, but this guy is still part of the family and can participate in the celebration. After placing the box with the gemstone inside on the table, Qinli thinks it's more appropriate to look at Jun's gift first. The smug Ziyang doesn't expect to see something good there. Is Li sure that this gift is necessary for the head of the family? At that moment, the man with the mustache and the suit looked back, as if interested in the conversation between these people. Grabbing the box with the jewel, the man began to carefully examine the red stone, surrounded by other guests. A dreadful surmise struck this gentleman, who guessed what he had just seen carefully. Calling the stone brought by Qin Li the magnificent blood jasper, the man threw everyone present into complete shock. The guests asked Mr. Zhang to sell the stone to them in case of need, and Jun's father did not think to see this thing. The family spent a lot. Surprised by what he heard, Ziyang was well aware of blood jasper and its ability to grant its owner longevity. Zitiang noticed that many people were looking at him and asked them to calm down. He was just trying to make fun of Jun. Still, according to the eldest son of the head of the Zhang family, this stone is an expression of warm feelings of people, so it will have to be accepted. Jun wants to know if he and Li can come in after all this, and Ziyang waves his hand and lets him keep the jasper. Once inside the decorated house, Jun realized that the Zhang family in the capital was one thing in words, but quite another in reality. His father ran up to the guy and suddenly slapped him on the back of the head, demanding not to shout, otherwise someone would hear him from other guests. The man asked Li to look for a place to sit down, and they would greet the head. Qing agreed and would wait for them there. Taking the empty seats, the young man began to look at the numerous guests who were walking back and forth, drinking wine. The Zhang family's connections in the capital were strong, with each member holding positions in the military, government, and business, and controlling the major clans in the country. Clenching his fist, Qing Li pondered and came to the conclusion that it would be difficult for Jun to return to the house of the head of his family. Suddenly, Li heard a familiar voice calling him brother and had been searching for a talented healer for half a day. Raising his head and looking towards the guests, Qing Li saw his new acquaintance, Xu Yingrang, who he had recently been relaxing with at the bar. By asking how Xu came to be here, Li found out about the cooperation of the friend's family with the Zhangs, so Xiao and his brother were sent to convey congratulations to the head. Considering their meeting at this place a good one, Xu suggested that his rescuer from the clinic go with him to meet his brother and sister. When they entered one of the large halls of the huge Zhang house, Xu Xiao introduced Qing Li to his sister and brother, whom he had already told them about. Xu family's second daughter, Shi Yi, holding a glass of wine, looked at Dr. Qing, who had saved her brother, asking if it was him in front of her. Politely, the young healer confirmed what Xu Xiao had said, and it was a pleasure to meet this girl. Xiao then introduced his friend to his older brother, Xu Chang, a man in a military uniform with shoulder straps. Turning his head, Xu Chang shot a stern glance at his little brother's new companion, who was standing in front of him at this moment. Then the man, noticing how the guest was looking at him, asked him what had happened, perhaps something on Xu's face. Qin Li apologized for his tactlessness and explained his own behavior as a professional habit. Highlighting the last word the guest said, Xu Chang suggested that Dr. Qing thought he was a sick person. Continuing to look at Xiao's older brother, the healer thinks that he just recently returned from a mission. After agreeing with the young man, Xu Chang, who was clearly interested in communicating with the healer, asked him to continue the dialogue. Xu was surprised to see his friend who had positively evaluated his brother's energy, but the accumulated injuries had increased the fire element in his body and caused him to become ill. Continuing his verdict on the man, Qing Li does not recommend that a soldier in such a state go on dangerous missions again. For Xu Xiao and Xu Shiyue, the news about their brother's poor condition was almost a shock. In an absolutely serious tone, Qing Li warned of the incurable disease for Xu Chang if he neglected his health again. Grinning, the man repeated the doctor's thesis about the incurable nature of the disease and suggested that it was a swindler throwing words. With a tilt of his gaze, Qing Li refused to continue telling Xu Chang about his condition if he didn't want to believe him. Xiao started to tell his brother about Dr. Qing's skill and offered to see him by Dr. Li, but Xu demanded to keep quiet and not tell him what to do. Knowing how closely the Xu family is being watched by other clans, Chang doesn't want to admit that he has a medical condition. When Qing Li was ready to leave, he reported that he didn't want to disturb the family, and it was nice to see Xu Xiao. Only as he took the first step toward the door did the healer hear someone call out to him from the audience. Turning around, he saw Xiao, who had asked his comrade not to take Xu Chang's words to heart, declaring his behavior to be a character trait. The healer doesn't mind, but he does suggest that Xu Chang may have some sort of health motive of his own. After calling Qing Li cool and offering to see him next time, Xu Xiao thought about his brother's possible reluctance to be treated for personal reasons. Outside in the fresh air, Qing Li looked around, and after noticing Zhang's prolonged absence, he hoped that nothing had happened to him. Suddenly, something strange caught the young man's attention, and he turned to the side, wanting to understand what had happened. On the left, an incredibly powerful key was gushing with strong energy, striking the eye with red radiation. Qing Li walked towards this huge stream and didn't think to sense the cursed place in the depths of the Zhang family's home. As Qing Li walked to one of the building's doors, he thought about dark energy again and saw the door jamb created from Sephora. When the guy approached the window, he saw something strange there, which instantly captured his attention. In the room, the healer saw a certain person, familiar to him, who was lying on the bed, engulfed in red energy. Quickly opening the lock on the door with his needle, the guy rushed into the room with the desire to save the unfortunate person. Realizing how bad things were here, Qing Li sensed the presence of an evil spirit in the room. And in the next instant, all the evil forces in the room rushed at Qing Li alone, wanting to devour him. Armed with his life-saving needles, the guy began to repel the attack of the evil spirit, striking at it. The healer's magic tools affected the demonic power and robbed it of its former power. It was surprising for Qing Li to realize how similar this energy was to the one he had encountered in the inn last time. As he continued to fight this terrifying force, the healer was horrified by its continued pressure on him. The boy remembered the words of his old mentor, who said that everything that exists obeys certain rules. Fortunately, Qing Li had learned how to hack such things from the old man and was now ready to use them against the power of evil. The demonic spirit was already nearby, and it was a crucial moment for Qing Li to face the evil spirit. Fending off the red energy, the guy rushed forward where the hell demon was waiting for him. Determined to fight evil, the healer used pure energy and prepared to fight the demon. Qing Li waved his hand, and a bright light appeared near his fingers, glittering with small lightning bolts. The evil spirit experienced the last moments of its existence and understood that its fate was sealed. Only one healer remained at the scene of the confrontation. The red, infernal energy gradually dissipated, and the evil disappeared. Rubbing his forehead with fatigue, Qing Li praised the strength of the one who did all this. The guy himself is glad that he prepared before leaving. Looking at the man lying under the blanket in the room, where the battle with the spirit was taking place, Li didn't understand how he had fallen under the influence of such a powerful evil. Taking the unconscious man's hand, the healer was glad that he had discovered it in time. With the help of a miraculous needle, the young man began to bring the person back to life, giving him an injection in the forehead. The man's face suddenly lit up, his mouth opening slightly, as if life was beginning to return to his nearly dead body. At that moment, the man opened one bleary-eyed eye and tried to say something. Noticing the man's awakening, Qing Li was overjoyed, and the unfortunate patient looked at the healer and wanted to know who he was. Li described himself as a simple doctor who came to a festive banquet, and the man sitting up considers himself almost dead on a personal holiday. Jing recognized the victim as Mr. Zhang, and the latter, calling himself quite old, did not think that he would be destroyed by the person he chose himself. When the healer expressed a lack of understanding of the old man's words, Mr. Zhang remembered his son, because if it wasn't for him, the patient wouldn't be in such a state. King Li told him about Zhang Liming's family, who had asked him to heal the old man, but the old man did not expect this, because not only do they not hate the man, but they also care about him. Aside from healing Zhang, these people were hoping to return to their family, and Qing Li had to agree that this was something that couldn't be hidden from the old man. While helping a healer who wanted to get out of bed, the healer learned of the healer's desire to allow Li Ming and Jun's bloodline to return. Sitting down on the bed, Mr. Zhang chuckled and assumed that his rescuer had already noticed the old man's condition. In Qing Li's opinion, the evil energy caused the nervous system of the leg to become necrotic, but you can try using 9 kinds of fuxi needles. If the old man wants to regain basic sensitivity, it won't be difficult for a talented healer. The startled man even considered getting up again, but the young man doesn't think so. Sadly, the unfortunate Jiang confessed his strong hope for recovery, and even the famous doctors were helpless. When Qing Li reported on the possibility for the old man to move freely like an ordinary person, the old man was greatly surprised. Old Jiang was even more puzzled after receiving an offer from the young healer to make a bet. Pulling a set of needles out of his pants pocket, Li suggested that the old man should be allowed to return to Zhang's if he recovered. Otherwise, the young man would accept his punishment. The patient found this proposal interesting and decided to respond to the proposed dispute. After standing with the needle at the old man's side, Qing Li heard from the old man about the need to settle some things if the young man wanted the Li Ming family back. The Zhang family clan meeting that had been called was attended by many of its representatives, sitting at a long table. The son of the family head was angry at old man Zhang Chengzhou's awakening and Li Ming's invitation to the meeting. An elderly man who got to his feet informed everyone present about their gathering for the sake of making an announcement. The head of the family made the decision to let the Li Ming family go back to the main family. Outraged, Yang Ziyang got up from his seat and turned to his grandfather, thinking that he had forgotten what had happened, which was to blame for the illness that had clouded the old man's mind. Turning in his direction, the disgruntled man pointed out the tone of Ziyang's conversation with his own grandfather. According to the man, the grandfather of a cheeky guy cannot allow a stumbled person to return so easily. The person sitting at the table agreed with this argument. There were no such precedents in the Zhang family yet. The head of the family asked Li Min to explain what had happened, and the man responded to his uncle's request. Li Ming invited the other people at the table to look at the documents related to the accident that Jun would distribute. Representatives of the Jiang clan began to actively study and discuss the contents of the papers handed to them. The document was also read by the son of the head of the family, who had a strange smile on his face after reading it. Turning to his father, he also said that he wanted to bring back the Li Ming family, but the senior members do not trust these papers. Also present in the meeting hall, Qing Li apologized to everyone and started taking out papers from the folder, completely forgetting about his report. While an angry Ziyang was shouting who the guest thought he was, the guest ignored the villain and showed the report for the chapter from Mr. Zhang Jun. Sung Chengzhe looked at the guest of the meeting and made sure to study this new report from Qing Li. Healer Qing Li's response to this verbal attack was the usual silence. As he rose to his feet, the man reminded him of the Zhang family meeting, where outsiders are not allowed to attend, and wanted to take Li away, but the old man resisted. The head of the family, trying to get to his feet, declared a purposeful desire to leave Dr. Qing here. Surprised, Zhang pointed out the injured leg to his father, but the old man answered his puzzlement by asking if his son could always see his father in the wheelchair. With an insincere smile, Zhang assured his old parent that he was only too happy about his improved health. The old man whispered in the evil son's ear about his knowledge of his dark deeds and advised him to carefully study the documents in Healer Qing's hands. Having received the documents from the guest's hands, the man mentally insulted his own father and thought that he had been pretending to be a fool all this time. The head of the family, Chengzhe, turned to his relatives and decided to get their opinion on the report from Li Ming. Holding the documents in his hands, his son grinned imperceptibly and mentally guessed the course of the old man's thoughts. According to the person, the Li Ming family has the right to return back, but not everything is so simple. In a stern tone, he informed the family of the need to provide one warrior. One of those present recalled training sessions that had not been held for decades, and another allowed getting to the top of the clans if there was a warrior. According to the woman, Li Min is still responsible even if his family was treated unfairly, and her neighbor is sure that Minwu will still be on everyone if he has a warrior. After listening to the opinions of his relatives, the head of the Zhang family pondered over their words regarding Li Ming. It is said that if an ordinary person wants to reach the first step of the warrior path, They must be gifted and trained continuously for more than 10 years. Turning his gaze in Li Ming's direction, the old man inquired about Jung Jun's current level. The man reminded his uncle of the need to spend dozens of years to become a warrior, even if Jun had youth and strength. Putting his hand on his father's shoulder, a flustered Jun can't understand the reason why they are still messing around with these people, even though they are only getting in the way. Clapping his hands, the son of the Zhang family had issued his verdict that it was impossible for Jun to return to the family. Disappointed by the development, Li Ming lowered his head and sighed heavily, admitting that they would never return to the capital. After the meeting ended, Qing Li, Zhang Jun, and Li Ming went to the designated room. While holding a cup of tea in his hands, poor Li Ming shared a thought with the guys that he didn't expect to hear from the head of the warrior class. Turning to his father, an agitated Jun wants to know about other options other than the warrior. The thoughtful healer Qin Li also thought of the warrior, but he didn't know if they were talking about someone like that serious gang guy or not. Turning his head in Jun's direction, the healer asked his companion about his introduction to the serious gang. The frightened guy does not understand now why his friend suddenly asked about this group. When Qing explained how he had exchanged a couple of blows with the bandits in the bar, the father and son were surprised, but they hoped that Dr. Li was all right because he had fought with warriors. Qing is fine, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting with them right now, and Jun happily held his head, agreeing with his companion. Rising to his feet at the speed of light, Li Ming made a terrible assumption about Qing's warrior status. But the young healer himself could not have known the meaning of the term that a frightened man implies. Jun had been told by a friend in Shanghai that there was a special group of people in the world who lived outside the rules. Divided into 9 levels, warriors of the lowest category are proficient in martial arts. Of the 3rd level, they split boulders, and of the highest, they move mountains. When Jun heard about all this from a friend in Shanghai, he thought it was just empty words. Jun wants to know, the bandits from Sirius are as strong as he just described. Qing Li replied that they are much stronger than an ordinary person. Turning away, the boy considered his companion's answer, as if the information he'd received might be useful. Jun then smiled and asked if Qin Li had the ability to split a boulder with his bare hands, but Qin Li didn't try it. However, if a friend wants to reach such a level, then according to the healer, it is quite possible. An excited Li Ming thinks Qing Li knows how to help them, and the guy himself is willing to try if the head demands. At night, Jun yawned when he woke up and left the room in his pajamas to sleep on his own. Suddenly, the young man caught a strange smell that interested him very much. With half-open eyes, the guy saw a light in the kitchen and did not understand who could be there when it was night outside. Qing Li was standing in the kitchen at this late hour, using some dishes and examining the chocolate-colored lumps. The healer concluded that the smell and color were the same, all matching the words the old man had spoken earlier. Jun rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked his companion why he was staying in the kitchen at this late hour. Turning in his friend's direction, the healer showed him a black bowl and invited him to look at the contents. As Jun picked up the dark lumps, he couldn't understand what they were, but he looked at the strange things. After carefully examining the lumps, Jun even allowed them to be produced by Qing's body, but Qing completely denied this assumption. Then the young man decided to sniff these strange lumps, trying to solve the mystery of their origin. Feeling the unusual aroma, Jun turned to the healer and asked him to reveal what kind of lumps are in front of him, and Li reminded his friend of his desire to become a warrior. Huihua told him about his teacher, who gave him these bone marrow purification pills before his asceticism. After hearing this information, Junya swallowed the magic pills with great fury, wanting to gain great power. For NGOs, they also seemed delicious, but this behavior of the friend greatly surprised the manufacturer of the unique tool. When Qin Li turned around and asked his companion if he had eaten 2 pills at once, the latter indifferently assumed that he had also swallowed a medicine ball. Putting his hands on Qing Li's shoulders, Jun laughed and told him not to be greedy, as he was already supposedly strong. But the talented healer spoke of this dose as very large for one time. Pills must be combined with others. Yi Jun stared in amazement at his companion, who was ready to talk about the likely consequences after taking a large dose of medicine. Morning came. The roofs of houses and trees were neatly covered with snow, and snowmen were standing near the buildings. Li Ming, who had woken up, wandered around the rooms in concern and couldn't figure out where Yun had gone so early in the morning. When he sees Qing Li coming out of his bedroom, the man wants to know if the young man has seen Jun. With a smile, knowing exactly what was going on, the young healer prepared to respond to his unhappy father. According to the miracle pill inventor's deep conviction, Jun must still be training. In the room where the athlete was, he announced the unexpected power of the pills. That night, the unfortunate Jun almost died. Qin Li asked his friend not to make the pills guilty. He just shouldn't have consumed them yesterday. Standing outside the door, Li Ming could hear his son talking about not being able to hold on and asking his friend to be careful with his body, which was still hurting. Barely restraining himself from anger, the man heard his son blissfully telling his friend how good he was. It's too much for a poor parent to rush into the room in broad daylight and do something so shameless. Li Ming suddenly stopped and watched Qing Li massage Zhang Jun's back as he lay on the bed. The surprised athlete does not understand what his father is talking about because Qing Li is cleaning his friend's channels. A very confused Li Ming was already standing in the doorway of the room and asked the guys to continue if that was the case. According to Qing Li, the other party's body was fully leveled up, although it was difficult to use external force to remove the heat. In his joy, Jun suggested that he could soon achieve his goal, but Qin pointed out the importance of training since pills simply help to change the body, and that's all. Wondering what they would expect then, Jun briskly suggested that the healer go and do some training. While the medic was doing a massage, his phone rang, and Qing Li reached into his pants pocket for the gadget. Jun got up from the bed and looked warily at his companion who was talking on the phone. The caller was a recent acquaintance of Healer Shu, and during the call, Qing Li expressed his gratitude to Healer Shu for doing something. Assuming that Shuka Qin Li had some business to attend, Jun learned from a friend that the medic had been invited to attend a military banquet that would be hosted by Shu Yingreng after lunch. Startled, Jun asked Li again about his invitation to the Shu family's military banquet. After confirming the invitation to see his former patient, Qing Li looked at Jun, not understanding the reason for his strong surprise. According to Jun, the military banquet is actually a late-night competition between several large clans in the capital. He then asked the medic if he knew why Zhou Wei was so afraid of Shu, and Qing assumed it was because of Shu's family. Jun immediately responded negatively to his friend's suggestion by naming Shujiang because it was him that Zhou was wary of. In his early childhood, Shujiang became not just a commander, he is also a warrior champion of 4 consecutive competitions. If Qin went to this banquet, Jun did not rule out the possibility of crossing paths with warriors of well-known clans, which Li was noticeably surprised by. Outside the Shu residence, the townspeople were rushing back and forth, and healer Qin Li, who was invited to the military banquet, went to this place. For Xu Jiang, this was just another duel with his participation, and the man was clenching his fist, preparing for a decisive counter to the new opponent. But unexpectedly for himself and many others, a fighter with great experience flew to the side after hitting his opponent in white. Xu Gang hit the ring wall with all his might, to the great horror of the screaming siblings. A terrified Xu Zhao and Xu Shiyui ran up to the beaten man and tried to find out if he was okay after being injured. Puzzled by Xu's loss, the fighters noticed that he didn't last even a few rounds, although both opponents were level 4, and therefore the place of Commander Xu is questionable. Surprised by what he saw, Qing Li pushed through the crowd of people in the fan zone who were shouting, honking, and waving their arms. Then he saw sister and brother Xu pulling Zhang, who had lost the battle, on their shoulders, asking him to be patient until the doctor arrived. When the relatives got too close to Qing Li, he asked in surprise what had happened, and Xu Zhao was delighted to see his companion. According to the boy, his brother was inadvertently injured in the battle and asked Li to examine the victim if he could. Xuzheng, who has regained consciousness, is absolutely opposed to being examined by a healer, as he only has a minor injury. Shoujo asked his brother not to argue because they don't have time for this, and urged him to let Qing Li examine him. Xu himself knows about his talent. His sister agrees with him. As the healer began to examine the injured fighter, he saw an explosion-like wound on his strong chest. Finding the wound difficult to heal, Qing believes that before everything would have been fine with rest, but now all the channels are damaged. The astonished Xu thought that his brother was already struggling with the wound. Startled, Xu Cheng asked Yingzhan to keep his voice down because he didn't want everyone in the audience to hear about the fighter's old wound. When Xu Zhen tried to contradict his older brother, the latter pointed out the importance of having the will to win, not strength. While the relatives were bickering and figuring things out, Qing Li kept his own eyes on the injured but strong warrior Xu. Finally, he held out one of the pills in his palm and offered to try a substance that could help with Xu Chang's wound. Xuzhou looked at the pills he didn't know in surprise, while his older brother was wondering where the doctor got the cleansing pills from. The victim had heard about the rapid recovery of channels due to pills. Among the warriors, this is a top-quality product. Xu had come to the capital to search for them, but he could not find them. Xu, who did not expect Dr. Li to be able to prepare them, called him an outstanding master, and Qin would write him recommendations since you can't just take pills. Surrounded by his siblings and subordinate soldiers, Commander Xu Chang thanked Dr. Qing Li for his medical care. Xu Cheng's rival Qing Mu Si wants to know the name of the next one to be executed, as he said, or they will admit defeat, but maybe there is not even one decent warrior in the family. The bold words sounded like a challenge, and Xu Chang, who was instantly angry, bared his teeth and considered Qing Musi to be the one who was maliciously mocking him. Stepping forward resolutely, Xu Shiyi is ready to immediately engage in battle with this arrogant opponent. This isn't going well for Qing Musi. He's afraid that the small and fragile Miss Xu won't be able to handle even one of his attacks. Laughing, the villain said that after the first blow, he would break through the heart, and after the second, he would send the opponent to the forefathers. Enraged by what she heard, Xu Yi raised her foot to strike down the opponent, who mockingly called the Xu family's daughter the flower of the military forces. Grabbing the bold lady by her leg, Qing Musi looked at her face and advised her not to engage in any deadly battles. The unpleasant expression on this fighter's face only indicated his vicious nature and desire to harm his opponent. After promising that otherwise he wouldn't even look at the woman, the villain knocked Xu Yu down in the ring with a strong punch. The unfortunate girl collapsed on the floor of the ring and was in great pain, screaming to the whole hall. In this victorious moment, Qing Musi felt completely triumphant as he swung his strong fist to finish off the lady. Xu Yi stared at the fiend's rapidly approaching fist, and it seemed that nothing could save her in battle today. At that moment, Qing Li burst into the battle with lightning speed, stopping the mad opponent's attack in time. In surprise, she looked at the youth who had deflected Qing Musi's fist and called the opponent someone who was fighting meanly. Having insulted the healer, the evil fighter does not understand where he came from and thought that Li fancied himself a hero for the beauty. Having found a more comfortable position in the ring, Qing spoke about his desire to learn how to use the Musi technique, seeing its greater strength. However, if he wins, Qing Li demands that the opponent apologize to Miss Xu, who was standing at the side and heard the guy's dialogue. Madly looking at the honest young man Qing Musi and laughing at the words of apology, he is sure that the opponent can't wait to die. A worried Xu Shiyu will come to her senses in an appeal to Dr. Qin because Musi is not his rival in the ring. One of the soldiers asked Mr. Xu about the energetic guy he invited, and he called Li Zhao a friend. He is a doctor, and Chang doesn't know anymore. The one who asked Xu about Qing Li is confident that the guy has the knowledge and courage to fight Musi, and hopes that they will choose the right person. Angry Qing Musi demanded that the opponent stop talking. It's too late to retreat, and today the villain will show the healer everything. Wanting to show off a true warrior, Musi clenched his fists and prepared to engage in a new confrontation with the healer. The villain was already running towards the enemy, and Qing Li only watched his movements indifferently, as if he didn't want to fight. A second later, Mad Musi was at the healer's side and raised his strong fist to strike at the poor guy. But the villain missed, his evil carrying hand flying past Qing Li's face, who entered the fight with complete composure. Considering Qing Li to be unable to keep up with his speed, the laughing Musi perceived the guy as nothing, even if he was slightly strong in front of the strongest Sai. The mad fighter's next move was to kick the opponent, but Qing Li once again skillfully dodged. Then with a deft move, Musi hit the ground, causing a crack to appear and sending shards of dirt flying out. This is the real power, as the overconfident Qing Musi assured his opponent and continued to insult Li. One of the guys in the white uniform considers Qing Musi to be a fighter who is not a fourth-level fighter for nothing, and the other is sure that he lives up to the name of the Qing family. In the next attack, the vicious fighter intended to finish off the healer with a single weak blow of his fist. This time, Qing Li calmly repelled the opponent's attack, much to the opponent's annoyance. A split second later, Qing Musi was already flying backwards with a battered face after being hit by a powerful healer. The people outside the ring could only watch as the cocky Musi flew around the ring a moment ago. Finally, the finely trusted fighter collapsed in the ring, having suffered a complete defeat from the one who practiced medicine. Not only did Xu Zhang look on in amazement, but his three companions also opened their mouths in surprise. A man in a purple-haired military uniform who was talking to Xu about Qing Li thought of the guy's performance as interesting. Without taking his eyes off the events in the ring, Xu Chang now wanted to know very much who this Qin Li was. Walking down from the ring, the young man heard all the applause in his address and the shouts of excited people, and Xu Zhao called him an unrealistically cool guy. Admiring Xu Chang did not think to recognize the healer as a warrior, because Zhao did not mention this, so the man is sure that the young man was trained by a talented master. While Qing and Li was telling Xu about his loneliness and lack of membership in any organization, a certain person approached them. The same uniformed man with purple hair, adjusting his glasses, asked the winner of the ring about military affairs. It was the advisor in the capital's general military headquarters, Wang Shouyi, before whom the entire Xu family stood at attention and greeted him with a salute. Speaking good-naturedly to Ching Li, the military advisor suggested that Ching Li should find a use for his power since he already had it. This suggestion came as a surprise to Ching Li, and he asked Wang Shu about it with great surprise. After confirming everything, the military advisor reported on the search for a person for a command position if Ching Li still showed interest. The bewildered young man stood and looked at the man he didn't know and wanted to know who it was. Shuge introduced Ching Li to the chief of staff of the Yangtze main military region, Mr. Wang Shu Yi. After bowing, the young healer greeted the man politely, then thanked him for the offer, but he wants to remain a simple doctor. With a smile, the soldier asked the guy to think well about the offer, because not everyone gets such a chance. Walking closer to Ching Li, Wang Shu Yi reminded him of how the youth, being an outsider, had helped Shu defeat Musi in front of everyone. Now Van Shaw is wary of that moment. When the family of the losing fighter finds out about what happened, it will be difficult to figure it out for himself. Unable to understand, Ching Li asked the high-ranking military officer what he was getting at. Wang described the military banquet as a chance to select new soldiers, and after defeating Musi, Ching Li is suitable for the post of commander. Once under the patronage of Xu Qian, he will become a member of his family. Calling himself used to freedom, Li considers the service a responsibility. Wang has considered everything. The young man's life in Wuhan is inconvenient, but he will not send him on mission. Pausing for a moment, the healer looked at the chief of staff of the capital district and decided that he had already thought everything out in advance. Wondering at Ching Li's silence, Wang Shouyi even thought that the guy didn't want to serve in Yanxia because of the supposedly too low position. Smiling in response to the man's words, the healer only imagined the hard service to the motherland. While not agreeing with Wang's suggestion, Ching Li noted how the military man thought things through well, so the young man can't disagree. The chief of staff snapped his fingers in silence, and a girl in a white uniform approached them, carrying a certain box in her hands. Handing the young man a box with a gold-plated badge, the pretty beauty congratulated him, calling him Commander Ching. While Ching Li was looking at the token, Wang Shouyi reported on the completion of the task and expressed hope for their meeting soon. The chief of staff and his subordinate left, and the guy looked at the badge and didn't understand what Wang was talking about when he announced a new meeting. Xu Xiao called his friend a tough guy and remembered Qing Musi, who couldn't get the same badge for a long time, asking to see the badge. Li now considers the techniques passed down to him by the old man to be the art of the warrior that everyone is talking about, but nothing is clear about the destiny that he mentions. The healer also remembered Xiu's mention of a certain Dr. Qing, who looked very much like the yin and yang healer himself. Holding the badge of honor in his hands, Xu Jiao called Qing a member of their family and suggested that Qing stay in the capital. He had to turn back to the healer, who was silent and looked away absently, as if he were lost in the clouds. After Xu Jiao waved his hand at Li's face, the latter woke up and told him about the mention of Dr. Chen by a friend who might be from this Qing family. Xu doesn't think so. In fact, he only met this mysterious medic once. At that time, Xu Zhou's family, thanks to their connections, found this doctor to help cure Xu's brother, who later died. Understanding his friend's feelings, Qing Li put his hand on his shoulder, wanting to comfort him, but Yu spread his hands. It's okay. It's in the past. Kogali asked his friend to tell him something more about this doctor. Xuzhou thought about it and remembered his unusual clothes. That doctor looked like a warrior. Chuckling, Xu Ro recalled how he had never heard of this strange man after that time. Xu Qing came up to them and suggested that Healer Li use his badge of honor if he wanted to find out more about Master Qing. The doctor stared at his companion's older brother in amazement and didn't understand what he was talking about. According to Xu Chang, there are 4 levels of such insignia in the armed forces: iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Holders of the silver level badge and above have free access to special places in the military circles, which interested Qin. Mentioning Taiping Street in the capital, Xu Cheng mentioned a bar for soldiers there, and you need to be a warrior with a certain status to enter. The fighter also heard how high-level warriors sometimes exchange experience there, but the man had never been there. Thinking about what Xu Chang had told him, Li thought about going to this bar and getting information so that he could find Master Qing later. A few days later, when it was night outside, things started happening near a bar called Warrior. Qin Li, who was approaching the restaurant, was forbidden by the security guard to enter here and ordered to go back. The healer took out the same badge of distinction from his pants pocket and expressed the opinion that now he could go to the bar with this item. The guard opened his mouth in great surprise because he had just been shown the command badge. When Qin Li asked about the possibility of breaking into the establishment, the security guy pointed at the entrance with a sweet smile. After passing an unusual visitor, the employee began to wipe the sweat from his face. It was the first time he had seen such a high level, even though he had been working here for how long. Once outside the windows of the bar, he heard someone praising a certain Xiao Ma, and a second person called this fighter a famous warrior. Going inside the drinking establishment, Qing Li saw both people who were engaged in weightlifting and people who liked to drink beer and have fun there. Xiao Ma lifting a barbell caused a storm of emotions in some viewers. The second did not see anything wrong in his action, because all this is within the power of the second level. Qin Li, hands in his pockets, silently walked past this group of faces and walked towards the wall where the photos were hanging. Approaching one of them, the young man saw images of various people, and among them a picture of a guy in a white uniform. While the healer looked at the photos, people continued to have fun around. But on the balcony, the blonde man noticed Li. The healer immediately looked familiar, and Chin also recognized this bar customer as an old acquaintance. Going down, the blonde guy approached the guest and, calling him by name, asked what fates it was here. Holding a glass of beer in his hands, the man grinned and suggested that Qin Li also liked such places. The blonde is perplexed with Qing Li, thinking that he does not remember him. The healer looked at the guy and recognized him as the man from the serious gang. Taking a glass of wine from the waiter's tray, the blonde man handed it to Qin Li and introduced himself as Gao Lei from the same group. The healer accepted the drink container and thanked him, but this was his first time here, and he didn't expect to encounter a bandit in this place. As Gao Lei shook hands with his new comrade, he congratulated him on winning the commander's position and defeating Qing Musi. At the moment of their handshake, a certain red energy seemed to appear. Li felt uneasy, and Gao remembered the rumors about Qin's strength and considered them true. Sensing the boy's power, the serious bandit concluded that the healer's strength had increased since the last time they met. In the eyes of the strong Gao Lei, Qing Li seemed to have grown several times larger due to the feeling of his power, and this speed of development is simply incredible. It was as if the blonde was facing something powerful that he couldn't handle at all. When Qin Li let go of Gao Li's hand, he waved it tiredly and noted the firm handshake of his new acquaintance, and immediately thought about joining Qin Li to his serious gang, because in this case there will be one more strong fighter in the group, but there is a nuance. The hand that the healer was shaking was again showing a lot of pain and red spots, which caused the bandit to start cursing. After informing Gao Lei of the need to leave, Qin surprised the serious representative, who didn't understand who his new acquaintance wanted to find. Gao Lei sat down on the sofas in a separate lounge area and told Li about a certain person, knowing only that his surname was Qing and that he was a warrior, but he did not appear anywhere. There is little data, but the healer intends to find this person. Gao does not consider this a problem. It is more difficult if the person deliberately decided to hide without leaving any traces. But the situation is not hopeless, according to the bandit Sirius, because he knows someone who can help, maybe. Gao Lei got up from the table and headed for the exit, calling for Qin Li to follow him if he trusted him now. When they reached the elevator, Gao Lei pressed his device to the touchscreen screen, and the system instantly responded with a sound. When Qin Li asked where they were going down, the bandit said that he wanted to introduce him to a certain person who was engaged in collecting information earlier. While they were already in the elevator, the guys continued to talk about an important topic, and Gao suggested that it was possible for his friend to get help from this person. What Li saw below wasn't a warrior bar at all, and Gao Lei told him that what was above was part of a larger place, where the bar was only a fragment of it. Walking up to the tablet with the huge door, Gao Lei mentioned the oldest serious gang. They built this. There are 10 floors below. The lower, the more strength you need to access. As he tapped the appropriate combination on the tablet, the bandit reported on the warriors from the 6th floor and below, who had expanded to other locations. Finally, the massive doors opened to reveal an auditorium with computers and large monitors, and Gao greeted Li at their main base. Looking around, Qin Li was completely surprised, as he considered the serious gang to be just ordinary criminals, but they were clearly much more powerful. Walking up to the white-shirted man at the computer, Gao Lei pointed at Qin Li, and this is the one the bandit was talking about. Hearing the boss's voice, the guy jumped to his feet, leaving work at the computer, and Gao Lei asked him, Xiao Feng, to help his friend. After greeting Xiao Feng, Li told him about the search for a certain warrior in the Qing family. They are the same height. This is all data, and the guy will be happy to help. Xiao Feng looked puzzled at this new person who is also looking for a warrior with the surname Qin, which can't be a coincidence. Picking up a piece of paper and a pen, Xiao asked Li to name the places where this mysterious warrior appeared or tell about any incidents related to him. Thinking of the places and incidents, Qin Li recalled how the Shu family had invited this person to treat the late young master. After sitting down at the computer, Xiao Feng is determined to verify this data, and Qin Li is hoping for a chance to find traces of it. Who he's looking for? The healer was standing by the monitor, waiting for a verdict from Xiao Feng, who was working on his case. Noticing the token lying under the folder with a piece of paper, Qin Li thought that this token looked so familiar to him. While Xiao was working, Qin Li asked him for permission to look at the programmer's token. With a polite apology, Xiao instantly grabbed the item, calling it a personal item that was best left untouched by outsiders. The doctor looked at the token, which was filled with hieroglyphs, a wolf, and a few numbers. Qin Li had an incredible idea and asked Xiao if he was a member of the 19th Squad and if he knew Liang Qing. Gao Lei was surprised by their acquaintance, and the programmer, an agent of the former Duan Xiao Feng Squad, knew the only lady of their group, Liang Qing, but she died. Not agreeing with Liang Qing's death, Qing Li informed Xiao about how his assistant was looking for a fellow squad member, which surprised him greatly. Showing a photo of the wounded Liang Qing on the smartphone, the healer told the guy about her getting into the clinic with wounds, and now the lady is helping Li with management. Xiao Feng, who smiled for the first time since the beginning of their acquaintance, was thinking hard, but it turned out that his colleague had good luck. After mentioning his promise to the girl to find out about her coworkers, Li was busy with his own business and didn't expect to run into her coworker here. After putting his smartphone back in his pants pocket, the healer asked Xiao Feng the reason why he was looking for other members of their squad. After hesitating, the programmer reported a good attitude from the boss, so Xiao is uncomfortable talking about other things. Gao Lei asked his subordinate not to worry, because Qing Li is his friend, and he found Xiao's co-worker, so Fei can tell him everything. Clutching the token rope in his hands, Xiao Feng excitedly decided to start talking from the moment that happened 2 years ago. Surrounding the house, a member of the 19th Squad hoped for the accuracy of Feng's data. The wanted person was hiding in different countries, and now he should be in one of the rooms. Before pressing the button of the device, after which the explosion occurred, the same wanted villain rejoiced in the destruction of the 19th Squad. Recalling that tragic incident, Xiao Feng continued to hold the token and told how he miraculously survived and managed to meet the boss, Gao Lei. Hitting the equipment, the angry guy spoke of a great desire now to find the traitor, capture him, and restore the honest name of the 19th Squad. However, due to the secrecy of the mission, the only clue is the leader of the operation, the owner of the 9th rank warrior Qing. Qing Li was also searching for this mysterious person all the time, and the download of data on the computer was almost complete. Suddenly, the computer on all the screens indicated the appearance of an error and the inability to produce the result expected by the guys. Xiao Feng, who tried hard to deal with the errors of the system, it is possible that the person wanted by Qianoi is not so simple perhaps. They are looking for the same person. All information about it is protected by a high-level system, so a programmer will not be able to quickly crack it now. Without knowing anything about the system, Qing Yu Feng told him about the secret technology that is under the control of the Yangxia military forces, and it is difficult to crack it from the outside. The healer was interested in this strange man hiding something, that information about him is so secret. Qing Li also found out today about this person's connection with the military, and this is already some information. While Gao Lei admits that Xiao Feng is right, he doesn't argue about the difficulty of cracking the security, but that doesn't mean there are no other ways to find the person. Having pulled out an item from the technique, a member of Sirius considers their grouping not so simple. Otherwise, their name would mean nothing. After Gao Lei pressed the button on this remote, a large technology stand with the Sirius Information Network appeared. As Gao explained, this is all an internal Sirius information system with data about different people. Now, Qing Li was once again convinced of Sirius' big role. It wasn't just a criminal gang, but a talented underground organization with fighting power. Gao Lei was surprised to hear his friend's question about the condition, because he was so willing to help him in this difficult task of finding a person. Smiling, the representative of the group also decided to be frank if his friend asked directly. Honestly, Gao Lei could not call this a condition, but he hoped for Qin's entry into Sirius, which he agreed to, although he did not know the bandit's motive. But the healer considered Gao's attitude towards Xiao sincere. If you suddenly need something, and it will be within the law, then Li will help Sirius as much as possible, and Gao Lei happily extended his hand to his companion. Shaking hands with the healer, a delighted Gao Lei warmly welcomed him to the Sirius group. Li pointed out the late hour. He has already spent a lot of Gao's personal time, but Gao asked not to worry. He will contact his friend when there is news. When the healer left the underground audience of the organization, Xiao Feng asked his boss how much Li had earned his respect. By pressing the button on the booth call panel, the boss wants to know the employee's opinion on how Gao achieved his position, which he called strength and awareness. By agreeing Lei is willing to respect Qin as much as Yishu does, they will need a powerful backer in the future, and while Gao was studying the data on Li on the stand. When Qin returned to the bar, he passed a fighter who was suggesting that the second one should fight, thinking Guo was scared, which Guo didn't agree with. Without paying much attention to the surrounding bar patrons, Jin Li wrote Liang Qing in a message about the discovery of a person from her squad. As he left the soldiers who had joined the battle behind, he thought about how happy his assistant Liang Qing would be to hear this news. Suddenly, seeing a familiar girl in front of him, the healer missed the smartphone and believes that she is now very much running into trouble. The clever lady did not let the gadget fall to the floor and break, instantly grabbing the phone to the surprise of the young man. As Xu Shiyu handed the device back to Qing Li, she asked him what she was doing here. But the girl was just looking for this particular young man, who immediately thought of something bad that had happened. After looking at the hall, Xu Shiyu refused to talk in this place and suggested that an acquaintance follow her. And the guys immediately went outside, while all the other customers were engaged in fun and sparring. In the open air, where the crescent moon shone brightly, the girl recommended Qing Li to leave the capital. Xu Shiyu explained her family's unwillingness to be entangled in problems after being humiliated by Qing Musi by a healer in the ring. The healer asked Shiyu not to worry, he will not let the villain affect her family, but the girl is confident in the strength of the Qing clan. Otherwise, they would not have become big in the capital. He looked at the young man, and the lady seriously expressed her concern about him. In response, Qing Li reported that he had his own affairs in the city, so he couldn't leave for the time being. Xu Shiyu looked at the healer who saved her brothers with displeasure, but decided not to say anything. Realizing the impossibility of convincing the guy at the moment, the girl reluctantly agreed with him and is not going to dissuade him if he decided so. Holding the long needle behind her, Yu suggested that Li go back to Xu's house. But at that moment, Xu Xiao's voice rang out, not expecting to see a friend here. The girl immediately became nervous because her brother approached them not alone, but in the company of a lady who looked like her, complaining about the inability to reach Li. The startled healer looked at the two girls who were exactly the same, much to his surprise. No less astonished, Xu Xiao almost fell into a stupor when he saw his supposedly second sister standing there. Xu Xiao, who was looking around in confusion, couldn't understand why there were two girls at once. After asking the Xu Qing Li was talking to why she came alone, the sister who came with Xiao called the clone a fake and believes that it is a warrior with a reincarnation technique. The lady who came to see Qing Li considers these attempts of the other lady to deflect suspicion and calls herself the real one. She is here discussing the incident at the banquet with the healer. For a self-described Shiyu, it's hard not to recognize this, and warriors with the technique of reincarnation can quickly become anyone, and there is no one in the world whom the imaginary Shi has not turned into. Watching this, Qing Li, while assessing the situation, recalled the warriors from the Sirius system who had the reincarnation technique. He is interested in the goal of the imaginary girl, who is clearly not a simple warrior if she got to the banquet, and Li decided not to act rashly in this regard. Xu Xiao, who was clearly confused, began to suspect the real sister of the lady who had come to Qing Li's bar. When Yu decided to remember her brother defecating in bed when he was 7, Xiao was afraid, asking her not to say it out loud. But at this time, the nurse who came with Xiao reminded him about the biographical records of family members, where everything can be found, which Qing Li was forced to agree with. Then the two ladies recalled how their brother had suffered not because of exams, but because of the girl who had left him, how he had smashed a statue at his grandfather's feast, and how he had fallen from sunstroke. Unable to bear such unpleasant memories for him, Xu Hao collapsed on the ground, senseless, and was morally depressed. The first Shiyu, glaring aggressively at her opponent, didn't expect her to study the Xu family well. The second girl, clenching her fists, is not going to forgive all this to the opponent, no matter what she is trying to achieve. Finally, the two opponents, unwilling to give in to each other, threw themselves into battle to prove each other right. Qing Li, who had entered the battle as a peacemaker, managed to stop their fists in time, preventing them from delivering dangerous blows. It was not an easy fight, as if Qing Li was facing off against the incredible energy fields of two martial ladies. Continuing to resist the girls' desire to kill each other, the guy decided to use the latter option if they couldn't be distinguished before apologizing to Yu. Xu Xiao, who was watching the fight, asked Qing Li in fear what he wanted with the needles that Qing Li didn't know about yet. Sensing his friend's magic, Xiao noted the absence of pain, as if a flood of warmth enveloped his body, and they wouldn't have guessed the fake if Xu Yu hadn't damaged the channels at the banquet. Holding the hand of the young girl who had asked him to leave, Qing Li pointed out the impossibility of anyone faking a person's individual injuries. Hearing these words, the girl smiled unkindly. She understood the defeat of her plan to reincarnate and deceive the young man. The villainess only wanted to force Li to leave the capital, and she didn't expect him to make the effort to see such a detail, even if she thought he was lucky. Still holding her hand, Qing knows that they don't know each other very well, but for him, Xu Shiyu is more reasonable in making decisions. Laughing at these words, the fake Xu Shiyu agreed with the healer, but she has something for him. After shouting about the available way out for herself, the villainess tried to stab the Qingli healer in the face with a needle. With an excellent reaction, the guy raised his hand with the deadly weapon above him, avoiding the blow. Then with a deft movement, the young man threw his opponent back so that she moved to the door. Quickly finding herself on the roof of a building, the villainess predicted Li would have a long way to go if he hoped to survive in the capital with his current strength. She flew up, and Qing was thinking about strengthening himself if he wanted to learn more in the capital, and his friends were looking at the opponent, not expecting her to escape so quickly. Fearing that there were only a few warriors with such strength in Yansha, Xu Yu allowed their connection to the Qing and reassured Li, who thinks that this power is better than his and hers. After returning to his normal state, Qing Li asked Xu Xiao how they found him, because something might have happened. According to Xu Xiao, the older brother had an urgent matter to see the healer, and the guys couldn't contact him, so they came here. After opening the car door, Xu Shiyu pointed out a late time and suggested that she go to her brother's house tomorrow morning. The fake Xu Yu was watching from the tree at that time, not expecting to see the boy, as she called Qing Li so attentive. Thinking back to Qin's stopping her punch, the reincarnated girl appreciated how Li had opened her up with the descending power technique and reached the 7th level. The villain decided to help the healer leave the capital, if only he does not want to do it himself. The next day, Xuchang asked Qing Li about whether he had learned anything yesterday, but the guy needed time, but he had something. If Qin needs help, Xu asked him to contact him at any time. The healer thanked and quoted Ying Zhao's words that the older brother is looking for a healer. So it is. And Xu asked Li to look at him to see if Qing would recognize the change or not, but the guy only assumed that Xu Chang didn't have enough sleep. But that's not what the commander wanted to hear from the guy, so he demanded to take a closer look. It was the first time Xu Yingxiao, who was watching them, had ever seen his stern brother get so close to an outsider. While reading Xu Chang's energy profile, Li thought about wanting to tell him about the results of taking the pills. It looks like the improvement will pass soon. The Yin and Yang healer had a thought about how soon Senior Xu would surpass the 4th level. But that wasn't what the man meant. He was pointing at his face, where there was a scar that had healed overnight. Not understanding this disorder of Chang's, if healing is good, Li learned from the fact that partners return all drugs immediately after entering the market. Recently, a new drug has been sold in the capital, and the effect of it is great. It has almost captured the market. Last night, Xiu Chang also purchased this medicine and applied it to his own wound, receiving today's result. Since Qing Li is a doctor of Chinese medicine, Xu was looking for him to help study the composition of the medicine and improve their branded product. By handing the box over to the healer, Xu Chang is willing to allow him to use everything available here in the future and receive a reward if he completes the task. After thanking the commander for his kindness, Li wanted to strengthen himself for training thanks to the Xu family's expensive and effective drugs. Picking up the box, the young man began to examine the contents of the container Xu Teng had handed over. When Qing Li opened it, he was surprised because he suspected that he was holding his own ointment from the clinic. The commander was surprised by the words of his comrade when he told how he personally created the recipe for this ointment, and before leaving for the capital, passed its production to his wife. If the young doctor's guess is correct, then this cream belongs to the company of his own wife. If he is able to make a high-level medicine like cleansing pills, then Xu Chang is not surprised by such an ointment created by a healer. Warehouse worker Xu Yingxiao was surprised when he heard about Qing Li's wife, and Xu Yu was also surprised because her friend was still so young. Still holding the tube of ointment, Qing Li talked about meeting his wife at the university. Then they got married, so he is the son-in-law of the Chu family and lives in his wife's house. Not expecting to hear such unexpected news, Xu Chang spat out the water he was drinking from the cup. Coughing, the commander didn't understand how a guy with such abilities could live in his wife's house, and Xu Yu called her happy. Qing Li pretended to listen carefully when Xu Sr. decided to make a humble request to him if Li had already created this ointment. The medicines produced by the Xu family for the army are not as effective. Like regular drugs, so Chang asked Li to advise their company and he can set conditions. If Li's wife wants to enter the capital's cosmetics market, Zhu will help her, and Chang promises to fulfill 3 conditions of the doctor that do not contradict the norms of morality. Those who want to increase their strength and find Master Qin will have to stay in the capital, and his wife Ying will be happy to come to the capital for business development. Xu decided to lure Qin to his side because this is a warrior with unpredictable strength and excellent healing skills. You cannot become his enemy, but Li is ready to listen to the offer. Commander Xu Cheng stopped thinking logically and responded to his new comrade's words. When Qingli was already at Zheng Jun's house eating, his mobile phone suddenly rang. After looking at the display of the gadget, the healer saw a message from Duan Xiaofeng, who was notifying the boy of his arrival at the scene. A certain young man in underwear walked down the steps and greeted Qingli with a good morning. Turning around, the guest of the house saw his master and was stunned, not finding the right words to express his own surprise. Zhenjun stared at his companion with a bareheaded expression, as if he didn't understand his companion's reaction. While trying to cover up his body, Jun confusedly mentioned the pills that Li had created that gave him so much energy that he was suffering from the heat. Taking his friend's hand in an attempt to comprehend his energy, Qingli decided to reveal a few secrets of the martial art to him already. Jun Jian was very satisfied. This day had finally arrived. He had been waiting for it for a very long time. Showing a friend some hand-drawn maps, Qingli asked him to make his choice. Afraid of losing his mind by training with all this, Jun hopes his friend is confident, but Li asks him to relax and keep exercising. Jun looked at the cards with fear and strong disbelief and promised his friend to try to continue training. There was a heavy knock on the door, and when Qingli opened it, he saw a familiar face and then asked how he got here. A guest with a cap and a closed left eye ironically asked Mr. Qing about his alleged reluctance to go together to a meeting with a comrade in arms. He then opened the car door and invited Qing to get in, while Li was puzzled as to how the man knew where he lived. They drove along an unpaved road, past bleak and old houses that looked like ghettos. For Qin, this is not like the road to the airport. He knew about the location of the air station on an open plain, and here there are mountains everywhere. The guy with the blindfold on his left eye, who accompanied him, called it a shortcut, but Qin didn't believe they were going the right way. Turning away and looking out the window again, the healer asked the driver about the new information about Master Qin. The guy driving the car called the information about this person well hidden. There are no leads yet. Perhaps he is even no longer alive. While the driver was talking about a useless lead, and Qingli was talking about a warrior changing his appearance after meeting him earlier, there was a person lying in the luggage compartment. The driver who had encountered them earlier had heard about the absence of such warriors and did not expect Li to meet one of these villains, saying so when the prisoner woke up. Looking up, the man with his hands tied and his mouth taped shut assessed the sounds from the cockpit and recognized Qin and the one who had hit the captive who was pretending to be him. The agitated prisoner cursed inwardly. He did not have the strength at all and did not understand what this villain had done to him. Inside, the driver of the car turned to Mr. Qin and asked him to pass him the eye drops. Lifting up the door of the small cabinet on the car's dashboard, Qingli saw a pink air substance start to come out. Waving his arms as if trying to resist the advancement of an incomprehensible energy, Qingli came to an understanding of what it was in front of him. And if the driver thoughtfully pressed a life-saving handkerchief to his mouth and nose, but the unfortunate doctor, who did not have this, soon lost consciousness. After a while, they came to the ruins of a building, near the walls of which the driver put the unconscious Qingli. Ripping off the mask that covered his left eye, the motorist stared at the healer he had brought here. The poor young man was sitting against the wall with his back to it, showing no signs of life. Sitting down next to the healer, the worried man asked Li not to blame him. In the future, he would understand that it was better for him. In the next instant, Qingli woke up, immediately grabbed the man's face, which turned out to be artificial, and pulled him towards him. King was holding this mask in his hands, and its former owner quickly jumped back and held onto his own face. Being opposite Qingli, the villain didn't expect that the opponent would suddenly recognize his reincarnation technique. Throwing the mask on the ground, the healer explained how after meeting the bandit, one immediately felt the similarity of his inner energy with that of the fake Xu Shiyu. Clouds were gathering in the sky, and Li assured his opponent that Duan Xiaofeng was unable to come to the healer's home just like that and without any reason. The opponent with the white long hair was grinning viciously and calling himself careless, but he was willing to say something. Thinking Qin was still very weak, the culprit rushed towards him with lightning speed, and Li, who was afraid due to lack of time, did not have time to attack him. Once near the guy, a person with a reincarnation technique drove the unfortunate man into the wall of the house with all his might, as a result of which fragments of stone flew. Grabbing the poor young man by the throat, the white-haired intruder asked him not to be offended, because Lee himself did not follow the advice. Not giving up, Chin made excuses, pointing out that there was no need to listen to advice, and prepared to strike at the villain with his wonderful needles. The healer does not want to follow the advice of such an arrogant type, injecting him with needles in the right hand, holding the guy by the throat. The bandit stepped aside, waving the injured limb, and the healer knew that he would not be able to use it for a while. Unexpectedly for the brave young man, the villain raised over him the very hand that he thought was wounded. And in the next moment, the criminal struck a powerful blow at the healer, as a result of which he flew to the side. This idea, even if it was a good one, wouldn't work on a bandit, and Lee hit the stone wall again with all his strength. Crouching on the ground and wiping the blood from his face, Chin Lee is struck by the opponent's incredible strength as it grazes the vital points on his arm, and the opponent continues to use it. Accumulating his powerful energy, the owner of the reincarnation technique, seeing Lee's stubbornness, decided to stop playing with him and move on to a serious fight. With great force, the warrior summoned a vortex of energy that moved faster and faster towards Ching Lee's feet. Struggling to stay in place, the boy covered his face with his hand to avoid being targeted by the rock fragments, and was horrified by the powerful energy of the villain. Looking at his mortal enemy, Ching realized that there was too much difference between them. He couldn't pull out a direct fight, so he needed to think of something. The guy began to look around, and the place where he was now led him to certain conclusions. After carefully considering everything, the healer came up with the right solution for salvation. Knowing about the presence of places of accumulation of dark yin energy here, Chin Lee immediately rushed to the old graves where this energy was concentrated, and the villain suspected him of trying to escape. Even as he reached the crypts, the healer could hear the warrior's shouts calling these places his own, doubting whether he would be able to escape. Once in a safe place, Chin Lee began to launch energy attacks on the criminal who had not left him alone. He deftly avoided shots and, with a smile of the winner, asked the opponent not to overestimate himself in this confrontation. The healer continued to attack the warrior, but the warrior quickly moved away and skillfully avoided the magic attacks in his direction. When Ching stopped without hitting his opponent once, the opponent did not notice the needles behind Lee and considered him tired from the battle. Confident of his ultimate victory, the warrior charged at Chin Lee, unaware of his secret weapon. Letting the enemy get closer to him, the healer threw the needles to the ground with all his might, summoning the energy of resistance. At the place where the warrior with the transformation technique stopped, demonic hands began to rise from the ground, reaching out towards him. The spirits of terrible beasts tried to devour the villain, surrounding him from all sides in the place of dark matter. Not yielding to the great power, the warrior remained unperturbed and continued to resist the otherworldly creatures. Seeing the creatures encircle his arms, the man realized that the opponent had gathered the dark energy of the metal and awakened the evil spirits. And then the man realized how Chin Lee had attacked him with the silver needle, wanting to force him to this dangerous point. Using the terrain, the healer was able to make up for the difference in strength, so the warrior no longer considered Lee a stupid guy. Fortunately for Chin, the opponent didn't notice his trick, as Lee personally saw, which is why the young man managed to do it all. Still surrounded by demonic forces, the warrior admitted that he was wrong about underestimating Chin. Deftly grabbing one of the infernal creatures, the warrior wanted to announce one important point to his opponent on the battlefield. After destroying the evil spirit with his hand, the red-eyed man told Ching Lee that he had also underestimated him. As the medical doctor and his warrior caste opponent fought in the dark energy pool, their car continued to stand near the ruins. The prisoner in the luggage compartment had not heard anything for a long time and suspected something unpleasant had happened to Mr. Chin. With his hands tied, the unfortunate guy reached into his pants pocket, wanting to quickly think of a way to tell him what was important. His smartphone was in his clothes, and with great difficulty, the prisoner took it out to quickly get in touch with his comrades. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a warrior with a reincarnation technique was shouting how much Ching Lee had underestimated him. Mercilessly flattened in the rock-hard hand of the demonic spirit, the warrior stared mercilessly at his ground opponent. Noticeably nervous about all this, the healer couldn't believe his eyes from the things the villain was doing. After executing a lightning-fast throw towards the guy, the warrior wanted to force him to fight to the limit, considering this the only way to achieve results. Ching Lee resisted as best he could, but without destruction, there is no creation, and this power is not the same as before. An incredibly powerful blow from the warrior followed, and the healer flew away, unable to stay in place and continue the fight. The villain attacking him wanted to show the guy what a real warrior is today by attacking again. Ching Li felt his opponent grab his arm and didn't let go, not understanding why he did it. Then there was a deafening explosion, and the field became as bright as day from the exhaust of a huge amount of energy. After giving his opponent a stern look, the warrior reported the damage to his Tanjong point, so now the young man will not be able to collect Qi energy. The guy who was losing the battle was on his knees and coughing heavily as a lot of dust floated around him. After casting a tired glance at the formidable opponent, the printed Ching Li realizes that the latter is capable of killing him right now and coming out victorious from a deadly duel. Clenching his fist, the young man tried to gather some more energy and asked the enemy why he still hadn't destroyed him. It was as if a warrior with a reincarnation technique floating in the air considered Qin to be in a state where he was still able to maintain a clear mind. The warrior then directly informed Li of his goal to damage the healer's channels and then force him to leave the capital. After hearing about the man's desire to force him to leave the capital and degrade the guy's technique, Li suspected that the enemy was sent by the Qing family. Rushing at Li again, the villain wanted to give him a final blow and hope for his stamina. Otherwise, the warrior would have to destroy the unfortunate man. Suddenly, a strange man's quick footsteps were heard on the battlefield, and a red-gloved hand hurled down a knife. The sudden appearance of an outsider disturbed the warrior, and in his excitement, he was forced to look away from hitting Qin. Stopping the deadly movement towards the young man, the villain looked at the one who prevented him from killing the opponent. Right in front of Li, the masked girl demanded that he leave as soon as possible, which the warrior did not like, because she had ruined his business. The situation was escalating, and the lady who had come here to rescue Qin took a quick glance back, sensing danger there. There was a warrior at the back, but the brave Amazon tightly blocked Ching Li, who only watched helplessly. The villain, who did not stop before this, struck a strong blow at the guys and they flew away like light fluff. A minute later, the doctor from the clinic and the unfortunate girl collapsed on the ground, screaming with fear and indignation. When Ching Li landed, the first thing he did was ask the lady who was trying to save him if she was okay after such a turn. The guy looked at the girl with an astonished look and immediately recognized her as his assistant Liang Qing from the clinic. The approaching warrior was confident that they would not be hindered from fighting further, and the suddenly stern Qing agreed. The exuding healer had a red eye, and as he rose to his feet, he signaled a desire to test his strength in battle. The excited warrior called Qin a nugget because of his ability to exude such powerful energy with a heavily damaged Tanjong point. The two men entered a new phase of their incredible confrontation, with demonic creatures all around them like seconds. With the main power concentrated in their hands, the warrior and healer threw themselves at each other, and only one of them could come out victorious. During the battle, the warrior with the reincarnation technique told Qin that he had actually made him change his mind about him. But time ran out, and the villain raised his hand over the head of Ching Li, who was very exhausted from this difficult struggle against the enemy. Ching Li lay unconscious on the ground and glowed with a yellow light as the warrior walked away. This is all he can do for the opponent. Everything else depended on him, the healer of the Yin and Yang clinic, now lying on the cold ground. On the territory of a large house with a swimming pool, a person practicing doubted the training methods from Ching Li. The position looked strange. Zhen Jun, who was swinging his arms and legs, was holding a book of instructions and didn't know how to properly practice the move he was looking for. Trying to make sense of the case, the young man looked at the book again and assumed a different pose, but he didn't know if he was doing the right thing. Jun, who was tired, decided to go to his friend Qin Li and ask him about his training. It had already been 7 hours since Qin Li had started meditating, and Jun didn't understand how he managed to stay still for so long. The healer was sitting on his bed meditating, surrounded by strong energy. Thinking back to the recent confrontation with the warrior with the reincarnation technique, Qin thought that the latter wanted to kill him, but unexpectedly, the villain transferred energy to him. While making movements with his hands, the focused Qing was pondering and couldn't understand the recent opponent's goal towards Li. If he couldn't clear that energy now, he probably wouldn't be able to find the answer to that question. The dragons that emerged from the streams of energy were floating in the air around the healer, who was trying to make sense of what had happened. The door opened and 2 girls entered the courtyard, one of whom was the daughter-in-law of Zhang Jun, who was still training. The girl who was carrying boxes and bags with her remembered the doctor's words that Ching Li was fine, but she was still worried and bought something just in case. Taking the boxes from her hands, Jun praised her for her good preparation, and she expressed her hope for Qin's good health while she was away. Jun told his sister-in-law about his observations of his companion as he walked towards the house with his purchases, but the latter didn't make any sounds. Suddenly, incredible energy flows burst out of the windows and roof of the house where they lived. Jun and his friends, who were loaded down with their new items, were walking towards the door at the same time, and they were amazed at what had happened. Looking around in fear, the young man assumed the appearance of an earthquake, and the girls looked around helplessly. Looking up at the window, Jun concluded that it had all happened in Qingli's room. As they waited for the worst to happen, the three of them immediately rushed into the house, wanting to know if their Qing was okay after the explosion. The healer sitting on the sofa assured them that nothing serious had happened to him, but he was wondering why Qin Ying had moved to the capital. The wife wanted to move to the capital in a few days and surprise him. Their new medicinal ointment sells well here, but Liang Qing called her last night. Xingjun, who was standing next to Liang, raised his right hand and chuckled as he started to say something to Qin, but he didn't finish. All of a sudden, Assistant Qin dragged along the surprised Jun, who was shouting without understanding anything. When the couple were alone, Qin told her about his busy schedule, which was why he could not come to his wife. She was angry that he did not tell her anything. Turning away, Chen Ying believes that her husband did not think about her at all, and Li tried to object to his wife with a smile. But the guy didn't have time to finish, because suddenly he put his hand to his heart, feeling very bad. Terrified, Qin Ying took her husband's hand and asked him how he was feeling, asking where he was hurting. Finally recovering a little, Qingli asked his wife not to worry. Now he will check everything, and she agreed. It turned out that the previously broken energy was not completely purified, and if Li wanted to subdue this power, he had to find the power artifact that the teacher had mentioned. After reassuring Ying, Qing called it a normal thing. He just overdid it, and the girl said that she was scared. She thought that she was the cause of what happened. After mentioning that her husband has raised Mr. Zhang to the level of a warrior, Ying also wants to start training, which surprised her husband. Chun Ying recalled her status as the physician's consort and expressed her hope that one day she would stand by his side. After carefully looking at Qin with a deep gaze, the girl explained how she had decided since last time that her life is Qing Li. Agreeing with his wife, the young man offered her, who was looking at her husband tenderly, to try it. A cozy atmosphere, a quiet night with a crescent moon in the sky, and two small birds on a tree branch showing tenderness to each other. When Qin Ying fell asleep on the bed, Qing Li, who was dressed, carefully walked out into the corridor and closed the door behind him. As he walked down the steps, he saw Liang Qing dressed in front of him and wondered why the girl was still awake. She exchanged data with Xiaofeng and considers the case of the 19 squad not easy. Qin asked not to shine in the capital. They did not perform well in the eyes of the military. After accepting Qing Li's statement, the assistant was mentally grateful for his concern. Silently, the healer headed for the exit, which surprised the assistant, who does not understand whether he is leaving or not. When the boss announced her intention to go to the place that is related to the old man yesterday, Liang Qing volunteered to go with him. When Qing Li refused the girl, he had a plan with him and was going to find out after checking whether they had something to do with him or not. At night, outside the house, a certain person ordered his subordinates to keep their eyes peeled because the entrance to the cache is forbidden for everyone except the head of the Qing family. Inside the Qing family's hiding place, Healer Li was alone studying the contents of books in several cabinets in the darkened room. After learning about the fifth head of the Qing Si Lu family who participated in the God creation program, Li came to the conclusion that there was no warrior higher than the fifth level in the family. As he flipped through the pamphlet, he decided that the old man really wasn't related to the Qing family. Unexpectedly, on the last page, Qing Li found a piece of paper folded in half which contained a certain entry. The surprised youth remembered Master Qin, thinking that he was the one who had prepared all this beforehand. In the note, Master Qing promised to answer all the questions when the warrior's technique reached the limit, but Li didn't know about the existence of holders above the 9th level. Suddenly, a light appeared in the room and someone from behind the doors from the street began to tell the head of the family. Li had heard the young man ask his father about discussing the participants of the military competition with Counselor Wang, but the latter had said no. Suddenly, the man stopped moving, prompting his son, Xing Musi, to ask a question. Casting a suspicious glance to the right, the man noted the books lying out of place from the cache, deciding that someone had already visited here. Qing Li was worried that he had been noticed by this person, but he thought that he was talking about someone else in this room. Approaching the cabinet where the healer was hiding, the man suddenly heard his son's confession about his presence in the room. The confused guy told how he came yesterday, wanting to find those books that could help him with training. The father demanded that the guilty son look less here in the future. There are many things here that he should not touch. With relief, the young man looked at his strict father and took his wish into account. After picking up the painting, the father asked his son to give it to Counselor Wang tomorrow so that he could also learn about the warrior competition. Bowing, the guy wants to say something to his father, and the latter looked at the offspring with bewilderment, not understanding him. His son had heard that Dell had left some potion in the past that could quickly raise a warrior's level. Ching, who heard their conversation, took them as his own pills at the mention of the cultivation-enhancing drug, and the man told his son that his grandfather had such a drug before. If the medicine is strong, then the son wants to try it, but the father mentioned its strong side effects, since the drug was not fully prepared and the grandfather destroyed it. Looking slyly at his parent, Ching Musi didn't believe in destroying the potion. He knew that his father was hiding it from everyone. The door of the room opened, and the father and son went to the courtyard from where they appeared here. Finally, the street door slammed shut, and healer Ching Li was left alone in the big house again. There was a light on in the corridor, and the doctor asked the second guest about his search for something, and he answered positively to the guy. The girl around the corner didn't expect Commander Ching Li to be able to detect her. After all, the lady was hiding so well here. When he came out to meet her, he suddenly smelled this smell that reminded him of Ching Musi. The lights came on again, and the healer rushed to the girl, asking her forgiveness in advance. Taking her hands in his, Ching earnestly asked her to be quiet. To make sure, the guy pressed his hand to the girl's mouth, otherwise they would just get caught. From their dark hiding place, the two of them watched the same Ching Musi, who had been there with his father, and was now looking for something in the cupboards. Pushing several books forward on the shelf of the cabinet at once, the villain rejoiced at the long-awaited deliverance from his father. Suddenly, an open space appeared at the back of the cabinet, and in it was a jug with strange contents. As Ching Musi picked up the container, he thought unkindly of his own father, who seemed to want to deceive his son by saying that the medicine was destroyed, but he found it. If Miu-Si increased his strength, then he wouldn't pay attention to the side effects, because his grandfather could have made it up because he wanted to become stronger himself. Uncorking the jug, the young man greedily began to drink its contents in order to gain great strength. Then the boy's eyes turned very red, his face became ugly, and the unfortunate man was very hot after drinking the drug. As if something otherworldly and terrifying had taken hold of Ching Musi, he was beginning to change before his eyes due to the impact of this red power. Terrible black claws began to grow on the young man's fingers, as if he was turning into a wild beast from the underworld. The eerie entity was already rapidly taking over the body of the unfortunate person who wanted to become stronger. Dropping to his knees, Musi watched helplessly as he grew sharp giant claws, and his body changed to that of a terrifying creature. Watching the recent opponent in the ring, Ching Li didn't know about such a drug. He was thinking about the genes trying to manifest in Musi. Suddenly, the smartphone in the girl's pocket started ringing when a person turned into a demon a few meters away from them. Healer Ching Li only looked at his companion dejectedly, as if it was her fault. Miu-Si, with red, creepy eyes, was exulting at how soon he was able to experience the effects of this potion. The frenzied warrior rushed forward and showed a willingness to help the boys answer the call. Ching Li, who did not want to reveal himself, took the girl by the hand and ran down the street with her, while Miu-Si tried to catch up with them, trying to kill the guys. Remembering how the old man had asked her to leave a note in the Ching family's bloodline so that she wouldn't be found, she didn't think that such a thing would happen. Still unable to catch up with them, the mad Ching Miu-Si demanded that the boys stop and threatened Ching Li, assuring him that he would not leave. Finally, the guys managed to run around the corner of one of the buildings, trying with all their might to escape from the villain who was chasing them. Then they ran down a long alley along small houses, trying to break away from the bloodthirsty pursuer. At one point, the girl caught her foot on an inconspicuous rock and fell down to the ground. They couldn't avoid it today. She remembered Father Shaw's words about getting this guy so that she could improve her cultivation in a short time. When Lee helped the unfortunate lady to her feet, she complained about his great speed and her inability to keep up with the guy. In response, the healer looked at her seriously and reminded her that he wasn't the only one who was so fast here. Suddenly, Ching Musi landed abruptly half a meter away from them, like a meteor falling from the sky. Seeing Ching Li in front of him, the warrior seemed surprised by his presence. The healer did not cause him any problems, but he decided to present himself on a platter. The girl was surprised at how quickly Musi caught up with them and connected it with the drug eaten by the guy, and the villain thought that this lady was sent here by Councilman Wang. With the entire capital in the hands of the counselor, Ching Musi decided not to offend Officer Wang's staff right now. To the surprise of the boys, Mu-si began to look around and talk about a certain person who was just here, but disappeared somewhere. In the girls' opinion, the villain didn't see them. It might have been one of the side effects that the Ching family head was talking about. Ching Li's companion smiled, having an interesting thought that might save them now. Taking a couple of steps towards the confused Mu-si, she caused a commotion. The villain wanted to understand who was going where. With a deft movement, the girl slapped the villain on his cheek, causing him even more disorientation. Mu-si, who did not notice anyone around him, was angry and tried to figure out who would hit him, and the girl concluded that he had no pretense. Finally, turning to the left, the maddened villain thought of his opponent's escape in that particular direction. After that, the person who swallowed the drug with side effects ran into the darkness, demanding that the invisible opponent return and fight. As far as Lee could remember, the girl was one of Officer Wang's confidants, but she thought it was best that he didn't know, so she didn't tell anyone about their meeting. If she says so, then Lee doesn't intend to insist that the girl likes him, Commander Ching, because of his intelligence. Then she stared at the youth who was standing warily by her side because of such a look. But at one point, the girl's phone rang. Picking it up, she saw that her own father was trying to get in touch. After announcing her return, the girl heard Commander Ching mentioned by her father and promised to invite him along. After stopping the phone call, the girl told Chin Li about Officer Wang's invitation to him and expressed her hope that he would be willing to go with her. Standing on the roof of a nearby house, Ching Mu-si glared at the children as they left and vowed to pay back all those who crossed his path with interest one day. At night, the courtyard of the military district, where the healer and his companion went, was sparsely populated. When Ching Li opened the door and entered the room, he was surprised to see Mu-si, who had recently been going crazy from taking the medicine. The red-eyed villain who had jumped on the roofs a while ago was now smiling casually and enjoying the visit of Commander Chin, whom they had been waiting for half a day. Li's companion, Wang Shou's adopted daughter Zhou Shunyi, asked about the changes in her pursuer's face, and he put it all down to hitting mosquitoes, not calculating his strength. Laughing, Wang Shou asked his daughter not to tease Mu-si, and since they were all here, the soldier was ready to get down to business. Now the guys are the strongest people in the capital, so the commander-in-chief chose 4 of them from the city to participate in military competitions. Lai was surprised to hear about the military tournament, but Wang Shou confirmed that it was the biggest competition in recent years, with high standards. In Shaw's opinion, Commander Chin's strength as a captain would bring them victory in the competition, and he was surprised at Wang's knowledge that he wouldn't refuse. So the military authorities decided on these representatives for the upcoming competitions from the capital. Xiujiang thinks the first place is special this time. According to Wang Shou, he recalled the previous tour when the guys had enough training, but now they need to win. When Shaw mentioned the award, namely the Fire Lotus, which is a panacea for everything, Li remembered that this is an artifact that can help him with power. The boss, noticing Chin's worried face, thought something bad, but the young man immediately smiled. He had never heard of Lotus and was just curious. After calming down after the subordinate's response, Wang Shou completely forgot about Commander Chin's other specialty, which is doctor, so his interest is not surprising. Walking up to the guy, Zhou Xunyi wanted to say something to him, and Li was ready to listen to the girl with whom he was running away from the madman today. Calling himself the weakest member of the third-level team, Zhou wants to get guidance from Li, who will find time together to study everything and discuss it. Wang Shu turned to Commander Chin and asked him to take care of his daughter. The boy promised to fulfill this request. As Zhou Xunyi surreptitiously glanced at Qin Li, she thought about how sooner or later he would be her man. In the morning, a girl who was interested in the commander knocked on the door of the house where Qing Li lived during his stay in the capital. The lady who came to the young man in a revealing robe was knocking urgently on the door of the dwelling. Lang Qing, who was staying in the house, reacted excitedly to the unexpected guest, wiping a sharp knife with a handkerchief. Placing the cold weapon on the table, the girl immediately went to the door, which was still being knocked on. Seeing someone approaching the door, the guest only wanted to say hello to the commander, but froze when she saw a strange girl who was wondering who she was visiting. Liang Qing led her into the house, and once inside, Liang Qing asked if Commander Qing lived here. Instantly recalling her previous career in the 19th Squad, Liang Qing thought uneasily of his new position. Casting a glance in the direction of Liang, the guest peered at her, and the girl's face suddenly seemed familiar to her. Turning around and looking at Liang Qing, the lady who came in once again asked Qing Li if the commander lived in this house. Suddenly, the two girls heard a voice from above calling out to Qing Li and asking him to take it easy. Pleased that the commander was here, Zhou Zhuanyi noted the positive features of the guy because it was not for nothing that she liked him. Unusual voices and sounds that praised Qing Li came from outside the door of one of the rooms in the house. In it, Lee used his feet to massage the back of his wife, Qin Ying, who was lying in the bathtub, promising to endure everything while her husband was afraid to hurt her. Suddenly, the doors clicked open. The husband looked at his wife in surprise, and Qin Ying screamed in anger that someone was interrupting them. Zhou Shanyi stood in front of the bathroom door with amorous eyes while Liang Qing just watched her guest with a reddened face. Leaving his wife to sit in the tub, Qing Li asked her to have a good rest. The water would ease her fatigue, and he would go down to do some business. When Qin Ying was left alone, she sighed heavily and felt an unpleasant pain in her body. Seeing the captain, the guest in the revealing clothes was very happy to see him released, and Li wanted to know what she was talking about. Only now did the healer see who was visiting him and look questioningly at the girl who came to him. When the guest showed the young man an ambiguous sign with his hands, the embarrassed guy said that this was not what she thought, and his wife was already calling him. Qing Ying, who was coming down and dressed, was carrying some papers that he had left in the bathroom before he left. Zhou Shanyi looked at Qing Ying, who was standing next to her, and she couldn't think that this was the kind of girl her commander liked. The extremely embarrassed guy clumsily held in his hands the very papers handed to him by his wife. The unfortunate youth turned towards Qing Ying, who was secretly pinching his back, wanting to know about this lady in revealing clothes nearby. Rubbing the back of his head, the healer smiled guiltily because he had forgotten to tell his wife something. Introducing Zhou Xuan and his wife Qin Ying, the young man also signed a decree to Liang Qing, with whom he studied together, and now she works in his medical practice. The guy talked about Zhou as a representative of their group, which will represent the capital in a military competition. Thinking of a married man capable of getting a divorce, Zhou doesn't understand why the captain would hide a beautiful wife, but Ying called him modest and not fond of expressing love. According to Qing Li, his wife had previously handled the company's business before joining him in the capital, so she didn't see anyone here. The two girls exchanged glances, and it was as if an invisible energy line had passed between them. Qing Li, who was still confused, explained the definition of training plans, and depending on Zhou's personal situations, it was better to read them first. When they all went out to the courtyard where the training equipment was located, Qing Li reminded them of the half-month remaining until the start of the martial competition. For Zhou Xin'er to quickly reach the 4th level of a warrior, Assistant La Qing and his wife can train like Li himself and test their strength. Continuing to talk about his own wife, the guy reminded her about the girl's lack of a base, so she needs to practice the basics more. Qin Ying is doubtful about the reality of such physical exertion, and the healer's assistant is sure that it is impossible to go up 2 levels in half a month. They only need to follow his plan, and everything else is not a question, because during the training period, Qing Li will not make leniency to anyone. An hour later, a noticeably tired Liang Qing could barely lift the bar in the bench press, and the coach asked her to breathe in time with the movements and use the strength of both hands. For the Zhou barbell girl, he suggested getting up and squatting slowly, since the strength of the lower abdomen is important for the whole body. Qin Ying was strengthening her muscles on another exercise machine, and as she felt her strength drop and her body ache, she couldn't take it anymore. Finally, the bar came crashing down, and so did Zhou, who was complaining to the captain about not feeling the flow of inner strength he was talking about. Qing Li doesn't believe in such a thing. Perhaps something is wrong, and Zhou reminded the guy about his medical practice and asked him to examine her. Taking the patient's hand, the doctor began to study her condition, using his miraculous energy. Calling out to her husband, the healer was approached by an exhausted Qing Ying, who complained about her husband's method, which caused her body to throb with pain, asking for help. When the unhappy wife shared her problem with her husband, he turned his attention to her and soon became visibly agitated. He had prepared the most basic exercises for her, but strange things were happening to her now, and he couldn't believe it. Engulfed in a life-saving energy force, Qing Li placed his hand on his wife's head and analyzed her health after training. Now it was as if Qing Li was alone in the endless darkness, with swamp-colored spots glistening under his feet. The young man's hands were filled with energy flames, and to his surprise, he didn't find any signs of illness in Qin Ying's body. Turning around, he saw green energy approaching his back, which confused him at the moment. Qing Li looked at the strange flow and didn't understand the origin of its appearance here. But this energy could interact in the same way as his internal energy. After taking a few steps forward, the young healer suddenly stopped moving in front of another puzzle. There was a massive green deity in front of him, and Qin Ying was floating inside in an unconscious state, which surprised him. With a ball of his energy, Qing Li approached the green power and tried to reach it with his hand. When he did, the alien energy seemed so familiar at that moment. Suddenly, the young man felt a strong rush, as if the energy was pushing him away, perceiving the guy as some kind of evil. Qingli still couldn't stay on his feet and was being saved by his own energy as he flew backward. Abruptly opening his eyes, the young man realized how he had just been swept away. If only a little more, then his consciousness would have been absorbed by an unknown force. When he woke up and heard Qingying's question about her body problems, the healer thought that she was unwell because of that thing, but he didn't know anything about it. After calming his wife and asking her to rest, the guy considered what he saw to be the one that had been in Ying's body for a long time. It was revealed due to training. Previously, my wife did not complain about anything. Smiling sweetly at his wife, the healer concluded that his strength wasn't enough to resist the thing inside Qingying, so he needed to increase his cultivation. Jun, reeling in circles, asked his friend why he couldn't feel the results of the training book Qingli had given him. The healer tried to explain the lack of results from his friend's training by explaining the continuity of Jun's training, so he didn't feel any changes in his body. Qingli turned to Jun and advised him to run another lap, which caused him to grimace in surprise. Closing his eyes in a stern voice, the mentor repeated his order to run another circle around the clearing. As Zhang Jun prepared for another race, he was tired and tried to figure out what Qingli was thinking when he issued such orders. At the start, the guy picked up a huge speed and rushed forward with all his might, as a result of which a large column of dust appeared in the clearing. Qingying then turned to her husband's side and announced her intention to continue her physical training. A sudden gust of wind almost knocked the boys off their feet, and the reason for it was Jianjun, who ran past them at lightning speed and stopped nearby. The excited athlete stopped moving, looked back and called his friend Qing Li almost a god. Feeling the power of the pills, Jun wanted to get it from Li, but Qing noted the ability of the drug to transform the body, but a large number of drugs will not have any effect. Qingying reacted with surprise to the guy's words about cleansing pills, but she didn't know anything about this medicine. Pointing his fingers at Qing Li, Jun called his friend the manufacturer of these pills. This is a great medicine that can make a warrior out of him. Zhou Xunyi went over to the guys, and when she heard about such a high-grade medicine, she asked her captain and herself for one. The healer held out his hand with the lumps on it and offered Zhou and Liang Qing one at a time, since he didn't have many of them left. Tuko Jun asked Qinli if it was likely that girls would sleep like this because they felt hot after taking pills, as he had before. Looking at his companion, the healer pointed out that it was a feminine trait to be stronger in this regard, so it was unlikely that the same thing would happen to them as with Jun. While Liang Qing was looking at this precious medicine with enthusiasm, it was bitter to Qingying, who had swallowed the lump. Unlike the other girls for Zhou Xunyi, the captain's pills were very sweet and literally melted in the mouth. The perception for Qing Li gradually became stronger after the last time there was a large amount of power in the body. Now he will try to find out if he can use the principle of collecting dark energy to concentrate it in order to help the children with training. Qing Li enthusiastically took up the task, and soon energy surged in the room with a powerful flow. Now the healer was completely satisfied. Everything was finally ready to support his subordinates. By squeezing the energy in his fist, the young man could not only speed up his cultivation, but also make it twice as easy for others to train. Leaving the sleeping Qingying alone on the bed, Qing Li dressed and went to the door where someone was knocking. Opening the door, the young man saw Zhou, who was barely able to stand up, addressing him at such a late hour. The girl seemed to be out of her mind. She talked about the deterioration of her condition and asked to be saved. Startled, the young man immediately moved to the door and looked at the ward who needed him so badly right now. Unable to keep her feet, the lady sat down on the floor, almost scratching her elegant fingers. Reclining on the floor, Zhou Xunyi spoke to her captain with a reddened face about how it was burning right now. With a stern look at the girl, Healer Li demanded that Miss Zhou not go beyond the bounds of propriety in front of him right now. A plainly dressed lady spoke about her efforts to dress up for the captain and can't believe that her appearance does not cause him any feelings. As a response, the young man thanked the girl, but reminded her about his marital status as a married man. But the adopted daughter of Van Shaw does not want to take these words seriously and talks about the possibility of divorce at any time. Rising to her feet, Zhou mentioned the rumor she had heard that when the captain entered the Chu family, they didn't give him anything in return. As he was about to close the door, Qing Li reminded him once again about his marriage to Qingying, whom he loves, but Zhou just doesn't know anything. He had asked Miss Zhou to go to her room, but she wanted to become his mistress, because there should be more than one girl next to such a gorgeous man. But Qing Li mercilessly closed the door right in front of poor Zhou, who was left alone in the corridor. Returning to the room, the healer glanced at his sleeping wife out of the corner of his eye and promised himself never to betray her. But the girl was not asleep at the time. She lay with her eyes open and perfectly heard the entire dialogue between her husband and Zhou, who was trying to become his mistress. Xuanyi, who was standing by the door, told the captain that she was sincere in her personal request, but the young man asked her to leave and hoped that there would not be a next time. Having heard the guy's refusal, the persistent girl could not refuse their potential relationship, which she wanted to achieve. A month later, Qin Ying accompanied her husband to the plane and asked him to take care of himself in Tianhai, and he smiled and agreed. Behind him, Zhou Shenyi asked Sister Qin Ying not to worry and promised to take care of the captain instead of his wife. Realizing that the girl was doing this on purpose to spite her, Ying promised aloud that she would be the first to thank Zhou on behalf of her husband. Jianjun and Qin Ying waved goodbye as the healer and his companion left for the flight, but it was already time for them to return home. Noticing Li Yangqing's absence, the healer's wife became worried. Jun was also afraid to recall how the assistant had just been here. As Qing Musi strode through the plane cabin with the other members of the capital team, he felt as if someone was watching them. At this time, a young athlete passed by a dark-haired girl who seemed not to pay attention to everyone and buried her face in the newspaper. As the group moved on, Liang Qing put down the newspaper and looked in their direction, making it a point to follow her boss. As if he didn't notice anyone, Qing Musi passed by Zhou Xuanyi's side, looking intently ahead. And then the recently reincarnated, almost demon guy slightly touched a beautiful girl in the cabin of the plane. The villain managed to get what he wanted, and the unsuspecting girl fell down on someone's chair. The unkind act of a teammate wasn't overlooked by Qin Li, who cast his gaze at the incident. And the self-conscious Zhou, who was dressed in a smart white robe, landed on a certain person in a protective uniform. Looking at Qin Musi's helpless expression, she yelled at him, "Because of his blindness, you can hurt people too." Placing her hand on the captain's chest, Zhou hoped that she hadn't hurt him, expecting to see this particular person in front of her. All of a sudden, a completely foreign voice spoke to Ms. Zhou and counted, and confused the person much to her surprise. Raising her head, the girl looked at Xu Qiang, and Qing Li, her captain, was at her companion's side. Coughing as if to break the lady out of her daze, Xu Qiang asked the girl to get up from his lap. Lai recalled Officer Wang's words about the capital's lack of victories in large-scale military competitions, and Xu confirmed it because they were facing high-level warriors. Hearing the words about the enemy's high level, the healer thought about how much he himself was missing until the 10th level. As the plane flew along its route, Qing continued to think about whether a warrior with a level higher than 9 might be his opponent. After a while, the plane was already flying over the big city of Tianhai, and Zhou was tired during the journey. When they arrived at the airport, Zhou called out to Qian, who was slightly behind, and pointed to the check-in counter in the right direction. The guy walked through the Abigavan and saw through the energy of people. The world of warriors seemed to him more complicated than he thought before. At this time, a female voice spoke to a certain Ji Wen and reminded her of the need to touch other people here. Shengli saw a girl with an unusual hair color fall to the airport floor, and a voice asked what they would do for him. As he watched, several girls in identical uniforms instantly ran up to the fallen lady, hoping their captain was okay. Asking not to forget the organizer of the tournament in the person of the Tianhai military, the captain of the Shiwen city team pointed to the commander, his older brother, and the fallen lady spoke to the second about breaking the rules. Laughing at the mention of rules, Ziwen called himself the law, and a girl who restrains her colleagues must either serve him at night or leave. Ziwen's teammates agreed with him, and one of the men is sure that the participation of a female team from the hinterland is decided only by the word of their associate. Not wanting to hear such obscene speeches, the previously injured girl tried to kick the villains, trying to silence them. But Ziwen deftly dodged out of the way of his opponent, sarcastically remarking that they would have plenty of time to get to know each other better at night. Unwilling to give up, the girl continued to fight against the malevolent opponent and sent him to hell. Shiwen, looking at the beauty from under his brows, noticed how she was still not in the best shape, as she wasn't fit enough, judging by her shape. But the fight between the two opponents continued, neither of them willing to give up the slack and leave the battleground to the losers. While they were fighting, the man told the lady that it was impossible for the dragon to defeat the snake, which took third place in the last tournament. And the woman believes that the girl is waiting for a cruel fate. While they were training for the competition, Zi Wen took the opportunity to punch a girl who had stumbled in the face with his fist. And after that, as the old man passed on his art to Qin Li, his ability to cultivate increased, and his ability to predict the opponent's move emerged. When someone reminded her about a left-handed block and a right-footed kick, Wen's opponent asked her not to advise her if she knew anything about it. But suddenly, the girl's body began to follow these instructions, causing Xi Wen to be unable to hit the beauty. King Li asks Feng Shi to hit the spot, and she hits the opponent with her right foot, swinging straight at his face. After that, the arrogant athlete collapsed on the floor of the airport and could not understand how this happened to him. The lady stared in amazement at the defeated opponent and could not believe in her own victory. The representatives of the team from the capital who witnessed this confrontation began to leave, but they were asked to stop. An excited girl ran to the children and hopefully begged them not to go anywhere when people were looking at them. The girl thanked them for what had happened and asked them about coming to the tournament to watch it, but Joe informed them of the boys' intention to participate in it. Looking at her rescuers in surprise, the winner of the duel thought that the three of them had come to a military competition. Zhu Chang, who heard these words, turned around and reported the four members of their team, but all of a sudden, Healer Li noticed that Qing Mu Si was missing. The missing teammate of the Moscow team was already in the local alley and picked up the bottle that he had previously asked for. The person who gave him a new portion of the potion asked him not to use it rashly, a portion for one time and only as a last resort. After promising this, Mu Si might have been holding a possible poison in his hands, but it was enough that he would advance his cultivation, and the Fire Lotus was almost his. When Officer Van Shaw emerged from the shadows of the gateway, he was thinking about how this warrior would not disappoint the commander-in-chief. At the airport, Zhou Xuanyi reminded them that they had only been on the plane for a few hours, so she didn't think that Mu Si's kidneys were weak. Thinking of this guy as the captain, their new acquaintance heard a rebuttal from Zhou, for whom Mu Si is no match for their real leader. Qing Li finally introduced himself to the new girl and said something, but she didn't hear anything, thinking that not all guys were disgusting like the ones in Yanhai. While the two of them were looking at each other like they were madly in love, Zhou Xuanyi was trying to attract the captain's attention. When the Yanhai team captain woke up, she called herself Tang Yi, and Qing Li told her about this first competition for him. He must have been acting ridiculous. The defeated Si Wen didn't understand where Qi Li came from and wondered why he hadn't met this guy in the city before. When Officer Van Shou finally found the boys after searching them everywhere, he handed Li a gold card that would help them stay comfortably, and Li thanked him. Zhou Shenyi, after receiving this gift from her foster father, somewhat embarrassingly asked him not to worry. Xi Wen now understood who the person who had helped his opponent was. This guy was so lucky, and Wang Shouyi's attention was drawn to him. Casting a glance in Xi Wen's direction, the purple-haired associate asked if he knew the Xing Li. When evening came, the man in black was approaching a large house 3 stories high, near which lanterns were burning. Wearing underwear and a housecoat, Qing Li thought of the guy who had finished third in the previous competition, and he was interested in the one who was first. Zhou, who was resting in the bath, thought that her father understood what she was thinking and arranged everything, but he didn't understand the captain if he liked people like Qin Ying. After hearing suspicious noises outside, the girl thought discontentedly of a fool who would bother people at such a time. The uninvited guest rang the doorbell, and an unsuspecting Qing Li went there to open it. Wei Wen was standing near the entrance with a rose in his mouth, brushing his hair, hoping to win the girl's attention with his charming charisma. Standing near the window, the guest looked at his own reflection in the smartphone screen to understand in what form he will appear before the lady. When one of the residents of the house appeared in front of him, Xi Wen turned to Zhou Xuanyi and said that she still remembers. But Qing Li was in the window, and he was sure that the guest had not come to him, and Xi Wen was angry, not knowing why he was here. Unable to contain his emotions, Xi Wen yelled at Qin, grossly insulting him, being displeased by the guy opening the door, because the guest came to Zhou Xuanyi. Qing Li responded by silently closing the entrance to the unfriendly Xi Wen, who slammed his head against the door in a fit of aggression. Covering his reddened face, Wen could hear a woman's voice asking the captain who had come to see them. After opening the door, Xi Wen burst into the house with a rose in his hands and pointed at Zhou Xian and himself. With a wave of her hand, she saw little brother Xi, who happily confirmed his identity, but he didn't think that the girl remembered him, and he was here to apologize. While thinking about his desire to apologize, she didn't notice the bath towel on her body slide down. What Z wanted to do was apologize to the lady for missing out on her attention this afternoon at the airport. Barely able to cover her chest with a towel, Zhou heard the cavalier's complaint about the presence of strangers in the room. Wen puts his arm around the girl and wants her permission to stand closer and cover her body. Looking at her charms, Xi Wen didn't think that the beauty would change so much in the past year. Lowering her head slightly, Zhou Shenyi confessed that she also didn't expect him to be the same after so long. Calling the guy a lustful dog, Zhou gave him a strong kick, and the villain flew back, risking losing part of his teeth. Xing Li was brushing his teeth with icy calm nearby, and Zhou waved at Xiwen and reproached him for trying to disturb her with her presence. While the newly injured Zi was sitting on the floor, Zhou looked at Qin Li and pointed at him, saying if only Wen could become like her captain. To Xiwen, this young man was just someone from the village who didn't understand. Why does a girl compare the two of them? So different. In Zhou's mind, it wasn't up to Xiwen to decide, and he wasn't even worthy of the attention of her level 5 warrior captain. Xiwen sneered viciously after hearing about this information and thanked the girl in his mind for knowing about the 5th level of his opponent. Slowly rising to his feet after receiving a solid punch, Xiwen headed for the exit, promising the enemy retribution. In a well-lit ring, the host greeted the esteemed warriors in Tianhai, where they had come for a warrior tournament. The first to enter the ring was the captain of the host city of Tianhai, Ziewen, and representatives of his team. The team from Jinshi, led by Captain Chao Sheng, is next in line to appear in front of the audience. Then the host of the warrior competition invited the only female captain in the tournament, Tang Yi, and her team into the ring. After announcing the team from Shangjing with Captain Xu Zhan, the host realized what a mistake he had made, and after apologizing, called Qing Li the captain. The audience present in the hall exchanged glances with each other and asked each other who this Qing Li was, but no one knew this guy. When Qing Li's work as a doctor was revealed, some of the audience laughed, thinking that things were really bad in the capital if they had such a participant. The tournament will be held in a one-on-one arena defense format. The first team will be determined by the captains. The group that draws the wand starts, and then other team members take turns challenging. The one who becomes the king of the arena will become the champion, and the winner will use precious medicines for free for a year and receive the greatest treasure, the Fire Lotus. Those who did not believe in the existence of the lotus spoke about its ability to cure hundreds of poisons and help a warrior overcome the limits of cultivation. After asking the host to make their choice, the captains of the 4 teams picked up the sticks in the box. Tang Yi was very surprised when she pulled out number 4 and looked at the item for a while. Kang Li had the 2nd number, Jiwen had the 1st, and Chao Shen, with the 3rd number, was looking good-naturedly at the captain from Tanhai. Throwing away the number 4 wand, Tang Yi concluded that the warrior competition was about to start. Quickly jumping into the ring, the brave girl announced her intention to become the first representative from the Yanhai team. Her 3 colleagues only looked at the lady, and Xiwen called her a really brave captain in admiration. Jumping into the ring after Tang Yi, the captain of the number 1 team reminded her of yesterday's hint of a couple of moves. Wrapped in green energy, Xiwen looked at his colleague with an evil grin and was sure that no one would help her today. The villain asked the girl not to hope for the same luck that she encountered yesterday, and Tang Yi had already taken a fighting stance to fight. Tang Yi, who was serious, knew how difficult it was to defeat Jiwen, but she also had no right to lose. Armed with the gloomy green energy, it was as if the opponent was becoming a wild beast and wanted to see how poor Tang Yi would get out now. One of the uniformed spectators is confident in Xiwen's performance today after being angered by Tang Yi yesterday, and his companion was already feeling sorry for this beautiful girl. Thanks to the green energy, Xiwen noticeably increased his own speed and immediately attacked the opponent. Tang Yi, who had not expected this, was surprised by the phenomenal speed of the opponent, who was at her side in an instant. The villain threw a strong punch, and the terrified Yanhai captain lost her balance and almost fell into the ring. With his next blow, the villain lifted the girl up and enjoyed his own triumph in the battle. After bouncing off the wall, Ziwen once again hit the opponent, and she began to fall down with a pitying cry. Another forceful lunge at Tang Yi, and she hopelessly crashed into the ring with a heavy crash, shouting to the entire hall. Xuqing didn't expect to see such a change in Ziwen in a year, and judging from the faint silhouette of the scorpion, it had reached the energy transformation stage. The Tianhai captain they were discussing, who was equipped with green energy, was actually controlling a certain scorpion in the ring. Turning towards his teammate, Qing Li asked if not all warriors were able to transform energy. Zhu doesn't think so. This is something that only warriors with the 6th level and above can master, so it will be difficult for the capital's teams to win. As he continued to watch the fight, Qing Li made a promise to try his best to win the competition. At this time, the unfortunate Tang Yi once again collapsed on the floor, screaming at the top of her voice in extreme pain. Approaching the girl, Ziwen suggested that she admit her own defeat, because she had no chance of winning. The panting lady glared at her opponent and burst out laughing at his unacceptable suggestion. Remembering earlier years, one day her father called Tan Yi a useless girl, and everything in the house belongs to her older brother, and she said that she won by herself. When the girl left, they laughed at her desire to become a warrior and demanded not to return back if she decided to leave the house. Rising to her feet in the ring and clenching her fists, Tang Yi aggressively denied any intention of admitting defeat. Using the 8-point attack technique, she rushed to attack the vicious opponent in order to deal maximum damage. Shiwen had a very difficult time at such times due to the incessant blows from the advancing opponent. The bold lady then slammed Ji Wen into the ring with a single powerful punch, causing him to almost fall apart. Xu Qing instantly rose to his feet and shouted, suspecting the death of a person at the scene of the battle. The rest of the audience didn't understand how Tang Yi used this technique if she was a level 6 warrior. After all, this skill can only appear at level 7. Qing Li, who was watching the match, silently reacted to his colleague's victory, but he didn't think that Wen would be beaten like this. Finally, an exhausted Tang Yi emerged from the dust cloud, barely walking on the rubble of the ring and holding on to her left arm. Falling to her knees from wild fatigue, the girl modestly noted the fact of her victory, but she barely used this technique and now she needs time to recover. Suddenly, an evil voice sounded from behind. I asked her not to be happy too soon, and Tang Yi's eyes widened in shock. It was Ji Wen with no visible injuries, as if he hadn't been severely beaten by his opponent a few minutes ago. The green energy, which has taken on the shape of a giant scorpion, helps Ji Wen again, for whom Tang Yi blows are the same as tickling. As Wen flew up in the air to deliver a fatal blow to the girl, he was already saying goodbye to her, and the unfortunate woman thought that she was finished, and the body did not move. The subordinates from her team, frightened, were already running to their captain in the hope of saving their lives. Qing Li stared intently at Ji Wen, who was about to run over the girl who couldn't move with his foot. When Yi Wen heard about the approach of Tang Yi's wards, he ordered them to be silent in an angry whisper. After the enemy's reinforcements arrived, the guy turned around and tried to attack again. But his strike wasn't aimed at Tang Yi, but at her female assistants, whom the villains were also ruthlessly trying to beat up. The girls were scattered to the corners, writhing in pain, and Ji Wen was swinging his legs and getting angry at their intent to attack him from behind. The villain's special attention was drawn to one of the ladies who was right in front of him after falling into the ring. Blood was running down the warrior's face, but he ignored it, keeping his eyes on the female beauty in front of him. Although Ji Wen has a level or 2 difference with Xu Qian, but Qing Li saw the difference in strength, so his companion's excitement is not surprising. Suddenly, someone called out to Li and he turned his gaze back, wanting to see who, at this moment of intense passion in the ring, wanted to see him. Zhou Shenyi approached the captain and offered to send her next to the battlefield with the enemy. After asking the girl in surprise about her desire to represent Shang Jing in the first match, Qing Li received a positive response from the fan. Li was afraid that Zhou's strength was small compared to Shi Wen's, but if she managed to land a punch on the spot on his leg, then she would have a chance of winning. Leaning over to the captain, the girl tried to get him to agree, and Qing didn't mind, but he asked her to be careful and do something. Shi Wen, who was looking arrogantly at the other people in the hall, was punching his fist and laughing, no longer expecting anyone to dare step into the ring. Zhou Shenyi clapped her hands and was delighted with how the captain of their team had thought things through so well. Shi Wen looked back in great surprise when he heard someone challenging him in the ring. After hearing Zhou be more lenient with her, Wen couldn't say no to the girl calling him brother, but it wouldn't be his fault if he fixed her face. But it's not yet clear who will mess up who. According to Zhou, reminding the guy of his pain yesterday infuriated Shi Wen. Rushing towards the new opponent, the villain promised to play her once if she decided to play with him. In the audience seats, Xu Cheng was hoping for Zhou Shenyi's ability to hold on for a while, losing beautifully. But the beautiful representative of their team didn't hear any of this, but she was able to deftly turn away from Shi Wen's powerful punch. A serious confrontation broke out between the guys, and Zhou again managed to avoid the opponent's blow in time, jumping up. Tanhai's captain tried to hit the girl again, but she dodged the air-slicing fiend's fist. Seizing the moment, Zhou Shenyi tried to strike at the area between the villain's legs to disorient him and win the battle. The haughty Shi Wen was afraid of offending Officer Wang, but the girl suggested it of her own free will, so Shi doesn't consider himself guilty. But his face immediately changed when he felt a terrible pain between his legs where Zhou Shenyi had hit him. And the next moment, the villain screamed at the top of his voice to the whole hall as if he was in hell where he experienced the devil's torment. Shi Wen hopped around on one leg, talking about how much pain he was in, while his opponent looked at him with mock regret. Amazed by what they saw, the audience, including the military, watched what was happening and did not understand anything that had happened. Suddenly, she heard Shi Wen's voice asking for her opinion on his acting. Surprised by the lack of damage to the villain's right leg, Zhou stared at the guy who was enjoying this unexpected reaction of hers. Jiwen had already completed the work on the leg bones and would soon become a level 7 warrior, enough to withstand the opponent's attack. As the girl flew off to the side, Ziwen rejoiced in his triumph. After all, he was only playing along with her. Once again, Ziwen from Tianhai's team had successfully defended the arena, and it was interesting to know the name of the one who would challenge next. Qingli placed a glass of drink on the bench and was about to go out on his own, but suddenly someone nearby asked for permission to enter the ring. Shuking wants to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation by fighting in real blue, and Qing doesn't mind, but asks his comrade to be careful. After that, Shu entered the ring, where his colleague from the capital team, Zhou Xuanyi, was already present. Approaching the girl, the man did not take his eyes off her, intently examining the stunning beauty. When Cheng was already behind her colleague's back, she announced another clash between the Shu family and the Ji family at this competition. Hearing Zhou Qingli's words, he was visibly surprised, and in the lady's opinion, her captain just didn't know it. She explained how in the past few competitions, when Shu Chang was the team captain, he was defeated by Jiwen. Although the Shu family and the Yi family are military personnel, their relationship cannot be described as good. Chang Wen called him a loser but not broken, but no matter how much Shu tried, Zi would beat him like always, and the blonde asked him to stop talking. Not wanting to listen to his opponent's chatter, the enraged Shu Qiang charged at him with his huge fists clenched. Attacking again and again, the blonde man threw a series of eulers at the opponent, but Ziwen crossed his arms and fended off all the attacks directed at him. Siwen's eyes lit up with a hellish light as he deftly stood on his feet, parrying the blows and preparing to counterattack. Having quickly entered the enemy's rear, the villain called him a bad warrior, who even after a while did not manage to improve at all. One powerful hand struck to the back, and the unfortunate Shu Qiang, spitting out blood, lost his balance and began to fall down. After damaging the floor, Shu Qiang finally fell, and his opponent mockingly doubted the enemy's ability to achieve the strength and invincibility of a level 7 warrior. Siwen was watching the defeated opponent with a malicious smile, while Qi Li was disappointed to see that the can of drink was empty. With green scorpion magic, Siwen prepared to attack Shu Qiang, who was trying to get back on his feet, calling for him to be replaced as commander. Suddenly, the villain was prevented from performing his dirty work by 2 drink cans deftly launched from the audience seats. Angry, Ziwen turned around and waved his fists, wanting to know who threw the dishes at him. Qing Li, who was sitting on the chair, calmly raised his hand and identified himself as the one who did this, as if he wasn't afraid of a strong opponent at all. Pointing his finger at the guy, Ziwen took this action of Qing Li's as an extreme measure, which he decided to take in connection with the loss of Shu Qiang. Qing Li pointed out the winner and loser that every battle has, and it wouldn't be a big deal if Shu Qiang, with his current strength, lost to Wen. As the healer approached the ring, he explained his desire to find out if Wen below was truly indestructible. These words left the arrogant warrior confused, as if he didn't understand what the other team's captain was talking about. Sensing something down there, Siwen looked up in bewilderment and saw a long needle being launched at his leg. After calming down a bit, Ziwen stared at his opponent with a stern gaze, as if he was trying to understand his opponent's motives. And in the next moment, Wen crossed his arms nonchalantly and laughed and praised Dr. Qing's acupuncture technique. On the podium, the audience also stirred and took Qing Li's act as a joke, but then took it as the truth. Tang Yi didn't think it was a joke. From Ziwen's strength, it's hard not to guess who can defeat him. It's possible if the enemy's strength suppresses him. Left with bruises, this girl did not expect to meet someone with such great strength this year, and a sympathetic colleague is sure that the taste of her defeat is bitter. Xiaoxing, who came up behind the girl, thinks that she just fell under the hand, because no matter who comes out against Tianhai's team, they will definitely lose. Tang Yi asks not to think that the collusion of the Jinxi team with colleagues from Tianhai, as in the past time, will give him Shang an advantage. Fearing that a team from Jinxi might fall under the distribution this year, the girl asks the guy not to doubt it all, but he believes that the lady does not know how to admit mistakes. Entering the ring, Qing Li made a promise to Shu Qiang to replace him, and the injured fighter asked his captain to be careful. Looking at his new opponent, Siwen chuckled and mentally already dealt with this warrior of only the 5th level. When Li asked Captain Sai to start, Captain Si allowed him to throw the first couple of punches, since this was Qing's first contest in office, considering his defense to be non-punchy. Qing is surprised by the suggestion, and his opponent immediately notices his opponent's strange reaction and promises to increase the number of punches. To the outraged audience, Li looks like the loser, even though the fight hasn't started, but no one asked him to go up against Ziwen. Without objecting to his opponent's suggestion, the healer decided to wear gloves for his own safety. Surrounded by guys in uniform who admired the girl, Joe asked the captain not to do the villain any favors, and one of the officers noted the beauty's complete confidence. Zhuanyi fully agrees with him, the foster father, and wants to know if she is letting Wang Shou down with his intuition. One of the young soldiers heard Joe call out their superior's name and was surprised and even thought that he had misheard just now. In front of him, the soldier saw Chief of Staff Wang Shou, who sternly watched what was happening in the ring. Not knowing this man, the fighter asked his identity from a nearby colleague, and he named Officer Wang from Shangjing. Wang Shou didn't expect Xi Wang to deal with several opponents so soon. His strength had increased compared to last year. In Zhou Shenyi's opinion, her parent is too worried because the captain doesn't even need 10 strikes to defeat the opponent. And now the girl who fervently supports her pet is sure that her father is also waiting for Qing Li's triumph in the ring. In response, the high-ranking officer only smiled enigmatically, not really saying anything to the girl. In his mind, Wang already wanted to see if Qing Li was really strong in words, and Xie Wen would correct the opponent with a single blow and let Shang Jing feel Tian Hai's strength. Xie Wen himself, determined only to win unconditionally, stood in front of the newcomer and demanded to attack already. Confidently, he promised to stand here, and if the opponent manages to move the fighter half a step, then Wen promises to call it a victory for Qin Li. Wearing boxing gloves, the healer is ready to start, and Wen mockingly wanted to call the young man a talker and nothing more. Before he could finish speaking, the arrogant man received a heavy punch to the stomach from an opponent he had underestimated. The thrust was so powerful that Xie Wen was thrown a considerable distance away from Qin in the ring and could barely stand on his feet. Unable to stand it, the villain still fell to his knees and bent his head down, breathing heavily, spilling a little blood. Xie Wen was angry, grinning with indignation, and realizing that Qing Li had broken through his defenses, even though it seemed impossible. Continuing to think it was unbelievable, Xie Wen looked up and glared viciously at the person who had defeated him in battle. Then from his bosom, the villain took out a small red container and uncorked it, getting rid of the wooden plug. Explaining that it was the use of a large amount of power, Wen swallowed a few lumps from the container, promising that Li would regret it again. Watching Wen's actions, Qing now understood the reason for the Tianhai team's constant advantage in the tournament, since they were supplied with pills. Thanks to the effective auxiliary substance, Xi Wen immediately got to his feet, and the floor almost cracked under him. Wen's evil grin and eerie eyes stared at the enemy and demanded to repeat his attack once more. Xi, who was surrounded by green magic, suggested that Qin try hitting him again if the youth was so capable. Unexpectedly for him, Qing once again hit the opponent hard, almost knocking out his teeth, which Wen did not expect at all. During the match, the spectators in the stands shouted tirelessly and demanded that the stronger continue beating the weaker. The military and other fans were surprised by Xie Wen's lack of fighting, not understanding when he had become so weak. A visibly battered Wen stared at his enemy in amazement and recalled his time at the 5th level, which he was beginning to doubt. As Qing Li approached his opponent, he suddenly ducked down, causing Xie Wen to be surprised now. The captain of the enemy team, who was injured in the confrontation, with a guilty smile, asked Li not to hit him, admitting defeat. Qing just wanted to look at this pill, and Wen immediately promised to give the opponent as much as he wanted. He has a lot of this stuff. There was only one thing about the villain that he was just about to tell Qin, who wanted to try the pills. It all depends on Qing Li being able to take this drug alive from a mad rival. The healer seemed to be in a completely different place from the ring, but he didn't know where. But he felt a strong concentration of evil energy. Someone tried to call out to the guy, but he didn't seem to hear anything. All this deadly environment dragged him further and further. In the kitchen, a man in a suit was sitting at a table reading a newspaper, and a woman was asking the frozen boy to go eat. Qing Li, who was standing behind the boy, seemed to be invisible, hidden by the energy, not understanding what was happening to him now. By some necessity, the child stretched out his hand to take something from the table or ask his mother for it. Suddenly, his palm was covered in blood, even though nothing terrible had happened to the boy in the kitchen. At some point, the room became dark, all the furniture turned upside down, and large bloodstains could be seen all over the perimeter. And in the center was Qing Li, with a bloody hand. Then he was transported to the cemetery, standing in the rain, and in front of him, many people with umbrellas surrounded the grave and resented the people associated with the Qing family. People were talking about the witness that very day, and the whole apartment was covered in blood, feeling sorry for the unfortunate child. Qing Li, wearing only a t-shirt, broke through the crowd of people, causing embarrassment and discontent among them. When he finally saw what he'd come here for, his eyes widened in surprise. On the monument were photos of a young man and woman, and an inscription indicating the burial of the Qing couple. Suddenly, a certain girl called out to the guy as she approached him, and when Li turned around, he recognized Qin Ying. No one else was there. Lightning flashed in the distance, and a tearful girl asked her husband for forgiveness for her tardiness. Taking the boy by the head, Qin Ying asked the unfortunate man not to be upset, even if his parents have left this world. She has an explanation for this, and it's as if the girl is trying to say something not entirely good to the young man right now. Having raised the knife over the head of an unsuspecting Qin, the lady promises the guy to join his parents soon. With a quick and sharp movement of her hand, the villain plunged the dagger into the neck of the poor guy who had lost his unfortunate parents. The incredible thing happened, and Qing Li deftly dodged the blow without suffering a mortal fate, much to the killer's astonishment. Qing Li, who had clenched his fists and jumped back, pointed out the stench that even her disguise couldn't hide. The mad fiendess rose up in the air and laughed viciously as she looked at the surprised Qin Li standing below. A sharp and fearsome dagger, its blade glinting against the silent graves, was flying down to the ground. The rain continued to fall, green energy swirled in circles in the dark sky, and the boy stood in amazement, watching the magic. Without taking his eyes off the sorcery, the young man came to the conclusion that it was necessary to absorb the green energy as a way to get out of here. Dropping to one knee to pick up the fallen dagger, Qing Li decided to use it while the guide wasn't around. After a quick manipulation, the young man, armed with a cold weapon, began to fight off the energy, which took the form of snakes. The guy stabbed a knife on the tile that was paved with the territory of the cemetery where his parents were buried. The 7 kills battle formation was now facing off against the powerful green energy. It almost completely swallowed up the area where Qing Li was, and only a small area remained unoccupied. A young man with glasses appeared in the thick of the terrifying energy and began to recite a curse. Several of these identical people immediately surrounded the confused Qing Li on the platform, and they all chanted a call to destroy Qin, who was back in the ring, and the latter only looked at the attempts of these demons with bewilderment. Without thinking twice, Qing Li landed a heavy blow on one of these strange creatures, instantly disorienting it. The mysterious man with glasses fell down not far from where Qing Li had hit him, flailing his arms and legs. Although this guy's strength is inferior to Xi Wen's, but his ability to control evil energy is enough to rise above ordinary warriors. The energy in the form of a magic dragon hovered around Qing Li, and he even considered giving in to the loser if that old man's strength wasn't left. The referee came up to the loser, Chao Sheng, and declared Qing Li's victory, but he wanted to know how anyone else was willing to challenge. The people on the podium, including Xi Wen, were astonished at Chao Sheng's defeat, considering it a complete collapse. As soon as the referee solemnly gathered, and there were no people willing to continue announcing the champion of the military competitions, he was asked to wait. This one was Qing Mu-Si with a cheerful face that reminded him of how he hadn't entered the arena yet during the tournament. Surprised by what he heard, the referee looked at the guy and recalled his previous victory, and therefore he does not need to be in the ring again. According to Mu-Si, even though Shang Jing's team won against other teams, there is no rule prohibiting teammates from competing in the tournament. One fan thought it was right to end the competition now, the other didn't mind, but the Arena King will get the award, and the Fire Lotus will be awarded for winning the tournament. The confused referee asked Captain Qing about his thoughts on this matter, and he suggested that we do it according to the rules, if there are no restrictions on the tournament. In a solemn tone, the referee, having received the consent of Captain Qing, invites the team members of Shangjing Mu-Si to the arena. As the competition began, numerous spectators in the stands continued to chant their militant slogans, calling on their favorite to beat up the other. Admitting that he is not a match for the captain, Qing Mu-Si sees fit if Li is sure to be lenient with him. After crouching down, Qing Mu-Si lowered his long-clawed hand to the ground, and energy seeped through his body, just like the last time he met Li and Zhou on the street. The red lines of energy caused by the warrior floated all over the arena, and Mu-Si covered herself and spread her hands to the side, as if trying to eliminate the opponent. Ying Li thought back to the situation when he and Zhou Xinyi confronted Mu-Si, and the atmosphere was exactly the same as last time. Shaking his fists, Mu-Si looked at the opponent with demonic eyes and promised his captain not to hold back. In the same second, he took off, but he was instantly gone, and Qing Liish looked at the empty arena with dents in his eyes in bewilderment. And all of a sudden, Mu-Si with a creepy look seemed to come out of the ground and charge at his opponent, and Li realized that he wasn't pretending not to see anyone. Qing calmly didn't move from the spot. With one hand, he managed to stop the attack of the opponent, who was hanging in the air. Before he could ask Mu-Si why he did this last time, if he could see him now, Ching whispered that Lee wouldn't have lived a day before today if it wasn't for Joe. After thinking about Miss Joe's mention for a moment, the healer immediately thought that it was all because of Officer Wang. The guy didn't think that the medicine Mu-Si had eaten back then still increased his strength, and the villain talked about everything so that his opponent would understand it before he died. Xing Mu's only charged at his opponent, but Lee instantly stopped the enemy's advance with a punch to the stomach. To Mu-Si's great regret, the same pill jar fell out of his collar, giving it a double strength. The container containing miracle drugs shattered on the floor, and its owner fell on his back after being hit by Ching Li. The healer looked questioningly at the green bottle, from which only one chocolate-colored lump had fallen. Ching Li knelt down and reached out for the pill, wanting to understand the purpose of this mysterious item. A startled Ching Musa screamed as he saw the captain of his team grab his medicine and pull his hand towards it. Unexpectedly, the last remaining pill crumbled in an instant as Ching Li picked it up with his fingers and tried to examine it more closely. Confused, the guy looked at what he had done with the drug that helped Mu-Si fight with more power. Seeing the destruction of the last pill, Mu-Si was completely horrified, remembering the officer's request not to use pills rashly and only as a last resort. Now the unlucky fighter has only to swear and get angry because of the loss of the last pill. In a split second, when he was at Ching Li's side, Mu-Si stretched out his hands towards the broken bottle, as if he was hoping to save some pills. Frustrated by the loss, Mu-Si began to lick his fingers after touching the fragments, wanting to save the remnants of the drug. Numerous spectators in the stands were in disbelief from what was happening, marveling at the behavior of their colleague. Ching Mu-Si once again raised his strong fists in victory, hiding his smile from everyone as if he was the one who was triumphant. Rising to his feet, the warrior screamed in an inhuman voice. A strange, thick fur appeared on his arms, and a powerful red energy shot out from his body. But just a moment later, everything was covered in darkness, and a terrifying magical energy radiated from Mu-Si in powerful streams. The terrified Zhou Xunyi didn't understand what was going on, but she was in a state of shock, just like many others around her. Officer Wang Shou did not take his eyes off Mu-Si and concluded that the drug was starting to take effect. Engulfed by the red energy streams, the distraught Mu-Si once again launched an aerial attack on Ching Li, wishing him dead. Staying where he was, not trying to move to a safer place, the healer held out his arms protectively, crossing them. Mu-Si still managed to kick the opponent, but the opponent didn't flinch and the villain didn't manage to deal any damage to the youth. After jumping back, the red energy wielder confirmed that Ching Li had the strength to fight. Ching Li looked at his opponent suspiciously and thought about the medicine he had crushed himself. But this drug managed to turn Mu-Si into such a terrifying creature that resembled a werewolf. A warrior with burning red eyes and smoke from his mouth breathed hatred for the healer and threatened to kill him. After making a jump, Mu-Si once again charged at Ching Li, who didn't even try to avoid the monster. The monster almost grabbed the poor youth with its terrible claws, but Li quickly intercepted these claws. Ching Li's cold gaze was almost boring into the villain, and now the healer is not going to stand on ceremony with someone who intends to destroy him. Summoning a large magic dragon to help, the healer is also ready to use another of his abilities. Mu-Si's energy was many times greater and stronger than the one Ching Li was protecting, so the doctor's victory was now in question. The hell spawn like Mu-Si hissed, gray smoke coming out of his mouth, like a fog obscuring the opponent's mind. After taking up a jumping position, the crazy villain was about to attack Ching Li again, as red energy surged from his body. Mu-Si's crazy red eyes and fangs inspired fear, but Yi Qingyi had no choice but to fight the opponent. Looking at Mu-Si, the healer recognized the deterioration of the situation. Now this energy in the body of the villain is growing rapidly, and soon it will break through to the Renying point. The fighter's energy penetrated such vital organs of the body as the heart and brain, and the development of events was difficult to predict. Feeling this incredible change in his own body, Ching Mu-Si shouted with an inhuman voice. Ching Li decided that the effects of the medicine had already spread to the Baihui and Tianju points. It was strange to imagine further developments if it wasn't stopped. Seeing the enemy jump in his direction, the healer decided to try to seal the points with needles in such a situation and prevent the development of the medicine. Standing with the officers at the side, Zhou Xunyi remembered Qin Mu-Si's loss of vision the last time they left the villain's family's hiding place. In the ring at this time, both opponents moved at the speed of light and each tried to get out of the duel as the winner. Once again, Mu-Si, who was growling with indignation, rushed at the unruffled Ching Li, trying to kill him. And the healer realized that right now he needed to act in order to stop the tireless opponent once and for all. Ching Li suddenly leaped forward and released several of his magic needles in Mad Mu-Si's direction at once. This made it possible to cool down the ardor of Mu-Si, who had gone mad because of the pills, who was pulling his hands up, but he couldn't reach his enemy. Floating in the air thanks to the energy, Qingli completed his task of returning the opponent to his previous human form. Indeed, after being exposed to the healing needles, the young warrior began to change for the better, and the evil red energy left him. Qing Musi collapsed on the floor, writhing in extreme pain, but there was still a trace of murderous energy left in his body. The startled referee thought this guy was going to explode, and now they suddenly put him on the floor, but the countdown from 5 has already started. When the number 4 was called, the military on the podium became agitated and looked at the ring where Musi was still lying. Officer Van Shaw was also staring at the battlefield when the referee called the number 3 on the countdown. No less excited were Xu Chang and Zhou Xuanyi, who were waiting for the outcome of this situation. The referee called the number 1, but the defeated Qing Musi only glared at his opponent, but could not get to his feet. The referee solemnly announced Kim Lee's defense of the arena and asked if there were any people willing to challenge. She, when pushing his men forward, was a reminder of how they usually brag about their strength, but they couldn't match the captain's power and would only make fools of themselves. In the absence of daredevils, the referee announced that Shangjing team captain Qing Li had been awarded the title of champion of these military competitions. The loser, Mu Si, could only watch Captain Qing's congratulations on winning the Fire Lotus competition prize. Looking at the red substance, Qing Li admired this pure and rich qi energy. Even when he was close to it, he could feel the increase in his inner strength. When a familiar voice nearby complained of severe pain, the tournament winner couldn't help but look away. Qing Musi continued to writhe in the ring after the defeat, and Qing realized that the effects of the dangerous medicine had turned against the warrior himself. Still on the floor, the warrior who had lost the battle was saying something about the Fire Lotus that he had longed for so much. With an incredible desire to win the grand prize, Musi got to his feet and shouted for the Fire Lotus. Qing Li knew the Fire Lotus as one of the power artifacts, and it was hard to imagine the effects of combining it with the pills in Musi's body. Immediately getting to his feet, Officer Wang Shou gave the order to immediately stop Mad Musi. Musi, who had run up to the Fire Lotus tray, was knocked back by a strong fist strike from Qing Li. With no intention of giving up, the demon-like warrior continued to emit red energy. When Qing Musi ran to the stands, he saw Wang Shou there and accused him of being the officer who made this fighter like this. Turning his attention to Vaughn, the red-eyed demonic Musi threatened to destroy the show. Qing Li only silently watched his teammates' next confrontation with Officer Wang Shou. Understanding Wang Shou's imminent mortal danger, the Shangjing captain still didn't react in any way to the new attack. But a second later, Li blocked Musi's path to the officer and decided to try to stop his pulse with needles, because the medicine had spread throughout his body. The young man was right. The body of the crazed warrior was shining brightly with red energy, and bright yellow spots appeared in some of its points. Reaching out to Van Shaw, the villain almost grabbed the officer, and it seemed that nothing would stop him from killing the unfortunate man. And all of a sudden, Qing Musi froze in place, his crazy red eyes showing an indescribable surprise. In the next second, the villain collapsed on the floor, showing no signs of life, which surprised Wang Shou, who did not budge. To make sure that Qing Musi was conscious, Zhou Xuanyi tried to touch his body. Startled by the result of her test, the girl reported the death of a team member from Shangjing, much to the astonishment of those present. Qing Li stared at the defeated opponent and was surprised at how quickly he had entered a state of suspended animation. Sitting down by the body, Li decided that his needles had worked, and Wang Shou asked the captain not to worry. It happens in the arena. He will inform the Qing family and Musi will be buried with honors. The officer then ordered one of the subordinates behind him to take care of you, Qing Musi, first. When the soldier left to do his errand, Wang Shou solemnly congratulated Captain Qing. Without saying anything, the guy decided to fully understand the situation. He can't allow the death of this officer, as well as the death of Qing Musi. After the end of the competition, Qing Li walked alone on a dark city street where no one was around. Suddenly, the young man stopped moving and stopped, asking Liang Qing to go outside. When the healer's assistant appeared on the avenue, she stood behind him and apologized to him. The assistant was only afraid that her master would be in danger, so she quietly came to Tianhai to pick him up. Thinking about Liang Qing's words, Dr. Li also remembered that there were many warriors in Tianhai, so the lady's worries were justified. Smiling, the guy asked the girl not to worry. He was just going to meet Officer Wang, and there was nothing dangerous about it. The lady looked in surprise at her boss, who, since she was here, was asking her to take care of something. Inside the car in a dark alley, the guy listened to the officer, who knew that he had a lot of doubts. While handing Qing Li the green glasses, Wang Shou suggested that he put them on to go meet one person if the captain wanted to know everything. Taking the strange glasses, Li still didn't quite understand Officer Wang, but he asked not to be offended, because this is such a protocol. With a smile, the military man called this place absolutely secret for people from outside without permission from above. After putting on his glasses, Qing Li mentioned how he just didn't like the color, so Officer Wang Shou didn't understand it so easily. Taking his companion's words as a joke, Van laughed, turned on the headlights, and their car started down the road. Qing was sitting in a chair with his glasses closed. Officer Wang was present next to him, and the silent driver was driving them. They had been driving for quite a long time, and Li didn't know how Liang Qing was doing, nor did he see the driver who had lit a cigarette start to swirl with purple energy. Although Liang Qing has been working in the healer's waiting room for a long time, with her strength following the instructions of the acupuncture boss, the girl must save Mu Si. At this time, an assistant in the room was engaged in restoring the injured warrior to life, while two guards lay unconscious on the floor. Using one of the magic needles, Liang Qing gave a small injection of tools to the head of the unconscious, Mu Si. As a result of the operation, the red energy that turned the guy into a demon began to dissipate. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stared blearily at the place where he found himself, after losing the fight in the ring. Holding his head, Mu Si asked where he was, not thinking straight, and Liang Qing is sure that the guy would have died if it wasn't for her boss. Turning in the direction of the girl who had healed him, the exhausted warrior wanted to know the name of her superior. When the girl called Qing Li, Mu Si was completely horrified, immediately remembering the captain of his team in the military competition. In the car at this time, Officer Wang Shou was asking Captain Qin about any possible questions he might have. Crossing his arms, the young man allowed their presence, but he wasn't going to ask anything right now. Thinking about the group of soldiers training, Qing Li was sure that he would be told everything when they arrived at the place they were going to. In the boy's opinion, the pills taken by these fighters have a limit on increasing their strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to be on Ziwen's level. The car with Qin Li and his companions drove through the open gate into the territory of that very secret place. Then the car moved to a special elevator and began to descend, where the long-awaited meeting was to take place. When the car arrived at the scene, Officer Van Shaw reported this to the captain and offered to go outside by opening the door. Qing Li was supported by two uniformed men, while Officer Wang Shou saluted the chief and announced the arrival of the person requested by the chief. Barely turning his head, the head of the organization allowed the guest to remove the blindfold that the guy had been wearing since his trip. Commander Qin was approached by Chief He Ding Hong, who holds the position of head of the Yangxia Military District. Holding out a round ball of red substance, he hopes that the guest will be able to determine the composition of this drug, and Li stated that it contains strong energy. The composition is similar to what Mu Si out in the arena, but it is not the same. This drug has a similar effect. It briefly increases the strength after taking it. As soon as the guy wanted to tell him about Mu Si's medicine, he agreed with him and called those pills a new version of the current medicine, but it wasn't expected that there would be such events. Thinking back to the old days, the head of the Yangxia Military District mentioned Qing Li's parents, who had paid a heavy price to create this drug. He Ding Hong's words thundered like thunder in the sky for the guest, and he cried out, wanting to know more. Qing Li's parents used drugs to create a large number of highly qualified personnel for the military district, which made them a target. Huge metal doors opened in front of the guest and the head of the military district, and darkness yawned ahead. In He Ding Hong's opinion, if the guest's parents were still alive, the strength of the people in the base wouldn't be limited to this. They entered a large room with many monitors where special employees were working. Qing Li found himself in front of a portrait of a young man in a suit and a woman working in a lab that hung on the wall. Turning around, he saw He Ding Hong handing him a folder of research materials left by the healer's parents. When the drug study was nearing its end, the research institute was attacked by foreign agents, and many scientists were seriously injured. The location of Qing Li's parents was unknown after the attack, and this laboratory was the last thing left of them before they disappeared. Looking up from studying the UDA materials, Qing Li wants to learn more about his parents from the head of the military district. The man looked at the young man seriously and announced the presence of such important information for him. He Ding Hong then asked the boy to do something for him if he wanted to learn more about his parents, which surprised him. There is nothing illegal here. All you have to do is escort one person to America in 10 days. According to the head of the Yangxia Military District, this same person is also closely connected with the research of the young man's parents. On that fateful day, after a terrible attack, the institute lost a lot of people, so the drug development process almost stopped. Continuing to think back on those times, He Ding Hong reported making a breakthrough after several years of hard work. However, at this moment, There were those individuals who were monitoring the result and even sent assassins to stop the research. Qingli only wanted to say that it was the one he needed to accompany, but the head of the military district interrupted the guy, agreeing that it was one of the authors of the drugs. Being sure that the organization has many strong warriors, Li doesn't understand why he was chosen. He Dingong didn't think that the guy would guess. Considering the guest astute, the head still brought in the former tournament champions, but their strength is increased by drugs, and the effect of those is limited by time. But otherwise, the chief of the Yangxia military district wouldn't be able to help Qing Li either. Previously, Li's parents created pills for warriors, and there is something wrong with the energy in them. But Qin has no other ways to find out about his family, and he wants to learn more about that incident. Closing the folder with the documents, the guest gave his consent and expressed the hope that Hai wouldn't forget about their contract, and the man promised to remember. After shaking the guy's hand, He Dingong called him someone nice to do business with, but almost forgot to say something else. As he handed over the pill bottle, he asked Qin to take it, as it might be useful to him in case of encountering a warrior with a power close to the elite. The head agrees with the guest that these are warriors above the 9th level. Their combat skills are incomparably strong, and that attack on the enemy's side was one such person. Looking at the bottle, Qing Li thought about the need to work on the energy that was inside him. After informing him about the production of these pills according to Qing Li's parents' designs, the head of the military district asked the guest to use them calmly. The man asked the young man to simply not eat these medicines, too much medicine at one time. Night had fallen, and a strong purple energy was emanating from the window of the room on the top floor. As Li took the fire lotus, he remembered Master Qing's promise to tell him everything when he reached level 9, and he might be familiar with Commander He. While the fire lotus was absorbing Qin's energy, the guy allowed the master to appear with him in advance, arranged by Chief He. And then there was getting a military rank, participating in military competitions, and winning a fire lotus, all of which seemed very consistent. As the fire lotus absorption continued, Qing Li decided to finish cultivating as soon as possible if he wanted to learn about the events of the past. With the healer performing certain movements with his hands, a golden ball with long rays was formed near him. When morning came, Qing Li continued to perform the hand movements, not thinking that the time would pass quickly, but he cleared the energy and the body became much lighter. During an important procedure for the young man, his mobile phone suddenly rang throughout the room. Forced to stop meditating, Qing Li opened his eyes in surprise and looked at the caller ID. And unexpectedly, the guy noticed that he was in the air and not on the couch next to which lies a smartphone. Not understanding what was going on, the young man looked around in fright, finding himself in an unusual position. Finally, the guy fell on his bed, but so loudly that Zhou Xuan could hear it from behind the wall. Listening to the mysterious sounds, the surprised girl thought that her captain was using some strange methods for training. After answering the phone, the young man recognized Qin Ying and asked what was the matter, but the girl asked her husband to return as soon as possible. The girl, who was in the hospital in Wuhan, told about the accident that her parents and Jitan were involved in, and the latter's in very bad condition. Startled by the news, Qing Li promised his wife to come home as soon as possible. Getting behind the wheel of the car, the young man stepped on the gas pedal and drove off to visit his relatives. Driving away from the house at high speed, the car that the healer was driving almost crashed into 2 other cars. As Qing Li watched the road, he remembered how everything was fine, but suddenly there was such a serious accident. Out of the corner of his eye, the young man noticed a huge SUV approaching him from the left side, resembling a military pickup truck. Someone else's car had moved to the other side and was already passing Qing Li's car on the right. The driver glared angrily to the left, the abnormal movement of the SUV starting to infuriate him. Unexpectedly, a foreign car crashed into the left side of Qin Li's car, nearly killing the young man inside. To save his life, the healer struggled to turn the steering wheel to the right, wanting to prevent a fatal outcome. Qin Li's transport finally managed to break away from its pursuers as it spun along the road in zigzag lines. While the guy was trying to stabilize the car, his pursuers did not understand where the doctor was in such a hurry. Really someone's life. Deciding to get out of the car, the young man heard how someone doubted his ability to catch somewhere today. The healer's path was blocked by a crowd of hooligans and numerous cars, but they praised Li, calling him a flint who even rammed everything. Answering Qing Li's question, who they are, the shaven-headed man with red energy called them the ones who will beat up the doctor. Realizing the need to linger, since they are not weak, Li promised to respond to the threat of being beaten by 1,000 people to harm them. Suddenly, 2 masked men appeared on the roof of the guy's car, and the bully with a baton mockingly greeted these daredevils. The Liang Qing-like lady on the roof of the car had asked her boss Ching Li to leave, and she and her partner would take care of it themselves. Li had just warned the boys that these people were not ordinary warriors when a villain with a baton tried to knock the doctor's assistants down, trying to kill them. The bandit did not have time to finish the crime because he received a blow from the guy from Liang Qing's partner. The villains were horrified beyond words when their comrade flew down to the muddy ground as a result of the collision. Thinking of the only way to deal with this quickly, Li guessed the identities of the two defenders, but they asked him to leave, otherwise the guy would not have time. The beaten bully held on to his face and ordered his comrades to get each of the guys, and they rushed as one at the trio of resistors. Liang Qing's partner, seeing the huge number of attackers, turned to Qing Li and asked him to leave quickly, promising to deal with the bandits, even though there were a lot of them. Throwing the pill bottle to the protector, Qing Li asked him to use the contents only as a last resort. The latter grabbed it, but asked him to talk less. Then the brave anonymous warrior turned to face the group of bandits and offered to stretch out if they were not afraid to die. Outside the huge Wuhan People's Hospital, cars were parked and people were hurrying about their business. At the clinic, a man in a white medical coat apologized to a crying woman with a bandaged arm and her neighbor, but he did his best. Qing Li, who broke into the room, recognized his wife, Qing Ying, as a neighbor of the girl with a cast and asked about the situation in the hospital. The unfortunate girl who had endured the torment repeated Jitan's name and tried to tell her husband about her sister. The blonde doctor Saya told Li about the quick arrival at Zhang's request, but the patient's injuries are severe, and in response to Qing's question, Jitang is not considered a resident in this world. Looking at the entrance to the ward, Qing Li could sense the presence of energy here, but he didn't understand why it was so dark and strong. Rolling up his sleeves, the young man was about to go into the ward and check everything there, asking to watch the door so that no one would come to them, but he was stopped. The mother-in-law with a cast is against it, because even foreign doctors could not help. Jitan has suffered enough, and the woman will not allow her son-in-law to torment her. Taking her hand, Qing Ying asked for Li's permission to take a look, and Dr. Shi pointed out that there are no options, but it is impossible to give up and Qin better look at the patient. When the guy went to the ward, the wife asked to save her younger sister, and no matter how, to which Qing urged his wife not to worry. Opening the door a crack, the young man witnessed a strange energy developing over the body of the unfortunate Jitan. Wearing medical gloves, Qing Li rejoiced at the timely appearance in the ward. The girl can be saved due to the presence of her vital energy. The doctor looked in amazement at his wife's sister, having discovered some extremely important factor related to her health. Now the healer was very interested in how she could have caused such an injury and what could have happened then. Looking at Ji Tang, Li assumed that the Shenfeng point had been destroyed, but there was still a place where the injured girl was injured. If treated with needles for rapid recovery, then Ji Tan should be stripped of her outer clothing, and when she finds out, there may be a risk of conflict. But there is no other way. Qing Li has no time to worry. He first needs to save a person. With deft movements of his hands, healer Qing Li removed the relative's clothes for the operation. Soon, Qing Ying and her mother were overjoyed when they allegedly heard the voice of their unfortunate little girl. Only Dr. Xia reacted with fright. The truly awakened Ji Tang slapped her savior in the face, just as he expected, with questions about what he was doing. Pressing a hand to his reddened cheek, Li explained that he had saved her life, because Tan was the one who was injured in the accident, but she didn't seem to know about it. Confused by her son-in-law's words, the girl looked at him in bewilderment and held the blanket to hide her body. Jidong blushed and demanded that Qing Li turn away, but the boy had already done so long ago and asked the lady to get dressed if she was already fine. At this time, the healer's smartphone rang again when he went to the door of the ward after performing the interventions. According to Jitan, the ringtone installed on the guy's device is already old, and Li does not even think to change it to some more modern one. She lay back down on the hospital bed, thinking back to the incident with Qin Li, wondering how he had gotten off so easily. The caller Liang Xing reported to the boss about Chao Sheng, who was responsible for the fight with hooligans. He is now in Wuhan and wants to return back to Tianhai. A large black SUV with darkened headlights was driving along the road, carrying several people at once. The villains in the car were telling Chao Sheng about the accident involving the younger sister of Qing Li's wife, and she was on the verge of death. Chao Sheng had just taught Qin Li a little lesson and would show this healer what to expect when he crossed a fighter's path. Suddenly, the villain and his neighbor in the next seat were horrified when a familiar voice asked if Chao's words were true. Qing Li, who had torn open the roof of the car, viciously asked his enemies about what was waiting for him in the end. The surprised bandit admitted that Li had even more strength, and the car was going fast, but he asked aloud what Qing needed now. The healer sternly looked at the recent opponent in the ring, wondering how Chao attacked people, and immediately decided to run away. When Qingli pulled Chao Sheng onto the roof of the car, he was startled to remind him of his military status, so the opponent couldn't do anything bad to him. As Qingli threw the enemy into the road at full speed, he reminded Chao of how he had taken revenge on the healer's family while being a military man. As Chao Shen collapsed onto the asphalt, he was in extreme pain as he screamed for the entire area, and the car smashed into the fence in front. Sprawled on the roadbed, Chao Shen grumbled at Qin Li, calling him a worthless commander who dared to attack him. The villain struggled to get up and angrily decided to ask his opponent if he knew who Shen really was. The healer who suddenly appeared in front of him didn't care who Chao was. If he dared to raise a hand against the healer's family, he would pay for it. Afraid of such an attack, Chao tried to cover himself with his hand and promised to pay compensation to the enemy. Qing Li, who was frozen for a moment, was interested in the amount of the cash payment. Chao Shen is willing to give him 1 billion yen. The healer took the words of a recent opponent in the ring as an opportunity to put a knife in him and then pay him compensation. With a startled smile, Chao Shen immediately started to refute it. It's just that the healer misunderstood everything. Unexpectedly, the villain pounced on the unsuspecting young man in an attempt to deal fatal damage to Qin Li. There was a rift in the man's body, as if the ribs near his spine had cracked. Chao Shen rose high into the air after being hit by his enemy, who clenched his fists and continued to fight the villain. In the next instant, Qing Li leapt up and raised his hands over the body of the weakened Shen to deal a complete defeat. At this moment, Chao's face was filled with indescribable hatred for his opponent, but there was nothing he could do about it. Clenching his fists, the healer retaliated against Chao Sheng and slapped him hard across the face, breaking his glasses. Chao Sheng had no chance to win this fight, and as a result of this blow, he flew far down the track. A black shadow emerged from the dust cloud, and a voice protested at Qing Li's concealment of his power earlier. Trying to get back on his feet, Chao described himself as the junior master of the country's best underground acacia mercenary organization. In great pain, the villain declared that there was no point in living if what he had achieved was destroyed by Qin, so they would play big. Beaten and almost distraught, Chao Shun threatened Qin Li for revenge from the Acacia organization. It was no surprise to the healer now that his opponent was willing to break the law, since he had had connections at this level all along. Something unexpected appeared in front of Qin Li, and he looked at it in surprise and was amazed. From the ground, the guy picked up a certain object that was surrounded by such a strange energy, similar to that of Qin Mu Si. This mysterious thing radiated red energy, as if it was an object from another world. A sudden realization dawned on the young healer, and he realized what he was really holding in his own hands. As night fell and the full and bright moon shone in the sky, Qin Li returned to his home. On the young man's sofa was the same magical find that he had discovered earlier on the battlefield. It was a ring, and Li thought about its contents inside, not expecting Xiaoxing to have such incredible treasures. Looking at the large amount of gold bars, the healer now understood the reason why his enemy was offering 1 billion Winton. Everything was hidden in the ring, but Qing Li didn't need the money yet, so let the gold stay here, and he would take care of it later when the time was right. Suddenly, the guy was forced to break away from his thoughts and turn his head to the side because someone called him. Xin Ying, who opened the door to his bedroom, called her husband to dinner, but when she didn't see him at first, she looked around, trying to find him. Quietly approaching his wife from behind, the healer put his arm around her, which frightened the unfortunate woman, who almost screamed. In response to the girl's complaints about how he scared her, the healer playfully tried to hug his beloved again. When Qing showed her the ring and told her how he was inside it, she thought he was delusional about it, what I saw in my dream. Having called his wife along, Qing Li is also ready to show her everything. But in the girl's understanding, her husband is not doing well. He is clearly overworked. At this moment, the ring began to undergo a strange metamorphosis. The resulting red energy seemed to draw the children into its own world. Once there, Qin Ying marveled at this place where there was so much gold, and Li repeated about being in the ring, and this storage is without other functions. Looking at the item in her hands, Qin Ying was struck by its incredible strength, which is very surprising for a lady. The healer only looked at his wife, who decided that other people would not be able to enter because of the lack of doors. After agreeing with Qin Ying, he thought about the possibility of trying to study the thing inside his wife in peace, since no one would disturb them here. Since there was such a chance, Qing Li turned to the girl and informed her of his desire to examine her body again and received the lady's consent. Qing Li held up 2 fingers on his palm and began to summon his positive violet energy. While the guy was using his hand to work with his wife's forehead, she perceived his face as so serious, so she allowed herself to have an incurable disease. Qing Li thought that he had already fully mastered that power, but he wasn't sure if he could handle that thing inside Qinying. Pressing 2 fingers of his hand to the forehead of his consort, who was silent with her eyes closed, Qing Li continued his treatment session. With absolute seriousness about his work, the guy focused his personal attention on his wife's health. To the healer's great surprise, he suddenly began to feel a strong pull forward, and it was inexplicable now. Qing Li then almost ran into a completely foreign woman who appeared in his path in this world inside the ring. The puzzled healer wanted to find out who she was, but for some reason the guy suddenly thought that somewhere he had already met this woman. In response, the mysterious lady simply turned her gaze to the side as if she hadn't heard anything said about her. Qing Li recognized her as the same person from the previous vision, and he had the feeling that the lady was waiting for him, so he decided to go up to fetch her. Trying to catch up with the silent stranger, the healer continued to ask her questions about who she was. From a woman who was walking on some fragile water, Qing Li inquired about the reason for her being in his consort's body. They were walking up the steps to a small landing where a tall magic sculpture was floating above, and Qing Ying was standing in it. The worried guy wanted to know what the connection between this stranger and Qing Ying was and what was really going on. He then asked for the reason for his invitation here from the woman, but she remained silent and silently approached the green deity. Suddenly, the mysterious maiden turned towards Qin Li and said something inarticulate, but he didn't understand anything. The stranger did not expect to feel such a strong increase in the power of the seal because it blocks the interaction of the Virgin with the outside world, and it is not clear what to do. Expressing great surprise on her face, the girl began to show strange signs with her own hands. Qing Li stared thoughtfully at the strange companion and assumed that she had a desire, so that he would guess from her gestures of desire. Recalling how the maiden couldn't talk because of the round thing, Qing Li pointed out that she had a seal. After 10 minutes of silent descriptions, the healer found out about this maiden's connection with Qing Ying through the spirit bond, and if the seal wasn't lifted, the maiden would disappear years later and his wife would die. Startled by this, Qing Li looked at the maiden excitedly and tried to find out from her how he should destroy the seal. Instead of answering, the girl took the guy by his hand, as if only now decided to try to convey something to him. It was as if she was trying to pull him along, and Qing Li felt a very powerful and evil energy coming from her companion. The maiden then released the boy's hand and handed him the book, while Qing Li covered his face with his hand. Picking up the book, the guy read the inscription on the cover about the knowledge of mastery and lifting the ban, as well as the secrets of the heavenly rank. Qing Li woke up again in the bedroom and saw his wife not understanding what was going on, but for him, everything is quite complicated and confusing. With her hand on her chest, Qin Ying didn't even think that such an unusual thing would suddenly appear in her own body. If she asked Qin Ying not to worry, the healer would quickly deal with that seal, but it was better not to rush into practicing such things, and in the meantime, she could make a solid foundation out of her body. Someone asked where her sister and Qing Li had gone, and then the girl recognized the voice of Ji Tang, whom she had completely forgotten about. The couple sat at the table, and Ji Ying asked her husband to try the dishes prepared by Ji Tan. As a thank you, he would definitely be ready for it. Ji Tang, who didn't agree with this, was just cooking and just called them over, but she was amazed that the couple had appeared so stealthily when they weren't there a moment ago. Good-naturedly, Qing Ying patted her sister's head and thanked her for everything, calling her a good hostess, promising to eat every last crumb together with Qing Li. After praising her sister for the dishes, Qing Ying asked her to eat a delicious chocolate dessert, but Tang, who was upset, called the food a pie. Qing Li was currently praising the sweet and sour ribs, thinking they tasted great, but his expression said otherwise. Qin Ying took a bite of the same dish, but immediately spat it out on the floor. After asking about the taste of the ribs, Qing Ying found it so sour, but her husband liked it. Embarrassed, she looks away and doesn't mind if her husband likes it. A worried Ji Tang informed her sister that she wanted to go outside because of boredom at home, but Qin Ying is afraid to let her go alone. But after lunch, she has to visit her parents. Qing Li almost choked when his wife recommended that his sister go for a walk with him. The delighted girl, who had recently been in the hospital, hugged her sister and happily thanked her for such support. A smiling Ji Tang was walking around the mall, asking Qin Li to follow her faster, and the guy who was pulling a lot of bags was barely able to keep up with the relative. Noticing a new display case in front of her, the girl stopped in amazement and could not take her eyes off what she saw. She was standing in front of a brand store, and its employees were greeting new customers and inviting them to come inside. Noting the customers' really good taste, the saleswoman pointed at the watch, calling it a store treasure, and found out about Ji Tan's desire to choose a gift. An extremely smiling employee of the store asked the girl about the color scheme that she likes. Jitang picked out the item she liked and pointed at it, wanting to get a better look at it. Calling the choice remarkable, the seller reported the presence of 12 diamonds and glass from the jewel in the watch, with 7 calculation options. Confused by the price of 260,000 yuan and the cashier's words that it was her boyfriend, Tan denied it and continued to look at her watch. After apologizing to the customer, she had already received a bank card from Ji Tang, who asked her to pack the goods. After promising to do everything, the shop assistant held the store's black VIP customer card in her hands, intending to hand it over to Ji Tang. The employee was busy arranging the sale of the watch. The customer was happily watching it, and Qing Li was looking at the smartphone screen. After placing a terminal with a card inserted on the display case, the seller asked Ji Tang to enter a PIN code. The lack of funds on the card left all 3 of them at a loss, especially Ji Tang, who was mentally trying on the watch on her hand. The frightened and confused girl asked for forgiveness for the unpleasant incident, but she apparently reached the limit on this card. Instantly angry, the sales assistant called Tan a schoolgirl and advised her to study without taking up the time of busy people and not to play with her without money. Just as the unfortunate Ji was making excuses to the rude woman, Healer Li placed his gold card in the display case. Who said that they didn't have any money? And the female employees of the stores looked at the map in amazement, and Qing Li remembered the good use of his spatial ring. The second sales assistant smiled, and calling everything a misunderstanding, apologized for the mistake made by her colleague. A delighted Ji Tan thanked the girl when she promised to make a discount on the watch as a sign of their regret. As soon as Tang asked Qing Li to take the money for now, the frightened boy rushed to the relative's side, urging her to take care. At the same time, a second woman with a huge dagger tried to stab Ji Tan, who was dragged back by her sister's husband in time. The villainess had originally planned to capture his wife's sister, but she didn't expect to be one step ahead of Qin Li himself. Admitting their failure now, the salesperson wants to know from the guy about his ability to take care of other people around him as well. When Qing Li asked the villainess if she was part of the acacia tree, she immediately confirmed the client's guess. Raising her head, the woman agreed with the failure of the attempt on her enemy's life, but this is all just the beginning. Filled with red energy, the villain demanded that the guy expect endless retribution from the acacia group. This woman's face has suddenly started to show some terrible things, as if she has gone mad and is ready to join Junior Master. There was a crowd of people on the doorstep of the store, all of them looking at the scene in fear, while Qing Li tried to break through to the villainess. On the evil saleswoman's arm, the healer noticed the name Acacia and was surprised by the organization's ruthless methods. A law enforcement officer came in and asked who had called the police, and Jitan raised her hand. Holding the handcuffs in his hands, the police officer indignantly approached Qing Li, considering him to be an assailant of a shop assistant in broad daylight. But after noticing the acacia tattoo seen earlier by the healer, the police officer was horrified about the killer of this organization. According to the law enforcement officer, Qin was very lucky. If the villain was healthy, then he could have been lying on the floor, and Li agreed with him. Then the law enforcement officer asked the store customer to go with him to fill out the protocol if the guy was all right after the attempt. Several cars were parked near a large multi-story building that could have been a local police station. Li Jitang, who was walking behind Qin, didn't know how to start a conversation with him, and the guy didn't know if she would agree if he did his plan. The girl, after the terrible incident in the store, looked confused and did not know how to start an important conversation for her. Finally, the guys decided to turn to each other about the need to say very necessary words. And almost simultaneously, each of them asked the other to start their conversation first on the topic they were concerned about. Blushing, the girl wanted to confess something to Qin Li, but she didn't say anything, and the young man thought that she was feeling bad right now. Just wanting to say something about some sympathy, Jidin remembered that Li was her son-in-law, but the words stuck in her throat and she couldn't say anything. This behavior annoyed the unfortunate beauty, who was holding a purse from the store where the attempt took place. Remembering how she had scolded him for being a parasite and keeping quiet, Ji Tan held her head, but she had previously been disgusted by the guy. The lady also remembered how she slapped him in the hospital. Although Qing talked about saving her, and he as her son-in-law, a girl can't talk about something serious. Looking at his consort's sister, Qing Li noticed that she was talking unintelligibly, even though it didn't sound like her at all. Tang turned away, as if she didn't want to say anything, and was waiting for the guy to say something, and Qing even thought that the relative had hurt her head in the accident. Then the healer asked the girl to show her own patience and listen to him carefully now. Jidong was completely surprised by what she heard, not expecting anything like this from her sister's husband. His intention to send her to study in America caused Jitan to open her eyes wide in shock. The people who hurt her are ruthless and strong, and Lee can't take care of everyone around him yet, while Tan cares about her parents. Qin's plan is to help them recover as soon as possible, and when the time comes, they will join Jitang in America. But it's not safe here right now, and temporarily leaving the country is the best option, which Jitan agreed to. After asking about her sister, she found out that Qin Ying had some matters to deal with, but she was Li's wife, and he was willing to protect her with all his might. Tan pretended to agree with the guy's reasoning, but mentally called herself pathetic and remembered fate really playing with people. Taking Jitan by the shoulders, Li asked her not to worry and promised to bring her back as soon as possible. Rejecting Qin's hand, the lady also doesn't ask for it to be returned. She has long wanted to leave the country. When Ji left the healer, she asked him to remember to send her money for small expenses every month, which he had to agree to. As Qingli followed the girl, he reminded her of wanting to say something to him, but Jitang had already forgotten all about it. There was a bright crescent moon in the night sky, and the lights were on in the Chu family's large house. When Qingli and Jitang returned, Qingying set the table and asked her relatives to wash their hands and sit down to dinner. Instead, Tan informed her sister that she was tired and intended to go to her room to rest. Surprised by Sister Ying's demeanor and not understanding why she was so downcast, her husband revealed his desire to send Ji to study abroad. This revelation surprised Qin Ying as much as her younger sister, who looked at her husband who made such a statement without understanding it. But then the wife hugged her husband, who sat down at the table and asked him not to worry, and expressed hope that Jitan would understand his idea. Although Qingli had temporarily resolved the issue of his family's safety, he still needed to deal with the seal in his wife's body. When he was alone, he looked at the book and thought that it wasn't the heavenly rank secrets that the girl had given him. The pages of the publication turned out to be empty, and in this regard, the young man suspected of cheating on the part of a woman. As he continued to turn the pages of the book, the young man saw blank pages everywhere. Disappointed, Qingli flipped through the book he received, but he still couldn't find the information he wanted. Trying to find something on the pages of the publication, the healer even suggested passing the book of special processing. It was as if the book had first passed through a strong fire, and then it floated in the icy water of a vast ocean. Sitting on the bed, Qingli continued to stare at the book, and without words, he began to perceive it as a useless and meaningless thing. While studying the binding, the young man's mobile phone, which was on the table, rang. As healer Qingli answered the phone, he heard a familiar voice cheerfully announcing how he had done it. In the morning, Qingying straightened her husband's clothes and promised to join him as soon as she was done with her parents, thanking him for seeing Jitan off to the airport. There was a bag and the same book on the bed, and when Qingying asked if he had forgotten something, Li replied that everything he needed was packed. As the couple walked down the steps, Jitang was glad to see them, as she thought they would have to pack their things until tomorrow. Jinying was surprised by her sister's words, and healer Li looked disappointed at the relative who said whatever she wanted. When Jinying asked her sister to remember to call and take care of herself and tell her everything when she came to America, Tang promised her all this with a smile. When Qingli spoke about the need to go because it was too late, the girls didn't hear him. They hugged each other and didn't want to part. Finally, an angry Jitang turned her attention to the young man and said that she knew everything without him reminding her. The look of anger on her face changed to extreme surprise, as if something unusual had just happened. Seeing her son-in-law touch the handles of her suitcase, Jitan viciously demanded not to touch them if the guy didn't like her things. The future American girl walked in front with a suitcase. Qinying looked at her questioningly, and Li did not understand the girl because everything was fine. There were a lot of white clouds in the blue sky, and a large passenger plane was flying against them to distant America. Qingli was standing in front of a house with a rickety gate, not understanding anything, and a huge stream of smoke was rising from the courtyard into the sky. Without taking his eyes off the dwelling, he immediately thought of Acacia's crime. But if her people attacked the Zhang family, they wouldn't stand a chance. And an unexpected hunch struck the young man, and he guessed quite clearly what might have happened here. After dropping the suitcase on the street, Qingli immediately rushed to the gate of the house where the accident occurred. Opening the gate with all his might, the guy burst into the house territory, fixing his gaze on what was ahead. As Qingli deflected the fist of the person in front of him, he recognized the man as an old acquaintance. The person who greeted the guest spoke about his thoughts regarding the ability to defeat a champion like Qingli with a superficial knowledge. It was Jun Jin who hadn't expected his friend to show up, but Li was now more interested in these permissions that might have been triggered by his friend's actions. According to Jun, who was confused but not disappointed, everything was out of his control for a moment, and he did not expect such a turn of events. Looking at their clenched hands that were engulfed in energy, Ching Li asked Jun not to move and wants to see what happened to his cultivation. The cheerful Jun didn't object, and the healer continued his important work. Realizing that the comrade had only reached his previous initial stage, Li thought of the ambiguous events that would have ended his cultivation. The delighted Jun hopes that he is also cool now, but Ching reported that he has a third level. He is on the same level of strength as Xu Xiu. The healer's companion could not even think about the possibility of quickly reaching the third level, so he is not surprised by the transfer of the position of the head of the family from his grandfather. Qingli was surprised when he heard the words about the transfer of the family head title from Dell, but Jun solemnly raised his finger and confirmed it all. The memories that came back to me reminded me of a meeting where my family disagreed with Jun, who didn't understand their affairs, and it wasn't his turn in seniority. Considering the inside of the Jiangs to be rotten, the grandfather said that the way Jun became a warrior in a short time is proof of his strength, and the management of his own company is impressive. But more importantly, Jun has Qingli's protection, and everyone in the capital is now trying to lure him away. Considering this matter settled, the old man suggested that all dissenters leave the Zhang family, and the man next to him rejoiced at this long-awaited day. Remembering this story, Jun, serving a guest a cup of tea, owes it to him the place of the head of the family. In a solemn tone, Jun asked Qing Li to accept this tea as a sign of the host's respect for the young man who has come. Li recalled how Jun had become his first friend in Wuhan, helping out back then, and Jun considered the healer humble and would remember his kindness no matter what position he held. Junyi has already heard about his friend's business with Acacia, but he doesn't know what Li will do now, but Liang Qing clarifies the information. To his friend, the healer promised to track down the Acacia people after he was done with one case. Soon, events were unfolding in a place that looked more like a military training camp. Officer Wang Shouyi introduced Commander Qin to Dr. Yu, the pill maker, and the guy needs to take him to the American Center for the manufacture of these drugs. The elderly, long-haired man looked at Commander Qin and said how much he looked like him. According to Wang, Dr. Yu once met the young man's parents, and the pill maker feels as if he has gone back 20 years. To the astonished doctor, the guest immediately wanted to tell him about his mother and father, who were in those years but did not have time. All of a sudden, Yu took off and announced that it was late, then went to get his things ready and leave right away. With a wave of his hand, Wang Shuyi suggested that Qin go with him and meet with the representatives of Li's squad. The words about the squad led the guest into a kind of confusion. He did not expect this, and someone nearby noticed him, a novice. Two Pare were approaching them, and one of them was unhappy with the appearance of a newbie getting in the way, because there was a difficult mission ahead, and Li seemed to be just stupid. There was also a third guy who turned to this cheeky colleague named Chung Lin and asked him to stop being rude to others. Approaching the newcomer, the young man identified himself as Chao Gei and suggested that this was Qing Li, and the healer agreed with the person. With a good-natured smile, Chao Gei recalled Qing Li's strength at the 5th level, but for his age, it was already quite good. Wang had brought Qin into the squad as a level 5 rookie, the son of rich parents who wanted to gain experience, so Li was a trump card for the show, and he needed to act as a last resort. The officer then introduced Qin to squad leader Tan Wei-He and the rest of the group, asking them to meet them as they were leaving soon. Tan Wei-He gave Qin Li a stern look and crossed his arms, demanding that he just take care of himself, and that would be enough. Cao Gei will introduce Li to their commander, who is a level 9 warrior who can break through to the status of a young master within 2 years. Looking at Tan Wei-He with admiration, Qing did not think that he was so cool, but Chao told him that he and Chen Lin had an 8th level. He showed Gei Yi to Chu Miao, the only girl in their squad, who was level 7, but the guest was more interested in her last name. Irritated, Chu Miao reminded her of the many level 5 warriors in the barracks and counted. Cao wouldn't have gotten here if it wasn't for the help of another person. Dr. Yu came up to them with a backpack on his back and suggested that they go already to complete the task. The company flew to America on a large plane, the wings of which cut through the air clouds like a fan. During the flight, all the squad members looked at each other without joy. Cao Gei was more cheerful, and Li looked sadly to the right. Dr. Yu was busily typing away on his gadget and was very focused on the task at hand. Chung Lin, who is glowering at the newcomer, is about to explain something directly to him while Officer Wang Shou isn't around. According to Chung, the mission requires full commitment, and Li's level is lower compared to his comrades. Chu Miao considers Qin a weak and bad major, and he is only a burden. The owner of the 7th level requires the novice to follow all the instructions of the commander and not to be complacent. In case of danger on the way, the priority of the squad is the doctor, and Li's safety is not their responsibility, and the guy had to agree to this. Glancing at Qin, Chu Miao still doesn't know if her words have reached him, since majors can all be arrogant and headstrong people. Chaoge asks Lee not to pay attention. It's all because of their mission. The guys speak directly but without malicious intent, and Ching smiled, agreeing with the importance of the task. Tan Wei-he, still stern, demanded to stop talking because they were interfering with Dr. Yu's work. Ching Li, who was looking at the laptop monitor with intense interest, saw a formula that was familiar to him. According to the doctor, if you use the fire lotus here, then the effect of the drug should be correct, eats bones, but you cannot use them. King Li advised Dr. Yu to correct the energy density here by 27 and 46%, after which the simulation was created. Overjoyed, the elderly doctor grabbed Chin's hands and asked him about his knowledge of energy density, and so on. Because it was in Chin Li's parents' diary and he remembered it, but an ordinary person wouldn't be able to make out their unusual writing style. After asking if Raz Li knew about the energy density and how to use it for rapid cultivation, the doctor considered him to be the son of those two people, so the guy might know something. Tan Wei-he is sure that the newcomer is lucky, but Li himself smiled and called it a guess, and thought of the doctor as someone who knows about his parents and needs to talk to him. After that, the leader of the squad, Tan Wei-he, said how easy it is to deceive the enemy if they are not attentive. After asking his subordinates to be attentive, Tan reminded them that there were a lot of people on the plane and that the doctor had been sent home, but the guys were asking the flight attendant for drinks. While serving a glass of lemonade, the flight attendant asked Tan Wei-he about his desire for a drink, but the man refused. Ching Li at this time pointed out to Dr. Yu that he had made a mistake in the calculation, which surprised him, and the head of the mission also looked at them with displeasure. At this point, all the guys, the members of the group, looked at the person who suddenly caught their attention. The same flight attendant who served them drinks shot mysterious arrows at Dr. Yu several times. Tan Wei-he shouted as he glared at his subordinates. He knew that it was very bad for the doctor and the entire squad. After asking the doctor to duck down, the squad leader couldn't stop the terrifying arrows from flying towards the pillmaker. Leaping to his feet, Tan Wei-he tried to resist the flight attendant and save their valuable specialist. Then he approached the doctor and asked if he was okay. Yi Yu hastened to reassure the man that he was fine. Tan Wei-he silently looked at the doctor, who was complaining about how he was scared to death. The entire group looked at Ching Li, who was looking at the needles, and appreciated how the assassin took advantage of the commotion and disappeared right under their noses. The bandits are clearly prepared. After hearing Tan Wei-he's question about the secret weapon silver needles, Ching Li turned around and confirmed it to the squad leader. The doctor went on with his work, and Tan Wei, he asked the young man how he recognized the killer and the flight attendant. Ching Li then just got up to go to the bathroom, but his eyes were caught by the thing in that person's hand, and he reflexively deflected the blow. For the first time since they had started dating, Tan Wei-he smiled and thanked the young man's good fortune. Otherwise, bad things would have happened. Chu Miao explained how they searched the entire plane, but didn't find the killer, as if she had disappeared. And the squad leader reminded them of their main task to protect the doctor. While Chao Ge was looking off to the side, Tan Wei suggested that they just watch first to prevent the assassin from attacking the group. At this time, Ching Li carefully examined one of the needles that the flight attendant had previously launched and felt a familiar energy that he had seen before. After a certain amount of time, the plane with the detachment accompanying Dr. Yu arrived at the American International Airport. When they were driving in the car, they suggested that the doctor rest for a while. He hadn't slept for 2 days, but Yu had already come up with a formula. When the doctor asked Chin Li to look at the letters and numbers, he only received a request from his companion to calm down. This reaction surprised Dr. Yu, who continued to think of Li as the son of those two people, and he definitely knows something about this research. Looking out the window, Tan Wei, he noticed the black cars nearby and ordered his subordinates to hold on tight and protect the doctor. The children's car came to a dead end, almost crashing into concrete rings. Tan Wei demanded to slow down quickly, although 2 cars were catching up with them from behind. After receiving the order from his boss, Chao Ge began to slow down, and as a result, everyone in the car almost flew forward. As the group began to go outside, a man emerged from the car of the pursuers that had stopped, calling Dr. Yu's road difficult. It was Liu Yan, a level 9 warrior, and he and his colleagues are now going to guide the specialist further already. Tan Wei-he didn't expect the rumors to be true when he saw Liu Yan, but Li didn't know anything about it and wanted to know what was going on. As Tan Wei moved forward, he told them that many of the attacks on the institute were coming from Yanxia, and the squad suspected that there was an organization working with other countries to capture it. After snapping his fingers, Liu Yan kept his eyes on the squad and snidely congratulated them, being confident in his own abilities. Realizing the complexity of the situation, Tan Wei he ordered his men to protect the doctor, who was still working on his laptop. With a smirk, Liu Yan called them insignificant warriors with 8th and 9th levels, while he had everything with 8th and Tan's squad had no confidence in protecting the doctor. It was unexpected for Qing Li to see all these people selling their souls and helping foreigners while killing their own countrymen. Finally, the villain pointed his finger at Tan Wei He's squad and ordered his henchmen to kill the guys guarding the doctor. Frowning at the intruders, Qing Li wanted to know if the parent research team had encountered a similar attack. Xu Miao rushed at the intruders, looking at them aggressively and wanting to eliminate these dangerous people. Facing a relentless battle, Tan Wei he fought Liu Yan, Cheng Lin fought another opponent, and his comrades fought other enemies. Seizing the opportunity, the leader of the bandits dealt a powerful blow to Tan Wei he, and the latter's position turned out to be extremely dangerous. Xing Li just glared at the incident with their squad leader, and Dr. Yu continued to work on his laptop behind him. The others were still fighting, and Tan Wei he collapsed on the ground, turned to the healer and ordered them to run faster, taking the doctor away. This suggestion from the squad leader didn't sit well with Qin Li, who wasn't used to retreating in situations like this. Qian Li's incredible energy was making everyone barely stand up, and he was sure that the traitors to his nation and the murderers of his own people would have to run away. Li, who took to the air with the power to summon a huge magic dragon, is dissatisfied with the way the beautiful Yangxia raised ungrateful individuals. Tan Wei He and Liu Yan both looked at the young man in amazement and even called him half-master for his incredible talent. Rising high into the sky like a god, Qing Li saw the villain Liu Yan in front of him and wanted to destroy him now. A huge number of purple needles flew in the direction of the attacker, and only a miracle could save him. Finally, Liu Yan fell to the ground after being hit by the deadly weapons and receiving multiple injuries from the needles. Tan Wei he was truly surprised. As Qing Li defeated the enemy with a single blow, Chao Ge was also astonished. The villain who lost this battle didn't expect to see such strength from the person who defeated young Master Chao. When he recognized the bandits in Qing Li, it was no surprise to him that Officer Wang Shou had concealed the healer's identity. The healer turned to his colleagues and hoped they were okay, but Tan Wei he, Chao Ge, and the others were shocked that he was a half-master. Chuckling as if he was out of business, the guy admitted that he had such a status, and he doesn't know for sure, to be honest. The site of the recent battle was deserted. Someone said that his pain was gone, and in 2 days, everything should heal. Previously, the squad was biased towards Qing Li, but now Tan Wei he apologizes to the newcomer on behalf of everyone. The healer reminded that they are one team, but there was a small misunderstanding. Cao Ge is very happy to have Qin Li among them. Otherwise, the mission of the squad would have ended there. If the mission is so dangerous, then Qing Li doesn't understand why it is necessary to transport research abroad. Hiding his gaze, Tan Wei he hesitated and could not say anything to his subordinate, and the rest of the squad members were also silent. And they all turned to the side where Dr. Yu was sitting, starting to recall the events that happened a few years ago. The uniformed man is interested in testing the effect of the concentration pill, and the scientist told us about the stage of the test, but the results will be available soon. When handing a pill to a participant hoping to gain level 6 experience with this medicine, the scientist couldn't guarantee it, but the probability of success is high. Trusting Mr. Yu, who was conducting the research, the experiment participant swallowed a small pill. After 1 week, the situation with the subject changed dramatically. He felt completely different and released a huge amount of energy. Before, the guy was a strong stone wall, but with just one blow of the hand, the participant of the experiment broke it, causing many cracks. The scientists present at the same time are happy about this, since finally the research of recent years has yielded results, although he himself thought to grow old faster. After clapping his hands, the scientist congratulated his colleagues on a job well done and hoped that each of them would continue to help Dr. Yu with a vengeance. The man, who had grown stronger after taking the pills, grinned and was glad that Mr. Yu wouldn't let him down as he walked behind his charge. The person hopes for a stronger drug from the doctor, as he wants to become a warrior of the 9th level, but the experience has not yielded results, so Yu does not yet know about the side effects. There's a research meeting in America next week, and lately more people are looking at the lab's experiments, so the guy wants to develop his strength. After listening to the person, Dr. Yu asks him to remember if there are any side effects, then let him immediately call the doctor to himself. Scientist Yu still regrets that he was not able to dissuade the ward then. If not for that drug, then nothing would have happened to the subject. Standing in front of the grave of the deceased Wang Dechuang, Dr. Yu promised himself that he would definitely succeed in researching the concentration pill. As Yu continued his experiments, he wanted to know where the mistake was made and why the probability of success was around 50%. Suddenly, a huge explosion thundered in the walls of the laboratory where the specialist worked, and the strongest flame almost swallowed the scientist. As he fell to the floor and coughed, Dr. Yu remembered making the drug according to the method left by Dr. Ching, and he didn't understand what was wrong. In an attempt to better understand the big problem for him, Yu continued to study and find new formulas. Having found out what he wanted, the scientist could now complete the study of the pill only by following Dr. Ching's instructions. But he had to go to America, to a place where there was energy. Therefore, Yu vowed to complete the study of the concentration pill for the sake of the deceased comrade, so that there would be no more victims like the Chuang. Impressed by Qing Li's story, the scholar happily told him about the proximity to the destination, and success was already close to them. A delighted Chu Miao is sure that there is always something good behind adversity, and Cheng Lin asked the doctor to let him be the first to test a new drug. The scientist only needs to refine the concentration pill, and then the squad members will be able to become the strongest masters in this world. As the doctor was telling his friends about this, deadly purple needles suddenly flew in their direction. Qing Li, who reacted with lightning speed to such an intrusion, asked his squad mates to quickly protect the doctor. Cheng Lin and Chu Miao were slain by the enemy's weapons, and Qing Li tried to fend off the attack as best he could. An outsider wearing a mask covering his face asked Dr. Yu Qian how many people he still wanted to deceive. The defending Qing Li and the scholar himself were horrified by the appearance of this person who was familiar to them. The startled pill maker pointed at the person and thought they were dead, and Qing Li was equally surprised. Pointing a finger at Qing Li, the outsider explained how he might have been dead if it hadn't been for the healer watching in amazement. The guy who doesn't understand anything wants to know what this strange man is saying to him right now. The boss wanted to use Qin to complete his parents for research. He considered how masterful he was at playing his own game, and the outsider didn't expect Li to reach the power of a half-master. Unsure of the outsider's truthfulness, Qin thanked him for his strength, but he had signed a contract with another person to protect Dr. Yu and would not allow him to be harmed. Qing Li and that masked man stared at each other in silence, their serious eyes fixed on their opponents. Finally, the mysterious man breaks his silence and is ready to do something instead of letting the scientist continue to deceive others with his words. Taking his mask in his hands, the outsider will take it off and is going to tell Qin and the doctor the whole truth that he knows. In front of them was a man with an ugly face, as if he were the living dead from an ancient cemetery. Dr. Yu asks the man what happened to his face, but he demands not to play the fool because it is thanks to the scientist. If the person hadn't consumed the concentration pill, they probably wouldn't have become what they are now. But thanks to the drug, they were able to survive that explosion. Calling his words nonsense, Yu never gave the man a concentration pill, and he, Qing Badao, is a military rebel, so Qin Li needs to destroy him. Upon hearing this name, Qing Li screamed in fright and cast a startled glance at the doctor standing next to him. The young man asked the scientist to repeat the name he said a second ago, and the surprised doctor repeated Qing Badao. Thoughts of memories of his old teacher, who had fed him and taught him martial arts, appeared in Qin's mind. Qing Yi recognized the man with the terrible face as his grandfather Ba, who lowered his head and confessed that he hadn't expected to meet him under such circumstances. A visibly frightened Dr. Yu bit his nails in panic and finally came to the conclusion that these two people were grandsons and grandfathers. Thinking about the ugly man's possible intention to kill him, and then his grandson might be in league with him, Yu headed for the exit, wanting to escape. But the door closed on the doctor to his horror, and a voice behind him reminded him that they hadn't finished speaking yet. Turning around, the doctor heard the stranger remind him of the words he had said about deception and asked him to come here and look at something for himself. The man showed Wang Dazhuang's token, which greatly surprised the scientist, who does not understand where he got this thing. Without taking his eyes off Dr. Yu, the ugly man is ready to tell him about the secret if the drug maker so wants. Wanting to find out about the disappearance of Qing Li's parents, the man decided to find out what he needed from the military. But in the laboratory, he heard a conversation between her head and assistant. After asking a colleague about his desire to do great research, the head announced his intention to resume the deification project. Doubting his abilities to study concentration pills, the scientist recalled the strong side effects of high-quality products, and it is unlikely that anyone will agree to such an experience. Playing chess, the head asked his colleague not to worry. He will find a way to find him excellent fighters on which the scientist can test the drug. Qing talked about the function of pills to increase strength, but they have side effects. At best, you can live for 3 years, and at worst, you can die quickly. there is no evidence of a connection between the drug and the disappearance of the couple. It seems that in order for the masked man to learn more, he needs to infiltrate the group with his new acquaintances. 1 month later, the same guy who was Wu Yu's test subject took a pill and thought about the importance of fighting in order to earn the recognition of scientists. As soon as the drug developed by the doctor entered the body, strange changes began to occur in Wang Dazhuang's body. The use of concentration pills made itself felt. The young man participating in the experiment felt an unusual effect. Standing next to Yu, Wang pointed out the oddities in the drug, but the doctor asked the guy to wait until he reached the 9th level. Dazhuang lay in his grave, and Yu told the head about this, the 12th failed experiment, but promised not to give up if there was even a small chance of success. Having given his consent to continue the dangerous experiments, the head did not know how the hands of the deceased Wang moved at that very moment. The unfortunate man opened his eyes and looked ahead with the understanding of how close it all was, but he still did not pass away. If he hadn't sealed the main channels with Fuxi needles, he would have actually lost his own life as a result of the experiment. After using such an effective needle, Wang Dazhu calmed down and closed his eyes again, allowing the tool to operate. The grave that the young man was buried in suddenly lit up with light and started to beat with powerful energy as a downpour rained outside. On the monument was a picture of a guy who looked like he was smiling, and the energy continued to radiate violently from the depths of the earth. Finally, there was an explosion of incredible force, and the monument flew up into the air, splitting into thousands of pieces. As Wang Dazhuang stepped back onto the ground with his white sneakers, he was glad to be released, and he almost suffocated under the ground. The man was walking on the ground in a rush of energy, but suddenly he felt something strange about him that he hadn't felt before. The participant in Dr. Yu's experiments clutched his face, and now he looked more like a scary dead person who had come to life. The heavy rain continued to fall, and there was a ruined grave behind them. The unfortunate Wang Dazhuang was clutching his head and shouting in an inhuman voice. You didn't think it was Wang Dazhuang, who didn't know anything about Qingli's parents, but he was afraid that the scholar would do something to them, so he told him about the cultivation methods. The angry man also didn't think that after all these years, because of these pills, the doctor would lose the last drop of his conscience. It wasn't until Van lunged at the scholar with the goal of destroying him that he heard Yu shout that the guest couldn't kill him. Dazhuang flew towards the doctor with the needle and threatened to stop time, and there would be no one to stop Yu. Covering his hands from the deadly weapon, the scientist reminded the enemy of his desire to find out about the location of Dr. Qing and his wife. Yu was saved from death by Qing Li running up to him in time, who is very surprised by the available information about the guy's parents. Exhaling, the scientist confessed to the guy how he kept the thing of his relatives for many years, but now he can finally give it to him. Lone Dr. Yu handed Qing Li a mysterious purple ball, which only caused Wang Dazhuang and Li to be surprised. Laughing, the doctor called it a strange object, something that was left especially for the young healer. Suddenly, a maliciously grinning Dr. Yu threw the balloon down, and a strong smoke screen appeared around the people. Qing Li felt sick and sat down on the floor, pressing his hand to his throat, realizing that this terrible smoke was poisonous. The evil old man also threw this poisoned saber towards his companions who had brought him here, including Commander Tan Wei-he. The man who recovered from the injury noticed the professor's actions, not understanding how he could attack his own companions. Pointing a finger at Wang Dazhuang, who was lying to the side, Yu demands to blame the person who told the secret about the doctor, so none of the witnesses will survive. Calling the scientist a madman, Tan Wei-he could hear Yu's malicious laughter as he promised them experimental concentration pills, but before they were ready, he would kill them. Lying to the side, Wang Dazhuang confessed that he had noticed earlier that Dr. Yu was only able to create poisons, not pills. After hearing these accusations from the rival, Dr. Yu shouted and called himself an alchemist, not a toxicologist. When he couldn't make pills, then the scientist would increase the dose and use powerful drugs, and it always turned out to be poison. After kicking Qing Li on the head, the doctor was angry at his previous failures, whereas Qing Li's parents were doing well, but he wouldn't accept it. The crazy professor doesn't care anymore, because his opponents are long dead, and he's still alive, and now the most valuable alchemist in the organization. Qing Li lay on the ground and managed to hear the words of the evil doctor mocking the death of his parents. Then he got to his feet and in a low, terrible voice asked the doctor to repeat all the words he had said about the boy's parents. Wang Dazhuang, who was at the side, was watching Qin Yi and could see the energy surging out of him, allowing him to suppress the effect of the poison gas. When Qing Li got to his feet, he released an incredible amount of energy, and even Scholar Yu was barely able to stand still. Pinned down by the door, the doctor suddenly noticed that Lee had disappeared, and this caused a rush of fear in the mad old man. The injured squad leader, Tan Wei, he looked up and couldn't believe it, but Ching was completely fine right now, even though he was also injured. The young healer was actually floating in the air like a heavenly angel, much to the surprise of all the people present. With a clenched fist, Ching Li threw himself at the professor and shouted at him about the villain's unworthiness to put himself on the same level as his parents. The professor, who was trying to save himself, covered himself with his hands and asked Li to stop, but it was too late. In the next second, Qin Li's powerful fist smashed into Professor Yu's unprotected face. Qing Li was walking away from the place where he had just driven the villain into the ground with a thick cloud of dust behind him. The defeated scholar was lying unconscious, and Tan Wei was shocked by this half-master power that Qing Li was bestowed with. The healer helped the squad leader to his feet, and he felt fine. The poison was not a problem for his health, but he did not expect that they almost died from the one they were guarding. As Li struggled to leave the place, he thought of Grandpa Ba, missing again, but he always comes without warning and leaves without saying goodbye. While marching to the door, he was talking about the end of the mission and returning to the headquarters to report, and behind the wall was Grandpa Ba, who Ching was thinking about. Later in the headquarters, the leader was surprised that he did not even suspect Yu Qian of doing such terrible things, admitting to a mistake about the villain. The chief took Qin Li by the shoulders and was happy to have him, a half-master, join their ranks, such an unexpected joy for the staff. Looking at the manager with a smile, Li thought that he could still think of a way to deceive the healer, but if the healer wanted to play, no Qing would respond in kind. Clenching his fist, the young man reminded him of the master stage, the next after the half-master, but he wants to know if this is the peak of martial arts. According to the chief of staff, the average soldier only knows this, but in reality, this is not the case. The master stage is divided into prophase, metaphase, and anaphase, and if you collect Chi energy from the elixir field, then you can reach the demigod and god stages. There are also rumors that if you can make a breakthrough from the god level, then the lucky one is called the original one. So the participant has the opportunity to achieve immortality, rise up, and get a chance to start living in heaven. Currently, the peak of strength in the Yangxia military district is made up of 4 genuine masters. Qing Li heard from his boss that the boy was orphaned, then became the son-in-law of his wife's family. Many people look down on him, but it's commendable when he reached the current heights. The guy reminded about the manager's agreement to help him in case the guy completes the task to provide more information about Li's parents. It turned out that his parents were not killed, but they were kidnapped by the enemy. But the headquarters saved the unfortunate people in time. A half-master from the army gave his life, and Li's relatives, feeling guilty, constantly conducted experiments. Due to the special status of the core high-skilled experts, their location was kept secret, but they could even tell Qin Li. The young man, hearing this confession of the chief, was very happy. He guessed that his parents were not dead. And 5 years ago, after completing a military exercise, the boy's parents were attacked by the Western Region Gang and the Foreign Secret Assassin Alliance. Qing Li didn't expect to hear this at all, and only stared in amazement at the manager who shared such revelations. Then the man told about the burial of his relatives in the cemetery in the suburbs of Shangjing City. Among other graves, there was a monument with photos of a young man and woman with their initial. A short time later, Qing Li and his chief of staff stood in front of the grave of their unfortunate parents in the pouring rain. Recalling the man's words about the attack by the Western Region Gang and the Overseas Secret Assassin Alliance, Qing Li asked for more information about these villains. But if the boss says so, it won't make any sense, because there are many half-masters among the bandits, and the masters are at the head, and Qing Li is not a rival. Having touched the grave of his parents, the guy did not believe that if they had died like this, then after that, they would not have left any news for him. The powerful energy summoned by the youth penetrated deep into the ground as the boss watched in silence. Qing Li's mind flashed back to his poor parents' coffin, but to his surprise, it was completely empty inside. The ignorant chief of staff asked Li not to worry, because the people who killed his parents are also enemies of the military district, so they will take revenge together. Qing Li held the monument on the grave of his family tightly and shouted with all his might, as if he had something difficult to do right now. Taking a deep breath, the young warrior raised a huge stone slab above him, and the chief looked at the young man's actions with horror. The man immediately demanded that the young man stop all this, considering him crazy. Qing Li was now standing by the ruined tomb and was about to start what he had gone to the destruction for. As he lifted the lid of the coffin, the young man realized that his behavior now could not be called respectful, but the guy needed to make sure of something. Opening the tomb, the young healer saw nothing in front of him. The corpses of his parents were not in the coffin, and he knew about it. When the bodies were decomposed, there should be clothes left, which Lee was sure of, and the chief who witnessed the funeral was no less surprised. The cemetery was guarded, and the graves could not be destroyed. An unusual thought flashed through the boy's mind. Did his parents die and then be reborn? Feeling wrong for a moment, Ching Li mentally appealed to his parents. If they were really gone, then let them rest in peace. Putting the monument in place, the unfortunate son bowed to the grave and promised to find his relatives if they still exist in the world. In any case, the guy is not going to forgive those people who killed his father and mother. Night had fallen and the lights were bright in the Chu family home where Ching Li had returned from his adventures. Xing Ying didn't think so much would happen in one trip, but what surprises her most is the tangled past of her husband's parents, and the husband might already put his wife in danger because of himself. Turning to his wife who was giving him a massage, Ching Li suggested that she go to Wuhan or Yangchen to take shelter there. While hugging him, Xing Ying called her husband's fear stupid. Even if it was more dangerous, she would still be with him. Anticipating his wife's intention to stay, the young man decided to help her handle the case at Mr. Zhang's. Handing Xing Ying the folder he took from the table, the guy asked the girl to carefully read the order. As Xing Ying read the document she received, she immediately understood what was in front of her. But the information surprised her. After a while, Zhang Jun greeted the crowd of people at the Zhang Corporation meeting and raised his glass, hoping for their support in the future. The guests considered him the head, kind, and asked not to worry, hoping for opportunities for cooperation, considering how lucky the Zhang family was to have such a leader. The young man thanked people for their kind words and promised to appoint directors of large branches of the company to those who have become his main support. Jun first named Ms. Chu as Qin Ying, who will take up the position of president of the Zhang Group Cosmetics Company. Xu was surprised that Qing allowed his wife to become part of the top Zhang Group, but the husband asked him not to worry, because the villains better think about sabotage, given the strength of the Zhangs. While people were admiring the new president's beauty, Qing Ying herself heard about a proposal regarding a certain project that they want to discuss with her. Zhang Corporation's largest shareholder, Jin Kesi, believes Jun is blind and protests against a hasty promotion to some newcomer to the company. He recalled Qin Ying's work as the Zhangsheng Cosmetics Company when the profit was 100 million yuan, so making her the head of the branch was the right decision. After thinking harshly negatively about Zhang Jun in her mind, Casey didn't want to listen to his words anymore, so she just snorted. Suddenly, the people present in the hall were alarmed by the appearance of a villain with a dagger in the air. He had already raised his weapon over Jun, but there was also someone who couldn't reveal his power too early on a day like this. The criminal couldn't finish his terrible task, because with a deft blow, he was disoriented by Ching Li, who appeared from behind in time. As a result, the villain who attempted to kill the young entrepreneur Jun collapsed to the floor with his sharp dagger. Considering this impossible, he tried to look at Qin Li as he approached the one who dared to attack his men in front of him. Healer Xing Li rubbed the hand that he had used to stab his opponent and wondered if he was tired of living if he was doing this. Some people didn't understand anything that had happened. Others suspected the guy with the knife was a mercenary, and still others admired how Qing Li disoriented him with a single blow. The shocked Jin Kexi remembered the villain talking about himself as a level 7 warrior, and the average passerby dealt with him so easily. Getting to his feet, the bandit called himself too careless and didn't know that the Zhang family had a master like Li. Xing stood with his arms crossed and a stern look on his face, now demanding that his opponent explain who had hired him for the assassination attempt. Instantly on his feet, the alien screamed and tried to reassure Li that he couldn't get anything out of him, that he wouldn't spill the beans. Calling himself Wei Dahan, the attacker promised to take revenge on Qin for today's humiliation and destroy him if he touched the villain's family. Li smiled and realized that it was the Wei family who had sent the assassin, and the villain who had disappeared a second ago had confirmed everything. For Jin Kexi, today was just the perfect time to deal with Jin Group, but things didn't go according to plan. The situation was escalating, so she decided to leave. When Jun arrived at the door to the room where he was already expected, he immediately thought of Casey, who had clearly sent that bandit Wei Dahan. The Wei family holds shares in the Zhongsar company, and Casey is a member of that family, and it seems to Jun that they don't want to promote him, but only remove the guy and take his business. In the past, the Zhangs were divided, and when Jun took over, everything was back on track. The Wei family turned against him, so Li is interested in their level of strength. Sitting down on the sofa, the disappointed businessman remembered that in addition to a couple of families not included in the current deals, there are 4 families at the top of the pyramid, and Wei is one of them. The most frightening thing is that the head of Wei is a master of the highest level. Shu calls him greedy and hungry for power over all the great families. After thinking about the true master, Qing knew that such families had connections with military groups, so he needed to learn more about it, because he wanted to find out about his parents. The Wei family is capable of attacking Jun and his comrades at any moment, so Qing Li suggests not wasting time in doing everything to strengthen their forces. Handing a friend a few bottles, the healer asks to take the potions prepared by him. According to the recipe from his parents, this technology turned out to be more successful and convenient. Jun, who was looking at the potion, recognized it as a bundle of aura and foundation pills, and Shu is delighted to receive a real treasure from his comrade. After reminding him how Li saved his life and helps him cultivate, Shu is determined to live up to his friend's expectations and become his right-hand man, so his whole life belongs to Qin. No less excited by such emotional moments, Zhang Jun clenched his hands into a fist and was also ready to hand over his life to Qing Li. Qing Li is confident that they will be fine as long as the Wei family doesn't encroach on Jun and his friends. Otherwise, they shouldn't complain about the boys' impoliteness. After the event at the Zhang Corporation meeting, Qing Li and Qin Ying returned home. The girl who was resting on the bed was simply exhausted and interested in the beneficial properties of cultivation. This is because of the thing inside her body, as Qing Li pointed out. He can help the lady, but he has to let the aura inside the beauty. But now the girl wants to make sure that the guy isn't cheating. She wants to know if it's just because of the seal that this double cultivation is happening. Suddenly, Qin Li's smartphone on the table rang, and Qin Ying informed the guy on the blaring ringtone. When his wife asked him why Miss Shu was calling him at a late hour, Li replied sheepishly that he had no idea. Qing Li didn't have time to promise to put it on speaker if his wife wanted to listen, when the speaker started talking about bad things. Miss Shu, who called the healer in the middle of the night, shocked him with the news of Xu Xiao's accident. Greatly surprised to hear the words of a familiar girl, the healer couldn't believe her, but he was already thinking about the Wei family, believing that they decided to act quickly. The injured boy was taken to the main city hospital, where lights were on in some windows. Once in the room where Shu was lying, Qing Li asked the doctors to calm down and took his friend's hand, wishing to take a look at it first. The patient's sister doesn't understand how this could have happened because the unfortunate man was in a good mood at today's meeting. They hadn't forgotten yet that Shu was looking at the pills that Li had given him cheerfully and was planning to become a great martial artist in the future. Shu Chong asked his sister not to take the words of a relative to heart. He didn't think anything bad would happen to his brother. After coming to the conclusion that Shu was poisoned, his spiritual channels were damaged, and he couldn't help with acupuncture, Li realized how important it was to cure his friend within a few days. After hearing about the deadly poison, Xu Cheng was horrified and started to deny it, not understanding how it could have turned into such a serious problem. Chang, who was worried about his brother, continued to whisper about the impossibility of poison, but his sister asked him to calm down, because Li could not make a mistake with the diagnosis. King Li is ready to heal his friend now, but he needs the heart of a spirit beast for this. He heard about it from his spirit, but the patient's sister did not know about it. Beasts that have managed to survive for 1,000 years have serious spiritual power, and their hearts can heal the wound on the spiritual channels, so the guys need to get this for Xu Xiao. In the past, unfortunate Xu's relatives had already encountered a monster that was similar to the one Qing described in the Liangsheng mountain range near Shangjing. The girl handed the young healer a smartphone, and on his display he saw a photo of the monster. Qing Li recognized it as a giant three-headed snake. Unfortunately, the Xu family had lost enough troops fighting against this monster, which might indicate its strength was comparable to that of a level 7 warrior. As Qing Li left the ward, he resolutely prepared to go to the Shanjing mountains to search for the snake and asked his friends to take care of Xu Xiao. Still worried about his injured brother, Xu Chong leaned over him and begged him to hold on for a little longer. In the mountains, Jun recalled Miss Shu's words about the snake that had been living here since ancient times. The warriors who came here to hunt the beast often returned empty-handed. Passing through the thicket, Jun is sure that they are not alone here. He has received information about the Wei family's intention to take possession of the three-headed snake. Qin Li doesn't care who steps on their heels. He will take the snake's heart no matter what, in the name of saving his friend Xu Xiao. Suddenly, somewhere up ahead in the forest, an eerie sound thundered, and the guys stopped for a moment, shocked by what they heard. Unsure of what the noise was, Jun was looking ahead in fright, but Qing Li was sure that the source of the sound was right in front of them. Offering to hurry, the healer and his friend went to meet this mysterious noise in the mountainous area. Once in an open clearing, The guy saw a picture where several people were trying to resist a giant three-headed snake. Seeing the huge mouth of the bloodthirsty monster in front of him, one of the men screamed in fright, begging for salvation. But no one could help him. A split second passed and the terrible creature swallowed the poor man. Seeing that their attacks didn't harm the three-headed snake, the people started to run because they couldn't handle it. Rushing in different directions, the two men caught sight of a man standing coolly between them, a long sword slung across his back. It was Wei Jingluan, the master of the Wei family, who was here to destroy the monster, and everyone else had better not interfere with him on the battlefield right now. Raising the sword up as if sending a signal, the warrior turned to Chen Lujiang and asked him to give him the strength to successfully destroy this monster. The energy force launched by Wei Jingluan shot straight at the giant three-headed snake. Overjoyed by the presence of the master of the Wei family, people consider themselves saved. From one of the four great families, the monster will not live. Encountering unexpected resistance from a true master, the monster screamed in an eerie voice, terrifying people with fear. Jun is sure that the snake has now been angered more, but Li thinks that its strength is higher than that of a level 7 warrior, and it is likely that the master will not have the advantage in this battle. Master Wei Jingluan points his sword at the monster that has fallen into a frenzied rage and asks Mist to find a safe place to hide. Asking not to worry, Wei Nuanuan tells the man that she is here just to see the monster. The lady will not distract the warrior, and he needs to take care of his protection. With the sword of Chen Lujing, Master Wei Jingluan, who is determined to win, is not afraid of any monster, even if it is above his level. Everyone present in the clearing was asked by the master to leave if they didn't want to be spattered with blood as a result of the battle. Bold Master Wei Jingluan quickly rushed up, trying to reach the heads of the huge snake that he wanted to destroy. Parrying the man's attack, the monster began to counterattack him with unusual tools in the form of its own scales. As a result, one of the scales hit Wei Jingluan, and the man who received unexpected damage could no longer fight the snake. The master collapsed on the rocky ground, causing a crash in a huge dust curtain after being defeated by the three-headed monster. Jun called the snake's scales a valuable material, considering it stronger than steel, and Li realized that the 1,000-year-old monster thinks better than a human, but the old man is very careless. Overjoyed, people snatched up the scales they had come for and were now about to leave, thinking the old man was really strong, but he was just a loser. Rising to his feet, the injured warrior Wei Jingluan held on to his wounds and indignantly called the fleeing men scum. Sensing something was amiss, the warrior turned his stern and hateful gaze back to the giant three-headed snake. The man turned to Miss Nuanwan and asked her to help him, because the unfortunate warrior, after an unsuccessful confrontation, is not able to move fully. Running up to the man, the girl tried to drag him by the hand and begged him to get up faster, but the old man suddenly asked her for forgiveness. Raising his strange gaze, Wei Jingluan promised the young miss that she would be a snack for that terrifying snake. To turn his terrible idea into life, the old man masterfully threw the unfortunate lady in the direction of the monster. In the next instant, Wei Nuanwan was right next to the giant snake, which was watching the sudden prey with all its heads. With a sharp movement, the monster's head opened its terrible mouth and rushed towards the girl, wanting to devour her. The unfortunate Miss Wei Nuanguan was screaming in fear at the top of her voice. The infernal monster was already very close, and it seemed that nothing could save the girl. Flying at the speed of sound, a mysterious, sharp circle severed the monster's neck, and one of its three heads could no longer harm the captive. The rest of the huge snake's head saw Qin Li flying into the sky below them, armed with a sharp dagger. With just a few masterful moves, the other two monster heads separated from the neck and crashed down. Li Nuanwan, who was watching Qin's battle intently, was truly shocked by how the young man eliminated the creature in just a moment. Thinking about how much there had been talk about the terrifying three-headed snake, Qing Li stood beside the fallen monster and stared at its corpse. Thinking about whether he had cut off the heads along with the heart or not, Qing remembered that no matter what, he had to find the organ that was important for Xu Xiao's treatment. Imagining how much trouble he would have to deal with the snake's corpse, Qing Li didn't see Wei Jingluan running up from behind, waving his head. While swinging his sword, the old man recognized the young man who had casually lowered his disciple Wei Dahan, which caused the warrior to be criticized by his family and demoted in rank. With wishes to burn Qing Yu Li in hell, not forgetting to viciously insult the guy, the old man prepared to eliminate the guy with a single blow of his sword. Unexpectedly for the vicious Wei Jingluan, Qing Li didn't turn his head and parried the sword with his dagger. This move of his opponent was completely unexpected for the viciously attacking person. The grandfather bulged his eyes at the guy in surprise. Whirling around and swinging his dagger, Lee was struck by the habit of his rival's family setting traps and attacking from behind. Released by the healer, his famous needle struck down the aggressive old man on the spot, and he no longer had the opportunity to come out of this duel victorious. Wei Jingluan then collapsed to the ground, just like a while ago, after being defeated by the three-headed snake and its terrifying power. Calling Lee a sucker, Jingluan threatened problems for him from the Wei family because he injured her member, demanding to help him, as the old man can save the guy from death. Miss Nuanwan shamed the ungrateful grandfather with dementia by demanding that he stop talking nonsense and just die, which caused a storm of hatred from him. Finally drawing his last breath, the elderly warrior who lost to the giant monster and the young opponent today dropped his head to the ground. In Jun's opinion, if Wei had been careful with his language, he would still be alive, but Qing Li knew that his grandfather deserved such a hard fate. A smiling Wei Nuanyuan came up to him, greeted him affably, and introduced herself, thanking the healer for saving her. Li doesn't ask him to thank him. He wanted to kill the snake, not save the girl, although she seems innocent, but the guy doesn't want to get involved with the Wei family either. Finally, after a while, the young people still got to the huge snake heart, for which they came to the mountains. Heaving a sigh, Zhang Jun wiped his sweaty forehead and rejoiced at the removal of the heart from the monster's body, even though it was very difficult. To his surprise, Qing Li came over and wrapped a purple magic film around the snake's large body, along with its heart. The guy who defeated the monster pulled together magic streams with one of his rings, which more than once helped him to fight with rivals. After completing all this, the healer told about the snake's jeweled body and offered his friend to take it home completely whole. Qing Li was elated and delighted with his discovery, while Jun was disappointed and accused his friend of hiding such a ring because he was doing such a nasty job. The dagger used by the boy was only suitable for close combat, but he wanted a better sword. And this old man's weapon is not so bad. Li clarified whether it is called Chen Lujin or not. After hearing the name of the sword, Jun believes that it is the weapon of the king of the martial arts world, and now Qing Li suspects that the sword has hidden power. If it's true, then this exclusive sword will stay with Qin Li for a while for possible battles with new enemies. Li was surprised to see Miss Wei Nuangwang sitting with her back to them, looking sad, but Jun explained that it was because of the fact that he had been married at an early age. While Jun was looking at Nuangwan sadly, wishing he had found the right one, Qing hurried over to Xu Xiao, who is fighting for his life in the hospital. After a while, they returned to the city hospital, where Li showed Xu a pill made from the heart of a spiritual beast. Holding a small scarlet ball in his hand, Qing Li announced his intention to give this pill to Xu Xiao, asking his friends not to disturb him. Lai was leaning over his companion on the couch, and Miss Xu was assuring Brother Xiao that he would be fine. With Qin's help, the unfortunate patient swallowed a pill from the spirit beast for a speedy recovery. After informing Xu Xiu that her brother had successfully taken the medicine and Qing hoped to regain consciousness in 2 days, the girl only thanked her friend. After that, she turned her attention to her older brother, who was heading towards the door, asking why he was doing this. Frowning, Xu Qian informed his sister of his desire to resolve certain issues without specifying which ones. The man went to a large dark building where there were no lights in the windows and shrubs grew on the territory of the house. Opening the door with a bang, Xu went into the study, where a man was sitting at a desk, and he demanded a reasonable answer as to why his brother was poisoned. The cloaked man reminded him how Xu Qiang had previously asked him to give him a couple of pills to stop his brother's cultivation, so he fulfilled this wish. Xiang, who cherishes his brother, does not want him to practice martial arts and end up like Xu, so he asked him to limit his cultivation so that he could live like an ordinary person. Grabbing the cloaked man by his clothes, the unfortunate Xu Qiang accused him of passing on the deadly poison that almost killed poor Xu Xiao. Chuckling, the man asked Xu not to get excited and called himself a man of principles, and if Xiao is in danger, then he will save his life on behalf of Chang. Throwing him aside, Chang asked him to stop deceiving and mentioned the very poison that cannot heal a person, and accused the villain of trying to kill Qing Li in a fight with a snake. For the cloaked man, the information turned out to be false. The soldiers who failed the mission reported the monster's strength at the master level, but this is a hoax, and he did not get rid of Qin Li. Knowing nothing of the man's feud with the healer, Xu recalled his high opinion of the boy before, which was true for the cloaked man. And then he found out that Li was the son of 2 scientists. Now there is no turning back for the cloaked man, and all the debts owed to him by Qin Li's parents must be paid in full. Warning the man, Chang doesn't care about his problems with Qin Li. but don't involve Xiao again. Otherwise, Shu will do anything to demote the man. Raising his hands in the air, Chang's opponent asked him to calm down again, not expecting such concern for his younger brother to appear on his part. Before leaving here, Shu Chang promised to forget about today's incident for the sake of their brotherhood and advised the man to keep an eye on all his affairs. Left alone, the man adjusted his glasses and thought that Shu Chang had asked for it, unwilling to obey in any way. After contacting someone on the phone, the man sternly demanded to take care of a certain person, clearly referring to Qin Li or Shu Chang. The man who received the order grinned angrily and promised to complete the task with pleasure. The next day in the city hospital, Shu Xiao, who was there, finally opened his eyes after being unconscious for a long time. The unfortunate patient stared in front of him, but couldn't figure out where he was right now. Xu Shiyu, who had roused him to her feet, was glad to see him wake up, as she was worried about her brother, and Li told how Xiao had slept for several days, but the pill from the beast's heart had helped him. Unable to contain her emotions, the girl hugged her brother, who had so scared her, and Xu asked her sister to be careful. It hurts now. Xiao wasn't completely unconscious, but he was able to hear some part of their conversation, and if it wasn't for Qing Li, things would have been bad. By telling the patient about his sister, who reported his brother's illness on time, Qing Li might not have saved his unfortunate comrade. Remembering the Qing pill, consumed together with Jun Jian as Xu Chang saw it, Xiao wants to know where his older brother is. Reminding his sister and friend of Xu Qing's constant presence with his brother, the patient wants to know why he is not here at such a moment. Suddenly, Xu Yu covered her face with her hands and almost cried, and Xu Shi, who was terrified, ventured to assume that something terrible had happened to her brother. Presumably, according to Li, returning home, Chang lost control due to fatigue and fell off a cliff. The car crashed and he died. Xiu Xiao, who had just regained consciousness after a serious illness, listened to this from a friend and couldn't believe such terrible news. Xu Chang, who was described as a remarkable soldier and commander who deserved to be remembered forever, was buried in the cemetery. Standing near the grave of the unfortunate colleague, Officer Van Shaw read the text from a piece of paper and asked everyone present to honor the deceased with a minute of silence, bowing his head in reverence to the memory of the Chief of Staff, who congratulated Qing Li after completing the mission in America. The poor sister of the deceased Xu Shiyu covered her face with her hand and wept freely. I didn't see anyone around Xu Xiao, who had vivid memories of his childhood when he was playing with his beloved brother. Xu Xiao did not forget the time when the rapidly maturing Xu Qiang wanted to see his brother as an ordinary person, promising to protect him as long as he lived. Bitter tears rolled down Xiao's cheeks as the unhappy young man stared at nothing and continued to think about his brother. Xu mentally shouted and called out for his brother, and in front of his eyes was his grave with a photo of Xu Chang, who died in the accident. Wang Shouyi came up to him, took him by the shoulder and asked him to accept his sincere condolences on the family tragedy. Suddenly, heavy battle cannons thundered behind them, firing volleys after volleys. Wang took the firing of the guns as the highest military honor in the army. His superior agrees with this. The guns opened fire to honor Chang's contribution to protecting the people. This was how Officer Wang took it, who would never have thought that death could make Xu Chang a hero. After calling on Shaw to choose a new candidate for the position held by Hu Qian, the boss was worried about big families, but Wang had prepared everything. Zhenjin looked around among the other people and couldn't find his brother Qin Li. The soldier on duty at the cemetery noticed the appearance of a stranger who was going to enter the territory of the complex. Raising his hand, the soldier demanded that the outsider stop, warning about the prohibition to enter the cemetery without permission. In response, the fighter received a punch to the face from a stranger, accompanied by a strange green energy. The villain who hit him was grinning with a snow-white smile, and rejoicing came to the conclusion that another pile of dirt was being collected in the cemetery. Raising his hand, the man gave the order to his accomplices, who were behind him, to go on the attack and spare no one. A large group of villains rushed forward to destroy the soldiers. While striking at the first fighter, the criminal became frustrated with his lack of interest in killing such newcomers. Inexperienced guys in uniform, having received injuries, fell down in suffering, and the villains who had been waiting for this day for so long rejoiced. One of the soldiers was lying on the ground, having received excessive damage, but the main group was notified of the enemy attack. After claiming that the Acacia people were killing soldiers, the commander did not understand how the bandits dared to choose this particular day to attack. Acacia villains shouted for their opponents to be killed, smashed graves, and fought warriors. Using their energy in the fight against intruders, The soldiers of the government army struck at the bandits and received fists in response. Surrounded by villains along with her brother, Xu Yu spoke to Xu Xiao about the difficulty of fighting the enemies due to their numbers, but he urged them to fight. Pointing out that the situation was getting out of hand, Wang Shouyi ordered the soldiers to go and help the others without worrying about himself and the boss. Encouraged by their commander, the soldiers rushed forward into the thick of the battle, where their comrades in arms were already fighting with a group of bandits. The guys were met on their way by the same man with a smile, who was only happy to help the guys disappear in this place. Only now did the commander look closely at the leader of the Acacia crime group and recognize him as Wen Tiansheng. The villain ordered his accomplices to kill the military, and in such an incident, when Shouyi's father was eliminated, Wen was responsible for the murder of Qing Li's parents. Upon seeing Wen Tiansheng, the commander of the soldiers was in disbelief at how suddenly he had appeared here. The commander was also thinking that the villain had found out about the real identity of Qin Li, who was driving in a car on the road near the rocks. Behind the wheel, Li saw a car in front of him and two people in it who looked familiar to him. In the transport that was traveling on the highway ahead, his own parents were there, the young man thought. Qing Li already knew that they hadn't died before, but currently he wasn't sure if they would be able to recognize him. Unexpectedly, the car Qing Li was driving made a sharp move to the left, where there was a deep chasm. Breaking through the weak fence, the black car crashed down at full speed, and no one saw the driver, whether he managed to get out or not. Standing near the cliff were the same young man and woman in the front car who had considered their mission accomplished. Suddenly, unknown people approached them and covered their mouths with their hands, silencing them. The Acacia twins who did this pointed out a half-master who wouldn't be able to escape death if it was ordered to them. The 7-level Acacia warrior Shu Taihu thought that the guy should die at his hands, and so did Xu Chang, but everyone took it as a simple accident. Below, on a pile of huge boulders, lay the wreckage of a black car driven by Qin Li, who was now presumed dead. After that, Xu Taihu radioed his superior about the completion of the task. Wen Tiansheng still flashed a snow-white smile and praised his subordinate for doing a good job. Grabbing the unfortunate Xu Shiyu by the throat, the criminal gang leader bragged to his assistants about completing the job on the battlefield with the military. Xu Xiao, who had used up a lot of strength, held on to a piece of the monument and demanded that Wen Tiansheng let go of his sister. All the hideouts and operations of the organization were kept secret, so the head thought about preparing Acacia for an attack. This is not a coincidence, and there is a spy among them. Officer Van Shaw, who had been silent before, immediately agreed with his superior, and the latter anxiously asked who this person was. Abruptly grabbing a large knife, Wang Shou gave them a treacherous blow to the boss right in the stomach. As if distraught, Wang brandished his dagger in front of the defending chief. The man covering the heavy bleeding now only wanted to find out the reason for such a betrayal on the part of a subordinate. The enraged officer shows up and is dissatisfied with the man's question, and he went to all this since their case is not worth sacrificing his life. While protecting Qingli's family, Wang's father died at the hands of Wen Tiansheng, and the organization hid it and did not bury the deceased, so the generation of heroes turned into unknowns. Van is sure that the boss has never felt at least a drop of guilt for this in so many years, and constantly pretended as if nothing had happened. Not agreeing with the chief about the betrayal, Wang had used him to investigate Wen Tianxing's case for many years, and now he had lured Acacia here to kill them and get revenge. Surprised by Wang's determination to kill the bandits, since Wen Tiansheng is a level 9 warrior, and without Qing Li, he can't be defeated, but Shaw didn't want to hear the guy's name. The chief hid the information from Wang, and he later found out that Li was the son of those two, and when Acacia came for them, Shu's father died, so Qing must pay for his death. Before, Wang had sent people to search for Qin's soul, but no one had done it, so today the officer had allowed Acacia to apprehend the guy, but he would die at Shaw's hands. Mad Wang Shou, who was holding a bloody dagger, declared the need to die here to everyone present, except for him alone. The boss, who fell to the ground with the last of his strength, pointed out to the subordinate how confused he was in his statements. Wang Shouyi doesn't hate the chief or Xu Cheng. It's just that they both got in his way, so the officer had to do it. Today, Wang intends to end Wen Tiansheng and become the head of the organization, and after that, he will erect a monument in memory of his father so that everyone will remember his sacrifice. A reluctant Shiryu begged not to be overconfident and talked about calling for reinforcements, and Wen considers this rude words as for the last moments of a lady's life. Ten Shen, who was laughing out loud, is sure that by the time the reinforcements arrive, the unfortunate lady will be dead and the gang will have escaped. Van, who appeared in midair, is not sure about this, but the villain mockingly reminded him of the murder of his father and offered to remind him. Zhu Xiao hadn't expected to see Senior Sergeant Wang as a half-master, but if so, they were definitely saved now. Focusing all the energy in his attack, Wang charged in with the goal of finally destroying Wen Tensheng. Using the innovative Divine Palm technique was supposed to help an officer take the life of a hated enemy, but the organization sergeant's attack failed, and the villain's fist caught up with Venoy first, hitting him directly in the unprotected face. Wang Shouyai was sent flying back after a powerful blow from his opponent, and Wen Tanshin ordered the loser, as he called the sergeant, to fall behind him. After being defeated, Wang Shouyi collapsed on the ground, hitting his face, and there was no guarantee of continuing the fight on his part. Wen Tianshen, a skilled green energy manager, forgot to tell his opponent about his status as a half-master. To Van's surprise, the villain reminded him of his absence in real battles and the officer's shortcomings. He is a half-master in words, but in practice he is useless. Taking out the small container previously obtained from Qing Li, Shou wanted to drink its contents and didn't believe the opponent's words. But even here, the show failed because of Wen Tiansheng, who came over and knocked the brown bottle out of the officer's hands. The attacker laughed at the attempt of his enemy to become stronger with pills when he cannot cope with a stronger opponent. Calling the defeated opponent a non-entity, Wen Tiansheng kicked the unfortunate man's head. After asking Wang if he really thought he had hidden his identity from Acacia, Wen said they had known him for a long time as a traitor. Taking the officer by the head, the villain raised his fist and is going to thank him for telling Acacia about this place where the battle took place. The surviving soldiers holding on to their wounds did not understand how the sergeant could betray them and refused to believe it. Laughing, the leader of the group pointed out Wang as the person without whom Acacia would not have been able to get rid of Qing Li and Xu Qiang just like that. No longer able to offer a decent resistance to the enemy, Wang Shou, and with the last of his strength, demanded that Wen be silent. When Wen Tenshin saw the battle-scarred Xu Xiao approaching from behind, he glared at him angrily. Summoning his remaining strength, Xiao threw himself at the enemy, seeking revenge for the murder of his own brother. With a mocking smile, the villain turned towards the guy and hit him, not considering him skilled in avenging his brother. A terrified Xu Shi Yu ran up to Xu Xiao, who was falling to the ground after being hit. Holding the unfortunate Xiao by the head, the girl looked at the criminal with great hatred, speaking unflatteringly about him. Laughing, Wen did not believe in the ability of the guys to take revenge on him, because Qing Li is dead and there will be no help from him. But suddenly he himself responded. The intruder, who hadn't expected this, turned back in exasperation, wanting to see who was doubting his words. The healer and fighter Qing Li, who was floating in the air, was approaching the leader of the Acacia group, Wen Tansheng. Holding Xu Xiao's hands, Shiyu and his brother looked at their friend, who had come to rescue them from the mad assassin, with joy. The startled villain kept his eyes on Qin, wondering how he was alive and suspecting his men of failing the mission. Li looked good-naturedly at his opponent and asked him for his personal opinion on what had happened. After the accident with the car, Shi Taihu, who was sure that Qin Li was dead, reported to the boss about completing the task without seeing what was behind him. A healer floating in the air with his hands behind his back nonchalantly asked the bandit if he had finished speaking. The twins were surprised at his appearance, and Shay remembered that only a few half-masters and masters could float in the air, and then Li could leave the car before falling. Grabbing the sword taken from the deceased old man of the Wei family, Qing Li brandished this formidable weapon in front of his fear-stricken enemies. With just a few swings of the sword, the Acacia twins were lying on the ground, suffering fatal injuries. The wounded Shi was smiling. Even if Li kills them, the villain still completed the task, and those present at the funeral will be buried with them. Excited by this recognition of the culprit, Qing Li decided to go back faster if Acacia was trying to get rid of the others. Already on the battlefield, Wen Tanshin was flying at the guy, not counting him as a strong warrior, but once they met, then he will show him what death is. But this battle was no longer a victory for Wen Tensheng, who was sliced open by Qing Li with just a single sword strike. After touching his dangerous wound, the villain realized his own carelessness and didn't expect how far Qing Oyi and his strength would go. While rubbing the sword, the healer decided to train more with this weapon because it is not very comfortable to use it now. Unwilling to give up and retreat, Wen once again launched an attack on the boy, assuring him of the lack of opportunities to use the sword. After managing to dodge the bandit's punch, Qing Li decided not to be so polite to him anymore because of Wen's too loud chatter. Since the Tianshen deserved to die, there are a lot of outsiders here, so Li won't show his full strength so early. The Acacia villain knows about the boy's parents, so Qing Li doesn't want to take any chances, but he still has a gift for him. To deal damage to Wen Tiansheng, the young man swung his sword a few times but didn't kill him. After Qing Li cut the clothes on the intruder's back, mysterious red lines appeared on it. As he sheathed his sword, he was pleased with the elegant work he had done with his opponent. Wen Tianxian, who was covered in green energy, showed off his back with strange characters that looked as if they were written in blood. Xu Xiao, who was injured but delighted with his friend's help, clapped his hands and recommended that Qin Li open a tattoo parlor. While laughing at him in disgust, Wen didn't notice the opponent's blocking of the chi flow point in his body and decided to use pills to correct the situation. After swallowing the medicine, the villain was now going to show Qin Li how he would finish him off thanks to the drug. The young man looked at the opponent and assumed that his strength would soon increase, so it would be difficult for him to deal with him now. Taking the pills significantly affected Wen Tianxing's power, which caused his clothes to tear and his muscles to grow. The visibly strengthened villain smiled his evil smile again and invited Qin Li to play again. The young man facing the bandit leader looked warily at the man whose strength exceeds even half a master. The surprised guy didn't even notice how the enemy strongman was behind him, aiming with his fist. Using the lightning explosion fist, the criminal charged at the opponent once again with a bestial roar. Qing Li reacted to the attack in a timely manner and tried to fend off the enemy's attack with his sword. But when Tianxing's power in her enlarged plane was affected, and the leader of the Acacia Death Blow shifted the opponent to the side, Wen puffed up the dust on his fist, thinking about the many hardships he had endured, and laughed at Qin Li for thinking that he could defeat him so easily. The group members present nearby cheered for the boss and asked him to quickly deal with this boy after finishing the battle. Struggling with the bleeding, Li couldn't move after being injured, but he had to find a way to get rid of the intruder. Wen Tianxian approached him and told him with a grin how he initially thought Li was a strong warrior, but didn't expect that this was his limit. As he continued to grin, the bandit remembered his opponent's parents, who had begged for mercy just like beaten dogs 10 years ago. The young man's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at his enemy, who dared to say such a thing out loud. In response, Wen Tianxian only laughed with Qin Li's possible desire to avenge his own parents. As Qin Li struggled to his feet, he thought of his opponent as a pawn and reached into his pants pocket, wanting to get something out. After swallowing the advanced pill that gave great power, Qin Li now expected to definitely deal with the villain. The response of the medicine instantly affected the young man's body, and he instantly felt a great power in himself. But Wen Tianxian didn't stand still and already charged at the guy, not intending to give him time to fully recover. He failed to hit Qin, but the young healer quickly repelled the opponent's invasion, delaying his blow. Extremely angry, Wen couldn't find an explanation for this and allowed Li's cultivation level to increase. Being engulfed by a powerful energy, the youth might have agreed with the opponent he was currently fighting against. Jin's eyes turned completely white from the overabundance of huge energy in his soul and body, but his cultivation level might be different. For a guy who has been searching for his missing parents for a long time, the main thing is that today his enemy must die. With that, Qing Li swiftly charged at Wen Tiansheng and delivered an incredibly powerful punch. For the first time in a long time, a terrible villain suffered a crushing defeat from a younger opponent. Qing Li asked Acacia's leader, who was lying on the ground, not to blame him, since the criminal himself was looking for a deadly ending. While still in a fighting stance, the young man remembered using the 2 pills he had left. The organization's survivors, Shusho and his sister, rejoiced at their friend's victory and demanded the bandits' arrest. The Acacia soldiers who had surrendered after the defeat knew that everything was over for them, and the traitor Wang Shouyi was also struggling to stand up. Qing Li collapsed on the ground and could hardly move due to the very strong properties of the pills, which have a very harsh effect. Suddenly, a very familiar voice reminded them angrily, telling them not to think that everything was over. Wen Tianxian, who had risen to his feet, showed off his bulging veins and promised to take everyone present with him to the next world. Li realized how bad their case was. After all, a seriously injured Wen can't contain the qi energy inside him. He's like a walking bomb right now. While the guy was thinking about what to do next, someone ran past him, demanding to get out of the way. Wang Shu suddenly burst forward and grabbed the villain, who didn't understand what he was doing at all. The malevolent officer promised the enemy to kill him. What else could he do to him? And then laughed. Startled by this unexpected turn of events, the healer asked Sergeant Wang to release the bandit with raging energy. Turning to his companions, Wang apologized to Qin, Commander Hidinghong, and everyone else, but the explosion had already sounded. Qing Li, who was crouched on the ground, now only watched the crater formed after the explosion, from which smoke was coming out. Officer Van Shaoyi's glasses, which had fallen in half after the explosion, were lying on one of the plots of ground. Two soldiers led the wounded He Dingong to the crater, and the latter bitterly called the deceased sergeant a fool, but buried him with his father with honors. A few days later, at Qin Li's house, one of the guys was bragging about raising his rank from 3rd to 5th after consuming all the pills. Unable to understand how Xiao got the 7th level without a base, Junli told him about the blocked spiritual channels that Shu couldn't cultivate. But after their discovery, Xiao began to progress at an accelerated pace. This is similar to the rebirth of the Phoenix and is called the spiritual channels of Nirvana. Shui boasted about his martial arts skills that surpassed Jun's thanks to the spirit channel, unblocking pills, but Jin only sighed. Ever since he was a child, Shu Xiao couldn't cultivate. He was considered a disgrace to the family, but he didn't even think that he would be rewarded for the years of misfortune. King called his friend the future head of the family after the death of his brother, and he needs to prove to everyone that he is worthy of this title. At that moment, Zhen Jun and Shu Xiao looked at each other as if they had the same thought. Kneeling down on one knee, each of the boys pressed their fists to their palms and asked Brother Qin to accept their respect, much to the other's surprise. Shouting in amazement, the guy did not understand the actions of his friends, who were now talking about respect. Qingli has done so much for them, and the guys can't even pay for it. So from now on, their families are willing to obey Li and follow him to the end. Unwilling to say no, Qing called Shu Xiao and Zhenjun his brothers, and the latter only remembered the gift he had received earlier. In the hands of both of the brave warriors' friends, red cards with a golden circle in the center and hieroglyphs appeared, and they both asked Qin to take a look at it. Surprised by these honorary invitations from the Wei family, Li didn't understand what they wanted to do this time. Last month, the Jun and Shu families were invited to a martial arts meeting, but this is how they recruit newcomers, so the Wei will definitely do something about it this time. Having decided to go there with them, Qing Li knew about the connection of all these families with alchemy, and at the meeting, he intends to learn something about his parents, who are not known. Jun recalled that both Qin Li and the head of the Wei family had the title of master, and the terrified Shu Xiao allowed their potential clash. If such a terrible hypothesis is realized, it will be a real battle of masters. After considering everything, the healer decided everything, but he still has a lot of work to do, so he will not delay his comrades. Pressing their fists into their palms, both Jianjun and Shu Xiao gathered for the exit after their evening conversation with a friend. The boys were already outside, and Qing Li was standing on the doorstep of his big house, waving and telling them to take care of themselves. The door finally closed, and Qing Li rubbed his hands together, blushing as he rejoiced in the departure of the friends he had already spent so much time with. Sitting down on the sofa, the young healer opened a book that beckoned to him, even though he doesn't even understand what it says. The reading was interrupted by Qin Ying suddenly appearing, complaining of her tiredness and asking for a massage. Judging his wife's feminine beauty, the guy called her so beautiful, but Qin Ying immediately noticed where her husband's gaze was directed. Unable to refuse his beloved, the recent winner of a hard-fought battle with Wen Tiasheng prepared to grant her wish. The sky-robed sorceress stepped on the dark green water, causing large circles to appear on it. Suddenly, she sat down and turned to some unpleasant person and began to refuse. And in the next instant, she fell down with a cry like, the same man slapped the beauty on her delicate face. The lady who suffered from the violence of the villain looked at him angrily and asked him not to wait for mercy for his evil deeds. The girl was once again standing firmly on her feet, and a certain young man fell on all fours in front of her and was in fear. Looking around, the guy didn't understand why he was here at such a crucial moment, since now there wouldn't be any problems. Turning back, the boy shuddered when he saw this mysterious girl. There was something about her that scared him. The lady in the fairy godmother's garb kept her eyes on Qin Li, and it was him, and that strange look terrified him unbearably. A waving girl with a golden halo behind her head demanded that the man in an aggressive uniform quickly leave here. There were splashes on the dark green surface from the girl throwing strange weapons, and the guy had to run away quickly. As he pushed forward, he tried to call out to her, wanting to understand why she was attacking without explaining it. Outraged by the way the young man allegedly dared to insult her, the lady demanded that Li stop running away. Suddenly, she stopped and realized that Qing understood her perfectly, and he was as surprised as she was. But the young man understood the lady well from the beginning and is ready to say something to her before she starts hitting him again. The maiden did not believe his breakthrough to the master level so quickly. After calming down, Qing Li snapped his fingers and asked the girl what she needed from him right now. Angry, she demanded not to change the subject, and I'm sure the guy doesn't even know what he's done to Diva at the moment. King reported about his life with his wife, but then suddenly thought that this maiden was also with him, and she immediately ordered not to say such words. After apologizing, Lee realized that he was no match for her here, so he shouldn't act rashly. There might be problems with Qin Ying, which meant he had to get out of here. At this moment, healer Qin Li's devilish soul essence raised its head, and he now knew what to do in this situation. Noticing the strange changes in the behavior of the guest of her mysterious world, the maiden reached back and demanded that Qin not approach her. Taking the young man's actions as outrageous, the lady decided to use a round ball of dark yellow light. Rising into the air, the sorceress summoned the Emperor's Breath technique to get rid of the uninvited guest. Qingli only watched in dismay as the girl tried to attack him again in order to make the guy disappear. Suddenly, a strong explosion sounded, and a strong splash appeared on the surface of the dark green liquid substance. When everything went quiet, the girl was in a bad mood and didn't try to fight Qin Li anymore. The young man himself understood perfectly well that the lady's consciousness had already returned after a short loss. He was back with Qin Ying in their bedroom, still talking to his wife, and the obsession was gone as quickly as it had come. Speaking to his wife about his excitement, in fact, the young man was so much delighted, and this is an incredible feeling. Suddenly behind him, a strange swamp-colored substance began to rapidly fill the space, causing the children to feel a sense of horror. Qingli was extremely agitated. He didn't understand where this unpleasant energy came from. Everything reached its climax, and there was a loud bang, as if it was a new Big Bang in the universe. The martial spirit of the heavenly sovereign appeared, and the first part of the three constellations, spiritual teaching, appeared before Li. The young man stared in amazement at this mysterious discovery, and then he suddenly screamed at the top of his voice and put his hands to his head. Without thinking of learning the first style so easily, Qing came to the understanding of carefully analyzing the book. This should help in meeting the Wei family. On the territory of the airfield of the Western region, 3 airliners were based, preparing for the next flight. Standing in front of Xin LM was Niu Yun, who held the position of manager of the Wei residence, and inquired about them, the members of the Zhang and Shu clans in Shangjing. Jun confirmed Niu Yun's guess, and the new head Xu Shao had previously asked Qin to be his family's representative at the meeting, as he had a lot of things to do himself. Turning his back on the visiting guests, the manager sparingly asked the 2 guys to follow him. An angry Jun called the Wei family really something, and their servants are arrogant, but Li was quite expecting this. However, the young warrior and healer was very interested in this family, whose house guests were already approaching. In the hall near the steps to the family throne, numerous Luli were gathered, asking questions and not understanding anything. Jun had the feeling of being in the imperial domain. Li was sure that everything was specially designed so that people would obey the Wei family. The invited guests looked around in disbelief. They had been waiting for a long time, but the head of the clan was still not there. No wonder Wei Kaiyuan was so arrogant. Finally, the one people were talking about appeared, a man who apologized for waiting while holding his hands behind his back. A strange gust of wind immediately blew through the hall, and people perceived it as that master-level aura. Kaiyuan recalled the time when his family and others like it submitted to the feudal lords. Feeling despised and oppressed, now Wei wants to ally with the guests to fight. Pointing out the need to put the strongest person in charge, Wei Kaiyuan asked the guests for their opinion on the matter. Understanding Wei's true desire to force them to obey him in order to become the head, the guests assumed that if they refused, they would not leave the house alive. A seemingly inconspicuous man with a dark white hairdo agreed with the people, and they were horrified when they looked closer and recognized him as Wu Tianxi. Qin thought he was young, but this man is 60 years old. Chu recognized him as the head of the Wu family, one of the strongest, who knows necromancy, but suddenly joined the Wei. With an unkind smile, Wu Tianxi mentioned the rare chance to join the Wei family. He doesn't think the guys want to become enemies of the 2 masters. A certain guy does not see anything good in joining the Wei, and directly told Kaiyuan that the Avon family does not recognize him as the most important leader. Wu Tianxi continued to smile, but he actually reacted viciously to the Yueng family boy, who dared to speak so disrespectfully to him. After that, the villain directed all his dark power of the master at the guy so that he would learn it fully for himself. The terrifying demonic energy quickly reached the young warrior, who was trying to block out the evil with his strong arms. Poor Avon felt a wild fear and watched the creepy little creatures that resembled worms that got on his body. The young man, who did not understand this terrible power, tried to fend it off, but the infernal beast was already harming him. An otherworldly force turned the young man's left arm into a skeleton and covered his face, while the guy himself in horror asked to be saved. But a second later, he was just a solid skeleton, still screaming, and the startled bystanders were shocked to die in an instant. Wu Tianxi asked everyone to remember what happens in such cases, and their head has broad views, The leader of the Wei family is not a kind person himself. After asking not to panic anyone, Wei Kaiyuan considers it normal for people not to want to join in, but they don't have to talk nonsense to avoid incurring the wizard's wrath. The frightened guest allowed death in case of insubordination. They have no choice here. His colleague also believes that there is really no choice. Immediately, with a bow, a member of the Wang family from Xibei announced her desire to join the Rojuwei, joining the alliance of the Feng families from Shangjin. The Wu families from Sichuan and Cheng also made statements. To Wei Kaiyuan's delight, he welcomes everyone who decided to join today. But suddenly, someone asked for a vote. Two men in the front row raised their hands and demanded that they not be included in the list of those who agreed to join the union. The jovial Qing, on behalf of the Xu family of Shangjin, said that he was not ready to join the Wei family, and the Zhang family also asked not to be included in this list. Looking at the gloomy dark magic worm, Qingli ironically asked why the owners were in such a hurry to chase them out of the meeting. Not understanding how they were showing hospitality, Qingli drew his sword, considering it impolite to leave the attack unanswered. Taking a defensive position, the guy is ready to defend himself against anyone who wants to get acquainted with his sword. Wu Tenshi, the sorcerer who had fought the young man, was unable to destroy Li as his former rival and was defeated himself. The guests are shocked by the killing of a sorcerer who has reached the highest level of skill, but in his opponent, they recognized a warrior who fought in the Battle of Shangjin Cemetery. The baffled guests of the event learned from the Wei family the end of Qin Li, a promising master ranked 5th. Angry Wei Kaiyuan now promised to avenge the death of a comrade who had been mercilessly killed by the young man. For Li, the Wei chapter's goal of becoming the leader of the opposition to the main family, which has never been involved in such feuds, is ridiculous, so it is unclear where this struggle came from. Everyone understands Kaiyuan's desire to create an alliance as a cover to gain power, but they will not be able to resist him, which has angered Wu Wei. According to Qin, the villain speaks grandiloquently, but he is looking for an excuse to kill him. But with the death of the guy, no one will fight with Kaiyuan, but he already rushed at the master. Heading towards the challenging Qinli, the head of the Wei family attacked with a terrifying flaming sword. With annoyance, the young man looked at this terrifying technique while holding his sword, and perceived it as an incredible spiritual power. Crouching on his knees from the incredible fire pressure, the guy barely held the weapon he had obtained in the previous battle. As the healer and warrior struggled to defend, he only remembered his first stage of strength, but Wei Kaiyuan's power had already reached its own peak. The brave warrior's next thought was to attack, and after rising to his feet, Qing Li charged forward. Using the sky-supporting pillar technique, the brave man was trying to shake the villain Wei Kaiyuan's tenacious position. Angered by this move, the head of the Wei family didn't expect to see anyone being able to resist his fire sword. Suddenly, the man's expression changed, and he frowned and looked away from the corner of his eye, emitting a red energy. Immediately noticing such changes, the guests of the event came to the conclusion that they urgently needed to leave here, as things were bad. The building where the meeting was held suddenly began to crack, and parts of the walls and roof were already falling down. Numerous guests were fleeing outside, realizing just how terrifying a battle between people of such incredibly powerful powers really was. Among the others was Miss Wei Nuanuan, who was shocked by the fighting efforts of the competitors who smashed the room to smithereens. The head of the Wei family, who was her relative, only now noticed the girl and demanded to leave quickly. Yixing Li paid attention to the guest of the meeting, remembering very well how he had saved her recently in a battle with a 3-headed giant snake in the mountains. Suddenly, the master rushed towards Wei Nuanwan, to the wild horror of the head of the clan, who demanded not to touch the baby. The poor girl had already seen the sword raised above her and, trying to cover herself with her hands, begged not to do the most terrible thing. Xingli W actually flew over Miss Wei and asked her to be careful at this terrifying moment when she was in danger. A huge rock flew towards where little Nuanwan was, but she was already saved by Qingli in a quick jump a moment ago. Slightly embarrassed by this reception, Nuanguan still hadn't fully recovered, but she answered Li's question about how she felt positively. Opening her eyes, Wei assured her that she was fine and thanked the guy for saving her again, while Qing asked the girl to just get up from him. Again becoming confused, the girl asked for forgiveness from her savior, thanks to whom she remained alive. Also demanding Wu Nuanuan to stand up, her relative Wei Kaiyuan is surprised by the girl's acquaintance with a guy who has entered into a confrontation with him. Standing in front of Li, Wei told the uninformed head about Jingluan, who did not put him in anything, and it was Qing who saved her from death after meeting a huge snake. The guy was shocked when his rival got angry and threatened to destroy old Wei Jing, who dared to harm his little sister. After hearing about the old man's death, Kaiyuan recalled his busy schedule lately, not paying attention to his family, but the old man was useless and had lived a long time. After pleading, Miss Wei Nuangguan asked her brother not to follow Mr. Qing, who had saved her, into the predicament. If Nuanwan asks, then Wei will not touch him. The girl was happy with the decision of her loving brother, and Qing Li silently left them after an unexpected denouement. If this was the case, then there was a draw between the two warriors, especially if someone found out about this incident. It would cast a shadow on the entire Wei family, which Kaiyuan didn't want. By telling Master Zhang to leave, Li had somehow achieved his goal of destroying the Wei family alliance, and Nuanwan had also helped him. As Qing continued to call for his friend Yun to follow him, he was surprised to see how lovingly he was looking at Miss Wei. Qing Li could only sigh tiredly and continue to wait for his companion to return to his normal state. It was a starry night, with a crescent moon in the sky, and the two tall hotel buildings were dark. As Qing Li continued to study the book, he recalled how after reading the first chapter, it felt as if the power had started to resonate with him. The difference between the start of the power display and the end of this incredible magical process could be seen. Qing Li concluded that he had studied enough of the first chapter of this important book, so the second one was immediately opened. Startled, he stared at the magic circles in front of him, unsure whether to start with his left hand or his right. The magic power he was studying triggered a mysterious energy that came from the air, and he looked out of a nearby window. To Li's delight, this ability allows you to absorb the spiritual power of the heavens and earth and then transform it into your own. At this time, in the torch-lit dungeon of the Wei family, Kaiyuan walked behind the elder and asked for forgiveness for waiting. Turning around, the hooded man chuckled at the fact that the Wei family meeting was destroyed by a boy. It was interesting. The families don't know about Kaiyuan sending people to dispose of them, but Qing Li has already reached the master level, and only Wei can become his opponent. After hearing about Qin's help to the head sister, but he doesn't want to kill the guy, although it is necessary for the common good, the elder took into account his request to deal with Li and promised to solve the problem. While admiring Kaiyuan's acting talent, the elder recalled a relative's words about wanting to deal with the Yin family, but he keeps in touch with them. After thinking hard about the elder, Kaiyuan considers his life and death battle with Qin. Wei will get rid of his grandfather by Li's hands and deal with Yin. And from the window of the room where Qing Li was present, studying a magic book, a stream of energy suddenly flew out. The young man was happy. He managed to achieve what he wanted when working with the second chapter of this magical edition. The master did not expect that the spiritual power would be able to increase by one step. For him, it is absolutely incredible. When someone shouted somewhere about the need for Qing Li to die, he didn't understand at first, but then he saw a person floating in the air outside the window. After hearing the order from the elder to fall down and beg for mercy so that he would have mercy and end the boy's life, Li reminded Tom how bad it is to shout at night. Taking out a curved dagger from behind his back, the elder decided to get rid of the master even faster in this case. Rushing towards Qin Li with a blazing weapon at lightning speed, the villain demanded that he accept his own demise. The guy who accepted the challenge resolutely flew towards the next opponent, armed with a trophy sword, with the noble goal of defending himself. After a moment, both experienced warriors crossed weapons, and only the strongest could come out of this battle victorious. The battle was incredibly difficult. The warriors were rushing from one point to another, and no one wanted to give in to their opponent. And in the next instant, a truly unimaginable heavenly glow appeared, as if thousands of stars had joined together. A new day has come, and the sky, where only minutes ago bright stars were burning, has snow-white clouds and the sun is sending out bright rays. A man walking along the hotel corridor received bloody wounds on his own legs, which did not allow him to move normally. That victim was Qing Li, who had suffered serious injuries after a terrible confrontation with the elder. Trying to open the door to the room, Li recalled the old man's strength, not expecting him to be so quick, and things would have been worse without his mastery of the second technique and the Luzheng sword. But thanks to all this, it was the elder who died, although it might have been Qing Li who was lying in his place right now if it hadn't been for the sword and the second technique. Not knowing where this old man came from and thinking about the need to train hard, suddenly the guy heard a greeting in a female voice. Raising his head, Qing Li was surprised by what he saw, something he hadn't expected in his room. The head of the Liu family from eastern China, Liu Muyan, who has the rank of master, greeted him. The young man knew this guest as one of the four great masters, but he didn't know why she was here. Mr. Qing is badly injured after a night of fighting, and Lady Liu Muyan has a good way to help him, but she doesn't know if she's interested in him. Unable to sense the lady's presence with incredible power, Li learned from the guests that the Liu and Fu families had joined a joint alliance against the strongest Wei family. After coming to invite Qin to join their ranks, Liu Muyan will use his spiritual power to heal the boy if he agrees, first checking his wounds. Qin even thought that the girl didn't understand a bit, but he didn't have the desire to join any of the other families. When the master announced that he had previously joined the serious group, Liu Muyan was wary, because she did not know this fact from his life. Then the lady reminded her of Li's action against the Wei family, the murder of their wizard, and the battle with Kaiyuan, which Liu knows that he does not forgive. Considering Kaiyuan's revenge mandatory, the girl mentioned the very powerful forces behind the Wei, so help from the Liu family wouldn't hurt for Qin. Li believed the guest. Her words are not devoid of meaning, especially since he needs to find a place where he can wait out the storm. By submitting a red invitation, Liu talked about her birthday next week, where Kaiyuan will be, so it's interesting to see Qing's entry into the game. While walking down the corridor, yawning Jun suddenly heard Qin's words of agreeing to come to Miss Liu's party, and they started to say their goodbyes. Surprised by the female voice nearby, Zhang Jun mentally conjectured its origin from friend Qing's room. As his companion continued to say goodbye to the sudden guest who was about to leave, Jun couldn't understand what she was doing here at this time of night. As the stranger pointed to Qing's hard bed, advising him to put a softer one, Jun concluded that the lady was voluntarily visiting his friend. Suddenly suspecting a love affair between Qin Yi and Miss Wei Nuanuan, the unfortunate guy burst into tears, considering his dreams shattered. When Lady Liu Muyan walked past him a moment later, he was surprised, but also relieved that she hadn't noticed him. Jianjun was completely taken aback by the indescribable beauty of this lady who was staying with a close friend of his. When Jun entered Qin Li's room, he was horrified when he saw the terrible injuries and suspected that the beauty had inflicted them on his friend. Wanting to know how Li would justify himself to his wife when he returned, Jun found out that they were going to the airport to meet Miss Liu. Considering it wrong for his friend to go so far as to abandon his wife for another skirt, Jun was truly puzzled. And so, after clearing up the current situation within the inn walls, everything fell into place between Qing Li and Jun. Slapping his forehead in shame, Jun finally realized that Liu Muyan was one of the four masters, and Qing had advised his comrade to get married. Qian needs to prepare thoroughly and prepare an elixir potion this time, and there is no time to lose upon arriving in East China. Without understanding his friend, Jun heard him call the elixir an auxiliary substance. Jian's cultivation level is close to the highest, so the breakthrough depends only on him. Completely trusting the plans of his close comrade, Jun only had to agree with him unconditionally. In his residence, the head of the family, Wei Kaiyuan, was beside himself with anger and spoke aggressively about the hated Qing Li. The man's powerful footsteps cracked the floor, and he thought that Qin Li was really tired of living because of the latter's actions. On the stretcher lay a corpse covered with a sheet, and two strong men were listening to Kaiyuan accuse Qin Li of murdering the elder. The thugs clenched their fists and asked for permission from their master to deal with the guy and take revenge on him for eliminating the great master. Knowing about their master's strength, Kaiyuan pointed out Qin Li's similar strength. It is not known who will be able to win the fight. You cannot act rashly, so you need to be careful. Kaiyuan then ordered that the Wei family's elite be informed that they needed to take people on an important mission and come here within 3 days to eliminate Qing Li. After hearing Wei Nuanwan's pitiful question about the importance of killing Qin, the evil man demanded to stay out of the family's business. It was none of her business. The unfortunate girl desperately pleaded and asked her older brother not to fight with other people anymore. For a moment, the head of the family lost the belligerent fervor from Milota Nuanuan and was already ready to promise her anything. One of the strong men shouted at Kaiyuan and instantly brought him back to his previous feelings of aggression and hatred. And then the man who came to his angry state again shouted at his younger sister, demanding not to go where they did not ask. But Wei Nunwan didn't lag behind and continued to beg her practically heartless brother to spare her savior. Clutching his heart, Kaiyuan ordered someone to guard his sister and keep an eye on her for the rest of the battle. Two strong men took the girl, who continued to call her brother, by the hands and led her out of the room where his meeting with his subordinates was taking place. Holding his heart, Kaiyuan, who was about to cry, mentally asked Wei Nuanwan to forgive him. But this is a family matter, and you can't be soft-hearted. This time, the villain is going to use a different level of power, so Qin Li will surely come to an end in a decisive battle. The following events began to unfold in the Liu family's hotel complex in eastern China. In his hotel room, Qing Li continued to practice the magic skills he had learned through the second chapter of the book. Due to the complication of the situation, Li needed to train more to strengthen her spiritual power. But in the city, she needed to look for a place with more powerful energy to create an elixir. The guy's intense spiritual studies were suddenly interrupted by a familiar male voice calling out to him nearby. Junjian walked into Qin Li's room wearing a t-shirt with a picture of Miss Wei Nuanuan in the center. With a changed face, Li was surprised at his friend's early rise. Not expecting it from him, the changed Jun himself did not think to see his friend at such a time. Both guys, having felt unpleasant sensations from the change in life images, instantly got rid of it. Xing Li coughed and informed his friend that he needed to go to meet Miss Lu due to the lack of free time. It was planned to meet the girl who is one of the strongest four masters in the Thunder multi-level complex. As Lu Muyan invited the waiting guests to come in, she met Jun Yiqin, who apologized for waiting for them. Jun whispered to his friend that he hadn't expected Lu to meet with anyone else, and Qin whispered that they needed to join the event. After asking Qin not to apologize, the lady stated that she and her guests had arrived earlier and introduced the boys to Fu Changkun and Fu Liuli, who were hosting a party in Li's honor. Fu Changkun, who was sitting at the table, called Mr. Qin a talented and famous warrior in Shangjing, asking about his family and strength. When Li took his seat at the table and said that he wasn't that talented and that he didn't belong to any family, Mr. Fu was genuinely surprised. An indignant Fu Luli is amazed at Qin's audacity to ask for an alliance with her family if he doesn't belong to any bloodline. Jinjin interjected, telling him about Ms. Lu, who had invited his friend to join him, and Li himself had no intention of joining in. Fu Changkun laughed and said it was stupid because the Lu family is the first in East China in terms of strength, and she doesn't need to address the two of them. They are just trash. Lu Mun really stunned the guests with her words about the truth of the Zhang family head. She specially invited the guys to join the union. After asking Auntie Lu not to be fooled, Mr. Changkun called it a disgrace to have servants without a noble background join them. While addressing her brother, Fu Luli urged him to show what it means to be a Guankai warrior. If Changkun wants to fight, then Jun is ready to join the fight, which angered Mr. Fu, who is unhappy with the entry of a low-grade fighter into the fight. In response to Liu Muyan's calls to stop, Changkun announced his intention to take responsibility and did not care about the consequences of the battle. The brute thinks Li is a coward who hides behind his back and forgets how to move, and he was thinking of an alliance with the Fu family, but Qing didn't know anything about it. Qing Li looked at Fu Changkun with a stern, merciless gaze, not knowing why he should be so scared to join them. After that, Qing Li used his powerful energy, which caused the vicious Fu Chongkan to barely stand on his feet. Suddenly, the hooligan fell to his knees with such force that the floor cracked, which the noble lord did not expect at all. Falling to his right side, Fu Chongkan began to cry out from the intense pain that appeared in his knee, where the abrasions were visible. Qing Li approached the brute and ruthlessly demanded that he go back and tell his chief about the healer's unwillingness to join the alliance. Enraged, Fu Yuli is amazed at how the guest dared to harm her brother, promising to tell her father everything, and now Li should wait for death. Suddenly, Lady Liu Muyan slapped the insolent girl's face with her hand and ordered her to be silent. Frustrated, Fu Yuli held her bruised cheek and pitifully asked Auntie Lu why she was so protective of this guy. According to Miss Lu, she and Qing Li are both masters, alchemists, and skilled healers, and he is also the head of the Yangxia organization, and many people want him to join their ranks. The vicious Fu siblings could only shout in indignation and point their fingers at Qin Li, who had arrived. Lu apologized to Li and asked him to calm down his anger, calling the incident an unforgivable behavior of youngsters who were not related to the union of the three families. The good-natured hostess suggested that Messrs. Jun and Qin Li move to a nearby restaurant, and she would soon join them, having one thing to do right now. Looking back at the Fu siblings, she knew it was impossible to get rid of the Wei family, and these two had almost ruined everything. One guy was talking to another about the Wei elite returning to prepare for an attack on Xing Li, and they had to guard the gate, but his friend was better off guarding the lady. Suddenly, a certain girl screamed for help because she was allegedly attacked by a maniac, and two guards instantly came to their senses. Opening the doors of the room, two guards urged the lady not to be afraid. They are already here, but they have not seen the maniac yet. Miss Wei Nuanwan was right in front of them and immediately started spraying tear gas into the eyes of the soldiers guarding her. Falling to the floor, the guys screamed and complained about their damaged eyes affected by harmful gas, and the girl headed for the exit. Laughing with the guards who would like to catch her, the level of the warrior is not important for the girl because everyone is equal in front of the gas can, and the eyes are an important thing. Wei Nuanwan was rapidly leaving the compound where she had been led by two strong men on Kai Yuan's orders, to pursue her goal. Welcoming the brothers to the walls of the Wei family, its head noted the presence of many brave warriors, and they are all sure to succeed. While encouraging them to draw their swords for the sake of raising the Wei family, Kai Yuan was mindful of the trouble Qin was causing. He was now in league with Liu, but the villain would deal with everyone. At this moment, an impressive Earthfire meme appeared near the man, striking with its own splendor. As she witnessed her older brother's performance, Nuanuan understood the horror, because if Kai Yuan used this sword, someone would actually die. Several millennia ago, the Earthfire sword was imbued with the rare flame of the Western region, which has never been extinguished since. The power of the Wei family's ancestors is contained in it, and now this jewel, passed down from generation to generation, is in the hands of the 37th head of the family. Urging the fighters to listen carefully, Kaquan described Qinli's treatment of the Fu and Liu families. He seemed like a hero, but he is a worthless person. While Kai Yuan wanted to destroy the Liu and Fu families together with the warriors, and the fighters called Wei the strongest, Nuangguan, remembering her weaknesses, thought about saving Qin. Suddenly, a long-awaited thought dawned on the bright head of a noble girl who does not want the death of her savior. When the people invited by her older brother loaded into buses to go on a mission, the girl ran after them. Almost when she reached the transport, she heard a man's voice calling out to Wei Nuanwan to stop. Terrified, she couldn't take it in, because she had spent 3 hours disguising herself, and now the unfortunate lady had just been discovered. Someone approaching from behind suggested not to go. If she was so much afraid of death, they couldn't waste their time on the likes of the girl. The guy who didn't really look at her suggested that Wei go with him if she was so scared, calling the girl Li Yunfei, who is also strong, and Nuanuan immediately agreed. The terrified beauty was now exulting in her heart and promised her friend Qinli not to let the villains harm him. King was standing outside the house saying goodbye to Lumon, thanking her for her hospitality and not wanting to bother her again, while she called him polite. Asking the lady not to accompany them, Qing asked her to name a quiet park in eastern China. The girl knows a couple of places, but she needs to know Li's exact preferences. Laughing, Qing explained how he had eaten enough at the event and was now looking for a place where everything could be safely digested. Miss Lu Muyan smiled. She knows a certain urban park area, but it is quite rare for locals to visit it. Pointing to Liushan Park, the lady agrees to accompany him if Qing is interested in it, but Li doesn't ask to be bothered. He will take a walk himself. A girl was standing on the branch of a tall tree, rejoicing at the long-awaited discovery of Commander Qing. The young man at this time was walking around the area and looked around, suspecting nothing. While in Liushan Park, Master Li sensed a beautiful energy, but he didn't know yet whether it had some connection to the Liu family or not. Looking at the surrounding buildings in this area, the healer noticed an aura of golden color near this place. The sculptures and household items that were placed on wooden installations showed an energy that was noticeable only to Qin. Finally, the healer and warrior found what he needed, among the many other items in the store. Taking a certain bracelet, Qingli turned to the girl shop assistant and asked about the cost of the product he liked. The strange girl who had her back to the customer heard Qingli call her mistress and repeated the word to herself. The seller whirled around, wearing a mysterious protective mask on her face, and was ready to give up the bracelet to the buyer for 1 yuan. For Qinli, who was embarrassed, such a price list is inconvenient, so he asked the girl to name the cost of the product to purchase it. At first giving the figure of 5, but then hiding her identity, the seller changed her mind and wanted 50 million yuan. After asking if the guy would pay by bank transfer or cash, she reached out to Qin, who had round eyes in surprise. The shop assistant looked at the young man questioningly, but he couldn't say a word because he was dumbfounded by such a huge amount. Without revealing herself, the girl reported about running a legitimate business and the need to pay taxes annually. While agreeing with the seller's reasoning, Qingli understood her pretense and what she was clearly thinking. He didn't notice it, but he wouldn't refuse to buy the bracelet. When the guy agreed to the need to allocate a sum of 50 million yuan, the girl was surprised without showing any signs. And at that moment, whole gold bars rained down on her from the air, which the merchant's shop assistant did not cease to be amazed at. Night had fallen, and an incredible burst of powerful energy was being released from the forest area. In a small clearing in the forest, Qingli was surrounded by trees and a variety of small animals, doing magic. The dark time of day was replaced by light, and forest birds sat and chirped on the trees of ancient trees. Qingli jumped to his feet in great fright, as if he had woken up from a nap, and the forest animals began to run away from him. Somewhere in the distance, a red glow appeared, bringing danger, and Li did not even think of such a rapid advance of the enemies. Several men at once directed red magic at the house, and wished the elderly man who lived there dead. The struggling old man fought off the blows of the villains and ironically mocked these young people who did not study the art of war. The house protector scolded those who thought they could defeat him, with just 2 non-masters who kept attacking him. The grinning Kaiyuan agreed with the enemy's words, but 20 masters will definitely be enough. There are already so many of them. If they suffer losses, then 2 opponents will definitely be killed. As soon as the villain thought about causing Qing Li's death and winning soon, the master suddenly appeared behind him and is ready to help Wei with his own search. Not recognizing the voice of his rival, the head of the Wei family looked over and wanted to ask where Qing Li was, but he made a face out of anger. Angered by the enemy's brazen act, Wei Kaiyuan rushed towards him, wanting to strike with red energy. Pulling out a trophy sword, the young warrior taunted his opponent by saying that he hadn't taught him enough last time when they were fighting,